Chapter 1. Selling goose legs at the north gate of Qingbei. The goddess-level academic prodigy comes to place an order. Child, I shall ask you once more. Are you resolutely refusing to attend the tutoring classes? Fine, starting today, you shall sell roasted goose legs to support the family. In the bustling snack street near Kyoto University, Li Xiangdong was trembling with anger at his son. Li Ng, as the winter break approached, Liang expressed his desire to take over his father's snack stall instead of attending tutoring classes. This mischievous boy had no idea of the struggles involved in running a stall. With a firm resolve, Li Xiangdong decided to teach Liang a lesson about the joy of being able to sit in a tutoring class and learn. All right, Dad, leave the stall to me, you can rest assured. The 80-year-old Liang patted his chest, his youthful face devoid of panic, instead exuding a sense of confidence. Liang was not blindly self-assured, he was a time traveler. In his previous life, he attended a prestigious university, only to graduate into a wave of unemployment. After much difficulty, he found a job at a computer outsourcing company, working tirelessly under the 996 system. After 10 years, he was abruptly laid off, leaving him with lingering health issues. In desperation, Liang purchased a food cart to sell roasted goose legs, embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture. What began as a last-ditch effort in dire circumstances turned into a lucrative business as he discovered the immense profitability of the roasted goose leg trade. By studying recipes, selecting prime locations, and diligently managing his stall, he eventually accumulated a monthly income that doubled his previous earnings from the 996 job. Just as his business was flourishing, fate dealt him a cruel blow, and he passed away from an unexpected illness. In his final moments, he still worried about his roasted goose leg business. Now, having reincarnated as the son of a roasted goose leg vendor, the heavens had granted him a second chance at his culinary venture. At merely 8 years old, he was poised to sell goose legs, saving himself at least 20 years of detours. The more Liang pondered, the more elated he became, while Li Xiangdong's expression grew increasingly grim. This boy was truly impervious to reason. Should he resort to a beating? Dong uncle, I'd like to place an order for a goose leg, I'll pick it up at noon. Just as Li Xiangdong prepared to take action, a bright voice rang out. A tall university student with a braided hairstyle smiled and waved at Li Xiangdong. His roasted goose legs had gained a modest reputation in this snack street, frequently attracting students who came to place orders. Lu Tao, a regular customer, was a beauty but also a genuine academic prodigy, having topped the college entrance examination in Blue Sea Province. Upon seeing Lu Tao, Li Xiangdong perked up, clearing his throat and gesturing towards Liang. Little Lu, my son has taken over the stall now. If you need anything, just ask him. Uncle Dong's son has become the boss. Lu Tao gazed at the boy, whose height barely reached her chest, with a perplexed expression. Could this child truly manage the goose legs? However, true to her studious nature, Lu Tao quickly grasped the situation. Leaning down, she playfully tapped Liang's nose and adopted a high-pitched tone typical of someone teasing a child. Little brother, selling goose legs isn't easy. If sister can't have her goose leg, she might cry, and you wouldn't want to see that, would you? How high? Li Xiangdong secretly gave Lu Tao a thumbs up. Then, adopting a stern demeanor, Li Xiangdong turned to Liang, applying pressure. Did you hear that, you little rascal? If you don't do well, the big sister will go hungry. In their eyes, Liang, being just a child, probably thought selling goose legs was a simple and enjoyable game. All it would take was a little pressure, and a child of that age would surely relent and attend tutoring classes. To their surprise, Liang frowned and shook his head. All right, I understand. You university students are truly a hassle. From now on, I shall be the caregiver, ensuring you all grow plump and healthy. Liang, in his childish bravado, spoke with an air of authority. Lu Tao's eyes widened, as if 1,000 alpacas had run through her mind. Did this child truly perceive them, a group of high-achieving students, as mere babies waiting to be fed? Her earlier word was simply meant to educate Liang. She certainly didn't intend to imply that he would starve without goose legs. Looking for a beating, Li Xiangdong brandished his belt, while Liang hurriedly pulled out a wad of cash from a drawer and hopped onto a tricycle, pedaling away with vigor. Dad, I'm off to buy ingredients, you take it easy. Li Xiangdong, still holding the belt, watched as Liang grew smaller in the distance, feeling a wave of embarrassment. I apologize, little Lu, my child is quite unruly. Li Xiangdong offered a wry smile to Lu Tao. She blinked, Knowing full well that she couldn't truly be angry with Liang, however, the audacity of an 80-year-old child intrigued her. She was curious to see what he would accomplish. Contemplating this, Lu Tao hopped on her bicycle and followed after Liang fresh winter melons, 3 yuan per jean. Quality radishes, 1 yuan, 50 per jean. The vibrant sounds of vendors filled the market. Regardless of the producer's appearance, in the vendors' mouths, everything was top quality. Liang wandered in front of the butcher's stall, glancing around, yet he found it difficult to spend his money. The Kyoto market was significantly larger and more complex than the agricultural markets from his previous life. After a while of searching, his senses overwhelmed, Liang still couldn't find suitable ingredients. There's no choice, perhaps. I simply want to open for business this noon. He sighed. To create delicious food, selecting the right ingredients was paramount and allowed for no negligence. Meanwhile, 20 meters behind Liang, everyone, take a look. This is the new master of Lee's roasted goose legs. I must tell you, this little fellow is quite amusing. Just a moment ago, he claimed he would be the caregiver for university students. Lu Tao held her phone aloft, streaming live on the Kyoto University forum. After Lu Tao explained the situation, many students found it entertaining. Haha, this unfortunate child is quite interesting, but judging by how lost he looks in the market, he won't even be able to procure supplies, let alone make goose legs. Children are often like this, overestimating their capabilities. If he can roast a starchy sausage, it would be impressive, let alone goose legs. I've been to this market, it's treacherous. I was nearly swindled by the vendors, so I can't imagine how this child will fare. Tao Jia. Regardless, it seems we won't be having goose legs for lunch. Don't forget to live stream him cooking belt stir-fried meat. The 7 wolves of fatherhood are an unavoidable lesson in a boy's growth. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with joyful banter, as everyone seemed to anticipate Liang's fate. After all, who wouldn't relish watching a mischievous child get a beating? It was far more entertaining than consuming goose legs. However, unbeknownst to the animated university students, a clear notification sounded in Liang's mind at that moment. Ding! Host authentication successful. Divine chef recipe unlocked. Liang stared in bewilderment at the virtual interface that appeared in his vision. Was it too much to ask for a simple market trip to awaken a system? Chapter 2. The mischievous child. Are you really planning to deceive diners with such cheap fare? The Divine Chef's cookbook? No, this is essentially a system, a must-have for any traveler. As realization dawned upon Liang, a wave of elation surged within him, with the memories of his past life already granting him an advantage. The addition of this system would elevate him to divine status. Taking a deep breath, Liang suppressed his emotions and inquired, "System, please introduce yourself." The essence of human life, soothing to the hearts of mortals. The Divine Chef's cookbook, documenting all culinary methods of our nation. The host must complete tasks to earn rewards and unlock recipes, as lines of golden text appeared before him. Liang began to comprehend the nature of his system. It lacked any frivolous features like sign-ins or lotteries. It was merely a cookbook, steeped in the rich culinary culture of his homeland, intended to help the host provide sustenance to those yearning to fill their bellies. This system was perfectly suited for Liang. Ding! Task assigned. Please procure goose legs of purple quality or above for roasting. Detected that the host is a novice. Reward skill, Chef's Eye. The host can now discern the quality of various ingredients. The system wasted no time in issuing its first task. Almost immediately, Liang felt his vision brighten. Turning to observe the various stalls around him, he noticed that the outlines of the ingredients for sale were marked with a spectrum of colors. According to the system, gray indicated poor quality, white indicated average, green indicated good, blue indicated excellent, and purple indicated precious. This classification method resembled that of gaming equipment. Upon closer inspection of the ingredients, the system would provide further prompts. Large-headed greens, quality, white average. Due to excessive moisture loss, the taste has deteriorated. Purchase is not recommended. Chicken breast, quality, gray poor. The chicken has begun to spoil. Consumption may lead to diarrhea before long. Liang grasped the utility of his new skill. It was akin to a refreshing drink in the desert. The system was considerate, allowing Liang ample time to select suitable goose legs. A faint smile graced his lips as he resumed pedaling his tricycle. Was this little rascal truly preparing to buy groceries? Seeing Liang in motion, Lu Tao quickly followed suit. However, what transpired next left Lu Tao utterly bewildered. How do seasoned shoppers navigate the market? They leisurely stroll through, selecting stalls with promising produce, before returning to negotiate prices after comparing quality and cost. The art of grocery shopping could easily fill a book. But Leon, in contrast, had the pedals of his tricycle smoking as he whizzed through the market, seemingly racing rather than shopping. Unbeknownst to Lu Tao, Leon now possessed the chef's eye, allowing him to gauge the quality of ingredients with a mere glance at the system's color-coded outlines. This whirlwind approach was, in fact, the most efficient method. Soon, Lu Tao found herself drenched in sweat, her mind plagued with doubts. Could it be that Leon had abandoned his quest for goose legs and was now aimlessly frolicking about? Just as Lu Tao struggled to keep up with him, Leon finally slowed his tricycle. Having explored much of the market, he discovered that the best goose leg he had seen was merely of blue quality. Perhaps he should settle for the blue quality for now? Just as he hesitated, a flash of purple caught his eye. Black feathered goose leg, quality, purple, precious, fresh black feathered goose leg. Succulent with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. Hailed as the treasure of geese, at last, he had encountered a high-quality goose leg. Leon quickly parked his tricycle and strolled leisurely past the goose leg stall, casting a couple of cursory glances. He refrained from inquiring about the price, instead choosing to peruse a neighboring stall selling large winter melons before circling back past the goose leg vendor. This was Leon's subtle strategy. If he approached the goose leg stall directly, the vendor might sense his intent and raise the price. However, the vendor appeared to be an honest man. After observing Leon pass by several times, he scratched his plump cheek and could no longer contain himself. "Young lad, buying groceries for home? Why not take a look at my goose legs? They may not be the best, but they are cheap." Leon nearly burst into laughter at the vendor's bluntness. What kind of seller would openly declare their goods to be unappetizing? It was absurd to think he could sell anything that way. Concealing his amusement, Leon feigned indecision. "If your goose legs are indeed cheap, I might consider purchasing some." The vendor's face brightened with a resigned smile. "These goose legs are going for just 12 yuan a pound. You can pick as you please." 12 yuan for purple quality goose meat? That sounded perfect. Leon wasted no time and promptly pushed his tricycle closer. "How about 10 yuan a pound? I'll take all your goose legs." "What?" The goose leg vendor was taken aback. Even Lu Tao, who had been lurking at a distance, was dumbfounded. Was Leon really this reckless with his purchases? The vendor had already stated the legs were not tasty. Buying them at a discount would only result in unsold stock. After confirming with Leon multiple times, the vendor's jaw dropped as he hurriedly began packing the goose legs into the large foam box at the back of Leon's tricycle, fearful that Leon might change his mind. "Young man, I must warn you, these goose legs tend to become mushy when stewed. The meat turns to mush and is truly unpalatable. If you find them unsatisfactory at home, please don't come back to me for a refund." Listening to the vendor's disclaimer, Leon began to understand the situation. Why did the vendor believe these purple-quality goose legs were unappetizing? It was likely due to the local method of cooking goose legs, which typically involved pressure cooking, a method ill-suited for the black-feathered goose's meat. Such treatment would indeed lead to unpalatable results. In reality, with proper temperature control, the meat of the black-feathered goose is firm and exquisitely flavorful, not overly soft or mushy at all. Leon casually acknowledged the vendor before asking, "Where do you source these goose legs?" Having finished packing, the vendor cheerfully wiped his hands with a cloth. "My wife raises them at her farm, sourcing new breeds from outside. They aren't cheap to procure, so you won't regret buying them." "Great." Leon nodded and suddenly asked, "What should I call you?" Seeing the young man speak with such maturity, the vendor felt a swell of admiration and smiled. "My surname is Gong. You can call me Brother Gong." Noting that the vendor appeared to be in his 30s, Leon felt it was not unreasonable to address him as brother. "Brother Gong, I may need more goose legs this afternoon, so please let your wife know. There are only 100 pounds of these goose legs, and Leon believed he could sell at least 60 to 70% of them by midday. More? All right." Brother Gong beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. If it weren't for Leon's youth, he would have wanted to call him brother too. "Young man, since you've purchased such a hefty amount, how about a smoke?" "Oh, I mean a lollipop." Realizing something, Brother Gong quickly fished a lollipop from his pocket, to maintain a favorable relationship with such a valuable customer. Leon accepted the lollipop, tucking it behind his ear, and with a casual wave, he rode away on his tricycle. Having secured the goose legs, it was now imperative to hasten back for the marination process. Mischievous children are just so unreliable. Lu Tao watched Leon's retreating figure, torn between amusement and exasperation. Leon repeatedly claims to support these university students, yet he intends to deceive them with such low-quality goose legs? How unscrupulous! The lecherous Lu Tao follows Leon closely. Chapter 3. The barbecue begins. Why do these goose legs smell so inviting? Ding. Detected that the quality of the goose legs purchased by the host has reached purple. Dish. Roasted goose legs. Unlocked. As the system's notification resonated, a virtual bamboo scroll materialized before Leon. This must be the fabled culinary tome of the god of food. With a sudden flourish, the scroll unfurled, pulsating with energy. Shadows of various dishes, outlined in black, swept past Liang's eyes. These were dishes that had yet to be unlocked. Suddenly, the scroll came to an abrupt halt, illuminating one specific black outline. Dish, roasted goose legs, culinary difficulty. Medium, culinary techniques for roasted goose legs are being transmitted as the vividly depicted roasted goose legs emerge from the scroll. The myriad techniques and culinary details flowed into Liang's consciousness. To his astonishment, he realized there was a plethora of intricacies involved in roasting a goose leg. He was left speechless. After all, he had engaged in the business of roasting goose legs for several years in his past life and considered his culinary skills commendable. However, compared to the techniques documented in this divine cookbook, his own efforts seemed utterly lacking. Leon was profoundly shaken, his thoughts laid bare. Ding. New task released. Culinary skills must be practiced. Do not merely speak of theory. Please prepare a roasted goose leg of purple quality or above. Purple quality. Leon stroked his chin contemplatively. With the fresh goose legs of purple quality in his possession and the specialized culinary techniques imparted by the system, crafting a purple roasted goose leg should pose no challenge. Just as Leon pondered this, a mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. You brat, you actually know to come back? Unbeknownst to him, he had already returned to the snack street. His father, Li Xiangdong, stood with his hands on his hips, regarding Leon with a sardonic smile. In Li Xiangdong's eyes, Leon should have already faced the harsh realities of life at the market. You're back. Leon smiled slightly as he dismounted from the tricycle. Dad, help me unload the goods. Unload? Li Xiangdong took 2 steps forward and lifted the lid of the foam box at the back of the tricycle, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Good heavens, Leon, you certainly didn't hold back on your purchases. The boxes were filled to the brim with goose legs, likely weighing nearly 100 pounds. Do you think you can sell them all? This near 100 pounds of goose legs could easily fetch $2,000 to $3,000. Li Xiangdong's heart ached, while Liang seemed to perceive his father's thoughts and gently patted his back. Don't worry, Dad. These goose legs only cost me a little over $900. How much? What did you say? Li Xiangdong's pupils constricted, a buzzing sensation filling his head. Calculating the cost at $10 per pound, he wondered if such a price was even viable. Frozen goose legs were priced higher than this. He suspected his son had been swindled, perhaps acquiring spoiled goose legs. If the students ended up with food poisoning, his goose leg stall would be doomed. As Li Xiangdong's hand began to reach for his belt, Liang hurriedly elaborated. After a moment, Li Xiangdong reluctantly withdrew his belt and picked up a goose leg to inspect. The leg was fresh, indeed. However, at $10 per pound, it must be subpar quality and would undoubtedly taste terrible. Suppressing his thoughts, he observed his son's unwavering confidence, convinced that further disillusionment was warranted. Yet, this educational lesson was proving to be quite costly, nearing $1,000. This audacious boy certainly knew how to spend. Li Xiangdong resolved to sit back down, coldly declaring, I'm curious to see if you can sell all those goose legs. If not, I'll be deducting your New Year's money this year. With Li Xiangdong no longer intervening, Liang let out a sigh of relief and began to transport the goose legs, preparing pots and pans for marination. The goose leg meat was cleaned and combined with dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, honey, and pepper. massaged thoroughly until the skin and meat took on a light coffee hue. Liang then employed a cleaver to further enhance the infusion of flavors. Though he had prepared countless goose legs in his previous life, he was still a child now. Lacking strength, and having to abandon his previously adept marination techniques for those prescribed in the divine cookbook, he found the process somewhat alien. Li Xiangdong subtly shook his head, recognizing that while his son had absorbed the fundamentals, his execution still lacked finesse. Moreover, the quality of the goose legs was questionable, and by noon, the university students would surely remain unimpressed. At that point, Li Xiangdong would easily have a reason to administer a lesson of his own, compelling Liang to abandon his aspirations of roasting goose legs and instead attend tutoring classes. Look, the little guy is starting to prepare the goose legs. Lu Tao peered out from behind her phone, stifling a laugh at Liang's serious demeanor. Observing the mess he had made of his face, she realized his inexperience was evident. An 8- or 9-year-old child attempting to marinate goose legs, with trash-quality goose legs priced at $10 per pound. And coupled with this unfortunate child's haphazard methods, she could scarcely fathom how unpalatable the final roasted goose legs would be. Sigh. She had initially planned to eat goose legs for lunch today, but now it seemed wise to reconsider. Perhaps she would wait until Uncle Lee roasted some for her to purchase later. She was curious to taste this culinary disaster and witness the spectacle of the mischievous child facing the consequences. Students from Kyoto University fervently discussed the matter on forums, even elevating Lu Tao's live stream to the forefront. These elite students observed that Liang's technique for marinating goose legs appeared somewhat clumsy, yet they remained unaware that every action he undertook, every nuance of sauce blending, was nearing perfection. Liang worked tirelessly, and before long, he had prepared an entire vat of marinated meat. His ambition seemed to be to marinate nearly 100 pounds of goose legs in one go. This stubborn child truly possessed a tenacious spirit. One couldn't help but wonder from whom he had inherited such traits. Noticing that Liang was beginning to pant heavily, Li Xiangdong understood that the child was growing weary. However, a kind father often spoils his child, and he knew that he must refrain from intervening at this moment. After all, he had temporarily entrusted the goose leg stall to Liang to instill a sense of responsibility and encourage him to strive for admission into Kyoto University or the neighboring Shuemu University. If he softened now, all previous efforts would be in vain. Phew, the stamina of a child truly leaves much to be desired. I'm exhausted just watching. Having completed the marination process, Liang felt drained, and the clock had struck 11. After a brief respite and a few sips of water, the moment had arrived. The first batch of marinated goose legs was ready to be barbecued. As Liang powered on the electric grill, he meticulously hung the first batch of goose legs one by one. Sizzle. As the grill heated up, a delicate aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Why does it smell so delightful? Lu Tao's nostrils twitched, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Could it be that she was simply famished, or was it truly the case that she found something made by this little rascal to be appetizing? After 5 minutes, Liang opened the electric grill once more, applying another layer of his specially crafted seasoning sauce to the goose legs. This step was intended to enhance the infusion of flavors. Once again, the grilling commenced, as the goose legs hissed and sputtered. The sauce and meat began to meld harmoniously within the grill. Simultaneously, a more robust and distinctive aroma of roasted goose legs emanated from the grill, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Chapter 4. The purple quality roasted goose leg is ready. Oh, what a delightful aroma. Today, why does old Lee's roasted goose leg smell somewhat different? As the rich and enticing fragrance of roasted goose legs wafted through the snack street, many fellow vendors poked their heads out in curiosity. Usually, at this time each day, Li Xiangdong would start roasting his goose legs, filling the streets with their savory scent, a routine everyone had grown accustomed to. However, today, the scent of the roasted goose legs was distinctly unique. Alongside the familiar aroma of roasted meat, there was an added hint of sweetness that tantalized the senses, making one salivate uncontrollably. Oldie, what is going on? Oh, is that your son roasting the meat? Many exclaimed with laughter, noticing an 8-year-old child covered in grease expertly handling the roasting process. Soon, Several vendors familiar with Li Xiangdong gathered around, surprised and amused by the sight. What was Li Xiangdong thinking? Don't even mention it. My little rascal didn't want to attend tutoring classes, so I thought I'd let him experience the hardships of earning money. Li Xiangdong explained, eliciting knowing smiles from the crowd. Many of them were parents themselves and had witnessed their children's mischievous antics. However, some vendors narrowed their eyes and hurried back to their stalls. The snack street was in a prime location, and competition among the stalls was fierce. Li Xiangdong allowing his son to roast could be seen as a reckless decision. If the goose legs turn out poorly, it would lead to a significant loss of customers and a decline in reputation. This presented an opportunity for the other vendors to attract new customers and eliminate a competitor. Dear, prepare some extra lamb skewers for lunch. The Lee's roasted goose legs are flopping, letting an 8-year-old roast them. Our little barbecue stall is bound to sell well. If Lee's roasted goose legs falter, our boxed meal stall will surely thrive. Cousin, make sure to prepare more rice. In an instant, the entire snack street buzzed with activity, as many vendors began cooking large quantities of ingredients in anticipation of the expected rush. Competition was fierce everywhere, and the rivalry in the prime snack street was particularly ruthless. Of course, Liang, the protagonist, remained oblivious to the chain reaction unfolding on the snack street. He was focused on a countdown on his little genius smartwatch and suddenly raised an eyebrow. It was time. Liang hurriedly opened the electric roasting oven, revealing a row of golden brown roasted goose legs before him. Dish, roasted goose leg. Creator, Liang. Quality, blue excellent. Evaluation. This dish boasts excellent color and aroma, yet lacks in flavor. What? Seeing the system's prompt, Liang's expectations plummeted. The purple quality goose leg, paired with the techniques he learned from the culinary divine recipes, only to achieve a blue quality? This was absurd. After hesitating for a moment, he took a roasted goose leg and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, the rich flavor of the goose meat blossomed on his palate. It tasted so exquisite, yet the system claimed it lacked flavor. Liang muttered, somewhat dissatisfied with the system's assessment. However, upon careful tasting, he discerned the issue. When marinating the goose legs earlier, he brushed them with honey, not just to enhance their appearance and tenderness, but primarily because honey contains a substantial amount of fructose, which could add layers of flavor to the roasted goose legs. Yet, he could only detect a hint of honey on the surface, while the meat itself lacked any sweetness from the fructose. Clearly, the honey had not melded perfectly with the roasted meat. After some contemplation, Liang identified the crux of the problem. The temperature of the electric roasting oven was insufficient, although modern electric ovens claim to reach the temperatures of open flames. Many exaggerate their capabilities. Despite Liang having cranked up the roasting temperature to the maximum, it still failed to replicate the effect of a real fire. What to do now? In Kyoto, food stalls couldn't use open flames. Liang hadn't anticipated that even with a system, he couldn't take things for granted. He still had to think critically. However, being a high-achieving engineering student in his past life, he quickly devised a solution. First, he would seal the gaps of the electric oven to raise the temperature further. Second, he would roast only 4 goose legs at a time to enhance their exposure to heat. Finally, Liang decided to brush another layer of honey during the roasting process and replace the bamboo skewers with fruitwood sticks. With these dual approaches, he was determined to produce roasted goose legs of purple quality. Without delay, Liang set aside the blue quality roasted goose legs and immediately prepared the next batch. Little boss, I'm here to pick up my reserved roasted goose legs. Unaware of the situation, Lu Tao approached Liang with a smile, eager to claim her dish. She had boasted on the forum about trying Liang's so-called dark cuisine and how unpalatable it was. But you've already roasted a batch, haven't you? Lu Tao queried, eyeing the plate of blue-quality goose legs. Those are just trial products. They don't count, Liang replied, shaking his head. Trial products? Clearly, you just found them too unappetizing to serve. Lu Tao chuckled lightly, but said nothing more. Liang modified the electric oven slightly according to his ideas, replacing the bamboo skewers with fruitwood sticks, and placed 4 roasted goose legs back into the oven. As the temperature of the electric oven increased, the goose legs began to sizzle, and soon, the fruitwood sticks released a wisp of white smoke. Who would have thought this kid had some ideas? Li Xiangdong observed Liang's improvements to the electric oven and the goose legs, feeling both surprised and impressed. After all, Li Xiangdong had been roasting goose legs for years and could clearly see his son's attempts to enhance the oven's temperature and flavor. Perhaps his son truly had a talent for roasting goose legs. However, in Li Xiangdong's traditional mindset, he believed that all endeavors were inferior to studying. No matter how delicious the roasted goose legs were, they wouldn't lead to a promising future. Ding! Liang's genius smartwatch beeped as it reached noon. At this moment, the gates of Kyoto University swung open, and students flooded out, chatting and laughing as they made their way toward the snack street. Before long, what had once been a somewhat quiet snack street became bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Liang took a deep breath and opened the electric oven. This feeling was akin to opening a treasure chest in a game. Would the outcome be trash, or would it be epic gear? Ding! Dish, roasted goose leg, creator, Liang, quality, purple precious, evaluation. This dish is a feast for the senses, color, aroma, and flavor in perfect harmony, a rare delicacy. A purple quality dish accomplished. Liang wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. What a struggle. However, the sense of achievement and pride from creating a precious level dish was irreplaceable by anything else. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Preparing gourmet cuisine requires excellent physical stamina, rewarding the host with a stamina enhancement card. Host, would you like to use the stamina enhancement card? Yes, definitely, Liang hurriedly responded. After a morning of labor, the 8-year-old Liang was utterly exhausted. The stamina enhancement card provided by the system was undoubtedly a much-needed boon. Chapter 5. Oh no, if the rival school discovers this roasted goose leg, it would be disastrous. Ding! Congratulations, host, your physical abilities have been successfully enhanced. Liang flexed his wrist, feeling the changes in his body. After the system's enhancement, he sensed that his wrist had gained more strength, and his fingers were more agile. Moreover, the fatigue he had previously accumulated vanished, indicating a significant boost in his energy levels. Although the physical enhancement provided by the system was not as exaggerated as depicted in online novels, it was entirely sufficient for Liang's attention. Host, a new task, Opening Fortune, has been issued. Opening Fortune, please sell 666 roasted goose legs. Liang smacked his lips. The difficulty of this task had certainly increased. During the peak of the roasted goose legs' popularity in his past life, he could sell around 300 portions in a single day. Now the system required him to sell over 600 portions. There was a good chance he might not complete the task today. He needed to put in more effort. While removing the roasted goose legs from the electric grill and placing them onto a metal tray, Liang beckoned to Lu Tao, who was waiting nearby. Hey, student, your roasted goose leg is ready. This little one spoke with an air of maturity, forgetting that he was merely an elementary student, while he himself was a university student. Lu Tao pouted but still stepped forward to take the roasted goose leg. Immediately, she raised her phone and smiled. Classmates, I am about to taste this. She aimed the camera at the roasted goose leg to showcase its appearance. The golden brown skin sizzled with oil, and the entire leg emitted steam. Truth be told, this roasted goose leg did not appear to be some dark culinary disaster. Rather, it was quite appetizing. It looked delicious. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. I advise everyone not to be deceived by the appearance of the roasted goose leg. It is easy to make roasted meat look appealing. Just ensure it is cooked properly, but flavor is not so easily fooled. Indeed, I don't believe that the cheap goose legs bought by that little brat would taste particularly good. They're probably just for show. On the Kyoto University forum, students gazed at the roasted goose leg, saliva flowing uncontrollably, yet they remained resolute. After all, these high-achieving students valued rationality. Cheap goose leg meat, an unskilled grill master. These preconditions surely indicated that the roasted goose leg would taste awful, far from delicious. Even Lu Tao, holding the roasted goose leg, felt the same. No matter how fragrant or appealing the leg looked, theoretically, it should taste terrible. Yet, deep within her, an irrational voice urged her incessantly. Take a big bite. This is absolutely delicious. Hurry and eat, or you'll regret it for a lifetime. Lu Tao swallowed hard and dryly stated. Then I shall be the first to taste this little one's roasted goose leg. With that, she eagerly took a large bite. In the next moment, Lu Tao's pupils widened in astonishment. The crispy texture of the roasted skin combined with the tender goose meat created a wonderful sensation. The richness of the meat, the savory sauce, the sweetness of honey, and a unique resin-like flavor blended together, forming a dreamlike taste experience. Wait, this roasted goose leg has an aftertaste. It was a refreshing, fruity flavor that instantly dispelled the greasiness brought on by the roasted leg's fat. Wow! Wow! Although Lu Tao was educated at that moment, her mind was filled with nothing but wow. Her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Is there really something this delicious in the world? Hastily swallowing the goose meat, Lu Tao, disregarding her image, devoured the remaining roasted leg voraciously. This was not a matter of Lu Tao lacking self-control. The purple-grade roasted goose leg could only be crafted by a master chef in the entire Qi nation. However, as esteemed masters, they would not stoop to creating a simple snack like a roasted goose leg. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that Li Ang's roasted goose leg is a one-of-a-kind delight in the world. Anyone would be astonished and captivated by the exquisite flavor of Li Ang's creation. However, making such delicious food can sometimes be a double-edged sword. In her eagerness, Lu Tao neglected the fact that the fat inside the goose leg was still locked in high temperatures. Soon, a sharp burning sensation coursed through her tongue and the lining of her mouth. Hissing and gasping, tears streamed down Lu Tao's face as she hastily thrust her tongue out, fanning her mouth with her hand. In a live broadcast, classmates were left dumbfounded. In Kyoto University, Lu Tao was a top-tier student, both in academics and beauty, an undeniable goddess. Yet now she appeared like a greedy little girl. Hey, Douye, you really don't need to go to such lengths to critique a dark dish, do you? Could this roasted goose leg actually taste decent? Tao Jia, say something. What does hissing and gasping mean? Lu Tao, with tears in her eyes, felt both speechless and amused, thinking how a roasted goose leg could reduce her to this state. Water, please. Seeing this, Li Ang helplessly tossed a bottle of water her way. Just as he was about to say something to Lu Tao, two tall men clad in basketball jerseys approached. They were members of the Kyoto University basketball team. Boss, 2 roasted goose legs, please. Oh, why is there just a little one today? Where's Uncle Li? Liang said nothing further, wrapping the roasted goose legs in oil paper and handing them over. The 2 basketball players stared at the perfectly presented roasted goose legs with wide eyes, exchanging glances before tentatively taking a taste. Hissing and gasping. Soon, the 2 towering men, nearly 2 meters tall, found themselves speechless, their mouths ablaze. Ah, today's youth, they are too impatient. Haven tea, they heard that one cannot eat hot tofu in haste. Li Ang supported his forehead, shaking his head with mock seriousness, paired with his youthful appearance, making him appear particularly infuriating. What on earth is happening? Is this roasted goose leg truly biting back? What does hissing and gasping even mean? Is it really delicious or not? This live broadcast is making me restless. Originally, the students of Kyoto University were waiting to see Li Ang make a fool of himself. But they were now unable to sit still, their appetites piqued. Finally, Lu Tao regained her composure, tightening the cap on her water bottle and nearly shouting into the phone. This roasted goose leg is not just delicious, it is absolutely unbelievably delicious. Seeing Lu Tao's flushed cheeks, the students of Kyoto University were left incredulous. Lu Tao actually swore? Stop staring. Hurry over to buy some. If the students from Tsinghua University discover this treasure, it would be disastrous. Tsinghua University. Those rascals. The students watching the live stream were jolted by this remark, promptly stirring into action. Although students from Kyoto University and Tsinghua University did not harbor enmity, being 2 of the top institutions in Qi Nation, there was always a subtle rivalry among the elite. They compared academic achievements, the number of beautiful women, and even who had the best meals. If a hidden culinary gem were discovered, students from both institutions would undoubtedly compete to snatch it up. Seizing the opportunity before the Tsinghua students arrived, the students of Kyoto University knew they had to act quickly. Yet, I still cannot comprehend how a child could create such a delicious roasted goose leg from cheap ingredients. If everything in life went as expected, what would be the purpose of research? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Let us go, everyone, let us try the roasted goose legs. I believe Tao Jie will not deceive us. Under the influence of Lu Tao's livestream, a group of curious Kyoto University students left their dormitories, heading straight for the food street. Chapter 6. The roasted goose leg boss. I would like a roasted goose leg. I want 2 roasted goose legs to take away. Hey, I want 4. I will take over this entire batch of roasted goose legs. The bustling snack street experienced a midday surge in foot traffic, further amplified by Lu Tao's promotional efforts on campus. In no time, Liang's roasted goose leg stall was teeming with students. Liang was fervently busy, while Li Xiangdong stood by bewildered. What on earth is happening? The unfolding situation was far beyond his wildest imagination. Contrary to his expectations of Liang facing setbacks in selling goose legs and becoming disheartened, business was thriving instead. At this rate, his son would be irrevocably committed to the path of selling goose legs. All right, enough with the roasting. Let me take over. Unable to remain idle, Li Xiangdong attempted to reclaim the stall. However, once the emperor has bestowed the kingdom, it is hardly reasonable for the son to easily return it. Liang shook his head emphatically. Dad, it's not that I underestimate your skills, but you simply cannot roast goose legs like I do. If you take over, we will ruin our reputation. Rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Xiangdong rolled up his sleeves, taken aback by the humiliation of having his grilling skills ridiculed, especially by his own son. Just as he was about to reprimand Liang again, Liang seized a discarded blue-quality roasted goose leg and thrust it into Li Xiangdong's mouth. Li Xiangdong felt as if his taste buds were enveloped in a feast, electrifying his very being. Suddenly, he felt lighter, the aroma of the roasted goose leg wafting around him, lifting him off the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Liang's voice snapped him back to reality, and he realized he was lost in the ecstasy of flavor, momentarily tempted to bury his head in shame. How could this rascal-esque creation be so delectable? It's impossible. There is no reason for it. Am I still asleep? Li Xiangdong began to question his very existence. Was the universe playing tricks on him? Was there no logic to be found? His son, on his very first attempt at roasting goose legs, had effortlessly surpassed his own culinary prowess. Deep down, Li Xiangdong understood that his efforts were mere scraps compared to what Liang had produced. For a long moment, he was at a loss for words, ultimately sighing heavily as he settled back onto his small stool, holding the goose leg. Once a rugged man, he now wore an expression of melancholic contemplation. Let the music play. Let the roasting continue. Be careful with the hot goose legs. Here are your 4 goose legs. Even with Liang's warnings, many students, like Lu Tao, were eagerly indulging, oblivious to the minor burns on their tongues. Compared to the exquisite taste of the goose legs, such trivial discomforts paled in significance. Numerous students hurriedly packed their goose legs to showcase and share with friends back at school. Come take a look at our roasted cold noodles. They're quite good too. Our box meals are just $20, an incredible deal. Come check it out. Hey, Wong, aren't you usually fond of our lamb skewers? Why the sudden switch to roasted goose legs? Don't leave yet. Come buy a few skewers for me. I'll give you a discount. Liang's roasted goose leg stall had transformed into the epicenter of a snack street, drawing envious glances from other stall owners, who desperately sought to capture a fraction of the crowd for themselves. But with the allure of roasted goose legs, who would even consider the other snacks? Amidst the cries of other stall owners, the students from Kyoto University rushed past, not even sparing a glance. Damn it. I thought we could capture more customers for Li Ji's roasted goose legs this noon, but instead, they've been snatched away. This is outrageous. I had prepared an extra 10 kilograms of lamb skewers, and not a single one has sold in half a day. The snack stall owners grumbled, with many glaring at Liang with resentment. Yet, regardless of their envy, the snack industry was one that prized skill above all. If your food was not as delicious as his, no amount of frustration would change the outcome. In the mechanical laboratory of Kyoto University, everyone, come try the roasted goose legs I brought back from the snack street. They're simply divine. I devoured 2 of them. A student with a center part excitedly pushed open the laboratory door, only to find it empty except for a handsome man wearing square glasses, engrossed in work beneath a mechanical arm. This man's looks were on par with the hottest stars, exuding an aura of aloof intelligence that kept others at bay. Xie. Xie Senior? Upon seeing the man, the excitement on the center-parted student's face instantly froze. It was clear that this Xie Senior held a position of considerable authority in the lab. CFA, a rising star in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Kyoto University. An exceptional doctoral student. At just 25, he had published 14 SCI papers, with a cumulative impact factor of 51.9, an achievement that even professors at ordinary universities would envy. However, despite his remarkable abilities, CFA was known for his eccentricity, often appearing as unapproachable as an iceberg, which made lower-year students apprehensive around him, especially since the center-parted student was under Xie Fei's supervision. I have mentioned this numerous times. Xie Fei straightened up, adjusting his glasses with a cool demeanor. Food is not permitted in the laboratory. I'm sorry, Senior Xie. I'll leave right away. The student shivered, eager to flee. Leave? Xie Fei stepped forward, blocking the student's path. This time, I will confiscate the food you brought. Should I catch you again? You are no longer welcome in this lab. All right. Senior, the student lowered his head, handing over the roasted goose leg, embarrassed as he exited the laboratory. Students these days, CFA furrowed his brow, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He then picked up the roasted goose leg, preparing to toss it into the trash. However, the tantalizing aroma of the goose leg softened Xie Fei's initially furious expression. To outsiders, Xie Fei was a social recluse who shunned games and romantic pursuits. But unbeknownst to everyone, he harbored a secret passion: food. It was hardly surprising. Even the most serious individuals are still flesh and blood, with their own peculiar indulgences. Exceptional flavors could easily shatter Xie Fei's frosty exterior, revealing a more passionate and even slightly eccentric side. This goose leg smells so delightful. It would be a shame to throw it away. As a doctoral student, how can I waste food so carelessly? How could I betray my parents' teachings and my mentor's guidance? I suppose I shall indulge in this roasted goose leg myself. In an instant, Xie Fei persuaded himself, then roughly tore open the plastic bag containing the goose leg, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What a magnificent leg! A trickle of saliva escaped the corner of Xie Fei's mouth. With this almost infatuated expression, it was hard to reconcile him with the image of the cold, aloof scholar he usually portrayed. Wow, this roasted goose leg is perfectly cooked, the aroma is exquisite, and as for the flavor, Xie Fei took a tentative bite, immediately shivering with delight. By heavens, I have fallen in love. I am in love with this roasted goose leg. Xie Fei's heart erupted with joy. This roasted goose leg was undoubtedly the finest barbecue dish he had ever tasted. With fervent enthusiasm, Xie Fei voraciously devoured 2 roasted goose legs, alternating bites with a somewhat frenzied demeanor. Senior Xie, are you there? I would like you to take a look at my thesis. Outside the laboratory, a girl with long hair, cascading down to her waist, blushed as she knocked on the door. Xie Fei was the object of her secret affection, and she always sought various opportunities to approach him. After a moment of silence, she hesitated and pushed the laboratory door open slightly. Ah, what splendid legs! I shall not be satisfied until I have devoured you. Completely absorbed in his indulgence within the confines of the lab, Xie Fei remained oblivious to the girl who had entered. Suddenly, with a loud thud, she slammed the door shut, her face pale with shock. Perhaps it would be wise to consider a different object of affection. Chapter 7. The Goose Leg Recruitment Fair. The talented students are going crazy. Goodness, where did you procure this roasted goose leg? Do share. Please, just a taste for me, Father. Grant me a morsel. Upon bringing the roasted goose legs back to campus, an uproar ensued within Kyoto University. The delectable nature of this delicacy was utterly astonishing. This sparked a chain reaction, with an ever-growing throng of students surging out of the university, all heading straight for Lyon. The line at Li Ji's roasted goose leg stand visibly swelled. Civil engineering students, computer science geeks, and even robust athletes from the physical education department converged at the stand, all on tiptoe, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lyon's roasted goose legs. Under normal circumstances, one might feel a degree of embarrassment as a university student queuing for a child's offering. However, No hint of shame was evident on their faces, only an excited flush. It smells divine. Oh, dear child, could you not hasten the cooking of my goose leg? Call him brother child. He is my dear brother, and I hope he can expedite the roasting of the goose legs. The lengthy wait, combined with the tantalizing aroma wafting from the stand, stirred the appetites of Kyoto University students into a frenzy. The title of Liang evolved from a child to brother child. Yet, given that Liang could only roast 4 goose legs at a time, the efficiency could hardly improve, leaving the crowd to patiently bide their time. Brother child, can't you roast a few more at once? What are we to do waiting for just 4? A student, growing increasingly impatient, voiced his concern. No, I can only roast 4 at a time, Liang replied without looking up, as he sat on a small stool tending to the firewood. If I roast more, the flavor will suffer. Are we to endure this? At this rate, I'll be waiting an hour for my goose leg boss. Your limit of 4 is for temperature control. But you could upgrade your electric roasting oven, for instance, altering its structure and adding ceramic plates. Moreover, the heating system could also be improved amidst the grumbling of students. A peculiar voice interjected. Liang suddenly looked up, squinting into the crowd, who suggested we could upgrade the electric roasting oven. At the mention, the students turned in unison. ISNT, that senior CFA? To their surprise, it was indeed senior CFA from the mechanical engineering department, a genius known for his aloof demeanor, now spotted in line for goose legs. Feeling slightly awkward, Sia adjusted his square glasses and said, I merely suggested that if the electric oven were modified, it could achieve results comparable to a traditional flame oven. With increased speed, he paused for a moment, then added, with a little ingenuity, it's not impossible to create a high-end electric roasting oven that surpasses the traditional model. For Sia, the electric roasting oven was trivial. He quickly identified its issues, and numerous improvement options flooded his mind. Liang's eyes lit up. If what Sia proposed could indeed be realized, it would save him a considerable amount of effort. Dear classmate, if you can construct the high-end electric roasting oven you mentioned, I would consider making you a VIP at Li GS Roasted Goose Legs, reserving a portion for you daily. Additionally, the price will be at your discretion. Liang weighed the pros and cons. Investing in a high-end electric roasting oven was undoubtedly worthwhile, and he could surely negotiate with his father, Li Xiangdong. After all, this appliance was crucial for roasting goose legs. Upon hearing Liang's words, Xia's eyes widened, and a grin crept across his face. Liang is willing to invest. I couldn't care less about the money. What I desire is to become a VIP customer at Li GS Roasted Goose Legs. To have a reserved portion means that whenever I arrive, Liang will have a goose leg waiting for me. Merely innovating the electric roasting oven was a minor task for Sia. This opportunity was too lucrative to pass up. Certainly, I'll return this afternoon to develop the high-end electric roasting oven, and I should have it ready by evening. Sia inhaled deeply, outwardly maintaining his composure, though internally he was electrified with excitement. Becoming a VIP at Li GS Roasted Goose Legs was a goal he was determined to achieve. Can it be done this way? Brother child, while I may not be able to innovate an electric oven, I can code. How about I create a small program for meal reservations? Brother child, as a music major, I can compose a theme song for your roasted goose legs. Look at me. Brother child, I'm from the sports department. I could be your bodyguard if you'd like. I'm from the chemistry department. How about I create some scientific marvels for your goose legs? Upon witnessing the transaction between Liang and CFA, the students of Kyoto University erupted with enthusiasm. As elite scholars, each possessed their own talents. In an instant, they were clamoring to offer their skills. And even the offers from leading companies paled in comparison to their fervor. Liang was momentarily taken aback by their excitement, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Until one student shouted, Brother child, I'm from the education department. I'm willing to be your lifelong free tutor for roasted goose leg VIP status. Whoever said they'd be my tutor, step forward. I'll blacklist you. Liang glared furiously while holding a goose leg. If his father were to hear this, it would spell disaster. The unfortunate education student quickly recoiled, silenced by fear. Thankfully, Li Xiangdong was presently lost in thought, unconcerned about the offer for free tutoring. My son's roasted goose legs have incited a frenzy among Kyoto University students at that moment. Li Xiangdong was experiencing a profound mental shock. feeling as though some ingrained beliefs were being shattered. In his view, selling roasted goose legs from a food stall was a menial endeavor, far beneath the elite status of top university scholars. Yet his son's goose legs had driven the students to madness, willing to exchange their knowledge for a single serving. Perhaps there is no hierarchy among professions. If one excels in their field, they can earn the respect of all and stand resilient against the tides of time. With this thought, Li Xiangdong took another bite of the goose leg delicious. All right, the roasted goose legs are finished. You may all return now. An hour later, Li Ong wiped his hands with a cloth, smiling at the Kyoto University students. The roasted goose legs are gone? The words of an 8-year-old struck the students like a thunderclap. This revelation was even more disheartening than failing a course. Li Ong had procured just 100 pounds of roasted goose legs, yet the queue was nearing 200 students, leaving the majority without a taste of his culinary creation. After waiting in line and smelling the aroma all afternoon, to end up without even a morsel of skin. Could there be a more exasperating situation? If only I had arrived earlier. I thought the goose legs were subpar when I watched Sister Tao's livestream. Indeed, had it not been for Sister Tao, I might have dashed here immediately after class and surely would have had a taste. Several students watching Lu Tao's livestream found themselves overwhelmed with frustration, unable to restrain their condemnation of Lu Tao, who was leisurely gnawing on a roasted goose leg nearby. Lu Tao, with her brows arched in displeasure, retorted sharply, "I never claimed that Li Ang's roasted goose leg was unpalatable during my stream. It was you all who incessantly insisted that its flavor must be lacking. Let's not forget, you were the very ones in the comments predicting that Li Ong would surely face repercussions. Now, when you can't get your hands on the goose leg, you blame me. Your audacity is astonishing." Her words left everyone feeling a flush of embarrassment. While watching Lu Tao's livestream, they had expressed their dissatisfaction with Li Ang's remarks about catering to college students, coupled with his seemingly unreliable actions, and had mercilessly ridiculed his roasted goose leg. Now, however, those disparaging comments about Li Ang's culinary offering felt like a sharp slap of reality, striking them squarely in the face. Indeed, one must not only refrain from belittling the youth's poverty, but also guard against mocking the impoverished in their formative years. Chapter 8. The Development of the High-Configuration Electric Roasting Furnace, a Dream Team. System. Report on the task progress, Li Ong uttered as he stretched lazily, his thoughts vocalizing. Host has sold 128,666 roasted goose legs. Task completion rate 19. Please continue your efforts, host. Gazing at the system's task interface, Li Ong nodded in affirmation. Not too shabby. Although he had only progressed about 1/5 of the task during the afternoon, it is widely acknowledged that the peak customer flow for barbecue stalls occurs in the evening. With a suitable supply now secured and his physical stamina enhanced, he thought to himself, perhaps today he could accomplish the task. Dad, I'm going to restock. Li Ong gulped down half a bottle of water, bid farewell to Li Xiangdong, wrapped himself in his cotton coat, and hopped back onto the tricycle. Hey kid, skipping your nap? Li Xiangdong watched Li Ang's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of worry. He had initially assigned Li Ong to manage the barbecue stall as a mere jest, anticipating that he would fail miserably. Yet the situation had far surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, at Kyoto University, quick, everyone to the lab. Upon returning to the lab, CFA swiftly contacted 4 esteemed doctoral seniors from the mechanical engineering department. In merely 10 minutes, this group of promising doctoral candidates arrived at the laboratory, representing the new generation of talent in mechanical engineering. Xie Jr., what is going on? Is there a major project at hand? One of them inquired, sensing the urgency. You must be gearing up for a big thesis, right? Let me co-author. Despite being seniors, they all understood that none could rival CF Fei's capabilities. With CF Fei summoning them, it was clear he had a significant research endeavor to undertake, leaving everyone brimming with enthusiasm and eagerness. Yes, indeed, it is a major project. CF Fei nodded thoughtfully, addressing his seniors with utmost seriousness. This afternoon, I intend to develop an electric roasting furnace. I require it to simulate both the heating and grilling capabilities of an open flame furnace, and additionally, it must possess an intelligent system. As CF Fei gradually articulated his design concepts, his seniors grew increasingly perplexed. Their usual research revolved around fields such as biomimetic machinery, nanofriction, and artificial intelligence, domains at the cutting edge of science. Yet, CFA was proposing the development of a high-configuration electric roasting furnace. Wasn't he that rather rudimentary? Admittedly, while the invention would hold commercial value, even creating a super electric roasting furnace would not constitute a groundbreaking achievement. At best, it might yield a few inconsequential patents, let alone a significant academic paper. Who said I was aiming for a paper? This is for a child who wants to roast goose legs. CFA frowned. His seniors exchanged bewildered glances. A genius like him was dedicating his efforts to design an electric roasting furnace for a child, and all for the sake of roasting goose legs? They simply could not comprehend it. Sia Jr., one of the seniors, began hesitantly. I'm pressed for time. Can you just tell us if you need our assistance with this? CFA, evidently uninterested in elaborating further, directly responded. The doctoral seniors shared a glance, ultimately sighing in resignation. Of course we'll help. How could we refuse a request from someone of CFA's caliber? We may need his assistance in the future. Brother Zhang, you handle the inner furnace design. Brother Chun, you take care of the airflow layer. Brother Qian, within moments, CFA had assigned tasks, forming what could be described as the most formidable electric roasting furnace development team in history. Soon, the sketches were completed, the modeling finished, and the production process for the electric roasting furnace commenced. In merely 2 hours, a prototype emerged, however. They soon encountered a few obstacles. Firstly, there was the material issue. According to CFA's requirements, the heating effect of the electric roasting furnace needed to match that of an open flame grill, which raised concerns regarding the inner wall materials. The team initially considered ceramic materials, but upon calculations, they discovered that while ceramics performed well, they possessed a critical flaw: insufficient durability. Secondly, there was the challenge of developing the intelligent system for the electric roasting furnace. CFA envisioned a system capable of real-time control over internal temperature, airflow, and other details, but the intelligent system was not their primary field of expertise, making it a daunting task to accomplish within a single afternoon. Being elites, they aspired for perfection, unwilling to settle for anything less. Consequently, the development of the high-configuration electric roasting furnace hit an impasse. With his chin resting on his hand, CFA found himself at a loss. Is CFA here? Just as they were grappling with their challenges, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Xie Jr. I am Zhang Shan from the Computer Science Department. Zhang Shan? The doctoral seniors looked at each other in confusion. This individual seemed to be a newly appointed scholar recognized for outstanding youth achievement. What business did he have in the mechanical engineering lab? Yet, Zhang Shan was not the only visitor. Xie Jr. I'm Li Si from the Materials Chemistry Institute. Wow. ISNT, this Li Si, who just received the Yuan Scholarship? The seniors felt increasingly bewildered. Both Zhang Shan and Li Si were distinguished young talents in their respective fields. What brought them to the mechanical engineering lab? Were they collaborating on some project? Xie Jr., we wanted to ask if you need more hands for your electric roasting furnace project? Yes. We'd like to be part of the VIP group. Can you make an exception and let us join your electric roasting furnace team? The two top scholars shyly rubbed their hands together, awkwardly requesting CFA. Having savored the delectable roasted goose legs at noon, they recognized the opportunity to become VIPs and could not bear to miss out, thus mustering the courage to approach him. Their inclusion would indeed help resolve the current optimization issues with the electric roasting furnace. After a moment of contemplation, CFA nodded. All right, I'll handle the intelligent system. I'll seek out some new ceramic alloy materials. Trust me, it will be useful for the electric roasting furnace. Zhang Shan and Li Si exchanged enthusiastic high fives. Becoming VIP customers for the roasted goose legs meant they could skip the queue and simply make a reservation. The thought of indulging in such a delightful delicacy whenever they desired, after a tiring day of research or a late-night endeavor, was exhilarating. Meanwhile, CFAS seniors were left completely overwhelmed. So, these two were also here to assist a child with the electric roasting furnace? Were the prodigies at Kyoto University simply idle and seeking frivolous endeavors? With Zhang Shan, Li Si, and CFA at the helm, combined with an authoritative figure leading the charge, they could form a dream team capable of competing for prestigious scientific awards. Yet here they were, banding together merely to create an electric roasting furnace for a child, all for the sake of roasting goose legs? This world was astonishingly absurd. Thank you, junior brother. The roasted goose leg you speak of couldn't possibly be some sort of secret code, could it? I truly struggle to comprehend how a mere roasted goose leg could possess such allure. Furthermore, if such a delicacy truly exists, it must undoubtedly be the work of a master chef, rather than the creation of a mere child. Wouldn't you agree? CFA cast a disdainful glance at his skeptical senior brother, a group of mortals who have never tasted Li Ang's roasted goose leg. It is futile to discuss ice with summer insects. With that remark, CFA left his companions momentarily speechless. To think he would liken us to mere insects. Do not take offense. Junior brother Xie is simply prone to such irritable outbursts. Nevertheless, my curiosity regarding that legendary roasted goose leg continues to grow. Why not indulge in it ourselves tonight? Chapter 9. The surge in production and the birth of the first batch of VIP members. As CFA diligently advanced the high-end electric roasting furnace, Liang was equally occupied throughout the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, at the bustling snack street adjacent to Kyoto University, Li Xiangdong remarked, "Even if those university students adore your roasted goose legs, you can't possibly stock up this much." Before the roasting stall, Li Xiangdong stared hungrily at the 8 large jars filled with marinated goose legs. The vendor, Brother Gong, had delivered fresh goose legs from the farm, and Liang accepted the entire shipment, with the existing jars overflowing. It was only with Li Xiangdong's aid in procuring a large water tank that they managed to accommodate the marinating process. "Don't worry, Dad. Yes, you. These goose legs will sell out," Liang proclaimed confidently, sucking on a lollipop. He then crunched through the lychee-flavored treat and replaced it with an apple-flavored one. The lollipops, a delightful hobby, had helped him overcome his smoking addiction from his previous life. To his delight, these treats were complimentary from Brother Gong, the goose leg vendor. Yet, despite Liang's assurances, Li Xiangdong's apprehension lingered. The quantity Liang ordered rivaled what they typically sold over 3 days. If they failed to sell out, it could mean a loss of their midday earnings. As Li Xiangdong pondered, a sudden rumble resonated from a distance. He looked up, astonished, as CFA Zhongshan and Li Si approached, hauling a cart that bore a peculiar machine. The machine stood about 2 meters tall, oval in shape, its metallic surface glimmering enticingly. A circular touchscreen panel adorned one side, making it seem rather impressive. What on earth is that? A missile? Or perhaps a rocket? The odd device drew a crowd, with many bystanders pulling out their phones to capture the moment. "Brother, this is the high-end electric roasting furnace I designed. Please inspect it," CFA said, finally bringing the machine to Li Ang's attention. The members of the Brotherhood curiously scrutinized Liang, who, despite his handsome features, seemed unremarkable. What was the secret behind his roasted goose legs? Is this an electric roasting furnace? Liang found himself bewildered. He expected such devices to have glass components for monitoring the roasting process. This machine appeared to be a seamless metallic entity. How would it function? Rest assured, our creation not only emphasizes aesthetic appeal, but is also highly practical, CFA replied confidently. Inside the electric roasting furnace, we've installed over 100 state-of-the-art temperature sensors and detectors, all displayed on the touchscreen, allowing you to monitor the heat distribution and even the internal temperature of each roasted goose leg in real time. Additionally, our ventilation system is remarkably efficient, capable of rapid heating and cooling, effectively simulating the characteristics of an open flame. This electric roasting furnace is energy efficient and will help reduce your electricity costs. Moreover, it boasts excellent computational power. We've developed various exclusive applications to assist you in analyzing daily income fluctuations and optimizing inventory levels. It can even play music, run games, and more. Hold on, Liang interrupted, waving his hands. The elite minds from Kyoto University were indeed impressive. According to CFA, the roasting effects of this furnace might surpass that of high-quality open-flame roasters. However, the apparent over-engineering of this device raised questions. Why would an electric roasting furnace require such an intelligent system? What was the point of playing games? Wouldn't this merely inflate costs? Considering design expenses, how much would this contraption cost? What do you think, brother? Are you satisfied? I dare say there's no more advanced electric roasting furnace available on the market. CFA, Zhang Shan, and Li Si eagerly awaited Liang's verdict, as it would determine whether they would become VIP members of Li Ji roasted goose legs. Thank you. I am quite satisfied, Li Ong finally responded, inquiring seriously, how much does this electric roasting furnace cost? Cost? CFA and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What did he mean by cost? To them, merely becoming VIP members of Li Ji roasted goose legs felt like an incredible bargain. How could they possibly ask for money? Well, it does need to be paid for, Li Xiangdong added hastily. This high-end electric roasting furnace would undoubtedly enhance their grilling efficiency, and he would be more than willing to pay for it if it were affordable. Despite Li Xiangdong and Li Ang's insistence on compensating them, CFA and the others adamantly refused, even declining to cover their costs. With no other options, Liang and Li Xiangdong relented. From now on, you are all VIP members of Li Ji roasted goose legs, Liang declared, handing them a few makeshift cards. The so-called VIP cards were exceedingly rudimentary, crafted from cardboard with haphazard handwriting, adorned with a red clay seal from a craft class in primary school. Nevertheless, those seemingly trivial cards elicited jubilant cheers from CFA, Zhang Shan, and Li Si, their excitement surpassing that of receiving an accepted SCI paper. We'll pass on those, the Brotherhood chuckled, waving their hands in refusal. They were merely doing CFA a favor and expected no reward in return. Besides, they considered the VIP cards childishly trivial, hardly worth keeping in their pockets. Little did they know, rejecting the VIP cards would soon become one of their greatest regrets. Brother, let us test our electric roasting furnace, they urged. Yes, please roast us some. Thus, at the behest of CFA and his companions, Liang's roasting venture commenced ahead of schedule. With a hum, the high-end electric roasting furnace powered on, its breathing lights illuminating. CFA guided Liang through the usage of the device, and soon, Liang grasped the operation. However, he had no intention of utilizing the intelligent system. Armed with the divine culinary recipes, his hands-on approach would yield the finest results, far surpassing any automated processes. Before long, the first batch of roasted goose legs emerged. Liang had loaded 20 goose legs into the furnace, and, as the door opened, a system prompt appeared. Dishes, roasted goose legs, creator, Liang, quality, purple rare. To his astonishment, all 20 roasted goose legs attained a purple grade. This electric roasting furnace truly lived up to its name. The aroma, it's simply divine. CFA devoured the roasted goose leg, tears of joy streaming down his face. The Brotherhood took a bite and were instantly transfixed. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. They had previously thought CFA, Zhang Shan, and the others were misguided. Now, it became evident that their own judgments had been clouded. Was it truly worth it for Liang to create this electric roasting furnace? Was it too late to request VIP cards now? Their pride was at stake. Brother, enjoying such delicious roasted goose legs from just a roasting furnace feels undeserved. How about I create a fully automated snack cart for you? CFA suggested, savoring the treat. That won't be necessary, Liang quickly replied, shaking his head. If he were to craft a snack cart as extravagantly designed as CFA envisioned, he might inadvertently end up constructing an entire vehicle, complete with registration issues. The roasted goose legs are now open for business? Oh my goodness, I could almost smell their aroma while seated in the classroom. I spotted a post from senior brother CFA showcasing the roasted goose legs. Indeed, they have commenced operations. Let us hurry, everyone onward. By the way, it seems there is still a class at 6 o'clock. Perhaps we could bring a roasted goose leg to the teacher to avoid attendance. Shortly after the high-end electric roasting oven was set up, the students of Kyoto University caught wind of the news. For them, 100 pounds of roasted goose legs at noon was merely an appetizer, merely whetting their appetites without fully satisfying them. After a long afternoon of yearning, the evening finally arrived, and everyone was ready to indulge. A throng of students surged out from the gates of Kyoto University, fervently sweeping towards the snack street. Chapter 10. Roasted Goose Legs and Tea Appreciation. The arrival of Shuemu University. Hey kid, one order of roasted goose legs, please. Make that too. I'll take 10 orders of roasted goose legs. Enough already. No more proxy purchases for roasted goose legs. What about the rest of us? Before long, a long queue formed in front of Li Ji roasted goose legs, where everyone now referred to the 8-year-old Li Ong as kid brother with a sense of familiarity, devoid of any awkwardness or shyness. After all, isn't it reasonable to call someone brother for their generosity in feeding others? The line resembled a serpent, and the influx of university students that night was likely double that of the afternoon. With his high-end electric roasting oven and an abundance of marinated goose legs in 8 large barrels, Li Ong felt confident. With ample resources, he was ready for a hard-fought battle. Here you go, your 2 orders of roasted goose legs. Enjoy, but be careful, they're hot. Thanks to the high-end electric oven, Li Ong managed effortlessly, far more relaxed than during the exhausting afternoon rush. In no time, steaming, aromatic roasted goose legs were passed along like clockwork to the hands of eager Kyoto University students. Finally indulging in the roasted goose legs, one student exclaimed, "I couldn't even get any during lunch. What a treat." The sensation of savoring the roasted goose legs was akin to returning home after a day of play to enjoy one's mother's favorite homemade dish. A moment of sheer bliss. As students relished the roasted goose legs, their thoughts varied widely. Among them were some with more peculiar intentions. "Fei, come try the roasted goose legs." A sturdy young man approached the girl he had long admired, holding 2 roasted goose legs with excitement. Fei, a stunning girl with a social media following, frowned slightly at the sight of the roasted goose legs. How could her new boyfriend, whom she had just started dating, think to bring her here instead of a nice restaurant? Other boyfriends at least took their girlfriends to trendy spots for Instagram-worthy photos. If he weren't a Kyoto University student, she wouldn't even consider dating him. Didn't we agree to go to that new Japanese restaurant on E Street? What does this roasted goose leg mean? Are you unwilling to spend on me? The boy was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in protest. These roasted goose legs are really delicious. Just give them a try. Fei rolled her eyes, exasperated. You have no sense of romance. Finally, she accepted the roasted goose leg, examined it, and took a bite. Her eyes widened in surprise. Delicious. This flavor is amazing. Seeing his girlfriend enjoy the food brought a smile to the boy's face. Sharing deliciousness with someone he cared for was a joy to him. These roasted goose legs are quite well made. Fei devoured the leg in several large bites, wiped her mouth, and beckoned the boy with a flick of her finger. "What do you want?" he asked, puzzled. "Give me your roasted goose leg," she replied, licking her lips. She had finished hers, yet he still held one. "But I waited so long to get this," he thought, bewildered. "Isn't sharing something nice with your girlfriend expected?" Fei rolled her eyes again. "Expected?" The boy felt as if struck by lightning, and memories of their relationship flooded his mind. Fei wanted new bags, expensive trendy foods. He had never hesitated to oblige. His simple values in love had led him to believe that sharing and pampering were essential, yet he failed to realize that while he treated her kindly, she viewed him merely as a financial resource. In love, reciprocity is vital. A man who gives unconditionally may either be a father or simply a fool. The boy, observing Fei's greedy gaze, seemed to grow wiser in an instant, understanding profound truths. Yet alongside this newfound wisdom, a primal anger ignited within him. "You think I'm going to give you both roasted goose legs?" "No way." With furrowed brows, he shouted, startling Fei. She couldn't comprehend why her usually compliant boyfriend was now acting this way. Of course, Fei was no pushover either. Her princess temper flared, and she retorted, "What is wrong with asking for your roasted goose leg? Do you know how long I spent getting ready just to see you?" In a swift counterattack, she showcased her impressive fighting skills, drawing the attention of other Kyoto University students still in line. With a victorious smile, she thought her position as a girl would naturally elicit support from the crowd. However, as others learned the details of the situation, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. "Your boyfriend is willing to share a roasted goose leg, and you want to take his too? Do you know how hard it is to get one? I've been waiting here for an hour. I'm a girl. If anyone tries to take my food, I'll fight back. Your boyfriend is generous. I'd love to add him on WeChat." Fei had severely underestimated the revered status of roasted goose legs among the Kyoto students. Hearing their disdain and witnessing some girls directly approach her boyfriend for his WeChat, she felt utterly defeated. Get lost. Ultimately, Fei could no longer withstand the ridicule and stormed away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, not far off, Old Zhao, our sports exchange with Mo City University begins tomorrow. Please ensure the students' dietary needs are met with utmost precision. Understood, Principal. Rest assured, a man in his 50s, clad in an administrative jacket, hung up the phone with a furrowed brow and a heavy sigh. His name was Zhao Zhanhai, the logistics director of Qingbei University. Just 3 days prior, he received notice that students from Mo City University would arrive to participate in a joint sports event. As the logistics director, Zhao was responsible for the athletes' meals during the event. Being thrust into such a critical role at the last minute was his greatest fear. Since the cafeteria staff was insufficient to cater to the visiting students, he had to recruit chefs from outside. After 3 days of searching various restaurants, Zhao finally assembled a team of experienced chefs. Though he had gathered a decent number of external chefs, Zhao still felt an underlying anxiety. After tasting their dishes, he found them satisfactory, but not perfect. Just then, a rumble echoed from his stomach. What was that enticing aroma? Zhao looked up to see the long queue of Kyoto University students. In an instant, he was astonished. What were these students clamoring for? Chapter 11. The recruitment of Qingbei University, Director Zhao is going crazy. 1 jar, 2 jars, 3 jars. In no time, the marinated goose legs prepared by Li Ong were nearly sold out. Li Xiangdong couldn't contain his delight, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out with joy. He wished for Liang to attend tutoring classes, but the problem was, once this lad took to his craft, the business flourished beyond expectation. The goose legs sold today equaled what would usually take 4 or 5 days. No matter how traditional the parents, seeing their child earn money brings joy to their hearts. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, most stalls along the snack street had extinguished their lights, save for the brightly lit area of Li Ji Barbecue. Typically, stalls would not close so early, but Liang's success had led some vendors to cut their losses and pack up early. All right, everyone can head home now. Liang exhaled a cloud of vapor, rubbing his hands together. Thanks to the high-end electric hanging furnace, his workload had significantly decreased. Yet standing in the evening chill, wrapped in a military coat, down to his ankles, still felt quite cold. Hey kid, I see you still have a few roasted goose legs left. Why not whip one up for me? Pleaded a student. Yeah, kid. If I can't have your goose leg, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Several students, still in line, noticed a few roasted goose legs remaining on the iron plate and sought to procure them, leaving Liang somewhat speechless. We still need to eat the remaining goose legs ourselves. I can't starve myself, can I? Please, be considerate of minors. Besides, I recognize you all. You must have returned after buying some already. Eating more than 1 or 2 goose legs is simply overindulgence. Upon hearing this, the students from Kyoto University felt a tinge of embarrassment. All right then, kid, do remember to keep your stall open in the future, no. Rather, keep feeding us. One student added, by the way, I've created a chat group. You should join, and I'll make you the group admin. A chat group? Now that's a splendid way to enhance customer loyalty. Li Ong nodded, pulling out his phone to scan the QR code and join. You're now the group admin. Li Ong waved his phone at the Kyoto University students, who reluctantly departed. Kid, could you spare me another roasted goose leg? Although the students had left, a middle-aged man approached the stall, unabashedly presenting Li Ong with a business card. Li Xiangdong, filled with suspicion, seized the card and was taken aback by the name. Zhao Zhanhai, director of the logistics department at Qingbei University? Wow, for a small vendor like Li Xiangdong, this was indeed a significant figure. Director Zhao? Liang leaned in to inspect the card, then shook his head. No matter who you are, we are closing up now. We treat all customers equally. If we don't sell to the students, we won't sell to you either. Zhao Zhanhai smiled gently. This young lad was quite composed for his age. He had potential. You misunderstand, child. I merely wish to sample your roasted goose leg. Just a piece. Even a small one will suffice. A piece of goose. Li Xiangdong glanced at Zhao Zhanhai, feeling somewhat incredulous. How could one request just a small piece of roasted goose leg? Did he think he was a stray cat or dog? Was this man truly the logistics director at Qingbei University, or merely a lunatic driven by desire? After a moment of hesitation, Liang tore a small piece from one of the remaining roasted goose legs and placed it in a small plastic bowl. Zhao Zhenhai took it, donned his reading glasses, leaned in to inspect the morsel, sniffed it, and then picked it up with chopsticks. A connoisseur, Liang rubbed his nose. Zhao Zhenhai's manner of eating was fundamentally different from the students who devoured their food voraciously. He savored the flavors of the dish. Delicious. Zhao Zhenhai's eyes brightened as he swallowed the roasted goose leg. After a moment's thought, he scratched his face and asked, "Child, may I have another piece?" Liang, feeling relieved, chuckled. "Hurry up and go." "So, you're putting on such a professional act. Did you not truly taste anything? You're just here to take advantage." In truth, Zhao Zhenhai's eagerness was not unwarranted. The roasted goose leg was immensely satisfying, inherently indulgent, and not meant for delicate tasting. "Please don't misunderstand. I find your culinary skills exceptional," Zhao Zhenhai quickly interjected. "We are in dire need of kitchen staff at the Qingbei University cafeteria. I aim to confirm the flavor of this roasted goose leg. If it is sufficiently outstanding, I will invite you to join our kitchen." The kitchen at Qingbei University? Liang shook his head. He was not particularly interested in kitchen work. He preferred the vibrant atmosphere of street food. "Here, try my roasted goose leg." However, before Liang could refuse, Li Xiangdong hastily offered his own roasted goose leg. If Liang could join the kitchen at Qingbei University, it would undoubtedly be a marvelous opportunity for him to experience the ambience of a prestigious institution. Perhaps it would inspire him to study diligently and strive for excellence. The more Li Xiangdong thought about it, the more pleased he became. Encountering Zhao Zhenhai tonight was indeed serendipitous. With Liang's booming business, it was Zhao Zhenhai who could be considered a benefactor to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong believed that sudden fame in small business was fleeting. Students would eventually tire of roasted goose legs, and future cohorts might have different tastes. Only through diligent study and gaining admission to a prestigious university could one attain stability and success. "Thank you." So although he expressed gratitude, Zhao Zhenhai did not immediately take the goose leg. Instead, he focused on gauging Liang's reaction. After all, Zhao Zhenhai understood that the roasted goose legs came from this young lad's hands, and offending him would not bode well for his recruitment efforts. Liang might very well be a hidden culinary gem, a gift from fate, and Zhao Zhenhai had no intention of missing out on talent. Ironically, here was a logistics director from Qingbei University carefully monitoring the reactions of a child. "Ah, go ahead and eat," Liang sighed. Zhao Zhenhai nodded and brought the roasted goose leg to his lips. Initially, he maintained a refined and professional demeanor, but as he continued, he gradually let loose, eventually eating with the same abandon as the students from Kyoto University. "Delicious." Zhao Zhenhai finished the roasted goose leg, savoring the lingering flavors. Only the words "delicious" echoed in his mind. While he could analyze other culinary delights from various perspectives, this roasted goose leg elicited only a straightforward reaction. Delicious. Such was the allure of street food. "Director Zhao, do you think my son has potential?" Li Xiangdong rubbed his hands together, gazing expectantly at Zhao Zhenhai. Chapter 12. Is roasted goose leg a traditional delicacy? This Li's barbecue must be eliminated. Zhao Zhenhai found himself in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that while roasted goose leg is undoubtedly delicious, Liang's rendition is the finest barbecue he has ever tasted. However, Liang is merely 8 years old. Managing this might prove more challenging than handling a group of seasoned chefs. What if the child falters and throws a tantrum? Even if Liang possesses a calm demeanor, he is still a child. Can he truly handle the immense workload of the kitchen? Nevertheless, the exquisite flavor of the roasted goose leg compelled Zhao Zhenhai to take a chance. With determination, he resolved to proceed. Liang's astonishing roasted goose leg was sufficient to quell any of Zhao Zhenhai's reservations. Furthermore, having shamelessly sought out Li Xiangdong's roasted goose leg, how could he now refuse? "Child, come to our kitchen at Qingbei University tomorrow. Here, take a look at the contract. This is the deposit." As he spoke, Zhao Zhenhai retrieved the contract from his briefcase and placed the check atop it, offering it to Liang. Liang glanced at the check, surprised at the sum. 1 0. 2 zeros, 5 zeros. Qingbei University truly is generous, presenting a staggering 100,000 yuan. Unbeknownst to him, this figure was based on a market value of a well-known professional chef and naturally exaggerated. Yet, it also subtly demonstrated Zhao Zhenhai's recognition and admiration for Liang. However, Liang did not rush to accept. Instead, he cautiously examined the contract. In his previous life, he had been burned by such labor contracts. Of course, as a prestigious institution, Qingbei University would not include any significant pitfalls within the contract. Ultimately, under Li Xiangdong's eager gaze, Liang reluctantly nodded in agreement. There was no alternative. Qingbei University had provided the funds, and his current family situation necessitated monetary support. Although roasted goose leg was immensely popular, it would not instantly earn Liang 100,000. Moreover, the students from Jingdu University would likely be disappointed. He would have to make amends for their loss upon returning from Qingbei. In business, personal connections and social dynamics are paramount. Upon Liang's acceptance, Zhao Zhenhai had Li Xiangdong sign a contract and smiled. Arrive at Qingbei University at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up. After discussing relevant matters, Zhao Zhenhai prepared to leave, casting a few lingering glances at the remaining roasted goose legs. Clearly, he desired more, but his pride prevented him from asking again. You little rascal, you've struck it rich. Li Xiangdong was still reeling from Zhao Zhenhai's lavishness. The contract was short-term, merely 3 days. Earning 100,000 in 3 days equated to half a year's income for Li Xiangdong. Here, take the money. Liang generously stuffed the check into Li Xiangdong's hands. I don't have any urgent need for it right now. Let us use this for future ingredient purchases and to care for Mom. Why is this boy suddenly so sensible? Li Xiangdong's eyes glistened with emotion. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted Liang's check. You little rascal, I'll keep this for you. I 1T spend your money. Liang chakad softly. Li Xiangdong was indeed a stubborn and proud man. The father and son began to pack up, securing the food cart and tricycle before loading the high-end electric grill onto Li Xiangdong's pickup truck, and then headed home. Liang, seated in the passenger seat, soon began to nod off, as the day's labor had been quite taxing despite his enhanced physique. The pickup truck kicked up dust as it drove off, while the father and son prepared to rest at home. However, some individuals in the food street would have a restless night. Damn it, Li's roasted goose leg is still operating, and all the customers have been snatched away. The couple, Chun Chong and Wang Fong, glared at the departing pickup truck. Their barbecue stall, Hao Zai Lai, had been in direct competition with Li's roasted goose leg due to their similar positioning. Earlier that morning, when Li Xiangdong had Liang work at the barbecue, the couple had thought it was their opportunity to profit and intended to put Li's stall out of business. Yet, they never anticipated that Liang's roasted goose leg would be so delectable that their prepared ingredients went unsold. Chong, aren't you related to the management of our food street? You should use that connection tomorrow. I can't stand looking at that father and son. Wang Fong's expression soured, and she slapped her husband. Wang Fong was robust, nearly sending Chun Chong tumbling. Dear, could you be gentler? I'll go speak with our management shortly. This Li Xiangdong has gone too far. His business has always outperformed ours. And now he is using his son as a selling point, leaving us with no customers. This is clearly targeted at us. If they are unkind, we shall not be merciful. Upon hearing Chun Chong's agreement, Wang Fong's expression softened slightly. By the way, don't throw away the leftover marinated meat. Just re-season it a bit more. The students 1T notice. You don't need to instruct me on that, Chun Chong replied with a grin. Honey, I'm heading home. For kilometers outside the food street, in a low-rent apartment, Li Xiangdong pushed open the door to find his wife, Zhang Yan, seated on the sofa, mending a pair of trousers. In her early 40s, Zhang Yan possessed a dignified beauty, though silver strands had begun to grace her temples, making her appear more haggard than her peers. Mom, Liang felt a pang in his heart. The roasted goose leg stall had roots in their past. When Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had moved to Kyoto from small town, it was Zhang Yan who first established the roasted goose leg stall, selling at the entrances of various universities. Thanks to her affordable ingredients and reasonable prices, even amidst the scrutiny of city management, the roasted goose leg business flourished. However, over time, the toll of hard work took a toll on Zhang Yan's health, leading to exhaustion. Although it did not immediately threaten her life, She could no longer perform physically demanding tasks, leaving the business in Li Xiangdong's hands. You should rest, Mom. You're at home to relax, not to work. Liang insisted, gently taking the needle and thread from Zhang Yan's hands, frowning slightly. Zhang Yan looked surprised, glancing at Li Xiangdong. Why is this little rascal suddenly so mature, acting like an adult? Li Xiangdong chuckled. Our son has made quite an impression today. Guess how much he earned? With that, he drew a 1 and then a 4 in the air. Zhang Yan blinked. 14 yuan? It can't be 140, can it? Or perhaps 1,004. What have you made our precious son do? As Zhang Yan's astonishment grew, Li Xiangdong laughed heartily. Our son earned 100,004 today. What? Zhang Yan was utterly flabbergasted, her expression turning serious. What have you made our son do? Li Xiangdong animatedly recounted the day's events to Zhang Yan. With each detail, her smile grew, and when she learned that Liang had been invited to work as a short-term chef at Qingbei University, her eyes sparkled with pride. Well done, son. You've become the pillar of our family so quickly. She reached out to ruffle Liang's hair affectionately. Before Liang could utter a word, Li Xiangdong feigned irritation, exclaiming, What are you talking about? I'm the pillar of our family. This little rascal is far from it. Zhang Yan felt a touch of exasperation. At times, her husband resembled a child. All right, Mom and Dad, enough of your affectionate displays. There's still 3 roasted goose legs left. I shall heat them up for a midnight snack. Liang, unable to withstand his parents' fervent display of affection, grabbed the roasted goose legs from the plastic bag and hurried to the kitchen. Once Liang entered the kitchen, the smile on Li Xiangdong's face somewhat faded. He settled beside the sofa and took his wife's hand, saying, My dear, have you given any thought to the surgery? Chapter 13, Supreme Fried Rice Unlocked. A golden legend emerges. Upon hearing Li Xiangdong mention surgery, Zhang Yan's expression immediately soured. Heart surgery undoubtedly entails significant risks, and most critically, it demands exorbitant medical expenses. My dear wife, fret not. We have saved a considerable sum, and besides, our son earned 100,000 a day. Li Xiangdong hurriedly grasped Zhang Yan's hand, attempting to reassure her. The money our son earned is his own. We cannot take it. Zhang Yan gently shook her head. Moreover, I feel quite well. My health may be a bit frail, but it is not life-threatening. I can manage without surgery. I just need to recuperate. Li Xiangdong sigadepli, realizing it was best not to press the matter further. He understood that his wife feared the surgery might lead to unforeseen complications, burdening him and their son. After all, in the city of Kyoto, families like theirs, who were of humble means, had an alarmingly low tolerance for errors. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the sizzling sound of roasting filled the air. Liang had set up a charcoal grill, with goose legs continuously dripping fat and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Father enjoys spicy food. I shall add some chili powder. He knew that the cold roasted goose legs should not be cooked for too long, lest they lose their moisture. Mother prefers a lighter taste, so I need to render out more fat. I cannot let her eat something so greasy. Liang diligently recalled his parents' dietary preferences, continuously refining the roasted goose legs to cater to their tastes. Rather than simply reheating leftovers, he was engaged in a process of transformation. The already purple-quality roasted goose legs were becoming increasingly exquisite under his meticulous care. All right, Liang exhaled with relief. The roasted goose legs were ready. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a golden quality dish. Roasted goose legs for Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. Creator, Li Ong. Quality, golden legend. Every detail of the roasted goose legs embodies the creator's heartfelt intentions for his parents. Flawless and capable of enhancing their happiness. Staring at the notification that appeared before him, Liang was momentarily stunned. As the holder of the divine culinary recipe, he had not anticipated that simply reheating leftovers would yield a golden legend. However, upon reflection, he began to grasp the system's rating method. The roasted goose legs remained the same, yet due to his significant improvements tailored to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan's preferences, the dish's quality had transcended its original purple rarity in their eyes. The heart, indeed, remains the unparalleled key to creating legends. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Unlocking a new dish, supreme fried rice. The host's inaugural creation of a golden quality dish triggers an additional reward. Unlocking a new dish, date cake. The system's notification resonated again, marking the conclusion of the task. Simultaneously, golden particles suddenly flooded Li Ang's vision. With a rustle, the golden particles coalesced into the ethereal form of the divine culinary scroll, unfurling before him. In the next moment, the ink wash illustrations of supreme fried rice and date cake illuminated on the scroll, and the methods and details flooded into Liang's mind. A new task has been issued. Word of mouth. Please cook earnestly to receive a cumulative 1,000 praises from diners. Task progress 103-1000. This task is rather excessive, Liang thought to himself. In Qi country, most diners, even if they found the dishes delectable, would seldom compliment the chef in person. Complimenting a chef face-to-face is perceived as overly sentimental. Simply ordering more servings is deemed the highest form of respect and gratitude. Thus, even if today's roasted goose legs were immensely popular, he had only received praises from a little over 100 diners. Compliments and thought did not count. Must I begin soliciting verbal accolades in the future? Liang scratched his face. Fortunately, his past experiences had thickened his skin considerably. Hey, Liang. Is a roasted goose leg done? I can smell the aroma. Hey, what are you dawdling about in the kitchen? At that moment, voices of urgency came from outside. Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan had caught a whiff of the delightful aroma and were now eagerly anticipating the dish. Yet Liang seemed to be glued to the kitchen. Mom and Dad, I'm coming. Liang hurriedly carried the serving platter into the living room. 5 minutes later, wow, Liang, how did you make this roasted goose leg? Zhang Yan took a bite of the goose leg meat, her eyes wide with disbelief. As an expert in roasted goose legs, she possessed a higher level of skill than Li Xiangdong, allowing her to fully appreciate the technical prowess required for Liang's creation. This exquisite flavor was beyond anything Zhang Yan had ever experienced. She could hardly fathom such deliciousness existing in the world. As she bit into the roasted goose leg, it felt as though all the delicacies of the world paled in comparison, an unparalleled delight blooming on her palate and spreading throughout her being. Most importantly, Zhang Yan felt her son's heartfelt intentions, warming her spirit and filling her with joy. Both your father and I make delicious roasted goose legs. How could you not inherit any talent? Liang remarked, biting into an apple, his words slightly garbled. The roasted goose leg is for Mom and Dad. I'm a bit tired of eating it today. You little rascal, can't you inherit some other talents? Li Xiangdong's face turned stern, expressing his displeasure. Our family had ancestors who excelled in the imperial examinations. They even produced top scholars. When will you be able to score high in the college entrance exam? That would be true talent. Such entrenched beliefs are difficult to alter. Even though Li Ang's roasted goose leg business was thriving today, Li Xiangdong still hoped to steer his son toward academic pursuits. However, before Liang could respond, Zhang Yan interjected. Listen to what you're saying. How can making roasted goose legs not be a good talent? Earning money with your own hands. Does that make you any less worthy? Zhang Yan rolled her eyes at Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting his gaze. Zhang Yan affectionately ruffled Liang's hair. As long as you earn money honestly, I'm proud of you. I support you in doing this winter break job. Mother, you are so open-minded. Liang grinned, glancing at Li Xiangdong with a sense of triumph. Li Xiangdong felt a heat rising within him. This little rascal was far too cunning. He was already unmanageable at 8 years old. What would become of him in the future? In their modest rental home, the family of 3 joyfully savored their late-night snack. Meanwhile, however, the students at Kyoto University were not faring as well. Damn it, I want to eat roasted goose legs. Without roasted goose legs, I feel like ants are crawling on me, itching me. Why is time passing so slowly? Normally, I would be asleep by now. But tonight, I am wide awake because of the roasted goose legs. Where is that little brother? Little brother, come save me. The forum at Kyoto University was filled with lamentations. Even though Liang had prepared hundreds of pounds of roasted goose legs that evening, it was still nowhere near enough for the ravenous students. Posts related to roasted goose legs had surged to the top of the forum, leaving some bewildered students feeling anxious. What on earth is this legendary roasted goose leg that has driven so many people to madness? Surely, it cannot have some hidden ingredient. Chapter 14, Sleepless Night. These children will surely become pillars of society. As students of Kyoto University, it is utterly disgraceful that they occupy themselves solely with thoughts of food. Even more absurd is the fact that the roasted goose legs, which you all rave about, are crafted by the hands of a mere child. It is quite frankly a reversal of a natural order, a ludicrous spectacle. In response to the plethora of posts on the forum regarding the roasted goose legs, a counselor from Kyoto University could no longer contain their discontent. Consequently, the counselor published an indignant post lamenting the students' laziness and bemoaning that modern scholars are merely satisfied with their carnal cravings. Upon the emergence of this post, a tempest of reactions ensued, with hundreds of comments flooding in. How can you judge without knowing? You have no idea how delectable the roasted goose legs made by that child are. Indeed, the culinary creation is not merely a dish. It can be deemed an essential source of sustenance, soothing my hunger and allowing me to immerse myself fully in my studies. Goodness, I thought I was the only one feeling this way. I have been feeling rather melancholy due to academic pressures, but after savoring the roasted goose legs, I felt significantly rejuvenated and filled with confidence for tomorrow's work. By Jove, I share that sentiment. After indulging in the roasted goose legs, I felt an invigorating surge of energy. I am still immersed in the laboratory. Perhaps there exists a scientific basis for this miraculous phenomenon. Consuming exquisite delicacies can greatly stimulate dopamine release, alleviating anxiety and enhancing creativity. The roasted goose legs from Lee's establishment are indeed a caloric treasure, an excellent means of replenishing energy. It seems that the roasted goose legs from this child will become a vital strategic resource for us. Indeed, this child is an invaluable asset to Kyoto University. As the counselor's post evolved into a living advertisement for Lee and his roasted goose legs, he felt a pang of discontent. You can keep praising them, merely making excuses for your gluttony. Pathetic. With indignation, the counselor retorted sharply, "What do you know? Get lost." Yet, within moments, he found himself on the receiving end of insults. How can you resort to name-calling? Let me see who dares to curse. I must have a word with this student. Upon discovering the identity of the offender, the counselor was taken aback. This person appeared to be Professor Wong from the medical school. Recalling Professor Wong's white hair and ever-present smile, the counselor felt a wave of disorientation. Just as he was about to respond further, his post was deleted by the moderators and his personal account was silenced. The Kyoto University Forum is exclusive to faculty and students. Outsiders are prohibited from instigating conflict. Seeing the moderator's response, the counselor felt utterly deflated, unable to muster any spirit. What to do? What to do? The discussion surrounding the roasted goose legs grew increasingly fervent, and the collective anxiety escalated, ultimately culminating in a sleepless night. In the chat group dedicated to the roasted goose legs, the students of Kyoto University frantically tagged the group leader, Lee, shamelessly inquiring whether he could come out to work overtime that night. Messages cascaded like a waterfall, yet Lee remained unresponsive. It was evident that he had muted the chat. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, a multitude of students remained wide awake. Everyone wished for time to hasten, to reach noon when they could finally indulge in Lee's roasted goose legs. Let us head to the library. Since we're all awake, some students decided to grab their notebooks and head to the library, yet many remained restless. Soon enough, the Kyoto University Library was ablaze with light, bustling with activity. Professor Wong, please prepare your laboratory, as some leaders are scheduled to visit soon. On the campus path, Professor Wong strolled alongside Vice President Hao Jianda. Those in high positions do not find their roles easy. Together, their combined age surpassed 100, yet they had just finished their official duties. As they conversed and wandered, they were suddenly struck by the sight of bright lights ahead. Upon looking up, both the Vice President and Professor Wong were taken aback. Through the layers of glass windows of the Kyoto University Library, they beheld countless students filling every nook, at desks, on benches and against the walls. Students were either engrossed in their computers or buried in thick tomes. It was already 2 in the morning. How could so many students remain awake, diligently studying? Could it be that Kyoto University has an impending major exam? Vice President Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. After all, university life is not akin to the final year of high school. While the students of Kyoto University are indeed disciplined, it hardly warrants such late-night vigils in the library. To my knowledge, there are no examinations. Professor Wang expressed his surprise. This seems to be students studying of their own volition. Ah, splendide. This is the Kyoto University I am familiar with. Vice President Hao fell silent for a moment before a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Decades ago, university students were still quite innocent. Why did they study? To satisfy their thirst for knowledge and contribute to society. When Vice President Hao was a student at Kyoto University, the library too would be bustling late into the night, with each individual striving for their dreams and goals. In that era, there was a steadfast belief that determination could conquer all. As long as one harbored a dream, it would surely be realized someday. Yet as time passed, while the Kyoto University Library became increasingly spacious and luminous, the number of students laboring through the night dwindled. The fervor for late-night study sessions had not graced Vice President Hao for many years, yet today it unfolded before his eyes once more. This current cohort of students is remarkable. He pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the moisture in his eyes. Being a person of emotion, Vice President Hao felt a surge of nostalgia, inevitably filled with myriad sentiments. However, he must remind the students to maintain a reasonable schedule and not to exhaust themselves. Today's university students often neglect their health. After a moment of reflection, he added, "We must encourage our students to take care of their bodies." Professor Wang nodded in agreement, smiling. Such students are indeed treasures of Kyoto University. We must ensure they prioritize their well-being. Keep it up, young scholars. The future belongs to you. Vice President Hao gazed at the diligent students, silently wishing them well. Little did Vice President Hao know that while the students were indeed studying late into the night, their motivations were far from the lofty ideals he envisioned. They were simply sleepless due to their cravings for roasted goose legs. If only he knew the truth behind this emotional display, one can only wonder how he would react. Chapter 15. Has the Oldley family become affluent? A new supply channel. Ding-ling-ling. The clock struck 6:30, and the weary students of Kyoto University succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Liang yawned and rose from his bed. Having already accepted a deposit from Zhao Zhanhai of Shuitai University and signed a contract, it was time to fulfill the obligations. Coincidentally, the newly assigned task by the system involved visiting Shuitai University, making it quite appropriate for him to inquire about the student satisfaction with the meals and, perhaps, solicit a favorable review. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, Li Ong and Li Xiangdong set off in their small pickup truck toward Shuitai University. To their surprise, as they descended the stairs, a gleaming Audi was already waiting. Although luxury cars were commonplace in Kyoto, the sight of such a prestigious brand outside a low-rent apartment drew the attention of several residents. Curious neighbors peeked out, discreetly observing the unfolding scene. "Is this Mr. Liang? I am Zhang Gang, the buyer from Shuitai University, here to assist you in commencing your kitchen duties." A man in his early 30s, impeccably groomed with slick-back hair, stepped out of the car and extended his hand to Li Xiangdong. Momentarily stunned, Li Xiangdong quickly regained his composure and chuckled, nudging Liang forward. "This is Mr. Liang. I am merely his father." The buyer, taken aback by the sight of an 8-year-old, was bewildered. There must be a mistake. The contract clearly states that Mr. Liang is to be employed as the chef. He hurriedly retrieved a briefcase from the car to confirm the contract details. The address was correct. The name was correct. Could it be? No mistake here. Director Zhao from your school indeed signed a contract with my son yesterday. I am merely accompanying him as his guardian. Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. The buyer swallowed hard. Had Director Zhao actually hired an 8-year-old to work in the kitchen of Shuitai University? This was utterly absurd. An 8-year-old, unable to even eat a few bowls of food, was now tasked with cooking? However, with the students of Maching University expected to dine at noon, further deliberation on staffing the kitchen was no longer an option. Resolutely, the buyer decided to proceed with the arrangement. If things went awry, it would be Director Zhao's responsibility. After all, as he was the one who had recommended Liang. Oh no, I mean Mr. Liang, please get in the car. Time is of the essence, and we must commence our procurement activities. The buyer politely shook Liang's hand. The procurement process for the kitchen at Qingbei University required dedicated supervision, which justified the buyer's presence. As Liang and Li Xiangdong climbed into the car, the buyer pressed the accelerator. Vroom! The car sped off, kicking up dust. Witnessing this scene, the chatter among the neighbors grew louder. Isn't that Zhang Yan and her husband? I recall her husband sells roasted goose legs. Could they have recently struck it rich? With a driver and riding in an Audi A8, they must be doing well now. It seems Zhang Yan will have a prosperous latter half of her life. I wonder if we could benefit from their good fortune. Do you think they know you well enough for that? I am actually closer to Yan. Half an hour later, at a farming trade warehouse on the outskirts of Kyoto. Vegetables stored for a while, quality, green, good. Carrots with slightly damaged skin, quality, green, good. Free-range goose meat, frozen, quality, green, good. A row of ingredients arranged in plastic foam boxes surrounded the warehouse. Liang navigated through the aisles, his keen eyes scanning the various ingredients, while Li Xiangdong and the buyer followed closely behind. This was the supply point for the kitchen at Qingbei University. In comparison to the bustling market, this trade warehouse exuded a more upscale ambience. Fresh produce and meats from across the nation congregated here. The quality was expected to be superior. It was important to note that, although this warehouse was not a direct source, the volume and quality of goods were assured. Liang surveyed the offerings, confident they would at least meet green quality standards. However, after a couple of rounds, Liang ultimately shook his head and sighed. There are no purple quality ingredients. This supply point for Qingbei University is inadequate. The buyer's brow furrowed, casting a puzzled glance at Li Xiangdong. Understanding the buyer's unspoken question, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but interject. What are you pondering, you little rascal? I saw some fresh goose meat. Why not purchase it? Without turning around, Liang replied, this batch won't do. Let's find another. The buyer's expression darkened. Was this troublesome child here to create chaos? As the kitchen procurement officer for Qingbei University, he had been sourcing supplies from this warehouse for a long time and had never heard a chef complain about the quality of the fresh vegetables and poultry. While the offerings here were indeed acceptable, if one merely settles for adequacy in ingredient selection, it is impossible to create exceptional dishes, Liang asserted. He was well aware of his task. Meals prepared with only green quality ingredients would yield dishes of similar quality. Even if he performed exceptionally and produced blue quality dishes, they would not attain universal acclaim. As a chef, even a young one, Liang possessed his own principles and dignity. He would never compromise on quality. It appeared he had encountered a discerning patron today. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the moment. An elderly man in a long coat approached slowly, a birdcage in hand. His demeanor exuded an air of wisdom and experience. Director Qian. The buyer greeted the old man with respect. He was the supervisor of the trade warehouse. The produce displayed outside was primarily for supplying vegetable vendors' canteens. While practical, it certainly wasn't high quality, merely subpar goods. Director Qian stroked his snowy beard. For those who truly understand the craft, we must venture inside the warehouse. The buyer's expression soured instantly. Director Qian, when I last came to procure supplies, you didn't say that. You claimed the ingredients outside were top-notch. Did I say that? Director Qian paused, scratching his head. Who are you again? I am Xiao Wang, the buyer from Qingbei University. The buyer's lips twitched in disbelief. You don't remember me? Of course, I remember. You are Xiao Wang. Director Qian chuckled awkwardly. Yes, Xiao Wang. The buyer felt an urge to lash out. Finally, under the buyer's intense gaze, the group entered the inner warehouse. We have struck gold now. Liang's pupils dilated. Inside the warehouse were supplies for large supermarkets and upscale restaurants. As for the quality, Hami dates. Quality, purple, precious. Selected redskin potatoes, quality, purple, precious. Wild carrots from Yun province, quality, purple, precious. Fresh shrimp from Tianhai, quality, purple, precious. Authentic black province rice, quality, purple, precious. Wuzong goose meat, quality, purple, precious. A sea of purple quality ingredients stretched before him. Even Brother Gong's Wuzhong goose meat was available. This not only meant that Li Ong had secured a source for his ingredients, but it also opened a new procurement channel for him. After all, obtaining purple quality ingredients like Brother Gong's fresh goose legs was merely a stroke of luck. Sourcing them through other channels would not be an easy feat. Little one, feel free to be selective. Director Qian's eyes gleamed with mischief, but I must warn you, the prices here are more than double those outside. Chapter 16. Does mentioning money indicate dementia? The unruly chef team. In the bustling market, Leon managed to procure the prized black-feathered goose meat for a mere 10 yuan per pound from Brother Gong. However, upon arriving at this location, the price surged to an exorbitant 50 yuan per pound. While it was indeed a fortunate find at 10 yuan, the 50 yuan price tag felt excessively steep. Even if the black-feathered goose meat is considered a delicacy, this price rivals that of upscale supermarket counters. It is a blatant case of overcharging. Supervisor Qian, can't you lower the price a bit? We are long-term partners after all. The buyer wore a disgruntled expression, clearly feeling slighted by Supervisor Qian's indifference. Partners? Supervisor Qian responded with a puzzled look. Who are you? The buyer was left speechless. This old chap. I long to challenge him to see if he remains unperturbed. Mentioning money seems to clear his mind, but negotiating leaves him befuddled, doesn't it? Is Supervisor Qian's dementia an active skill? Alas, returning to the market to scour for goods was not a viable option. If the quality is satisfactory, I shall endure the high price, Leon thought to himself. He had begun to grasp the intricacies of Supervisor Qian's business dealings, although they represented Qingbei University for procurement. His singular purchasing volume from the cafeteria was minuscule in Supervisor Qian's eyes. These ingredients could easily be sold in bulk to high-end supermarkets. Why would he offer them at a lower price for such a small order? I shall forego the goose meat and instead request rice, shrimp, ham, peas, and corn. I will not haggle. I will accept your quoted price, Leon declared, tossing a lollipop into his mouth with a flourish, exuding an air of extravagance. If your goose meat is prohibitively priced, I shall opt for relatively cheaper alternatives. Coincidentally, Leon wished to experiment with the system's reward of supreme fried rice for lunch. Yet, while Leon appeared audacious, the buyer could only frown as he extracted his bank card to complete the payment. The 100,000 yuan deposit from Zhao Zhenhai was merely an appearance fee. The cost of ingredients would naturally fall upon Qingbei University. That rascal. Though the contract doesn't stipulate it, Director Zhao approached us primarily for the roasted goose legs. Can we really forego the goose legs? Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of anxiety. The ingredients Leon purchased were not as exorbitantly priced as the goose meat. But saving money was not meant to be done in this manner. Rest assured, Dad, I considered it thoroughly. Qingbei University requires us to provide meals for the athletes. For them, substantial carbohydrate intake before and after competitions is essential. Otherwise, insufficient blood sugar could hinder their performance and recovery. Thus, preparing roasted goose legs may be inappropriate, Leon articulated confidently, leaving Li Xiangdong momentarily stunned. This child even comprehends nutrition? Surely he has squandered study time to learn such things online. Ding! A new transfer has been credited to your bank card. Before Li Xiangdong could ponder further, the buyer had already completed the payment. Upon receiving the notification on his phone, Supervisor Qian beamed as he shook Leon's hand. Doing business with you young ones is refreshing. I will have the ingredients packed and delivered to your kitchen at Qingbei immediately. Supervisor Qian was quite shrewd, regardless of age. As long as he profited, anyone could be deemed a good friend. By the way, young friend, I have a box of premium lollipops for you. Supervisor Qian rummaged through the warehouse and presented Leon with a gift box. In the future, whenever you procure goods from me, I shall ensure you have plenty of lollipops. Fuji Lollipop Limited Edition, quality, purple rare. The system prompted, and Leon smiled faintly. Supervisor Qian still had a semblance of humanity. Indeed, the purple quality lollipops are delectable. With the ingredient procurement settled, the group set off toward Qingbei University. Watching the Audi drive away, Supervisor Qian huffed in disdain. The supposed procurement team from Qingbei University seemed less seasoned than a mere child. Upon arriving at Qingbei University, they headed straight to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is divided into 4 zones: East, South, West, and North, where the East cafeteria specifically caters to external guests, which is where Leon would be working. Inside the spacious and bright cafeteria, the chefs lined up while Zhao Zhenhai passionately delivered a motivational speech. The faculty and students from Mo City University will arrive at our cafeteria by noon. As hosts, we must provide healthy and hygienic food, while also promoting our nation's culinary culture, giving these inexperienced foreigners a proper introduction. The motivational speech was fervent, with Zhao Zhenhai standing before the chefs, brimming with enthusiasm. Yet the chefs' gazes wandered, lacking any spirit. They were hired hands, temporary workers who were not particularly invested in Zhao Zhenhai's sentimental rhetoric. The high-priced contract offered by Qingbei University was not a fortune to these professional chefs who could establish themselves in Kyoto City. They saw no reason to invest their heart and soul into the cooking, dismissing Zhao Zhenhai's words. To promote culinary culture requires traditional cuisine, too much effort, and it might not even earn the appreciation of Mo City University's faculty and students. Instead, serving them some skewers, caviar, and large breadsticks would suffice. Those items would definitely be familiar to Mo City University students. The chefs would find them easy to prepare, and the flavor would undoubtedly be acceptable. This would be a complete success. Observing the chef's lackadaisical demeanor, Zhao Zhenhai felt a twinge of disappointment. While hiring chefs, he focused primarily on their qualifications and skills, neglecting their mindset and character. These chefs were merely doing Qingbei University a favor by coming. They were far too proud to exert themselves. Just as Zhao Zhenhai contemplated addressing the chefs, a voice interjected, "Apologies, everyone, we have arrived late." Li Xiangdong and Leon strode into the cafeteria, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The chefs turned their gaze toward Li Xiangdong, curious about this newcomer. Who is this? In the culinary world, reputation matters. While these chefs might not be the finest in Kyoto City, they certainly had connections. Logically, anyone capable of cooking at Qingbei University should possess some degree of fame. Yet Li Xiangdong was a stranger to them. Moreover, he seemed to carry himself with great importance, arriving late while bringing his child along. Was he planning to juggle parenting and work simultaneously? As the chefs pondered in disbelief, Zhao Zhenhai suddenly softened his expression, offering Leon a warm smile. "It's all right. After all, I invited you on short notice. You must have had much preparation to do. Leon, please change into your chef's uniform and don our Qingbei University chef badge." Zhao Zhenhai, still unable to forget the roasted goose legs from the previous night, adopted a notably humble demeanor toward Leon, recognizing him as a high-caliber talent. As the chefs witnessed Leon donning the chef's attire and badge, their expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment. "No way, this young one is a chef? What is going on? Is this a prank? Is Zhao Zhenhai pulling a fast one on us?" They were incredulous. "All right, everyone, let us promptly prepare, and remember to adhere to our cafeteria's hygiene standards." Zhao Zhenhai clapped his hands, dispelling the motivational speech without further explanations. Zhao Zhenhai understood that no further words would suffice. The esteemed chefs he had invited seemed impervious to his suggestions. At this juncture, all he could do was let them take charge, as their culinary skills and hygiene standards were, at the very least, above the acceptable threshold. He leaned closer to Liang and whispered, "By the way, young Master Li, could you save me a roasted goose leg later?" I don't plan to make roasted goose legs today," Liang replied, shaking his head. Zhao Zhenhai froze, his expression shifting from disappointment to bewilderment, ultimately giving way to concern. He had assumed that Liang, upon arriving at the cafeteria, would undoubtedly continue with the roasted goose legs. Who could have anticipated that at such a critical moment, Liang would choose to prepare other dishes? Was Zhao Zhenhai's external hiring endeavor destined for failure? Deep down, Zhao Zhenhai acknowledged that if Liang could create such a delicious roasted goose leg, he would likely excel in other dishes as well. However, rest assured, Director Zhao, I have an array of signature dishes at my disposal. Roasted goose leg is merely one among many. This noon, I shall prepare a supreme fried rice for the students from Bear Country to savor. Seeing Liang's confidence, Zhao Zhenhai felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Though supreme fried rice may not be considered a traditional delicacy, it was nevertheless a household name in Q country, aligning perfectly with his aspiration to promote Q culinary culture. Moreover, there was no time left to prepare roasted goose legs. Thus, he would have to rely on Liang for the interim. If by chance, Liang's supreme fried rice did not meet expectations, he could always let him make roasted goose legs in the evening. In truth, Zhao Jinhai harbored a slight desire to witness Liang falter with a midday meal. If that were to happen, Liang would undoubtedly pour his heart and soul into perfecting the roasted goose legs later. Roasted goose leg, oh roasted goose leg. Zhao Jinhai swallowed hard, feeling his throat tighten. Chapter 17. Liang, at first glance, appeared to be a novice in the art of fried rice, for one must utilize leftover rice for such a dish. The cafeteria at Qingbei University operated under a policy of complete transparency. Through the glass windows, one could observe the chefs busily preparing for the day's meals. Before long, the supreme ingredients for fried rice, ordered from the local market, arrived in the kitchen. With a rush of excitement, Li Xiangdong turned on the faucet to help Liang wash the rice. "You little rascal, we cannot afford to mess this up. Perhaps I should take over the cooking?" he suggested, never pausing his work. Having signed a contract with Qingbei University, it was imperative to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. Moreover, this marked Liang's inaugural interaction with the university, and Li Xiangdong hoped his son would leave a favorable impression. "Don't worry, Dad, I've got this. By the way, don't use cold water when washing the rice. Be gentle. Overworking it will affect the texture. Also, when you steam the rice, add less water to avoid overcooking." Liang instructed, meticulously handling the shrimp. While washing rice at home might allow for a casual approach, creating high-quality dishes demanded a greater level of precision. In a corner, the father-son duo seemed inconspicuous. Yet, the other chefs in the kitchen cast curious glances their way. What on earth is this child doing? Who knows their background? Why is a mere child standing alongside us as a chef? Could he possibly be a culinary prodigy? But I haven't heard of anyone like that recently. Wait, I just asked in the chef group about this kid. He's not a culinary genius, just a street vendor selling goose legs. A friend of mine posted about him yesterday, and he was in the background. Is it the same person? Indeed, it was him. Goodness, I can hardly tolerate this. As the truth about Liang and Li Xiangdong's identities spread, the chef's expression soured. An affront. This is an insult to our professional integrity. The culinary world, too, had its hierarchy. Private chefs looked down on large restaurants, which in turn dismissed small eateries. Vendors of street food occupied the lowest rung of this ladder, often not even considered chefs by many. How could a mere street vendor be allowed into the kitchen of Qingbei University? Did you see how Director Zhao smiled at that child? Clearly, he has connections. This boy must be related to Zhao Jinhai. It's utterly corrupt. By heavens, I'm not satisfied. I want to see what that street vendor can produce. It is often said that the fear of public opinion is powerful. Amidst the chatter of the chefs, Liang was soon labeled as Zhao Jinhai's prodigy. Such suspicions were not unfounded, considering Zhao Jinhai had brought a child to secure a lucrative contract and work alongside seasoned chefs. A questionable scenario indeed. Could a child who merely grilled goose legs possibly create delectable dishes? It seemed implausible. The only explanation for his presence was indeed favoritism, and the chef's dissatisfaction with Zhao Jinhai began to fester. Nonetheless, despite their grievances, the chefs were reluctant to confront the matter openly. Cooking still needed to be done. With a resounding clatter, the chefs commenced their culinary endeavors as the various ingredients were prepared. The clock read 10:40. In just an hour, the students from the Bear Country would arrive at the cafeteria. Unlike restaurants, cafeterias needed to prepare meals in advance due to the high volume of diners. They couldn't possibly cook everything from scratch while students were lining up for their meals. Liang was no exception. Let's heat the pan and add oil. Sizzle. He poured in the beaten egg mixture, causing hot oil to splatter. Liang remained unfazed, although he had primarily grilled goose legs in his previous life. He was well-versed in the essential skill of frying rice. Moreover, with the foundational culinary skills and the guidance of the divine cooking handbook bestowed upon him, crafting supreme fried rice was a breeze. As the egg mixture began to solidify in the crackling oil, Liang promptly added the steamed rice and began to stir vigorously. A delicate wisp of fragrant steam began to rise. The scrambled eggs and rice danced in the pan like playful fish, moving with grace and rhythm under Liang's skilled hands. His technique captivated not only Li Xiangdong, but also garnered the attention of several other chefs in the kitchen. "Ah, this lad can indeed fry rice," one chef mused, though he remained skeptical. These skills might impress the patrons at a street stall, but they wouldn't catch my eye. After all, a child who solely sells snacks cannot possibly know how to create a true fried rice. Fried rice should be made with leftover rice. Carried away by their preconceived notions, the chefs shook their heads, some even scoffing audibly. True connoisseurs understood that the best fried rice was crafted from day-old rice, as the loss of moisture and the aging starches contributed to its unique texture. The perfect ingredient for frying. "You all chatter away. Come say to my face." Li Xiangdong's expression darkened as he overheard the disparaging remarks. He was aware that since he and his son had entered the kitchen, these so-called chefs had been gossiping about them. How dare they criticize my son? To make delicious fried rice, one does not use freshly steamed rice. Just wait and see how this dish turns out. The chefs, sensing Li Xiangdong's rising anger, felt even more contempt. They were indeed correct. Typically, leftover rice was preferred for frying. The aged rice, having lost moisture and aged starch, provided a distinctive texture, making it the ideal choice for fried rice. "My son knows how to cook. We don't need your guidance," Li Xiangdong retorted, though a hint of unease lingered in his heart. He leaned in closer to Liang and whispered, "You little rascal, they do have a point. Fried rice is indeed better with leftovers. And the rice you asked me to steam is slightly undercooked. What if the students end up with upset stomachs?" Liang had instructed Li Xiangdong to prepare rice that was slightly underdone. Once stirred in the pan, it would soon become hard, resembling small pebbles. "Can this really taste good? Trust me, Dad. This slightly undercooked rice, with the right handling, can surpass the quality of day-old rice." With that, Liang scooped up a ladleful of lard and, plop, half a ladle of lard splashed into the pan. With peanut oil already in the pan, the addition of lard enveloped the kitchen in a rich, savory aroma. Lard possesses exceptional qualities that soften grains. The solidified chunks melted rapidly under high heat, coating each grain of rice in a glossy film of fat. This single technique transformed the once hard rice into pearls of perfection. With the fat coating, the undercooked rice gained a delightful texture, both tender on the outside and firm on the inside. The aroma intensified as the rice absorbed the lard, becoming more fragrant by the moment. As the fried rice reached its ideal cooking point, Liang poured in another bowl of beaten eggs, followed by diced carrots, ham, shrimp, green peas, corn, and a medley of other ingredients, creating a culinary masterpiece. "Dad, don't just stand there. Go prepare the next batch of ingredients." Noticing Li Xiangdong's daze as he watched his son stir-fry, Liang promptly directed him. The workload in a cafeteria was no less than that of a street stall. Seizing the moment to prepare an extra batch of supreme fried rice would alleviate some pressure during the upcoming lunch rush. "You cheeky rascal, now you're giving me orders." Li Xiangdong came to his senses, feeling somewhat displeased. How could his son be directing him? Is there no justice in this world? In the culinary profession, indeed, there is. After all, his son possesses remarkable skills. Just watching Liang skillfully stir-frying, Li Xiangdong felt a pang of inadequacy. This young man cooks fried rice so exquisitely, and, at home, he always insists that his father prepare fried rice for supper. Alas, it feels as though my pride is quaking. Chapter 18. Campus Reporter? Speak up. After adding the seasonings and stirring thoroughly, the supreme fried rice is ready to be served, sprinkled with chopped green onions. Liang's first batch of supreme fried rice is officially complete. Ding! Supreme fried rice. Creator, Liang. Quality, purple rare. Observing the system's notification, a hint of disappointment flickers within Liang's heart. His initial attempt at roasting goose legs had been a failure, primarily due to the inadequacies of the electric oven. However, using high-quality kitchenware over an open flame at Qingbei University, failure is simply out of the question. The trouble is after inadvertently creating golden-quality roasted goose legs the previous night. His expectations have risen, eagerly awaiting the emergence of another golden-quality dish. Alas, golden-quality cuisine remains elusive. And despite Liang meticulously adhering to the divine culinary recipes step by step, the outcome is still a mere purple quality. Sighing softly, Liang quickly adjusts his mindset and continues to prepare the next batch of fried rice. Meanwhile, outside the East Canteen. Hello, fellow students. This is the Qingbei University campus television station. A girl with twin ponytails and chicken leg-shaped gold earrings beams at the camera. Her smile reveals two dimples, radiating sweetness. Clearly, she possesses a fondness for laughter, and her cheerful demeanor is indeed captivating. I am campus reporter Liu Yue. Earlier, I led everyone on a tour of our Qingbei Athletes Canteen, and now, let us explore what delectable dishes await the students of Mo City. One wonders what culinary delights the friend from afar will enjoy at noon. The campus television station is run by students from the journalism department, primarily covering events within Qingbei University. With a joint sports event between Mo City University and Qingbei University on the horizon, it is indeed a significant occasion, and the campus television station must broadcast the proceedings for the Qingbei students to witness. However, since the sports event has yet to commence, the television station can only capture logistical preparations. After Liu Yue's introduction, she waves to the camera and lifts the cotton curtain used for wind protection. Stepping into the canteen. Upon entering, Liu Yue closes her eyes and inhales deeply. The aroma of various cuisines. Each visit to the canteen ignites an uncontrollable excitement within her. Her chicken leg earrings are a testament to her identity as a true foodie. Wait, Liu Yue catches a whiff of a particular fragrance that stands out among the myriad of delightful aromas. It must be the fried rice. Typically, one would expect fried rice, laden with oil and salt, to possess a slightly greasy scent. Yet this fried rice is different. It carries a subtle fragrance of rice. Swallowing her saliva with a gulp, Liu Yue resumes her introduction to the camera. The chefs in the East Canteen are already bustling with activity. We can observe that 6 serving windows have been opened for the athletes of Mo City University, and one window seems to be particularly fragrant. It appears they are preparing fried rice. Just as Liu Yue rises on her toes to locate the window preparing fried rice, the director hastily pulls her out of the shot. The director, appearing somewhat helpless, remarks, "Yue, I reminded you earlier that each chef in the canteen is dedicatedly crafting their dishes. You cannot disparage them on camera just moments ago." An incident had occurred at the campus television station. While visiting the Qingbei Athletes Canteen, Liu Yue had praised a roasted chicken leg, which was her personal favorite, right in front of the camera. The chefs in Qingbei University's kitchen are all professionals who take pride in their craft. Liu Yue's enthusiastic endorsement of the roasted chicken leg sparked discontent among the chefs at other windows, leading to a verbal spat that nearly disrupted meal preparations. To prevent further incidents, the director must closely monitor Liu Yue's every word and action. Not long after, Liu Yue nearly finds herself in trouble again. Remember, you can only praise the health and nutrition of the dishes, and you cannot emphasize which chef's food is superior after reiterating this instruction. The director finally allows Liu Yue to return to the camera. Back in front of the lens, Liu Yue wears an expression of grievance, amusing the Qingbei students watching the live broadcast. As a frequently featured campus reporter, her vibrant and cheerful personality has made her quite popular within the university. Many students are well aware of Liu Yue's boisterous and gluttonous nature, and upon seeing her demeanor, they can easily surmise that she has said something amiss and been scolded by the director. Haha, Yue, you should be more careful. I bet once the sports event begins, Yue 1TB is excited as she is now Yue. Why not host a food show after graduation? As several comments flit by, Liu Yue takes a deep breath to regain her composure. Now, let's take a look at what dishes our talented chefs at each window are preparing. With that, Liu Yue leads the cameraman closer to the serving windows. The chefs, upon noticing the camera and reporter approaching, perk up with renewed vigor. Appearing on campus television is a significant opportunity for them, as many are hired chefs. If they can establish their reputation at Qingbei, not only will it enhance their prestige, but it will also boost patronage at their restaurants. Moreover, it serves as a chance to demonstrate their culinary skills to those who may underestimate them. Many chefs, seizing the moment, present their completed dishes to the window. Most of the offerings consist of simple, local dishes: borscht, red vegetable soup, pan-fried fish fillets, and meat pies. While these dishes are straightforward to prepare, their presentation is still appealing, sure to stimulate the audience's appetite on camera. Yet, as Lu Yue moves from dish to dish, her nose twitches, and she neglects to offer any commentary, causing the chef's brows to furrow in annoyance. After all, they're all skilled chefs, proud of their culinary standards. Even their most casual dishes deserve recognition, and certainly should not be overlooked by a mere girl. The quality of their creations far surpasses that of the average canteen fare. Just as the director prepares to pull Lu Yue from the frame again, she suddenly halts in front of the fourth window. I can smell that particularly appetizing aroma coming from this window. Is that supreme fried rice? What? Why is the chef merely a child? Upon seeing Liang, dressed in a pristine chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat, Lu Yue is momentarily stunned. The director is equally taken aback, pondering for a moment before quietly instructing the cameraman to focus on Liang. This young chef undoubtedly possesses an intriguing story, making him worthy of coverage. To be working as a temp chef at Qingbei University, he is likely a culinary prodigy or involved in some charitable initiative related to the canteen. Lu Yue's knack for uncovering newsworthy stories is commendable. What she doesn't realize is that her interest in Liang stems not from his potential for a captivating story, but rather from the intoxicating aroma of his fried rice. Gurgle Lu Yue's stomach growls. Hungry, she feels a tightening sensation in her abdomen from the enticing fried rice. Yue, words, speak. Noticing Lu Yue's prolonged silence, the director hurriedly reminds her. Ultimate foodie Lu Yue, it's time to speak. Chapter 19. The most significant broadcasting mishap in the history of the campus television station. With a sudden reminder from the director, Lu Yue jolted to attention. Her mind raced as she contemplated her next move. After a brief pause, she aimed the microphone at Liang. Yes, this was the way to proceed. Observing Lu Yue's actions, the director nodded in approval. Undoubtedly, the young Liang was the focal point of the current program. Based on the director's experience, it was time to inquire about Liang's age, his culinary journey, and his impressions of the atmosphere at Qingbei University. These were all potential avenues for engaging discussion. However, Lu Yue blinked and asked, "Little friend, may I sample the supreme fried rice?" The director and cameraman exchanged incredulous glances. Why was a mere child in the kitchen? What was his background? These intriguing angles for live broadcast were completely overlooked as Lu Yue's attention was fixated on a single dish of fried rice. Sampling? Liang glanced up at Lu Yue and the camera behind her. He was not one to engage in theatrics, and even with the camera rolling, he would not perform like other chefs. Yet, sampling was acceptable. After all, he was cooking for the cafeteria, and giving it to someone was part of the job. Who knows, Lu Yue might even give him his first positive review. If it's good, remember to give a good review, he replied nonchalantly. Understood. Lu Yue nodded vigorously. Although it felt a bit odd to request a review for cafeteria food, the allure of the dish made her disregard such thoughts. Liang gestured for her to help herself, then resumed his preparation of the fried rice. Lu Yue, swallowing hard, surveyed the several plates of supreme fried rice before her and ultimately chose the largest serving. This action made the director's eyelids twitch. Seriously, if you want to sample it, just take a spoonful. What else with taking the entire portion? Hey, you're on air. But Lu Yue, oblivious to the director's growing frustration, gazed at the supreme fried rice with stars in her eyes. Well then, I shall be the first to taste it for everyone. Struggling to maintain her composure, she pulled out her pink chopsticks and took a small bite. Almost immediately, her expression became glazed, her pupils dilated. The flavors were intoxicating. The fragrance of the eggs and oil intertwined, while the shrimp added a delightful freshness. Just as she began to sense a slight greasiness, the subtle aroma of the rice surged forth, refreshing her palate. For a while, Lu Yue was rendered speechless. Viewers tuning in to the live broadcast were equally perplexed. So, how is it, Yue? Is it delicious? One viewer quipped, "It seems like she hasn't spoken in ages. Is this a broadcasting accident? Ha, I feel like I'm watching a food show rather than a campus broadcast." Another chimed in, "The supreme fried rice does look rather tempting. I might just want to try some myself. Just supreme fried rice. How good can it be? Is the audience getting hungry?" The comments flowed, But Lu Yue remained silent, savoring each bite. After finishing one mouthful, she exhaled and put away her pink chopsticks, producing a large pink spoon instead. The spoon was nearly the size of a small ladle, and without a second thought, Lu Yue opened her mouth wide and took a generous scoop. Watching her cheeks puff up, the director could no longer contain herself. "What do you call this sampling? Lu Yue, you get back up here." The director attempted to pull Lu Yue back into the frame for a reprimand, but to her surprise, Lu Yue grasped her wrist and pulled her down beside her. "Come on, you have to try this. It's absolutely amazing." With her mouth full, Lu Yue mumbled, "You should take a bite." "Me? No way." The director's forehead was now lined with veins. It was clear that Lu Yue should never be allowed to handle food-related programs again. The show would have to be salvaged by her own efforts. "All right, students, I will take a bite on behalf of Yue. You can see that the ingredients in this fried rice are even more abundant than those found elsewhere, likely considering the nutritional needs of athletes. Let us taste this flavor." This flavor? Suddenly, the director felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Her expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to a deep reminiscence. The taste of the supreme fried rice penetrated her being, soothing her soul. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. She recalled her childhood, coming home from school to find her mother had prepared her favorite egg fried rice, waiting with a smile. They would share laughter and stories about her day. Those were the happiest moments of her life. Now, her mother was no longer with her, and despite having sought renowned chefs to recreate that cherished egg fried rice, nothing ever tasted quite right. Who would have thought that from Liang's fried rice? The director would rediscover the flutter of her past, the warmth of those memories. In truth, while Liang's supreme fried rice was not identical to her mother's egg fried rice, it was the heart and soul infused into each dish that mattered. The director fell silent, and after a long moment, a single tear streamed down her cheek. She prided herself on her professional competence, but faced with such a heartfelt dish, even her steely heart softened. As the director succumbed to emotion, the most surreal scene in the history of the campus television station unfolded. Lu Yue, engrossed in devouring a mountain of fried rice, while the director sat beside her, silently weeping. The atmosphere became palpable. The cameraman, holding the camera, was at a loss. What was he supposed to film now? They weren't even speaking. Was the entire show to rely on him alone? If only he could join in the feast, as the fried rice smelled utterly divine. The cameraman swallowed hard, contemplating his craving. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the kitchen crew grew increasingly restless, observing the chaotic scene unfolding at the campus television station. Chapter 20. The kitchen was in utter chaos, and Zhao Zhenhai's anxious heart finally sank. The university television station had come for an interview, and initially, the chefs in the East Canteen were filled with a sense of excitement. Who wouldn't want a chance to showcase their culinary skills on camera? Although they did not present their signature dishes, they were confident that even their spontaneous creations would dazzle the reporters. However, as soon as the television crew entered the canteen, they headed straight for Li Ang's station, casually sitting down to enjoy his fried rice. Was this not a blatant disregard for the other chefs? Liang's supreme fried rice, which was made from subpar leftover rice, was hardly worthy of praise. Yet, the group of reporters, led by Lu Yue, eagerly served themselves generous portions and savored every bite. It was evident that the young boy was a relative of Zhao Zhenhai, a connection that seemed undeniable. Otherwise, why would the television crew only dine at a station? It was clear that Zhao Zhenhai had orchestrated this publicity stunt, leveraging his connections within the university. To put it plainly, the supreme fried rice was merely an enhanced version of egg fried rice. I failed to see what was so exceptional about it. It seemed evident that Zhao Zhenhai was attempting to elevate that young upstart, Liang, using our reputation as a stepping stone. The kitchen staff began to murmur among themselves, their voices rising in agitation, with one particularly irate chef even spitting in Lu Yue's direction, oblivious to the fact that he was wearing a mask. At this moment, animosity towards Liang and Zhao Zhenhai surged among the chefs. Chefs are notoriously sensitive about their reputations. If the university television station broadcasted this, it would imply that the dishes crafted by seasoned chefs were outshone by a mere child's creation. Such a perception could jeopardize their careers. Yue, perhaps you should stop eating. The director, sensing the chef's mounting frustration, snapped back to reality from the culinary memories evoked by the supreme fried rice. How had she been so easily distracted by Lu Yue? Observing the chef's agitated expressions, it was clear that a significant crisis loomed. Coincidentally, Lu Yue had just finished an entire plate of supreme fried rice. She patted her slightly protruding belly, unabashedly burping and giving a thumbs up to the camera. This fried rice is simply delightful. Before she could finish her sentence, she met the director's icy, menacing gaze. The director had already instructed her not to proclaim the fried rice's deliciousness. This fried rice is so healthy, so economical, so nourishing, and so moist. Lu Yue stammered, her words faltering. What kind of description was that? Liang wondered if Lu Yue's mental faculties were somewhat impaired. Wasn't he the canteen's fried rice still more affordable than most sold outside? And what did she mean by moist, as he hadn't added any onions? Regardless, Liang had secured his first favorable review of the day. It seemed that as long as the dishes were prepared well, whether roast duck leg or fried rice, they would earn the diner's approval. Hey kiddo, add me on WeChat so I can interview you later. Lu Yue suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out her phone. Under Liang's bemused gaze, she successfully scanned the friend code, her excitement palpable. Yue, hurry and continue interviewing at the other stations. The other chefs are already feeling the heat, quickly, under the director's urging. Lu Yue had no time for further conversation with Liang and was whisked away. Sure enough, when the chefs saw Lu Yue approach their station, their expressions softened momentarily. However, they quickly realized something was amiss. Lu Yue had just indulged heartily at Liang's station. Even the director sitting behind her had sampled a few bites of the fried rice. Yet, at their station, Lu Yue merely offered a brief introduction and moved on. Where was the taste testing segment? Was this not an affront to them? Yue, why not try a few more bites? The director perceptively noted the tension and quietly urged Lu Yue. I can't eat anymore. Just one bite. Lu Yue replied, holding her stomach, nodding helplessly, and turning to the camera. Next, we will visit Station 1, where they offer borscht. Let us give it a taste. Just as Lu Yue brought a spoonful of borscht to her lips, an overwhelming wave of nausea threatened to make her retch. The fried rice she had just consumed was still sitting heavily in her throat. Yet, her reaction ignited the simmering anger among the chefs. Excuse me, what does this mean for us at Qingbei University? If you think my food is subpar, just say so. There is no need for this performance. I am a head chef at a Western restaurant. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? The chef's frustrations boiled over. Zhao director, how can you still speak? If it weren't for your nepotism and disdain towards us, would we be in this situation? I bet that Liang is your little nephew. TSK. Having a relative in logistics is quite advantageous. Isn't it? Although Zhao Zhenhai was the logistics director at Qingbei University, the temporary kitchen staff had little fear of him. They were merely temporary workers, and he had no authority over them. Furthermore, Zhao Zhenhai's favoritism towards Liang was a double-edged sword. Push them too far, and they could easily file a complaint with the principal. Those who reached the status of head chef were astute and clearly understood the underlying dynamics. However, Zhao Zhenhai was utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. When did Liang become his nephew? How did he manage to take shortcuts? Are these chefs out of their minds? Since the mask has been torn off, I shall speak candidly. Zhao Zhenhai, do not consider us chefs to be fools. I have seen through such tricks many times. You invite a group of professional chefs only to later find a journalist to claim that our dishes are no better than those made by a child this push and pull allows that fellow Liang to gain fame. You must provide us with an explanation. Either a raise or let that inexperienced child leave. I am exhausted and need a break. If this connected individual is so capable, let him prepare more meals for those foreign students. Seeing that Zhao Zhenhai remained silent, the chefs assumed they had seized a weakness and became even more boisterous. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Xiangdong was also incensed. Initially, he tolerated the chef's pointed remarks. But now, as they brazenly slandered his son, what father could endure such disrespect? Suddenly, Li Xiangdong drew a sharp breath, startling Liang, who was skillfully stirring. In the next moment, he pointed fiercely at the chefs. Are you all tired of living? If anyone speaks ill of my son again, I shall turn him into a dish. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, with sharp brows and piercing eyes and a rugged beard, his presence was overwhelming. This momentarily quelled the chaos. However, the chefs, with their numerical advantage, were not intimidated by Li Xiangdong's threat of violence. What do you mean? Do you intend to resort to violence? Do you truly believe that there are no laws at Qingbei University? Come on, try to lay a hand on me. I dare you to think you could take us all down today. Several chefs surged forward, nearly clashing with Li Xiangdong, but Zhao Zhenhai rushed in to intervene, preventing the situation from escalating further. What is this madness? The entire kitchen has descended into chaos. Zhao Zhenhai's temples throbbed as he struggled to comprehend the bewildering situation. Just as the cafeteria curtain was drawn back, friends from Peking University, welcome to your dining hall. Our master chefs have prepared delectable meals for you. As the translation teacher eloquently introduced, the students and athletes from Peking University filed in one after another. It's over. Zhao Zhenhai trembled, his anxieties finally laid to rest. Chapter 21. The First Foreign Diner. Can the fried rice be delectable? Zhao Zhenhai's hands trembled slightly. The kitchen had nearly transformed into a battlefield, and even if he wished to soothe the situation, he found himself at a loss. At that moment, the faculty and students from Peking University arrived. Undoubtedly, this time Zhao Zhenhai was on the verge of a debacle. Concurrently, the number of viewers for the campus live broadcast surged dramatically. This surge was not merely due to the arrival of Peking University students, but because the students from Qingbei University sensed that a significant event was unfolding. In any institution, the actions of leaders leveraging relationships are particularly contentious. Zhao Zhenhai was publicly admonished by the chefs, and Li Xiangdong nearly clashed physically with them. This explosive drama drew an increasing number of onlookers. Seeing that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, the director and Lu Yiwei approached Zhao Zhenhai, their expressions filled with remorse. Director Zhao, we sincerely apologize. We never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Director Zhao, if there is anything you need me to do, please do not hesitate to command. Lu Yiwei had a morsel of fried rice lingering at the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze was earnest and sincere. Sighing, Zhao Zhenhai acknowledged his innocence. However, at this critical juncture, he felt compelled to make a concession. He glanced at the chefs and then at the still fuming Li Xiangdong and reluctantly stated, "Please, everyone, let us maintain some decorum. Regardless of the misconceptions surrounding me, I would like to extend my apologies. I implore you to continue with your duties, and I shall offer a raise as compensation." Yet, even after Zhao Zhenhai took a step back, the chefs remained dissatisfied. A raise? They were not in dire need of a few extra coins. What they truly valued was their reputation. At this point, they were determined to assert their stance. If Zhao Zhenhai wished for them to continue cooking, he must first dismiss that connection. Indeed, with such connections present, it would be futile to expect Peking University students to enjoy a hearty meal. Having nearly come to blows with Li Xiangdong, the chefs were resolute in their desire to expel him and his son. Upon hearing the chef's demands, Li Xiangdong's temper flared once more, and he swung his belt threateningly, only to be restrained by Lu Yiwei and the director. "Dad, ignore them. Let us just focus on our cooking." In contrast, Liang appeared remarkably calm, leisurely adding soy sauce to the fried rice. Observing Liang's unruffled demeanor, Li Xiangdong paused, then snorted, retracting his belt. This predicament was exceedingly complex. Zhao Zhenhai recognized that Liang and Li Xiangdong were not connected. They had committed no wrongdoing. However, if he allowed the chefs to continue their uproar, what would become of the Peking students? If the cafeteria issues jeopardized the smooth execution of the sports event, Zhao Zhenhai would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Demotion was a distinct possibility. Perhaps he could consider dismissing Liang first, compensating him for his labor. A fleeting thought crossed Zhao Zhenhai's mind. Alas, in this era, the principles of right and wrong often hold little weight. Sometimes, it is far more expedient to target the innocent. As Zhao Zhenhai's gaze shifted toward Liang, their eyes met. At that moment, Liang had just prepared a substantial batch of fried rice. his eyes brimming with an evident passion and yearning for culinary excellence. Could he truly dismiss such a promising young chef? Absolutely not. Moreover, having witnessed Li Xiangdong's temper, Zhao Zhenhai feared he might receive a few lashes from that belt himself. In truth, Zhao Zhenhai was oblivious to Li Ong's indifference. For Li Ong, if he could cook fried rice in the cafeteria while simultaneously accomplishing the system's tasks, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. Yet, if he would be dismissed, it would merely mean walking away with 10,000 after a morning's work, which was not intolerable. The experiences from his previous life had matured Li Ong's mindset. He was not as fragile as those chefs. As for Zhao Zhenhai's interpretation of Li Ong's fervor for the culinary arts, it was merely a projection of Zhao Zhenhai's inner turmoil. Alas, I must apologize. This is something I cannot concede to. Zhao Zhenhai replied in a somber tone to the chefs. I will never dismiss an exceptional chef like Li Ong. Ah, it seems you are quite protective of your connections. Director Zhao, then you shall reap the consequences. Let him prepare enough fried rice to satiate the students of Qingbei University. The chefs, hearing Zhao Zhenhai's response, abruptly ceased their food preparations. They were all eager to witness Zhao Zhenhai and Li Ong's impending farce. Li Ong's revered fried rice was indeed aromatic. Yet from a culinary perspective, it was improbable that it would be palatable. When the students of Qingbei University sampled his fried rice and found it lacking, they would be eager to lodge complaints. How would Zhao Zhenhai navigate that scenario? Who needs you bunch of incompetent cooks? My son alone is sufficient, Li Xiangdong scoffed. Still simmering with indignation, Li Ong shot a silent glance at his father. While Li Xiangdong was merely speaking out of frustration, Li Ong had his hands full. Fortunately, having received physical enhancements, he felt a measure of confidence. Soon, 100 or so students from Qingbei University arrived at the various serving windows. However, the crowd dispersed, gravitating towards the other 5 windows, leaving Li Ong's window eerily vacant. It was evident that the faculty and students from Qingbei University held little interest in Li Ong's revered fried rice. Given that these students were new arrivals, they naturally gravitated towards more familiar dishes. Moreover, encountering a child as a chef would instinctively deter most from choosing that option. In no time, the various dishes prepared by the chefs were nearly depleted, yet a significant portion of Qingbei University's students had yet to receive their meals. What are you doing? Why aren't you preparing food? A tall, robust student with light, golden curls pushed his way to the front of the queue at the barbecue window, forcefully banging on the counter. It was apparent that he possessed a rudimentary grasp of the local language, and his temper was far from amiable. His name was Meyer, a weightlifter representing Qingbei University. With a physique resembling a towering iron pillar, his daily food consumption was considerable. Seeing that Qingbei University's cafeteria had only prepared a meager amount of food, he grew increasingly dissatisfied. Yet, this was precisely the outcome the chefs desired. They intended to escalate the situation and undermine Zhao Zhenhai's authority. The chefs shrugged and exchanged glances, showing no intention of continuing their meal preparations. Meyer, frustrated, pounded on the counter before his gaze landed on the vacant window 4. Was that rice from Qi country? With a hint of resignation, Meyer realized that it appeared he had no other choice. Generally, the people from his homeland do not consume rice. Their staples consist mainly of bread, noodles, and potatoes. Yet, in this foreign land, he had no choice but to adapt. Young man, give me a serving of rice. Meyer squeezed through the crowd and approached Li Ong's window. He hoped the food would be palatable. I have a competition this afternoon, and I cannot afford to compete on an empty stomach. Meyer thought to himself. Li Ong nodded, and in a short while, a large platter of supreme fried rice was sent out from the window. Would this be delectable? Observing the golden hue of the supreme fried rice, Meyer furrowed his brow. There was no choice but to make do. Chapter 22. Praise the little ones. It seems the journalist can no longer function normally. As the saying goes, whether fragrant or foul, once it enters the mouth, it is but meat. Meyer was pondering similarly. He believed the so-called supreme fried rice prepared by the child must surely be unpalatable, for he was unaccustomed to rice. However, with the competition looming that afternoon, he knew he must eat well. The supreme fried rice, being nutritionally balanced, would have to be consumed, albeit with a pinched nose. If it's delicious, do leave a positive review. As Meyer lifted the fried rice, Leon, who had once engaged with individuals from the bear country during his working days, spoke a few words in their language. This surprised Meyer greatly, and even Li Xiangdong was taken aback. The little fellow is rather impressive. Meyer, momentarily stunned, secretly marveled at the erudition of the child from Qingbei, giving Leon an approving thumbs up before settling down with the fried rice. He picked up a spoon, his expression one of trepidation. Just because the child spoke bear language fluently, it did not guarantee the dish would be equally commendable. With a sigh, Meyer scooped a generous spoonful of the unfamiliar food into his mouth. As he chewed, his initial skepticism gradually transformed into clarity. Suka. Meyer slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed crimson. At this, several students from Mo City University turned to stare at Meyer. Meyer, what has possessed you? Mind your manners. The supervising teacher, Kozlov, quickly approached, concerned that the fried rice was so dreadful that it had provoked Meyer's notorious temper. It's no wonder. Kozlov had always been unimpressed by Qingbei cuisine. What good could come from frying rice in oil? My apologies, teacher. Upon noticing Kozlov's approach, Meyer quickly explained. It's this fried rice is simply divine, a gift from the heavens. The iron-willed Meyer now appeared to radiate the innocent joy of a besotted youth. Oh, Kozlov was momentarily bewildered. In his experience, Meyer had always presented himself as a stoic figure. Hey Meyer, it's rare to hear you praise someone. Let me have a taste. A friend of Meyer's, noticing his delight, boldly scooped a spoonful of fried rice and tasted it. Then, Soka, this is even more delicious than my mother's toast. Come, everyone, come try. In an instant, a throng of students from Mo City University gathered around Meyer's table. Each took their turn, and soon, half of Meyer's generous portion of fried rice had vanished. My goodness, this cuisine from Qingbei is truly a celestial blessing. Who knew rice could be this delightful? The shrimp, the peas, even the carrots I detest have exquisite flavors. The grains danced on my tongue, and the lightly charred shrimp burst with freshness. Dear heavens, I might swoon. Why does our country not indulge in rice? My heart aches. The students' exclamations of astonishment and praise were ceaseless, yet Meyer grew exasperated. If you wish to eat, buy your own. I will not tolerate you consuming my Qingbei fried rice any longer. Meyer, with his robust stature, shoved the surrounding students aside. Meanwhile, Leon's mind echoed with a notification sound. Ding! Host has received 6 positive reviews. Task: universally acclaimed, progress updated, total received 1101000 positive reviews. Seeing his tally increase, Leon felt invigorated. Come, everyone. I have plenty of fried rice to spare. If you enjoy it, do remember to leave a good review. Leon called out in bear language, prompting a swarm of bear country students to rush toward his stall. In no time, a long queue formed at window 4. The students of Mo City University were curious about the fried rice that had garnered such praise from Meyer and his companions. As more people tasted the dish, their eyes grew increasingly fervent. Leon's window 4 was bustling with eager patrons, some having finished their portions yet unsatisfied, rushing back for seconds. Some even held plates of uneaten fried rice, already queuing for another helping. Thank you, little friend. Your fried rice is exquisite. I shall leave you a positive review. A perceptive student from Mo City recalled Leon's earlier request for reviews and tentatively praised him while placing his order for a second helping. This brought a beaming smile to Leon's face. Very well, I'll add extra rice to your second serving. Instantly, the student's fried rice was piled high. This left the other students envious. They had previously shunned rice, unaware of its delightful taste. After experiencing Leon's culinary creation, they wished to lick their plates clean, leaving not a single grain behind. In an instant, praises and accolades surged towards Leon like a tidal wave. Your fried rice makes all other food pale in comparison. May I have 2 more spoonfuls? Little friend, your fried rice has rendered all my previous meals akin to refuse. I adore your fried rice. Oh dear, your fried rice is simply too delicious. What if I never have it again in my lifetime? I cannot bear it. If I go a minute without your fried rice, I feel as though ants are crawling on me. The students' praises ranged from earnest to exaggerated, even bordering on the absurd. The culture of praising chefs was already prevalent in Bear Country, but their admiration for Leon had reached unprecedented heights. Host 1 positive review. Host 2 positive reviews. Host 4 positive reviews. As the task progress soared, Leon felt a tinge of embarrassment. Please, everyone, temper your enthusiasm. I am but a child, and such flattery may inflate my ego. What child? You are a deity. Meyer, having somehow squeezed into the line, knelt before Leon on one knee. Indeed, this child is the god of food. Meyer's antics inspired other students in line to mimic him. Praise the little ones. Meyer then chuckled, slowly rising and signaling an okay gesture to Leon. Little friend, does that sound pleasant? Remember to serve me extra rice. Leon felt a flicker of unease. Did Meyer believe he harbored some peculiar inclination? His desire for praise was merely to fulfill his task. While this could technically count as a positive review, it seemed rather absurd. As the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, Zhao Zhenhai was completely bewildered. Everything had transpired so swiftly, from the chef and Oppos, as strike to Leon inciting worship among Mo City University students. It had all occurred in a mere 20 minutes. It was just a portion of fried rice. Could it truly warrant such fervor? One could not deny that the little fellow's fried rice was indeed delectable. I nearly lost control when I first tasted it. The director, sensing the crisis had subsided, relaxed and smiled at Zhao Zhenhai. Suddenly, the director recalled something. By the way, Iwei, our show is still filming. Why not conduct an interview with the students from Mo City University? Where is Iwei? The director searched high and low, ultimately discovering Lu Iwei mingling among the student group at Mo City University. Did you not just vomit? How can you still eat? The director was left utterly speechless, eventually resigning to a bemused shake of her head. It seemed that Lu Iwei would be unable to perform her duties this afternoon. Chapter 23. Lee's roast goose leg suspected of illegal operations. Stall cancelled. I'm astounded. The child's fried rice is selling so well. Could he possibly have connections? Indeed, just moments ago the chefs mentioned that director Zhao Zhenhai had facilitated a backdoor entry for that child. I even joined in the criticism. But it seems the child possesses genuine talent. It is now abundantly clear that he is fully capable of fulfilling the role of a chef. While those arrogant chefs merely appear as foolish clowns, envious of another's success. I must admit, I am somewhat curious. Is this supreme fried rice truly as delectable as they say? Perhaps the students from the Bear Country simply have not been exposed to fine cuisine, as the culinary delights of our Qi country are unparalleled. In a live broadcast room of Shuemu television, the students and Oppos, comments were flowing. What once seemed like a tangled dispute has now become crystal clear, thanks to the explosive popularity of Liang's fried rice. Even some students from Shuemu University began to express curiosity about the taste of Liang's supreme fried rice. Zhao Zhenhai's previously anxious heart finally settled, but at that moment, the chefs felt a growing sense of unease. This was not how they had envisioned things. They had anticipated a grand embarrassment for Zhao Zhenhai, yet to their surprise, even with their strike, Liang single-handedly upheld the entire cafeteria's operations. The most astonishing part was that Liang's supreme fried rice had the foreign diners crying out for more. How exaggerated! The pressure had shifted onto them. Could it be that they were truly outdone by a mere child? Some chefs, gritting their teeth, ignited their stoves once more. Students, we have barbecued meat again. Would you like a portion? Students, fresh borscht just out of the pot. However, despite the chefs and Oppos' abrupt change in attitude, fervently promoting their dishes, no student was willing to spare them even a glance. The situation had completely reversed. These students from Mo City University must have never tasted anything good. I refuse to believe a plate of fried rice could be that exceptional. Some skeptical chefs sneaked over to Liang's window to sample the fried rice, and upon tasting it, they were brought to tears. How on earth did Liang create such fried rice? Is this even a product of human skill? I think it is time we discuss the matter of contract breach. Witnessing the Mo City University students thoroughly satisfied with their meals, and with Liang's fried rice continuously in demand, Zhao Zhenhai squinted, preparing to settle accounts with these chefs. Under pressure, he had previously made numerous concessions, but they had remained aggressive. Though Zhao believed himself to be magnanimous, This debt must still be addressed. Director Zhao, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We had no idea that the little genius you hired possessed such extraordinary skills. We thought you were deliberately setting us up. Indeed, Director Zhao, we assure you we will cook well this afternoon. Whatever traditional dish you request, we will prepare. Caught in their own misdeeds, these chefs found themselves lacking any ground to stand on, especially after the devastating blow to their pride dealt by Li Ang's culinary prowess. I would like to ask you all, even if I were to overlook this and continue employing you, what could you possibly contribute? Zhao Zhenhai surveyed the group, his tone indifferent. Is there truly anyone willing to eat the meals you prepare? You're saying nobody will eat your food. No chef could tolerate such words. Should anyone dare to utter them, they would certainly retaliate. However, now they found themselves unable to counter Zhao Zhenhai's claim. The students from Bear Country were flocking to Li Ang's window, while the chef's offerings failed to capture even a fleeting glance. Director Zhao, we understand your point. A perceptive chef inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. Since we were the ones to breach the contract first, we accept our dismissal. We're even willing to pay a penalty. However, could you please ask the television station not to post the live recording online? For these chefs, the commission from Qingbei University was not their primary concern. As chefs, their dignity and reputation held utmost importance. Having been thoroughly humiliated by Li Ang, they feared that if this footage were to circulate online, their careers would be irreparably tarnished. The chefs gazed at Zhao Zhenhai with pleading expressions, and he hesitated. Then, as if struck by a thought, he shook his head. Well, since you just accused me of using connections to interfere with the university's television station, now I certainly cannot step in on your behalf. What if you report me afterward? However, I can call in classmate Lu Yuwei. You may discuss this with her. The chefs appeared embarrassed. They had never anticipated the backlash would come so swiftly. Having just accused Zhao Zhenhai of favoritism and manipulation of the television station to promote the insider Li Ang, it was clear that Zhao would no longer assist them in their pleas. Nevertheless, Lu Yuwei, a young girl with golden hair, should be reasonable, right? Soon, the chefs explained their demands to Lu Yuwei, who, true to her straightforward nature, responded without hesitation. You're a bit late. I've already uploaded the live recording to my personal Weibo account. The reason? Simple, because I wanted to. Lu Yuwei flashed a smile, revealing her sharp canines, then turned on her heel and walked away. Lu Yuwei, a spirited individual, had entered the journalism field with the intention of reporting the truth, making it impossible for her to conceal information for the chefs. How unfortunate! If I had known it would come to this, I would not have accepted this task. Had I known, we would not have misunderstood that child. The chefs, realizing they could no longer remain, began to pack their belongings, preparing to retreat. The once radiant chefs, who had arrived in high spirits that morning, now departed with darkened expressions. Today would undoubtedly be the most humiliating day of their culinary careers. Not only had they lost their dignity, but more critically, their culinary skills had been ruthlessly overshadowed by an 8-year-old child. The kitchen soon became desolate, while Liang's window remained a bustling success. These Bear Country individuals could truly eat. One might wonder if they would still be able to participate in the competition this afternoon. Where's the supervising teacher? Wait, the teacher is eating too. Zhao Zhenhai gazed at the still fervent students and faculty from Mo City University, swallowed hard, and was at a loss for how to comment. Meanwhile, in Liang and Appo's modest rental apartment, ring, Liang and Appo's mother, Zhang Yan, was seated at the table, wearing glasses and mending a garment when the phone suddenly rang. Is someone requesting a clothing repair? Zhang Yan thought with anticipation. Since her heart condition had surfaced, she had taken on various odd jobs at home, working as a seamstress and crafting handmade goods. Remarkably, with her industrious spirit, business had gradually improved. As she picked up the phone with optimism, a cold voice resonated from the other end. Is this Zhang Yan? I'm the administrator of Dushing Snack Street. I have discovered that your operations are in violation of regulations. So effective immediately, your stall has been canceled, and you are forbidden from setting up again. Chapter 24. The child's brother rushes back. Someone stealing our home. Zhang Yan felt as if struck by lightning, her heart pounding furiously. This abrupt change was truly unexpected, leaving her utterly unprepared. It is important to note that Li's barbecue stall was their family's primary source of income. Having operated in the snack street near Kyoto University for several years, their reputation and sales had significantly improved. If they were expelled from the snack street, the loss would be catastrophic. Moreover, the success of food stalls heavily relies on their geographical location. A once thriving stall suddenly relocated could plummet in business, potentially becoming neglected and overlooked. Administrator, you must be mistaken, Zhang Yan hurriedly interjected. There Li's goose leg stall had always operated legitimately. There were no violations. Enough talk. Come to the snack street and pack up your stall. However, the administrator offered no further explanation, brusquely ending the call. The busy tone echoed in her ears, and Zhang Yan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Since the goose leg stall was registered under her name, the notification had only reached her phone. Logically, her husband Li Xiangdong and son Liang were still unaware of the situation regarding the stall. She picked up the phone to call Li Xiangdong, but hesitated. He and Liang were currently busy at Qingbei University. If this incident distracted them and jeopardized their work, it would be unfortunate. After all, the catering job at Qingbei University was a top priority for their family. Forget it. I'll go myself, Zhang Yan resolved, biting her lip, donning her padded coat, and stepping outside. Hey, Yan, going for a stroll? Her neighbors greeted her with unusual enthusiasm, having noticed Liang and Li Xiangdong stepping into a luxury car, leading them to believe that the Li family had struck it rich. It seemed that success had drawn the neighbors closer, eager to strengthen their connections with Zhang Yan. Caught off guard by their sudden friendliness, she could only offer vague responses before hastily hopping onto the electric tricycle that Li Xiangdong typically used for his stall and rushing toward the snack street. By the time she arrived, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Logically, the snack street should not have been crowded at this hour. To her astonishment, however, the area in front of Li's barbecue stall was packed with people. Upon closer inspection, they were all students from Kyoto University. The snack street had seemingly become an extension of the university, with students gathered at the stalls, some engrossed in their phones, others reading. The most outrageous sight was a student typing away on a laptop, working on a thesis. Many students were even standing on tiptoes, peering toward the entrance of the snack street, as if anticipating something. Suddenly, Lu Tao in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, Li's goose leg is open for business." Her words instantly halted the activities of the 100 or so students present. They excitedly lifted their heads to see the electric tricycle with the Li's goose leg banner appearing on the horizon. Yes, I knew it was worth the wait. The goose legs are finally here. Thank goodness for my stomach. They cheered. Everyone, form a line. Let's keep it orderly. Each person can buy a maximum of 4 portions. And we strictly prohibit takeout and scalping. Wait, where's the child's brother? However, when the crowd realized that only Zhang Yan was on the tricycle, they fell silent. Who is this lady? I think I've seen her before, years ago. That's the goose leg Annie. She was the first to sell goose legs. Fortunately, a doctoral student who had been at Kyoto University for years recognized Zhang Yan. At the same time, she felt a jolt. With Liang and Li Xiangdong at Qingbei University, the goose leg stall was not supposed to be operating today. Yet here were so many students queuing without prior notice. Since she had encountered this situation, Zhang Yan felt compelled to address it. I'm sorry, everyone, but Li's goose leg is not open today, she said, parking the tricycle aside, a look of guilt on her face. It was truly unfair for Liang and Li Xiangdong to leave these students waiting in the cold. Annie, we know Li's goose leg isn't operating, but we just want to try our luck, one student said. Yes, in fact, the child's brother notified us in the chat group this morning that he wouldn't be here, but we were worried he might come early and we'd miss out on a good spot. Hearing the student's words, a strange expression crossed Zhang Yan's face. Was it possible that Liang's goose legs had garnered such a fervent following? Just as she was about to say something more, an impatient voice interrupted. Make way, can't you see? The crowd parted to reveal a couple pushing a barbecue cart, brazenly approaching and stopping directly at Li's goose leg stall. Chen Chang and Wang Fang's actions stirred a commotion among the students, whispers of confusion rippling through the crowd. What are they doing? Who do they think they are? Zhang Yan furrowed her brow. She recognized the couple. They had gained infamy in the snack street long before she began her venture, known for their unscrupulous behavior. It was unfortunate to encounter them again, and Zhang Yan felt a headache coming on. Chen Chang, Wang Fong and Oppos. S. Zhang Yan, she said, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. This is our stall. Why are you setting up here? Your stall? Who says it belongs to you? Wang Fong sneered, pulling out a contract. See this? Your goose leg stall has been shut down for illegal operation. This stall now belongs to us. As Zhang Yan read the contract, her mind reeled. The goose leg stall was the result of years of hard work by both her and Li Xiangdong. Just like that, it was gone. Her face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "There's no way we could have been operating illegally. We are honest people. This must be a mistake." Chun Chong smirked, flipping the contract to show her the final page. Open your eyes and look closely. This is the official stamp of Dushing Company. How could there be a mistake? If you truly weren't in the wrong, why would the Snack Street administrator accuse you? Nowadays, the bad guys love to play the part of the honest folk. Wang Fong added with a mocking laugh, her puffy eyes squinting into slits. Bad guys? Zhang Yan knew her husband and son well. They were diligent workers. How could they be deemed villains? Let me see the contract. Zhang Yan stepped forward to examine it closely. However, Wang Fong's expression shifted and she shoved Zhang Yan aside. If you want to cause trouble, go find the administrator. Don't disrupt our business. Chun Chong sneered. Get lost. Don't make a scene here. Wang Fong spat, her words laced with venom. At that moment, the students could no longer tolerate the scene unfolding before them. Seeing the once-beloved goose leg auntie, Zhang Yan, treated in such a manner stirred a collective discontent among them. Moreover, the couple before us is intent on driving away their roasted goose leg stall. How can they speak so arrogantly, occupying someone else's space, while the vendor merely wishes to review the details of the contract? It seems to me that it is you two who ought to leave. Not long ago, I indulged in skewers from your stall and transformed into a projectile warrior for an entire evening. I suspect you are using spoiled meat. I caution you, engage in dialogue respectfully and refrain from insults. Numerous students have risen to defend Zhang Yan, their voices united in support. As the crowd of students grew restless, Wang Fong's expression darkened considerably, as if the creases on her chin had multiplied. Meanwhile, witnessing a temporary stabilization of the situation, some students took to their phones to Li Ong in the group chat. Hey, little brother, what are you busy with? Hurry back to the snack street. Little brother swiftly replied, someone's invading our territory. There's someone causing trouble at your stall, and your mother is here. A flurry of messages ensued, with Lu Tao, having added Liang on WeChat, promptly sending several voice notes as reminders. At last, Liang responded. His message was brief. I will return immediately. Take care of my mother. There will be ample rewards. Chapter 25. Two living souls, overcome by an electric furnace? What are you all doing? Disperse at once. As the students confronted Wang Fong and Chen Chong, a casual voice rang out. A middle-aged man clad in a gray management uniform, accompanied by two security guards with bleached hair, pushed his way in. The man's arrogant demeanor and swaggering gait unmistakably marked him as an official from the Snack Street's management. Ah, cousin, you finally arrived. Chun Chong's eyes lit up upon seeing him, and he rushed forward to greet him. Cousin Wang Meng, this Zhang Yan is defying management and inciting trouble. Cousin? The students from Kyoto University exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting incredulity. They had encountered shamelessness before, yet this was a new level of audacity. It was now abundantly clear that Chun Chong had likely leveraged his so-called cousin's connections to secure the contract for the stall transfer, which led to the reclamation of the Li Ji roast goose leg stall. However, Wang Meng, seeming accustomed to his domineering ways, showed no hesitation whatsoever. His beady eyes scanned the group of students, and his lips curled into a smirk. Inciting trouble? Just a bunch of students. It's hardly a matter of concern. In my view, university students are mere bookworms, timid and easily intimidated. Can they truly revolt against authority? Even if they hail from Kyoto University, they are merely clever minds. Once they step into society, they will still be subject to the whims of seasoned individuals like myself. Zhang Yan, tell me, what grievances do you have? Wang Ming casually twisted his neck and glanced at Zhang Yan. When I declare that you're operating illegally, make no mistake, you are indeed operating illegally. As Zhang Yan opened her mouth to respond, Wang Ming waved his hand to silence her and continued, now tell me, who is the registered owner of Li Ji roast goose leg? Zhang Yan hurriedly retrieved the registration certificate from her tricycle. It was registered in my name back then. All procedures were completely compliant. Exactly, Wang Meng sneered. Then who is the actual operator of Li Ji roast goose leg? It must be your husband, Li Xiangdong, right? Zhang Yan was momentarily speechless. Was there any connection to be made here? Although she was capable, her knowledge was limited, and her understanding of market regulations and laws was minimal. This was the norm for those from the working class. After a long pause, Zhang Yan cautiously asked, Administrator, is there a problem with this? Wang Meng raised an eyebrow and instantly elevated his voice. Of course there is a problem. Do you realize you've broken the law? According to business regulations, the stall's registered owner and the actual operator must be the same. Your situation constitutes operating under a false name. It's a miracle I Haven Tea reported you. Yet you still have the audacity to create a scene here. Zhang Yan was taken aback. If what Administrator Wang Meng said was true, then she indeed had committed an offense. Since she had broken the law, she should face the corresponding penalties and consequences. Well, do you have anything else to say? Wang Meng lit a cigarette, eyeing Zhang Yan with a sense of triumph. He relished the thrill of intimidating small vendors, which not only satisfied his desire for power, but also gave him a sense of intellectual superiority. Your cousin is truly something else, educated and articulate, leaving that woman speechless. Seeing Wang Meng's words render Zhang Yan speechless, Wang Feng's face radiated the joy of a victor. Of course, my cousin is remarkable. Chen Chang chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with his cousin Wang Meng. Seizing the moment, since his cousin had arrived, they might as well eradicate the Li Ji roast goose leg stall entirely. Wang Meng understood the implication and gestured to the two security guards. Throw away everything left at their stall. Although today Liang and Li Xiangdong were absent, items like the high-end electric furnace remained positioned at the stall. At Wang Meng's command, the security guard began to topple the electric furnace. Zhang Yan's expression changed, and she rushed forward to intervene, but Wang Feng forcefully pushed her aside. You ungrateful wretch, you must be asking for a beating. As Wang Feng lunged forward to slap Zhang Yan, she was unexpectedly seized by the collar and yanked back. Despite Wang Feng's considerable weight, nearly 100 kilograms, who could possibly restrain her? Turning to see who had intervened, she was confronted by an imposing figure, silhouetted against the light, casting a shadow that loomed over her like a towering mountain. Even Wang Feng, known for her fiery and unreasonable temperament, was momentarily stunned. The person stood at least 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a bald head, reminiscent of a hero from folklore. Yet this was no mythical hero. It was the starting center of the Kyoto University basketball team. The students had received a directive from Xiao Gu to protect Zhang Yan. With such a formidable center present, no one could lay a finger on her. Get lost. Wang Feng finally regained her composure and, with gritted teeth, pushed against the center's chest, only to find her hand meeting unyielding resistance, causing her wrist to throb painfully. Do you think we, the students of Kyoto University, are invisible? As long as we are here, no one can bully Annie Gooseleg, the center declared, rallying the students around him. With the center's bold declaration, the students stepped forward, encircling Zhang Yan protectively. Chen Chang, someone is bullying me. What are you staring at? Wang Feng yelled at her husband in frustration. Chen Chang, eyeing the towering center, swallowed hard and, in a fit of bravado, seized a kitchen knife and charged forward. For an ordinary person, a knife undoubtedly wielded a certain intimidation factor. The Kyoto University students, despite their intent to intervene, were merely swept up in youthful fervor. In Chen Chang's mind, a single kitchen knife would suffice to intimidate them all. You want to play with knives? I have one too. However, the students remained undeterred. A pale girl with crimson eyes pulled a gleaming scalpel from her pocket, positioning it before Chen Chang. Just so happens I brought a spare knife for my anatomy lab today. Shall we see how this goes? Let us start with a stab to the lower abdomen, where there are no organs and fewer nerves. Next, how about a slice to the quadriceps, which is rich in muscle and fat? Perhaps a stab to the pectoralis minor as well. If I were to make a few more cuts, might I earn a VIP status at the roast goose leg stall? The medical student gestured with the scalpel while sizing up Wang Meng, whose demeanor suggested he was an ideal specimen for her experiments. If this girl were to act, it it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome scene. A flurry of stabs leading to nothing but mild injuries. Seeing the glinting scalpel in the girl's hand, Chun Chang's courage melted away. He had only intended to intimidate. With 100 lives, he would never dare to harm anyone, let alone engage in a confrontation with an evidently unhinged medical student. With a thud, the kitchen knife fell from Chun Chang's grip onto the ground as he raised his hands above his head. I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Harming someone is illegal. Both husband and wife were utterly ineffectual. Wang Ming observed Chun Chang and Wang Fang's antics with a look of exasperation, wishing they could rise to the occasion. The endeavor to drive away Li Ji roast goose has nearly reached fruition. Yet who could have anticipated that this couple would manage to ensnare a group of university students? These two individuals seemed to relish bullying other unsuspecting vendors. But when confronted by formidable opponents, they falter. You two hasten to assist. Wang Ming turned to call upon the two security guards, only to find them firmly affixed to the electric roasting oven, their eyes rolling back and foam nearly spilling from their mouths. What on earth is happening here? Wang Ming's frustration surged, veins bulging in his neck, overwhelmed by the sensation of being let down by incompetent allies. How could these two able-bodied guards be incapacitated by a mere electric roasting oven? They must have triggered my preset anti-theft system. Within the ranks, CFA pondered thoughtfully. When designing this high-end electric roasting oven, he had envisioned incorporating every possible function. Indeed, this excessive design also encompassed anti-theft and safety measures. The oven is programmed to detect unfamiliar faces attempting to move it, automatically generating a faint electric current to deter intruders. However, it seems that the settings for this anti-theft current may be a tad excessive. Chapter 26. A standoff in the middle road. Law students are truly ruthless. Brother Meng, there is something sinister about this electric furnace. Brother Meng, my bones feel like jelly. Does this count as a work-related injury? It must be a work-related injury. The two security guards barely escaped the clutches of the electric furnace, looking utterly despondent, one of them even with damp trousers. They could never have imagined they would find themselves in a confrontation with an electric furnace. And more critically, they had never even dealt with one before. Damn it, even moving a furnace is such a hassle. Wang Ming's patience was wearing thin. He had driven merchants away more than once. But none of those encounters had been as bizarre as today. On one side, Wang Fang and Chun Chang found themselves incapacitated by the students, while on the other, an electric furnace had terrified the two security guards to the point of losing their composure. It seemed that today a situation would require a change in approach. Wang Ming pondered quietly, understanding the need for adaptability. When brute force fails, one must resort to other strategies. Wang Ming had a modicum of street smarts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained his position as a subordinate manager at the Dashing Snack Street Company. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of shock. What are you doing? Let go of Wang Fang. Are you aware that you are deliberately assaulting someone? At Wang Ming's loud admonition, the basketball team's center reluctantly released Wang Fang. Despite her fiery temperament, Wang Fang dared not retaliate further. She merely rubbed her arm and sulkily returned to Qin Chang, tugging at his ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Amidst the chaos, a crowd of onlookers and nearby vendors had gathered. Wang Ming, feigning victimhood, gestured helplessly to the crowd. Please help me. I am merely following regulations to reclaim the stall of Li Ji roast goose leg. After all, they are operating illegally. However, not only was Zhang Yan obstructing my work, she also incited the university students to use violence against us. This is simply lawless, an egregious abuse of power. Wang Ming's performance grew increasingly theatrical, his eyes reddening by the end. The surrounding vendors were somewhat sympathetic, as they were well aware of Wang Ming and the couple's usual conduct, but some of the bystanders frowned disapprovingly at the students. A few even took out their phones to record the scene. You students are utterly out of control. I'll capture this and post it online. If we are to discuss reason, why resort to violence? Oh dear, young man, don't be so impulsive. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, a subtle smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. Nowadays, many people are like this. They ignore the real facts and prefer to stand on their moral high ground to berate others. The student demographic is often the easiest to manipulate, like soft fruit. Wang Ming's interference turned the students' valid grievances into baseless accusations. That's not true. The situation is not as he describes. Zhang Yan hurried forward to clarify. This is fundamentally an issue regarding her stall. If the students were to share the blame, it would be detrimental. Annie, you don't need to explain to them. At that moment, a slender boy emerged from the crowd, camera in hand. The name tag on his chest indicated he was from the journalism department of Kyoto University. He flipped open the camera lens and began filming the crowd. The tide of the situation shifted, transforming from a one-sided portrayal of the Kyoto University students and Zhang Yan into a standoff in the middle road. Students, why are you filming us? What does this mean? Put down that camera. While some curious onlookers merely recorded with their phones, no one expected the students to bring a camera, effectively overpowering them with their equipment. What am I filming? Evidence. The journalism student smiled at the crowd. You all seem to be jumping to conclusions, which aligns perfectly with my current news topic, the spread of rumors. I'll record you all as material for a documentary to be aired on television. Upon hearing this, the well-meaning bystanders dared not say another word. Those who had been filming hastily covered their faces with their collars and turned away, not daring to linger. Wang Ming was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid of them. They're clearly breaking the law. These lawbreakers deserve to be denounced. Since the journalism students have started filming, as a law student, I shall also take this opportunity to preserve evidence and speak up." However, before Wang Ming could finish, a short-haired girl from the law department stepped forward, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she confronted Wang Ming. "You just stated that the registrant and operator of Li Ji roast goose leg are inconsistent, thus justifying the closure. First, I must emphasize that Dashing Snack Street is merely a private enterprise. You have no enforcement authority. Even if there are issues with the operating qualifications of Li Ji roast goose leg, you have no right to confiscate the stall. Your actions constitute a unilateral breach of contract." As she spoke, the law student did not miss the opportunity to deliver a final blow, coolly inquiring, "Can you comprehend what I'm saying? Is there a problem?" Wang Ming stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "Even if I lack enforcement authority, they're breaking the law, and I should manage this." He usually relied on a few legal clauses to intimidate others, but when faced with someone knowledgeable, he felt like a small fish in the ocean, unable to utter a word. The law student smiled slightly and continued, "Now let us discuss the issue of illegal operations. Illegal operations typically refer to the sale of prohibited items, legal certificates, or price gouging and monopolizing resources. The inconsistency between the registered stall owner and the actual operator does not inherently fall under illegal operations. Furthermore, even if there is a discrepancy, it does not violate commercial regulations, provided that the name on the business license matches that of the actual operator. I have already verified that Li Ji roast goose leg has made the necessary changes." As she spoke, the law student retrieved the business license from a tricycle and waved it at Wang Ming. Her eyes narrowed, her tone becoming more assertive as she pressed, "Is there a problem?" Wang Ming clenched his teeth, resorting to underhanded tactics. "Well, you all assaulted someone, which is definitely illegal. Even if we were negligent in our duties, you cannot resort to violence. Stop." The short-haired girl raised a hand in a gesture to halt. "We merely prevented you from unlawfully harming Aunt Zhang Yan and did not engage in any aggressive behavior towards you. There are witnesses present, and the street corner has surveillance cameras. In fact, it is you who conspired to seize the stall and use violence to drive out the operator. You have already violated multiple public order regulations, including causing a disturbance and assaulting others. Moreover, I suspect you may be part of an organized crime group, warranting further investigation." Wang Ming felt overwhelmed. Damn, these law students are truly ruthless. In an instant, he found himself burdened with numerous accusations. Having exhausted all his tactics, he no longer dared to linger. "What did you say? I can't understand. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Wang Ming cast a furtive glance around and prepared to slip away. Unexpectedly, Wang Fong seemed oblivious to the situation. She continued to tug at Chun Chong's ear, shouting at Wang Ming, "Cousin, why are we leaving? This matter cannot just end like this. You accepted our bribe. You must take care of these students for us." Chapter 27. Is it worth involving the criminal police over such a trivial matter? Wang Ming was already in a state of turmoil after being chastised by that law student. Seeing Wang Fong, his incompetent accomplice, relentlessly pursuing the issue, he erupted in frustration. How could he manage these students, let alone you, Wang Fong? With a swift motion, Wang Ming slapped Wang Fong across the face, exclaiming, "Let us get out of here. What are we waiting for? Do you want to be caught by the students and face the music?" To his astonishment, Wang Fong stood frozen for a moment before unleashing a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Wang Ming, how dare you hit me? You ungrateful wretch!" She flailed her ample arms, instantly engaging in a tussle with Wang Ming. Chen Chong, Wang Fong's husband and Wang Ming's cousin, found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to intervene. "Stop trying to draw attention to yourselves." A law student coughed lightly. "None of you are leaving today." With the authority of the law student's words, it was clear they would handle the situation decisively. Any legal issues involving Chen Chong and the others would be addressed collectively. As the law student finished speaking, several students surrounded Wang Ming and his companions, making it evident that escape was not an option. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Ming chose to disengage from the struggle with Wang Fong, retreating to a corner with a bitter expression. He had initially thought he was merely doing Chen Chong a favor, not anticipating the appearance of such a peculiar group of students. To make matters worse, these students had varying backgrounds, some in sports, others in medicine, journalism, and aspiring lawyers. For a fleeting moment, Wang Ming felt as though he was outmatched by a cohort of experts from diverse fields. He had never encountered such formidable students before, leaving a profound impression on him. "Cousin, what do we do now?" Chen Chong anxiously inquired while trying to pacify Wang Fong. Were they truly going to be defeated by a bunch of students? "There's nothing else we can do. We'll have to call my older brother." Wang Ming gritted his teeth. Chen Chong had Wang Ming, and Wang Ming had an older brother. The manager of Dushing Catering Company was the regional head of Dushing Snack Street. As a manager, he possessed extensive connections and status. If he intervened, this matter would surely be resolved. However, it would come at the cost of incurring a significant favor. Wang Ming understood that owing a favor meant it would have to be repaid in kind. Yet, there was no alternative. If he didn't reach out for help, he feared he would spend the night at the police station. These young students were rather naive. Today, he would show them how the world of human connections operates. With a grim expression, Wang Ming dialed a number. Unbeknownst to him, several others in the group were also making calls. "Hello, Dad, I'm at Dushing Snack Street, and I've encountered a bit of a situation, Senior. Are you busy? If not, there's a situation at Dushing Snack Street. Could you come over?" After hanging up, Wang Ming decided to remain seated, glaring at the students with a look that seemed to say, "Just wait." Meanwhile, the group of students did not take any initiative, engaging in conversation with Zhang Yan while keeping a watchful eye on Wang Ming and his companions to deter any escape attempts. Half an hour later, a Bentley rolled to a stop in front of the snack street. "Wow, is the manager here?" Wang Ming sprang to his feet, his eyes glimmering. After a few days, his brother had acquired a Bentley? That was indicative of a significant figure. Surely this would resolve their predicament. Wang Fong and Chen Chong exchanged relieved glances. However, to their surprise, a stranger stepped out, flanked by bodyguards. He was in his 50s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle. Who is this? Wang Ming wondered, perplexed. Seeing the newcomer, a female student from a group approached him with a hint of reproach. "Dad, why did you take so long to arrive? I was in line for goose legs at your snack street, and didn't he expect to find this manager bullying people?" Wang Ming scoffed dismissively. He had thought it was someone important. It turned out to be just a student's father. Driving a Bentley was impressive, but it didn't give him authority over the snack street's affairs. Wait a moment, the girl just mentioned that this snack street belonged to her father. Wang Ming squinted, recognizing the man. "Oh no, it's Chairman Qian." A cold sweat broke out across Wang Ming's forehead. Dushing Snack Street was part of the Dushing Catering Group. This was none other than Qian Hongfei, the chairman of the Dushing Catering Group. The disparity in status was immense. Wang Ming had only seen Chairman Qian's photograph during corporate training sessions. It was evident that Qian Hongfei was quite indulgent toward his daughter. After hearing the details from her, he wore a peculiar expression. "Is this really all that happened?" "Yes, Dad. They've gone too far. This affects our family's business image." The girl puffed her cheeks, and shook her fist at him. As a father, how could Qian Hongfei tolerate such disrespect? He straightened up, pointing at Wang Ming and the two security guards sitting behind him. Whereas the secretary, contact human resources and have their information logged for dismissal. For Qian Hongfei, dismissing such low-level employees was not within his usual purview. However, since his daughter had spoken up, he felt compelled to intervene personally. With Qian Hongfei's direct involvement, the response was swift. Click. The Human Resources Department's call reached Wang Ming's phone. Click. Wang Ming was dismissed. Cousin, is that it for you? Chen Chong was left flabbergasted. The pace of events was too rapid. Just a moment ago, his cousin Wang Ming was rallying support to give the students a lesson, and now he was out of a job? Wang Ming's face was a mask of fury. Yet he maintained his bravado. It doesn't matter. They'll have to compensate me for my dismissal. If they don't want me, I'll find my way elsewhere. Despite his words, tears streamed down his face. Relying solely on his salary, Wang Ming barely scraped by. After all, this was the capital city, and a salary of less than 10,000 was hardly sufficient. If he wanted a profit, his primary source of income came from exploiting vendors due to his role as a manager. With his job gone, he had lost that source of income entirely. He had car loans and a mortgage to pay, and he was planning to get married next month. Marriage? What marriage? Wang Ming cried out in despair, lunging at Chen Chong. Wife, save me. Chen Chong was knocked to the ground, and chaos ensued once again among the three. However, the turmoil was short-lived as two more vehicles arrived. They were two black Prado SUVs, and as the doors opened, a man clad in a leather jacket, exuding confidence, stepped out with a group of robust young men. Junior, what issue do you need me to handle? The man approached the group of students, his demeanor cautious, as he inquired of a buzz-cut male student. Have you uncovered any major criminal leads? The man was the captain of the Municipal Police Criminal Investigation Team and a graduate of the Criminal Investigation Department at Kyoto University. A fellow junior had called for assistance, and having a rare moment of free time, he rushed over. Senior, here's the situation. The buzz-cut student recounted the events as they had unfolded. Upon hearing the account of the dispute, the captain displayed the same incredulous expression as Qian Hongfei. Is this really all that happened? This is merely a public order dispute. Why would you need to involve me, the captain of the criminal police? A visit to the local police would suffice. However, the junior brothers spoke up, and out of loyalty to their shared affiliation, the matter was conveniently resolved. The captain sighed and signaled for the accompanying officers to disembark. They were to escort those individuals to the nearby police station to explain the situation. The charges of assault and creating disturbances could be firmly established, with a primary focus on investigating any connections to organized crime. As the criminal investigation team approached, even Wang Fong was rendered speechless. What transgressions had they committed to warrant the attention of undercover detectives? The two officers seized Wang Fong, who immediately let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. From the captain and Oppo's tone, it seemed their fate would be exceedingly grim. Chapter 28. The students are furious. Shui Mu University actually kidnapped Xiao Haige? Be honest. Wang Fong still wanted to throw a tantrum when a police officer firmly restrained her with one hand. These criminal police officers typically dealt with ruthless criminals, so handling a rogue like Wang Fong was a simple task. Soon, Wang Fong, Chen Chong, Wang Ming, and two security guards were escorted into a black Prada car. Just then, a BMW sped towards them and halted at the intersection. Could there be another expert? Wait, who dares to touch my brother Wang Ming? It's the manager. The manager has arrived. Upon seeing the person he had called for finally arrive, Wang Ming felt as if he had clutched a lifeline, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears mingling with snot. This is what it means to be saved from desperation. Those who have never experienced it could never comprehend the jubilation within Wang Ming and Oppo's heart. In that fleeting moment, the manager's beer belly and bald head appeared exceptionally grand in Wang Ming's eyes, radiating a brilliant glow. However, 2 minutes later, this manager is fired as well. Qian Hongfei pointed at the bewildered manager. Another accomplice. Let's take them all away. The chief of the criminal police commanded with a wave of his hand. In the back seat of the chief's Prado, Wang Ming and the manager exchanged glances. Wang Meng scratched his face awkwardly, while the manager's expression twisted in disbelief. I'll kill you. Manager, please don't be impulsive. The two in the back seat had better behave, or I'll have to put handcuffs on you. The chief of police departed with Wang Meng and the others, while Qin Hongfei offered a few words of advice to his daughter before driving away. Dust settled, as if nothing had ever happened. Dear, are you all right? Mom, what a coincidence. Just as Wang Meng and the others left, Liang and Li Xiangdong hurriedly arrived in a taxi. After confirming that Zhang Yan was unharmed, Liang sighed in relief. Li Xiangdong adopted a stern expression, unusually reprimanding Zhang Yan. You shouldn't handle such matters alone in the future. Always notify me first, understood? Zhang Yan smiled and nodded, taking Li Xiangdong's hand. Old Li, these kids have helped us tremendously. We must express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, the students hurriedly shook their heads. It's nothing, it's what we should do. Xiao Haigu is our caretaker. If we don't help, who will? Speaking of which, since you are here, how about roasting some goose legs? Xiao Haigu, hurry up and roast. We're all hungry. I can't think of anything else but that bite. The students, upon seeing Li Ang's arrival, completely disregarded their previous efforts and instead surrounded him, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if Li Ang were a walking, human-sized goose leg. You all keep your distance. I'm scared. Li Ang swallowed hard, stepping behind Li Xiangdong. There is definitely not enough time to roast goose legs for everyone now. Li Ang shook his head, then added, however, to thank everyone. I plan to go to the gate of Kyoto University at 10 o'clock tonight to distribute free compensation as a token of gratitude. Li Ang's gratitude was sincere, and given the students' fondness for him, he was certainly eager to reciprocate. Although his workload was already substantial, he was more than willing to make an effort for the students of Kyoto University. Upon hearing Li Ang's words, the students erupted in joy. Compensation. It must be roasted goose legs. Plenty of roasted goose legs. We want to be able to finish them all, though they couldn't indulge right away. Since Liang had spoken, they could endure this afternoon for a bit longer. Xiao Haigu is amazing. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Long live Xiao Haigu. Finally, there is something to look forward to. Thank you, Xiao Haigu. But let us skip the free part. We're happy to pay. The students were all beaming, but Zhang Yan found it hard to accept. What are you all saying? We should be the ones thanking you. Exactly. Please don't say thank you. Li Xiangdong quickly added, addressing the students. They had put an effort to save the goose leg stall. How could they turn around and thank them? Uncle and Annie, you have no idea what Xiao Haigu and Appos, as food means to us. It's a source of spiritual strength, a source of happiness. Haha, just thinking about having roasted goose legs tonight makes me want to laugh. Stop that silly grin. The students laughed and joked, while Zhang Yan's eyes glistened with tears. What wonderful children. By the way, Xiao Haigu, you mentioned in the chat group that you wouldn't be setting up stall for the next 3 days. What are you up to? Lu Tao squeezed through the crowd and, relying on her familiarity with Liang, directly inquired. Oh, I am cooking at the shui mu, Liang replied casually. Huh? In an instant, the previously lively crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Liang Shui Mu University. Lu Tao suddenly grew anxious. How could he go to such a place? What's wrong with Shui Mu University? Judging by Lu Tao's tone, it sounded as if Shui Mu University were some illicit establishment. Xiao Haigu, why aren't you saying anything? Lu Tao grasped Liang's hand. Worry etched on her face. Did Shui Mu University kidnap you? Don't worry, we will always have your back. You can tell us anything. At Lu Tao's words, the crowd erupted once more. Indeed, it must be those people from Shui Mu who kidnapped Xiao Haigu. Damn it. Xiao Haigu is an important asset for us at Kyoto University. How dare those rascals from Shui Mu try to meddle with him? This snack street is protected by us at Kyoto University. How can we tolerate this insult? Let us skip our afternoon classes and confront them at Shui Mu University. Observing the students' fervor, Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. Could it be that there was a deep-seated rivalry between Shui Mu University and Kyoto University? In reality, there wasn't any serious animosity between the two institutions, but as premier universities, they had always been at odds. Neither held the other in high regard, each believing itself to be the foremost institution in Qi country. The competitive spirit among students and faculty was exceptionally high, creating a dynamic of both coexistence and conflict, which could be considered an intriguing phenomenon in the realm of Qi's higher education. Damn it, I completely forgot about the rivalry between the two schools. Liang finally realized, feeling a surge of dread. In his past life, he had seen news reports about how these two universities often clashed over trivial matters. He certainly did not want to escalate things due to his involvement. Everyone has misunderstood. I'm not cooking at Qingbei University. I'm working part-time at a restaurant called Qingbei. Liang glanced at Li Xiangdong, attempting to clarify. Li Xiangdong was also taken aback. He had always taught Liang that one of the most important qualities in a person is honesty. However, in this situation, he didn't want the students from Kyoto University to stir up trouble with Qingbei University because of their family. After all, if these Kyoto University students truly went to Qingbei University to argue over Liang, it would be akin to fighting on enemy territory, and they would undoubtedly come off worse. Ahem, yes, we're at Qingbei restaurant. Li Xiangdong cleared his throat. Upon hearing this, the students of Kyoto University visibly relaxed, while Lu Tao squinted her eyes at Liang, a hint of suspicion flickering within her gaze. Chapter 29. The medical expert team was speechless. They were simply overindulged. All right, little brother, we shall take our leave for now. We shall await your return. Gradually, the crowd of students dispersed. After escorting Zhang Yan home, Liang and Li Xiangdong boarded the bus back to Qingbei University. Although Liang wished to spend more time with his mother, duty called, and there was a considerable workload ahead. Little brother, what are you up to? Liang's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Yiwei, the campus reporter from Qingbei University. Liang was slightly perplexed. Why had Lu Yiwei also begun to address him as little brother? Was this term so catchy that it had forged a bond between students from Qingbei and Kyoto University? I have some matters to attend to and have already informed Director Zhao. What is up? Liang replied. Little brother, the sports meet with Maching University has commenced. I initially wanted to watch it with you, but why not join us in a live stream? Lu Yiwei responded with a cute emoji. Lian chuckled softly. Glancing out the bus window at the passing streets, he decided to click on the live stream link since he had some free time. The competition between Maching University and Qingbei University officially began. We have 10 events in total, and we shall uphold the principle of friendship first, competition second, to see who will emerge victorious in this joint sports meet. The vast circular field was divided into several competition zones, easily visible from stands, as the host endeavored to elevate the atmosphere. Go Qingbei! We are the best. Let the friends from Bear Country witness the prowess of Qingbei students. Haha, Qingbei students. You still underestimate the strength of Bear Country. Your research capabilities are commendable, but when it comes to sports, you have no chance whatsoever. The students from Qingbei not only cheered on-site, but also fervently supported the athletes in the live stream. Simultaneously, some students from Maching University, far away in Bear Country, were sending comments in their native language, exuding absolute confidence in their school's prowess, displaying a regal demeanor. The competition begins. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, reported on the event. The first competition is the 400-meter sprint. We can see our 2 athletes from Qingbei University and 2 from Maching University are ready. Notably, among the athletes from Bear Country is a star contender, nicknamed an Oppos, iron-willed Chekhov, and Oppos. Chekhov is the strongest athlete Maching University has seen in the past decade and a potential candidate for the national team of Bear Country. All right, with a gunshot from the referee, the race begins. Wait, why is Chekhov start so slow? Our Qingbei athlete has already taken the lead. Oh no, one of the Bear Country students gave up after just 200 meters, leaving only Chekhov to persist. Chekhov has given up. Is he unable to continue? Qingbei University wins. We are first. As the 2 Qingbei athletes crossed the finish line, the 400-meter race officially concluded, and the students present erupted in jubilant cheers. Given Chekhov and Oppos' extraordinary ability, the Qingbei students had not anticipated victory yet. Against all odds, they had triumphed. It was a miracle. In contrasting emotions, while Qingbei University reveled in victory, the students in the live stream from Maching University were in an uproar. What is Chekhov doing? How could he abandon the race? This fool cannot even be called iron-willed. Look, Chekhov is clutching his stomach, seemingly in pain. Is he unwell? The mood among the Maching University students was dismal. They had entered the competition with high hopes for Chekhov to secure an early victory, only to be met with a harsh reality. Fortunately, the second event was about to commence, presenting an opportunity for the students of Maching University to redeem themselves. The second event, weightlifting, is about to begin. Our Shuemu competitor is ready, while Maching University has sent out their formidable athlete, Meyer. We can see our Shuemu side taking the initiative, successfully lifting the weight. This weight is nothing for Meyer. Let us observe his performance. Meyer appeared on stage, but his complexion seemed off as he rubbed his stomach. Meyer is exerting himself, and he has vomited. The referee has ruled Meyer's lift a failure. Meyer has abandoned the competition. The host was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding situation. With Meyer's withdrawal, Shuemu University naturally emerged victorious. However, the repeated poor performances of Maching University athletes raised concerns. Even if their skills were inferior, it was improbable to lose so embarrassingly. The cheers from Shuemu students had notably diminished, and whispers of concern circulated among them. The president of Shuemu University, seated prominently in the stands, furrowed his brow in contemplation. What is happening? An anomaly? Our Maching University students must be experiencing something. Perhaps they are unwell. Maybe it is the local environment affecting them. We, the Bear people, are robust and do not succumb to such issues. Doubts began to surface regarding Shuemu University. Could they have done something unethical? In a live stream, the student from Bear Country found themselves in a predicament, with some even speculating about Shuemu University. After all, extraordinary occurrences often herald underlying issues. If only one athlete faltered, it would be acceptable. But the unsatisfactory performance of all Maching University athletes raised alarm. Let the professors from the medical school come to examine them. These children have traveled a long way, and we must ensure they are not unwell. The president of Shuemu University, taking the issue seriously, promptly organized a medical team, led by esteemed professors from the medical school. The nation's top medical research team hurriedly made their way to the resting area of Maching University athletes. 20 minutes later, after examining Meyer and Chekhov, the experts approached the president, seeming hesitant and awkward in their report. President, based on our preliminary observations, the athletes from Maching University are experiencing excessive gastrointestinal pressure due to overconsumption of food, resulting in abdominal pain. In simpler terms, they have overeaten. The president of Shuemu University, holding his teacup, froze momentarily, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 30. Having come to this point, let us first dine. Principal, what shall we do now? The leading expert of the medical team appeared somewhat at a loss for words and sought the principal in Oppo's opinion. Indeed, overindulgence can lead to physiological discomfort, yet the mouths are attached to the students of Mo City University, and it bears no relation to Shuemu University. Their choices regarding consumption do not compromise the integrity of the competition. After a moment of contemplation, the principal of Shuemu declared, "Let the competition proceed. Let's move on to the next event." The next event is the 3,000-meter race, but the athlete from the Bear Country has already withdrawn. Three lines of frustration appeared on the principal and Oppo's forehead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shuemu University, this is Shuemu University bus station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. The bus came to a gradual halt, and Liang stepped down alongside Li Xiangdong, engrossed in his phone. This incident during the competition surely cannot be attributed to me. I did not compel them to overeat. Shaking his head, Liang tucked his phone away. Now was not the time to be concerned about the competition. For him, the impending tasks were pressing and numerous. The East Canteen was essentially sustained by Liang alone. Thus he needed to commence preparations for dinner, and more crucially, he needed to ready the supper for the students from Kyoto University. Dad, please order some more ingredients from the agricultural wholesale market. Liang turned to Li Xiangdong as they entered the Shuemu campus, instructing, "Let us order 50 pounds of goose legs from them, no more than 50 pounds. Otherwise we won't have time to prepare it. Also, let us get some glutinous rice and red dates." The goose legs from the agricultural wholesale market were exorbitantly priced, yet for the students of Kyoto University, Li Xiangdong would not skimp on expenses. After placing the order, Liang returned to the window to accelerate the preparation of the supreme fried rice for the evening. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the East Canteen. Alas, we suffered a crushing defeat today. I am so saddened. I need to reward myself with some extra supreme fried rice. I want 5 servings of supreme fried rice. The students from Bear Country returned from their defeat, yet their faces bore not a trace of despondency. Rather, they radiated with joyous smiles. The reason was simple. It was dinner time, and they could indulge in supreme fried rice once again. After all, this was merely a friendly match between Mo City University and Shui Mu University. Even if they had lost 4 matches the day before, it was of little significance, and such failures would not tarnish their athletic careers. In contrast, the delightful culinary offerings were a rare treasure. To allow a loss to spoil one's mood would be regrettable. You lot are absolute fools. You have no understanding of the meaning of honor. Overhearing the students' chatter, the leading teacher from Mo City University, Kozlov, could no longer contain his frustration. Although this friendly match bore little weight, it still concerned the pride of Mo City University. Laughing in the face of defeat was utterly unacceptable. Seeing the teacher's ire, the smiles on the students' faces began to fade. Taking a deep breath, Kozlov sighed. I hope you all remember this shameful day. We have never faced such. What is that delightful aroma? As they approached the entrance of the canteen, the enticing scent captivated the leading teacher. Turning around, he spotted Liang at window number 4, having prepared a towering mound of fried rice for them. To prevent the students from choking, Liang had even boiled a large pot of egg drop soup to accompany their meal. So much. Ha ha ha. Let me indulge. Everyone, hurry and get your food. The students' eyes sparkled as they rushed towards the window. The leading teacher lamented, You are simply beyond redemption. Hey, don't rush me. Leave a portion for me too. Soon, the students from Mo City University had filled their plates with fried rice and were relishing their meal. Of course, they did not forget the etiquette of serving. As they ate, praises and accolades flowed freely. Liang's progress in fulfilling his task surged steadily. Compliments 1. Compliments 1. Compliments 1. Buzzing. Just as the leading teacher had filled his plate with fried rice and was about to savor the golden grains, his phone vibrated. It was a call from the principal of Mo City University. The leading teacher froze momentarily, hastily setting down his spoon and wiping his hands on his clothing before answering the call. Principal, Kozlov, you suffered a dismal defeat today. The moment the call connected, the principal's somber voice resonated. It was evident that the principal's mood was far from pleasant. Well, there's an old saying in Qi country, victory and defeat are common in warfare. The leading teacher chuckled awkwardly. Of course, Mo City University can accept defeat. The principal's tone grew impatient. However, I find the results of this competition rather suspicious. Why did our athletic warriors perform so poorly, with some even withdrawing from the competition? Tell me, did you face any unfair treatment at Shui Mu University? If so, I will protest and condemn it on your behalf. The principal's sentiments mirrored those of the students from Mo City University who were watching the live broadcast. They were not averse to losing, but the athletes' inexplicable underperformance left room for doubt regarding other influencing factors. There was no unfair treatment. Rather, their treatment was excessively generous. The leading teacher hastily replied, They assigned a young lad to cook for us, and his food was truly delectable, Principal. You must come and taste it during your next visit to Shui Mu University. The principal was left dumbfounded. What on earth was Kozlov rambling about? Assigning a young lad to cook? What could a child possibly prepare bear-shaped cookies with milk? Kozlov, have you been drinking? I warned you that if you drank vodka during working hours again, I would dismiss you. The principal slammed his hand on the desk, speaking sternly. The leading teacher was startled and quickly explained, and eventually, the principal grasped the truth behind the athletes and Oppo's poor performance. Are you saying our athletes underperformed because they consumed too much fried rice? The principal's voice quivered slightly. His proud students, the proud warriors of Mo City University. This is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, the leading teacher managed a wry smile, especially that Meyer fellow. He ate so much fried rice that he could barely move, and he had to seek the Qingbei University doctor for digestive tablets to continue competing. Thus, he lost the race. Fool! The principal, infuriated, slammed his fist down on the landline phone. Crash! The phone shattered into pieces, emitting a cloud of smoke. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal from the principal, the leading teacher took out a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. When they returned, times were likely to be tough. Sigh. Having reached this point, let's first dine, the leading teacher thought to himself, tears in his eyes as he shoveled fried rice into his mouth. Chapter 31. Another golden legend erupts. Am I a dessert genius? Children, let us depart. I extend my gratitude for the fried rice. My stomach has never felt so fulfilled. After a satisfying meal, the students of Qingbei University bid farewell to Liang and return to their dormitories for rest. Ding. Task progress updated. The host has received positive reviews. 245-1000. Please continue your efforts. As long as the praise is sincere after finishing a meal, the same individual's commendation can be counted multiple times. Although Liang felt fatigued after a day of work, the task had shown a steady increase. He glanced at the data and then, with a thought, concealed the system interface. It was not the time to ponder the task. It was time to prepare a late-night snack for the students of Qingbei University. Liang stretched his muscles and took a deep breath. Dad, the glutinous rice and red dates should be soaked by now, right? After a brief pause, Liang turned to inquire. Tonight, in addition to bringing the familiar roasted goose legs to the students of Kyoto University, he also intended to introduce them to a new dish, jujube rice cake. This was another reward dish from the system. Since it was a dessert, Liang did not prepare it in the cafeteria. This little rascal completely regards me as his servant. Li Xiangdong mused, yet his hands were busy. A basin of soaked glutinous rice and pitted red dates was brought up. After a brief inspection, Liang simply kneaded them together before placing the glutinous rice and red dates directly into the steamer. Liang had already made arrangements with Zhao Zhenhai, allowing him to use the kitchen utensils freely. The kitchen at Qingbei University could utilize open flames and various branded cookware, making it far more convenient for culinary endeavors in the street stall where Liang usually worked. As the steam pot heated, the fragrant mist of glutinous rice and red dates soon wafted through the winter night, adding a sweet touch to the atmosphere. According to the divine chef's recipe, the glutinous rice and red dates should be steamed for 14 minutes. However, considering the cold weather, the students of Kyoto University might prefer a softer texture. Steaming for 12 minutes should suffice. While busy, Liang pondered the student's impressive performance that day, prompting him to put in extra effort. He did not strictly adhere to the recipe, but rather integrated the details with his understanding based on the tastes of the Kyoto University students. 10 minutes later, Liang lifted the steamer lid. After steaming, the glutinous rice had transformed into a sticky consistency, resembling jelly, with large red dates sprinkled throughout, glistening enticingly. Looked splendid. This marked Liang's first attempt at making a dessert, and with the system's assistance, he felt quite satisfied with his progress. With a snap, he opened the sugar jar and added a touch of white sugar to the glutinous rice. The sugar, like snow, quickly dissolved into the glutinous rice jelly. According to the divine chef's recipe, additional sugar was not necessary for the jujube rice cake, as it would better highlight the natural sweetness of the glutinous rice and red dates. However, Liang considered that since he would be distributing the jujube rice cake at the entrance of Kyoto University on a chilly night, few would take the time to savor its flavor, so a little extra sweetness was warranted. This not only enriched the jujube rice cake's flavor, but also enhanced the aftertaste of the glutinous rice and red dates. After fully mixing the sugar water with the glutinous rice, Liang placed the semi-finished jujube rice cake back into the steamer. Meanwhile, he seized the opportunity to start roasting the marinated goose legs. Success! Timing it just right, Liang pulled out a metal mold for cakes, over 1 meter in diameter, which was perfect for shaping the jujube rice cake. Lifting the pot lid, a gentle and rich aroma spread through the air. The sweetness of the dates fused with the creamy fragrance of the glutinous rice, creating a sensation reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that lingered dreamily in the cafeteria. Of course, Liang could not afford to indulge in the delightful aroma, now that the glutinous rice and red dates had blended together, resembling a creamy texture. He needed to mold it quickly. Hastily, He poured the mixture into the container and pressed it down firmly with a clean rolling pin. The first batch of jujube rice cake was ready. Now, he just needed to wait for it to cool. Anxiously, Liang watched the jujube rice cake cool. In contrast to making roasted goose legs and supreme fried rice, he had some experience from his previous life. However, this dessert was his first attempt. Despite the system's culinary skill enhancement and the divine chef's guidance, he could not predict the final outcome. In fact, Liang suspected there was a possibility of achieving a blue quality. After all, when he first made roasted goose legs, they turned out to be of blue quality. Furthermore, Liang had made some adjustments to the divine chef's recipe this time. As the jujube rice cake gradually cooled, the glutinous rice solidified, the white mist dissipated, and the enticing aroma seemed to be locked within the cake, merging into one. Ding! Jujube rice cake. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legend. Consumption bonus. Slight increase in satisfaction, slight enhancement of cold resistance. What? Liang felt his heart race. Goodness. A golden legend. For his first attempt at making jujube rice cake, he achieved a quality of golden legend. Could it be that he is a dessert genius? Gazing at the jujube rice cake, Liang swallowed hard. Under the system and Oppo's identification filter, the jujube rice cake emitted a faint golden glow, reminiscent of scenes from a culinary animation. Even Liang, the creator, felt tempted to slice off a piece and taste it. No, wait. Liang took several deep breaths to calm himself. Perhaps this had little to do with his dessert talent. Reflecting on the time he created a golden legend quality roasted goose leg, he recalled not strictly following the divine chef's recipe, but modifying it based on his parents' preferences, elevating the quality from purple rare to golden legend. Similarly, while making the jujube rice cake, he made slight adjustments based on the characteristics of the late-night snack and the students at Kyoto University, not adhering strictly to the divine chef's recipe. It was evident that his personal adjustments likely caused the quality of the dish to improve. But, theoretically, the divine chef's recipe should document the most perfect cooking methods for all dishes. Why did Liang's modifications enhance the quality? The divine chef and Amp, Oppo's recipe was Liang and Amp, Oppo's greatest foundation. Contemplating this, a hint of confusion crossed his eyes. Every detail of the roasted goose leg embodies the creator's intentions for his parents, enhancing their happiness. Liang retrieved the system's evaluation from when he first achieved golden legend quality in roasted goose legs, and his eyes gradually brightened. I think I understand. Clenching his fists, Liang's face lit up with exhilaration. Comparing the jujube rice cake with the golden roasted goose leg he had made previously, it seemed he had grasped the key to producing dishes of golden legend quality. Chapter 32. In this day and age, can one be complained about for cooking too deliciously? The heart. It is the chef's genuine devotion that can bring about a qualitative leap in dishes, transforming them into golden legends. The notion that cooking requires sincerity is indeed a cliché, one that every chef has heard. Yet, few truly comprehend its essence. To cook with heart does not merely imply meticulousness. Rather, it is imperative for the chef to adopt the perspective of the customer, crafting dishes that resonate with their actual circumstances. Countless culinary delights abound, yet those that leave a profound impression, those that linger in memory, are often a mere 2 or 3 dishes. Perhaps it is a bowl of char siu rice graciously offered by a kind-hearted proprietor during a time of hardship. Or it could be the delectable creation born from a novice's serendipitous attempt at cooking. Or maybe it is a steaming bowl of wontons or beef noodles from a roadside vendor amidst a biting cold wind. Whether a dish can profoundly touch the soul and allow one to savor the true essence of flavor does not solely depend on the chef's technical prowess or the intricacies of their methods. Rather, it hinges on their ability to accurately capture the sentiments of the diners. Gastronomy emerges from life, but does not transcend it. Only when the flavors are fully aligned with the diner's needs, emotions, and even circumstances can they truly resonate with the soul, becoming an unforgettable sensory experience that nourishes the heart eternally. The culinary techniques recorded in the Divine Cookbook are merely a perfection of skills. It is through the chef's heartfelt dedication that the golden legend can be realized. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have grasped the method for crafting quality dishes of golden legend. Hidden rewards triggered. Reward 1. Endless aftertaste. The dishes crafted by the host henceforth will have a doubled critical effect, changing as follows. Jujube rice cake. After consumption, satisfaction is slightly increased and cold resistance is slightly enhanced. Jujube rice cake. After consumption, satisfaction is significantly increased and cold resistance is moderately enhanced. Reward 2. Chef's heart. The host can now sense some of the diner's thoughts. Please pay attention to observe special diners. As there is a probability of triggering side quests, a warm current surged within Liang's chest, and he felt his heartbeat stabilizing. This endless aftertaste appears to be a passive skill, requiring little attention from Liang. Interestingly, this chef's heart seems to unlock a new gameplay element. Liang, why are you in a daze? Came Li Xiangdong's voice. The roasted goose legs over here seem to be ready. Hurry and take a look. Instinctively, Liang glanced towards Li Xiangdong, and with a system prompt, a thought bubble appeared above Li Xiangdong's head. This kid's jujube rice cake smells delightful. I can't wait to try a piece. Speaking of which, after this winter break, I must ensure this troublesome kid studies hard. What good is cooking well without education? Ding. Side quest triggered. Side quest. The aspiration for a son to become a dragon. Please have the host abandon the chef profession and gain admission to a prestigious university. Quest reward. Note: if this side quest is accepted, the system will freeze. Liang was astonished that his father had triggered a side quest. Does my father count as a diner? So if he has eaten my food, he is considered my diner, right? Liang inwardly scoffed at this notion and promptly chose to decline the side quest. Given the nature of the rewards, it was clear the system did not want him to accept this task. Dad, if you wish to try the jujube rice cake, feel free to indulge. There is plenty. Liang recalled Li Xiangdong's thoughts and directed his gaze towards him. Li Xiangdong visibly pausa, then scoffed. What is so great about the stuff this little brat makes? Only those students enjoy it. Take it away. Liang was at a loss for words. Is this what it means to have a fiercely competitive father? Never mind. I'll just save a piece of jujube rice cake for him after the stall closes. Soon, the jujube rice cakes were all finished, and the roasted goose legs were nearly complete. Liang covered the jujube rice cakes with cling film, followed by a layer of cloth, and placed the roasted goose legs into an insulated bag. Everything was ready, and he was prepared to head to Kyoto University to distribute the night snacks. I borrowed a small pickup truck from Director Zhao and even got a cart. I'll go pick it up now. Li Xiangdong left first to drive, while Liang tidied up the back kitchen. In no time, footsteps echoed outside the cafeteria door. Is Dad back so soon? Liang looked up and found Lu Yiwei. At that moment, Lu Yiwei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Little brother, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Can I have a taste, just one bite? As Lu Yiwei lunged towards him like a hungry tiger, Liang quickly blocked her. What are you doing? Don't pull at me. The two engaged in a playful tussle. Ordinarily, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance, especially in a late-night cafeteria. However, Lu Yiwei paid no heed to such norms. After all, Liang was merely a child. What she truly cared about was the food he had prepared. That aroma, it must be jujube rice cake. It an amp, oppos, that's my favorite. Oh my, the scent of roasted goose legs. I love chicken legs. Goose legs are just as good. I've heard there's a fantastic roasted goose leg vendor near Kyoto University. I've always wanted to give a try. Lu Yiwei flirted Liang, clawed at the kitchen in desperation. Fortunately, after the system enhancements, Liang managed to push the exuberant Lu Yiwei away after a brief struggle. This Lu Yiwei seems to have an insatiable appetite. If she were allowed in the kitchen, she would wreak havoc on all the prepared dishes. These aren't tea for you. Maybe next time. Liang replied helplessly. Little brother, just one bite, please. Oh no, I can't move without tasting the jujube rice cake. Lu Yiwei declared, dramatically hugging Liang and Appo's leg and collapsing to the ground. This girl is throwing a tantrum. You're a college student, yet you're acting like a child, rolling on the floor. Lu Yiwei, what brings you here at this hour? Aren't you afraid of misunderstandings between a young man and a young woman? Can't you just message me on WeChat? With no other option, Liang attempted to change the subject. You little kid, you know quite a bit. Hearing Liang's remark, Lu Yiwei momentarily diverted her attention. Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the kitchen and looking at Liang, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Little brother, I came to inform you that you won't need to come to the East cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, Liang raised an eyebrow. Is there something wrong with the food I prepared? From Lu Yiwei's tone, it seemed he was to be dismissed after just one day at the East cafeteria. Well, it could be considered an issue. Lu Yiwei chuckled awkwardly. The president of Moching University complained to our principal, stating that your food was so delectable it negatively impacted their competition team's performance. As an outstanding reporter, I received the news promptly and rushed in to tell you since the cafeteria lights were still on. This is absurd. Liang's lips twitched. In this world, can a chef be complained about for cooking too well? However, does this mean he could potentially leave and collect his pay early? Ah, little brother, now that you have arrived at Shuimu, how could we easily let you leave? Lu Yiwei chuckled, only to realize she had misspoken. She quickly corrected herself, saying, what I meant was, since you are already here, you might as well stay with us at Shuimu for a while longer. I suspect Director Zhao will assign you to the South Canteen to prepare meals for the athletes representing Shuimu University. Liang, however, was indifferent about which canteen he worked in. After all, he was merely cooking while simultaneously fulfilling his system tasks. It made little difference to him whom he served. Chapter 33. The Collapse of Ritual and Music. How can you, an old professor, refer to a child as brother? The vehicle is ready. We can depart. Oh, what a surprise to see Lu Yiwei here. Upon entering the cafeteria, Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lu Yiwei. Upon noticing his arrival, Lu Yiwei blinked her eyes and displayed an innocent smile, saying, Uncle, I am here to inform you about Liang's job change. By the way, could I perhaps taste the jujube cake you made? Jujube cake. Li Xiangdong, being quite honest, did not hesitate. Of course. Let Liang cut you a small piece. Upon hearing his consent, Lu Yiwei's pupils widened in delight, and without a second thought, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Liang was quick on his feet and caught her by the waist. Your father has already permitted me to have the jujube cake. What are you stopping me for? I want to eat the cake. Lu Yiwei flailed her arms, attempting to shove Liang aside. In response, Liang had no choice but to lower his head and cling tightly to her back. For a moment, they were entangled in a playful struggle. Brat, what are you doing? Let go at once. Li Xiangdong frowned, as his thoughts leaned towards a more traditional and conservative viewpoint. Although Liang was still a child, there should be a sense of boundaries between boys and girls. With their current position, how would the innocent Lu Yiwei face others if this were to be spread? Father, have you forgotten what kind of character this girl has? Liang struggled to express. She devoured a mountain-high plate of fried rice at noon. If she gets into the kitchen, our jujube cake will be finished. Liang did not wish to take advantage of Lu Yiwei. Rather, it was clear she intended to indulge in his roasted goose leg and jujube cake. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong felt a shiver run down his spine. Lu Yiwei had indeed polished off a large plate of fried rice at noon, even to the point of vomiting in the cafeteria. While the girl was quite charming, her appetite was quite formidable. In terms of food consumption, Lu Yiwei was likely not far behind Li Xiangdong. The jujube cake was a token of appreciation for the students of Kyoto University. It was not appropriate to allow Lu Yiwei to indulge freely. Otherwise, the students would scarcely have a chance to enjoy the cake, while she would have devoured everything. What kind of sense does that make? My dear girl, I apologize, but we must deliver this cake to someone else today. Li Xiangdong resolved firmly, quickly pushing the cart towards the kitchen. If you wish to taste it, I will have Liang prepare some for you tomorrow. While Liang held onto Lu Yiwei, Li Xiangdong skillfully loaded the jujube cake and roasted goose legs onto the pickup truck parked at the entrance of the cafeteria. Brat, get in the car. With Li Xiangdong's shout, Liang released Lu Yiwei and dashed out of the cafeteria. Vroom! With a swift acceleration, the pickup truck sped away from the cafeteria. Lu Yiwei rushed out, stamping her feet in frustration at the truck. This little brother has such a low opinion of me, she exclaimed indignantly. I merely want to taste it, yet he treats me like a glutton. Am I really that unworthy? Grinding her teeth, Lu Yiwei inhaled the lingering aroma of jujube cake in the cafeteria air before returning to her dormitory, somewhat dispirited. Outside Shuimu University, in the pickup truck. Brat, did we go a bit too far just now? Li Xiangdong slowed the vehicle, chuckling ruefully. Lu Yiwei simply wanted to have a taste. Yet we acted like we were guarding against thieves. It's a matter of principle, Liang replied nonchalantly, popping a lollipop into his mouth. These items are meant for the students of Baidu University. We cannot offer special treatment merely because she is a girl. If she truly enjoys my cooking, she can come to the cafeteria for lunch tomorrow. It's not as if we are denying her. This boy's heart is indeed resolute. He likely wanted to oppose, fall victim to women's whims in the future. Li Xiangdong chuckled in amusement, shaking his head as he drove the pickup into the night. At the entrance of Kyoto University, Old Wang, your research on artificial hearts is truly remarkable. After attending your presentation, I am filled with confidence in our new artificial heart at Kyoto University. In the biting cold, two elderly professors clad in administrative jackets walked side by side. Leading the way was Professor Wang, known as Old Wang, his disheveled white hair resembling a tangle of threads dancing in the wind. In the scientific community, only the most distinguished individuals can afford such a hairstyle. Old Wu, spare me the flattery. Professor Wang scoffed, dismissing his companion's praise with a wave of his hand. If you truly think I'm impressive, then you can treat us to supper later. From the moment he spoke, it was clear that this old gentleman was a carefree, whimsical type. Despite being established professors, he showed no pretense of modesty or politeness. Hey, Old Wang, you get defensive when I mention your weight. Old Wu could no longer contain himself, laughingly rebuking him. As the elderly professors exchanged playful banter, a vehicle into Oppo's headlights suddenly illuminated the scene. A pickup truck came to a slow stop by the school and Oppo's entrance. Moments later, a father and son emerged, swiftly unloading jujube cakes and roasted chicken legs from the truck onto a small cart. Are they setting up a stall at the school gate? Old Wu furrowed his brow. These vendors have gotten excessively bold. I shall call security to move them further away. This stall at our school gate is simply unacceptable. Just as Old Wu was about to pick up his phone, Professor Wang placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't bother calling security. Do you know who this is? Professor Wang gazed at the child with sparkling eyes. This is little brother. I didn't expect to find him here today. You're addressing this child as brother? Old Wu was both amused and exasperated. This Old Wang was truly a character. At over 60 years of age, he was referring to a child who looked no older than 10 as brother. What a peculiar sight. You youngsters wouldn't oppose to understand our ways, Professor Wang retorted, rubbing his hands as he approached Liang. Little brother, what brings you here to do business tonight? Oh, roasted goose legs and jujube cakes. Professor Wang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the makeshift stall's offerings. Li's roasted goose legs have new dishes. I must try them. Jujube cake is a nostalgic delight for most northerners, and for Professor Wang, it was no different. Seeing that Liang had brought out this delicacy today made him itch with anticipation. Little brother, please give me 2 roasted goose legs. And how much for the jujube cake? Observing the excited Professor Wang, Li Xiangdong felt a bit dazed, while Liang felt somewhat awkward. He recognized Professor Wang. The first day he sold roasted goose legs, the professor had come to support him twice. However, I'm sorry, but I'm not selling the jujube cake or roasted goose legs. Liang shook his head. These are meant as a complimentary supper for the students. Complimentary for the students? Professor Wang paused for a moment, then quickly realized, oh, you must be referring to that incident at noon. Was someone trying to take your stall? I wasn't present at noon, but if I had been, I would have given those rascals a piece of my mind. So, can I at least taste the jujube cake? Moreover, I previously defended your roasted goose legs in an online forum. The students are aware of it. You can inquire. And wasn't there a medical student involved today? They are my good disciples. I had a hand in their education. In pursuit of roasting goose legs and jujube cake, Professor Wang was utterly relentless, eloquently persuading anyone who would listen. This scene left Professor Wu both astonished and amused. As a distinguished figure in the medical department of Kyoto University, the bold Professor Wang shamelessly referred to a child as brother, yearning for the delicacies. Yet the child remained unyielding. Should this tale circulate, it is likely no one would respond, and, if adapted into a film, the director would undoubtedly face harsh criticism, leading to a state of despair. Suddenly, Professor Wu had a thought. He discreetly retrieved his phone and began recording Professor Wang. Chapter 34. Childhood Dreamy Delicacies, Date Cake. Slice away. Professor Wu captured the amusing scene between Professor Wang and Li Ong and promptly shared it in the medical experts group at the university. Professor Wang, with his unique personality, is already a prominent figure in the medical community of Kyoto University. Renowned in his field, he often entertains other experts, and he certainly does not mind being the subject of their jokes. As soon as the video was shared, it elicited a flurry of responses in the chat group. What on earth is old Wang doing? Wait, is he calling a child bro? That's quite a generational gap. Ha! Today he cheekily claimed to have drunk with my father, saying he is my uncle, and now he's calling a child bro. This is hilarious. Hold on. If old Wang is your uncle, doesn't tea that make the child your uncle too? I never expected old Wang to have such a gluttonous side. From now on, I shall refer to him as the gluttonous Wang. Upon seeing Professor Wu's video, the group instantly became animated. Experts, despite their busy schedules, often work late into the night. And after a long day, the prospect of some amusement naturally elevated their spirits. After all, in their esteemed positions, social interactions are typically either serious or filled with polite exchanges over meals, making the presence of a lively character like old Wang exceedingly rare. Don't rush, everyone. I will live stream old Wang buying date cake, Professor Wu announced. Old Wang is completely unaware that I am recording. Let us watch his antics closely. This will provide us with material to tease him for a year. As he spoke, Professor Wu initiated a video call for the live stream. The experts in the group felt their inner children awaken, eagerly awaiting old Wang's subsequent performance. Meanwhile, after some coaxing from Professor Wang, Liang finally relented. All right then, since your students are here today and you are a loyal patron of ours, I shall let you sample our new product. Liang retrieved a roasted goose leg from a protective bag and lifted the cloth covering the date cake. Delicious, Professor Wu exclaimed silently, inwardly praising the aroma wafting from the roasted goose leg. He could tell at first whiff that it was delectable. Old Wang, may I have a taste? Professor Wu leaned in, only for Professor Wang to swiftly pull the roasted goose leg away. Step aside. Did you not hear the child call me bro? This roasted goose leg is for loyal patrons, and you have yet to earn that privilege. Professor Wu frowned, and the other experts in the group erupted in laughter. Haha, old Wang is protective of his food. That is a bit excessive, but I enjoy hearing it, haha. I must say, that roasted goose leg looks truly appetizing. Just watching the video makes me feel hungry. Oh, please, let us not talk about it. I'm already starving. While the experts primarily tuned in for old Wang's entertainment, the roasted goose leg was indeed captivating. If not for the live stream, one might think the image had been filtered to enhance its appeal. The golden brown skin, slightly crisp, with grease glistening and steaming. Sizzle. It was the epitome of a perfect roasted goose leg in everyone's heart. Usually, such perfection is reserved for advertisements, which are often staged, but Li Ang's creation was, without a doubt, a genuine delicacy. Experts are human too. They feel hunger just like anyone else. In the dead of night, encountering such a culinary delight was almost unbearable. Old Wang glanced at Professor Wu and deliberately took a large bite of the roasted goose leg, then sighed contentedly. Ah, this is the flavor I crave. Professor Wu watched helplessly as Professor Wang savored the dish, his frustration mounting. Old Wang, indifferent to Professor Wu's annoyance, devoured most of the roasted goose leg before turning his gaze toward Li Ang's date cake. Pairing this with some sweet date cake would make it even better. Liang chuckled. He understood Professor Wang's intentions. Having already given him the roasted goose leg, it wouldn't hurt to offer a bit of date cake as well. He picked up a knife and gestured toward the cake. How much would you like? You know, at your age, you shouldn't overindulge at night. You might end up feeling stuffed. He pointed to a spot 2 centimeters from the edge of the cake. Professor Wang raised his eyebrows in protest. Young man, don't let my age deceive you. I can eat. This little portion wouldn't even fill my gaps. Please, add 2 more centimeters more until the knife approached the center of the cake, at which point Professor Wang's eyes lit up, exclaiming, right there, slice away. Liang was speechless. He might as well have just handed him a whole piece of cake. The cake was densely packed, measuring over 1 meter in diameter. If Professor Wang truly consumed half of it, he would undoubtedly require a night in the ICU. Liang thought to himself as he moved the knife, cutting diagonally. It appeared as though he was slicing from the center, yet he only managed to cut off a thin sliver. One cut, and the cake sustained only a superficial wound. "Hey, young man, what does this mean? Are you trying to play tricks on me?" Professor Wong exclaimed, wide-eyed. It was his first time witnessing someone slice cake in such a manner. Most vendors aim to maximize their portions to sell more, while Liang, on the other hand, had merely shaved off a thin slice, likely weighing less than 2 taels. This scene sent the experts in the chat group into another fit of laughter. "Slice away" could very well become one of old Wong's classic catchphrases. It was simply too amusing. Just look at how he eagerly watched the young man slice. It was hard to tell who was the child and who was the adult. Nonetheless, the date cake looked genuinely appealing. If I were in his shoes, I would also want the young man to cut me a larger piece to taste. Date cake, a childhood favorite, had not crossed my lips in many years. Who would have thought someone would still make it? The young man not only crafted the cake, but did so with remarkable skill, as evidenced by the smooth cuts and perfectly defined dates. Such finesse is typically the hallmark of a seasoned master. Professor Wu, secretly observing the discussions among the experts while glancing at the date cake, couldn't he help but swallow hard. A true Kyoto native, Professor Wu had adored date cake as a child. However, with the rapid development of Kyoto, he had not encountered this once popular street delicacy in ages. Upon seeing the date cake, Professor Wu's appetite surged. "Why don't you give it a try first?" Liang suggested, skewering the sliced cake with a bamboo stick and offering it to Professor Wong. The thin slice, resembling high-quality jade, appeared immaculate, with plump dates accentuating its allure. Without further ado, Professor Wong accepted the cake and took a bite. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged from his mouth to his stomach. This cake. Professor Wong was taken aback. With the proximity of Tsinghua University to Kyoto University, coupled with insulation measures, the cake remained steaming hot. The cake's substantial texture, the soft and chewy glutinous rice, combined with the sweetness of the dates, created an experience that felt grounding and fulfilling, providing an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In more professional terms, the substantial satiety provided by this cut cake delivers an immediate sense of fulfillment with each bite. The profound sense of happiness also allows Professor Wong and Oppo's limbs, which were previously somewhat stiffened by the cold wind, to relax and extend. As Professor Wong swallows the cut cake, he opens his mouth and exhales a warm breath into the frigid air. Exhilarating. It is utterly delightful. This cut cake is exceptionally filling, and as a midnight snack, it offers an unparalleled sense of bliss. Chapter 35. Unexpectedly ambushed by a limitless counterattack. The security guard was terrified. "Oh, Wong, how does this date cake taste?" Professor Wu inquired eagerly. Watching Professor Wong devour the majority of the cake with a mix of disdain and intrigue. "This date cake, how can one describe its flavor?" Professor Wong pondered, savoring the aftertaste with a grin. The glutinous rice is soft, rich, and chewy, akin to a delectable, viscous stream. Do you understand what I mean? Taking a bite is irresistible, as if one were swallowing the rice whole. The fragrance, the sweetness. What's more, embedded within the rice are large red dates, whose sweetness melds with the rice's own, creating a delight that penetrates to the heart. Close your eyes and savor it, as if you were drifting on a boat along a river made of glutinous rice, and before you know it, you're in a date orchard. And suddenly, a date drops right into your mouth. Professor Wu was rendered speechless. What sort of bizarre descriptions were these from Professor Wong? Was he weaving a tale? Yet, inexplicably, as he listened to Wong's whimsical narrative, he began to discern the essence of the date cake. Damn it, this old Wong is making my mouth water. I'm currently at a project meeting in Blue Sea City. If I were in Kyoto City, I would drive over immediately to buy this date cake. No wonder old Wong held this child in such high regard, even calling him brother. It seemed the child's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Having tasted Liang's roasted goose leg and now witnessing Professor Wong relish the date cake, the experts in the chat group felt their perspective shift. After all, it was the dead of night, a time when one's stomach defenses were most vulnerable. Old Wong's actions were akin to tempting fate in the dead of night. "Old Wong, could you spare me a piece of that date cake?" Professor Wu grinned, mustering the courage to ask. His stomach, already stirred by Wong's descriptions, rumbled in the cold wind, longing for a warm slice of date cake to soothe his hunger. The thought was heavenly. Oh, what's this? Are you hungry? Old Wong teased, holding up the date cake in one hand and the roasted goose leg in the other, casting a sideways glance at Professor Wu. Indeed, I am hungry, Wu admitted, patting his belly with a forced chuckle. Given their friendship of over a decade, surely he wouldn't oppose. To deny him even a slice of cake? Yet in the next moment, Wong's eyebrows shot up as he burst into laughter. I was waiting for your greedy little self to come out. You think I don't know you're going to take a picture of me? Surely to share in the expert group, hoping to see me make a fool of myself, right? Hee, look at this roasted goose leg, look at this date cake. I'll let you drool while you can't have any. Let us see who ends up laughing at whom. Ha ha ha. The sudden twist left Professor Wu utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that, in this moment, he had been outmaneuvered by Professor Wong. The other experts in the group could only fume and glare, rendered speechless. They had intended to see old Wong make a fool of himself. It turned out he was the one laughing at them. Is there any justice in this world? This Wong fellow is too much. Does he think I lack the ability to go by some myself? In the Kyoto University Medical Laboratory, an expert slammed his hand on the table, nearly toppling the teacup. Just as he was about to head out for the date cake, he glanced at the thick stack of patient files on his desk and sighed, returning to his chair. Professor, what is going on? What do you want to buy? A student in the lab, startled, cautiously approached. Just going to the school gate to buy a date cake. The expert replied, showing the student Wu's video. Look at this date cake. How delightful it is. The female medical student blinked, her pupils dilating. Isn't that the child brother? Has he arrived at the school gate already? Oh no. Let's hurry and line up. This student was the one who had earlier taken out a scalpel to challenge Qinchong, and she was well aware of Li Ong's plans to distribute treats at Kyoto University in the early hours. With Liang arriving, she had no time to waste. Professor, I'll be right back. The medical student dashed out of the laboratory. Hey, slow down. Are you going to buy date cake? Bring me back a piece. The expert shouted after her, but soon found himself breathless, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. How is it that this girl, usually so slow during clinical experiments, is now sprinting like a rabbit? Meanwhile, Liang had sent a message in the chat group. I have arrived at the school gate. Hurry over. Just these few simple words awakened Kyoto University, which had been shrouded in silence at dawn. Clack, clack. The once dark student dormitories were suddenly illuminated as numerous students hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed outside. In the library, students clutched their laptops, making a beeline for the exit. The commotion was so great that faculty members were roused from their slumber, peering out of their windows in confusion. What is happening? An earthquake? I don't feel anything unusual. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What are you all doing? The gates are locked. Why are you rushing outside? In the security office? The elderly security guard observed the throngs of students surging towards the exit. He quickly grabbed his riot shield and rushed out. But upon seeing the students, who appeared to be in a frenzy, he shuddered and retreated back into the security office. If one were unaware, they might think a zombie apocalypse had erupted. A scenario far beyond the scope of the guard and oppos. duties. Damn it, why are these kids out here? Old Wong realized the situation was dire, hastily stuffing the remaining date cake into his mouth while reaching out for more. Child brother, quickly give me another half a kilogram of date cake. Cut it. Hurry. Wong desired more cake, but it was already too late. In the next moment, he was swept away by the crowd. Child brother, I missed you so much. I waited all afternoon, even skipping dinner just to wait for your midnight snack. You have no idea how I endured without you. Sob sob, thankfully, all the waiting was worth it. The students instantly surrounded Liang, and the campus gate was alive with excitement, bustling with energy. Chapter 36. Did you say there's still half a gene of cake? Surely, you must have misremembered. I've prepared only a few roasted goose legs. One for each of you. Please refrain from competing. Liang greeted the students with a smile, while Li Xiangdong deftly distributed the roasted goose legs. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Although the students had only missed out on roasted goose legs for a single day, they now savored them with the fervor of wanderers who had returned home after a long absence, their eyes brimming with tears of joy as they indulged in the delicacy. What a relief! The students felt a wave of comfort wash over them, with their cravings for goose legs momentarily satiated. After an entire night without sleep and a day filled with anticipation, what were they yearning for? It was simply the taste of roasted goose legs. The crispy exterior crackled delightfully under their teeth, while the succulent meat burst forth with rich juices. Truly, this roasted goose leg was divine. Hey, can I have a second roasted goose leg? Indeed, one leg is hardly sufficient. Come on, don't be greedy. I haven't even had mine yet. Please, give me a roasted goose leg. You're lying without hesitation. Wipe your mouth before you speak. As the students began to jostle for the legs, Liang quickly interjected. Everyone, please remain calm. I have also prepared some jujube cake for you to try. Wow, the little chef has unveiled a new creation. Jujube cake, a childhood delicacy. If it's from the little chef, I must taste it. Little chef, please cut me a larger piece. Slice away. Wow, this jujube cake is absolutely delicious. The little chef is unbeatable. Is this jujube cake not superior to those extravagant desserts sold for hundreds or even thousands? I would dare say it's the best dessert I've ever had in Kyoto. Speaking of which, I've devised a new way to enjoy it. Eating jujube cake alongside roasted goose legs doubles the delight. Lu Tao, disregarding her image, stuffed her mouth full, her eyes reflecting sheer bliss. This is so delicious it has left me in a daze. The roasted goose leg, as a low-cost source of protein for the students, is already a perfect late-night meal. Coupled with the jujube cake, it serves as dessert while further satisfying their hunger. The comfort of being well-fed on a winter night before slipping into slumber is something only few can truly appreciate. Soon, a cart full of jujube cake was distributed, and Li Xiangdong placed another large block of jujube cake onto the cart. This jujube cake, oh, it feels utterly exquisite. The little chef is remarkable. Xie Fei, with a pained expression, struggled to swallow the jujube cake, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing Xie Fei's unusual demeanor, Liang was perplexed. Is the jujube cake biting him? Xie Fei, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Liang inquired curiously while continuing to cut the jujube cake for his classmates. Don't mention it. I have pharyngitis. Xie Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. My throat is burning painfully as if sliced by a blade. He lamented, if it weren't for this pharyngitis, I would have eaten much more tonight. Oh, right, little chef, please cut me half a gene of cake. Liang shot Xie Fei an incredulous look. Despite his pharyngitis, he certainly hasn't held back on eating. As the roasted goose legs and jujube cake flowed like a river, satisfied smiles finally graced the faces of the students after their feast. Having waited an entire day, the students were ravenous, and with the added satisfaction from Liang's golden quality roasted goose legs, the combination was truly explosive, providing an exhilarating late-night dining experience. Ding! Task progress updated. Host has received positive reviews. 492-1000. Liang smiled slightly. He hadn't anticipated that the distribution of late-night snacks would yield such unexpected rewards. The students praised the jujube cake endlessly, propelling Liang's task forward significantly, already completing half of it. With a little more effort tomorrow, he might just finish the task entirely. Before long, the roasted goose legs were all gone, leaving only half a gene of jujube cake. Liang tidied up the thermal bags and cling film, then waved to the students. All right, everyone, I shall take my leave now. After finishing the late-night distribution, exhaustion washed over Liang. Today had truly been tiring. He had spent the day either frying rice or preparing roasted goose legs and jujube cake. And even during his scarce break at noon, he had rushed back to the snack street. The workload was such that even Liang found it somewhat overwhelming. His eyelids growing heavy. Little chef, you should head back to rest. Little chef, hurry back to the snack street to sell goose legs. We're all waiting for you. Although the students felt a tinge of reluctance, it was clear to everyone that Liang's stamina had reached its limit. While they often affectionately called him Little Chef, they understood that he was still just a child. Continuing to stay up late would take a toll on his health. As the students dispersed, Liang and Li Xiangdong hopped into a small pickup truck to return to Qingbei University. You little rascal, do you now understand the hardships of running a snack stall? Once this winter break ends, you must focus on your studies. Don't waste your time on trivial matters. What's wrong, little rascal? Why the silence? As Li Xiangdong drove, he chattered on. Turning his head, he discovered that Li Ong had already fallen into a deep sleep. Li Xiangdong was taken aback, then shook his head, parking the truck by the roadside. He removed his jacket and draped it over Li Ong. Then, he glanced at the remaining half-gene of jujube cake in the back seat. This little rascal-esque cake has received such praise from the students. I'll have a taste. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiangdong grabbed a piece of cake and brought it to his mouth. The flavor. He swallowed the jujube cake, his hand trembling slightly. This taste is absolutely divine. How on earth did this little rascal come up with this? If Li Ang's success with the roasted goose legs can be attributed to his keen observation, then the ability to create such exquisite jujube cake can only be explained by sheer talent. This son of mine is truly destined to be a chef. Unable to resist, Li Xiangdong devoured the jujube cake in a few bites. Leaning back in his seat, he patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch. Dad, have you arrived at the dormitory? Li Ong, startled awake by the belch, sat up groggily. Oh no, I forgot to leave some for this little rascal. If he discovers that I snuck a taste of the cake, where would I hide my face? Li Xiangdong was startled, quickly soothing Li Ong back to sleep. Not yet. Young one, sleep soundly, and I'll wake you when we arrive. Are you hungry? Should I get you some late-night snacks? You said there was still half a gene of cake. You must be mistaken. After successfully lulling Li Ong back to sleep, Li Xiangdong pressed the gas pedal once more. Outside, the cold wind howled, while the small pickup truck glowed with a hint of orange light. Li Xiangdong druva atantibeli, and Li Ong slept soundly, forming a warm and heartening scene. Chapter 37. Regardless of whether he is 8 years old, you must address him as brother. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang, and Li Ong groggily climbed out of bed. After sleeping for 7 hours, he still felt somewhat deprived of rest. After all, his body was still developing and required ample sleep. The little rascal, it's already 8 in the morning. Hurry to the cafeteria. Li Xiangdong had already risen and prepared soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast, which he placed on the dormitory table. After yawning and washing up in the bathroom, Li Ong finally woke up completely. As he emerged from the restroom, towel in hand, he noticed Li Xiangdong sitting upright in a chair, snoring away. To be able to sleep while seated is quite a skill in itself. 15 minutes later, Li Ong and Li Xiangdong exited their temporary dormitory arranged by Qingbei University. Downstairs, Zhao Zhenhai was already waiting with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing the father and son arrive, Zhao Zhenhai immediately approached them with an apologetic expression, saying, I apologize, Li Ong, Mr. Li Xiangdong, there's been a slight change in our cafeteria operations. No need to elaborate. I've already heard about it. Li Ong replied casually, shaking his head nonchalantly. Cooking is cooking, regardless of a location. I have no objections to the position change. Seeing Li Ong unfazed, Zhao Zhenhai let out a sigh of relief. Although Li Ong was merely a child and not a legendary prodigy in science and engineering, for reasons unknown, Zhao Zhenhai was determined not to let Qingbei University have a falling out with Li Ong, since Li Ong showed no aversion to the reassignment. It was all for the better. Zhao Zhenhai personally led the way, guiding Li Ong and Li Xiangdong into the south cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, a line of chefs awaited them. Welcome the master from Window 4 to the south cafeteria for guidance. This display drew the attention of students still present in the cafeteria. What leader is visiting the cafeteria? Hey, isn't that just a child? Oh my gosh, could he be the legendary god of Window 4? God of Window 4? What does that mean? Please elaborate. It was rumored that the meal service at Mo City University yesterday was managed by the master at Window 4 of the East Cafeteria. It was said that the master's cooking was so delectable that it caused the students at Mo City University to overindulge, leading to subpar performances. Is it really that exaggerated? No doubt about it. I watched the entire live broadcast yesterday. This child is indeed the legendary god of Window 4. Both chefs and students alike turned their gazes toward Li Ong, leaving him feeling a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Zhenhai leaned down and whispered in Liang's ear, Li Ong, to prevent a repeat of yesterday's events, I've thoroughly educated the staff at the East Cafeteria and publicized your remarkable achievements. They now regard you with the utmost respect. Observing the admiration in the chef's eyes, Li Ong felt peculiar. What on earth did Zhao Zhenhai tell these chefs? This feels like brainwashing, unbeknownst to Liang. From the perspective of the chefs in the South cafeteria, he had single-handedly supported the East cafeteria yesterday, effectively outshining his professional peers. Such a figure, regardless of age, is not someone anyone would dare to offend. Clearing his throat, Liang quickly made his way into the kitchen, since he had established his reputation at window for yesterday. Zhao Zhenhai arranged for him to work there again. A few kitchen staff attempted to engage Liang in conversation, but were handled by Li Xiangdong instead. Liang let out a sigh of relief, interlocking his fingers and pushing them forcefully, producing a satisfying crack from his knuckles. A new day meant new labor. Washing rice, dicing carrots, beating eggs. After yesterday's collaboration, the father and son were now well-versed in their division of tasks. Before long, the preparation was complete, and Liang immediately heated the oil in a pan. As the peanut oil began to emit wisps of white smoke, he narrowed his eyes. A life without dreams is akin to that of a salted fish. Having mastered the preparation method for the golden legendary dish yesterday, today, Liang aimed to elevate the supreme fried rice to a golden standard. His mind raced with ideas as he began adjusting the cooking details. In truth, from a purely taste perspective, the supreme fried rice made according to the chef god's recipe was already impeccable. It could be said that no matter who was called upon to make this supreme fried rice, they could not surpass what Liang had created yesterday. His version was the pinnacle of culinary excellence. However, when it came to an athlete's pre-competition meal, the chef god's recipe did not hold up quite as well. A pre-competition meal must quickly elevate an athlete's blood sugar levels, putting them in an excitable state. Furthermore, it must be easy to digest. Otherwise, it would burden the athlete's gastrointestinal system. The poor performance of Mo City University's athletes yesterday was a prime example. With these thoughts in mind, Liang poured down a pot of rice, adding an extra half pot for good measure. Ample carbohydrates before a competition are the golden key to enhancing athletic performance. Subsequently, Liang included half the amount of lard compared to yesterday. Excessively greasy food can strain the digestive system. With the chef god's eye, Liang could easily perceive the characteristics of each ingredient and accordingly adjust the details of the fried rice. Of course, the main framework still adhered to the chef god's recipe. He only aimed to modify the finer points, which did not require excessive effort. When it came time to add diced carrots and peas, Liang hesitated for a moment before adding just a few spoonfuls. Both carrots and peas are rich in fiber. In daily diets, high-fiber foods not only enhance satiety, but also effectively lower the GI value of food, stabilizing blood sugar levels. Yet, for athletes, such foods are not ideal pre-competition choices. After all, high-fiber foods can increase gastrointestinal pressure and even lead to excessive nervousness. After investing over half an hour, Liang finally finished the first pot of supreme fried rice. Ding! Supreme fried rice. Quality, purple rare. Evaluation. The rice is slightly overcooked and the nutrition is unbalanced. Lacking protein, making it unsuitable for athletes. Seemingly aware of Liang's intentions, the system kindly pointed out the shortcomings of his specially crafted supreme fried rice. Liang was taken aback, slapping his thigh in realization. I didn't add enough eggs and shrimp. Drawing from his initial experience, Liang quickly prepared the second pot of supreme fried rice. The golden-hued rice glistened in the pot, the egg mixture perfectly blended with the rice, while the carrots and peas served merely as embellishments. Plump shrimp nestled among the golden grains like jewels in a mountain of gold. What a luxurious version of supreme fried rice. As the fried rice was completed, the system's melodious notification chimed once more. Ding! Supreme fried rice. Creator. Liang. Quality. Golden legendary. Triggered passive critical effect. Food effects doubled. Consuming this supreme fried rice will significantly enhance the athlete's strength and endurance levels. All set. Liang wiped his hands on his apron, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 38. The power of the champion at window 4 is no mere legend. Task progress soars. As the golden fried rice danced in the air, Liang deftly flipped it with a spoon. Simultaneously, Li Xiangdong transferred pot after pot of freshly cooked fried rice onto plates, covering them with plastic wrap for preservation. Soon, noon arrived, and outside the cafeteria, the athletes of Qingbei University walked side by side. In their casual conversations, they discussed the rumors circulating about the champion of Window 4, with another match scheduled for this afternoon. It was said that the athletes from Qingbei University had convened 3 late-night meetings. They were surely preparing to unleash their full potential today. They should have showcased their prowess earlier. If they performed as poorly as yesterday, our victory would be tainted. Hey, have you heard? The chef responsible for Qingbei University's meals has been transferred to our southern cafeteria today. It is said that he was the primary reason for their athletes' underperformance yesterday. A chef causing athletes to falter? What nonsense! What connection could there possibly be? This must be an exaggeration unless he poisoned their food. A single meal cannot possibly debilitate Qingbei University's athletes like that. Most of the athletes from Qingbei scoffed at the rumors. After all, they seemed far too far-fetched. I advise you not to underestimate the champion at Window 4. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted. The Qingbei athletes turned to see their head coach, Shirquan. He adjusted his shining bald head and tightened his belt, which barely contained his stomach, and continued, I have spoken with Director Zhao Jinhai. The reason the athletes from Qingbei University performed poorly yesterday was precisely because the chef at Window 4 prepared such delicious food that it led to indigestion, resulting in their loss of 4 matches. To validate this claim, I secretly visited the Eastern cafeteria last night and tasted that fried rice myself. I must say, it was simply irresistible, compelling one to indulge in several bowls. The Qingbei athletes were taken aback. The seemingly ridiculous rumor was indeed true. If that were the case, those Qingbei University athletes were utterly lacking in fortitude. If they couldn't control their appetites, how could they call themselves athletes? Do not underestimate them. Coach Shi's voice turned stern as he noticed the lingering skepticism among the athletes. Try to avoid getting food from Window 4. If you must eat from there, limit yourselves. Do not overindulge. As he spoke, the coach led the athletes through the cafeteria curtains. A wave of fragrant fried rice wafted toward them. The coach squinted, unable to suppress a shiver of delight. After experiencing Leon Supreme fried rice the previous night, he could hardly resist the enticing aroma wafting through the air now. Everyone, take note. I'm not a competitor and do not need to participate in the match, so indulging a bit more is acceptable for me. With this disclaimer, the coach sprinted toward Window 4, leaving the Qingbei athletes exchanging glances. They watched in disbelief as their coach swiftly ordered fried rice and began devouring it. He truly relished every bite. The athletes couldn't and oppose. Tea helped but display expressions of disdain. I refuse to believe that the fried rice from Window 4 can be that extraordinary. With my ironclad will, no delicacy can sway my mind. I shall challenge the champion at Window 4. Those involved in sports often possess an innate competitive spirit. Seeing their coach indulge, the Qingbei athletes surged toward Window 4. However, it wasn't long before they were left in tears. It wasn't that Leon had added onions to the supreme fried rice. Rather, the dish was exquisitely delicious beyond measure. Each grain was distinct yet tender, every bite imbued with the fragrance of eggs and the umami of shrimp. Such delectable fried rice. Yet they were admonished not to overindulge. Was there no sense of fairness? In an instant, the once defiant athletes were overwhelmed. Oh heavens! Why must you tempt me with such exquisite fried rice right before the competition? One athlete, set to participate in a boxing match later that afternoon, finished nearly half his portion in just 3 minutes, tears streaming down his face. The cacophony of lamentations drew the attention of ordinary students waiting in line for food. The rumors surrounding the champion at Window 4, combined with the athletes' very public displays, sparked a fervent curiosity among the students regarding Leon's supreme fried rice. However, since Window 4 was designated for athletes, the ordinary students hesitated to approach while the athletes were still eating. I can't hold back any longer. I must have another bowl. At last, the will of the once indomitable athletes crumbled, and they cried out for a second wave of food. Observing the ravenous Qingbei athletes, Leon welcomed them all. Thanks to Leon and Appo's improvements, as long as these athletes did not overindulge to the point of incapacitation, they would avoid the unfortunate indigestion that befell the athletes from Qingbei University the previous day. The more they consumed, the more energy they would accumulate, allowing them to perform splendidly during the competition. The supreme fried rice possessed unique properties that enhanced athletic performance, and coupled with a system boost, the results would be exceptional. After 2 rounds of fervent dining, the athletes finally settled down. Although many still yearned for another serving of supreme fried rice, they refrained from indulging further, taking heed of Qingbei University and Oppos as previous misfortune. Led by their coach, they returned to their dormitories to rest and digest. With the athletes gone, Windhover was finally open to the ordinary students, who eagerly surrounded Leon and Oppos' station. "Young man, please serve me a portion of fried rice. I wish to witness the prowess of your culinary skills. I refuse to believe this supreme fried rice can be that remarkable. My family runs a restaurant. I've tasted all manners of supreme fried rice. What would a mere child possibly create that could impress me?" Yet, since these students had never experienced Leon's culinary talent, their feelings were dominated by curiosity and skepticism. However, as each serving of fried rice was distributed, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Oh my! The title of champion at Windhover is no exaggeration. I am utterly convinced. This is simply too delicious. My weight is about to soar. Wow! This is what true supreme fried rice tastes like. What my family serves pales in comparison to this child's creation. Applause and exclamations of praise fill the air, and Leon's task progress surged to new heights. Chapter 39, with Li Ang's delectable fried rice now accessible to ordinary students, a frenzy for food erupted within the South Canteen. An increasing number of students surged into the canteen, forming a long queue at window number 4. Among the crowd, a chubby boy with a greenish pallor clutched his meal card, his hands trembling slightly. "I have been on a diet for a week to lose weight. Is it so wrong to indulge in some fried rice for lunch today?" He pondered, his stomach growling audibly. The days of dieting felt unbearable. In pursuit of shedding pounds, he had not only skipped dinner for an entire week, but had also restricted his breakfast and lunch to merely congee and vegetables. After a week, he had indeed lost 10 pounds. However, his physical and mental well-being seemed to deteriorate as well. Today, faced with Li Ang's supreme fried rice, he could no longer resist. The aroma of the fried rice was intoxicating. He couldn't even begin to imagine the sensation of tasting it. As he inhaled the fragrant scent, he felt a little lightheaded, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him, causing the world to spin. Thud! In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. What on earth is happening? Could it be a sudden illness? Quick, call the school doctor. Oh dear, I hope he is all right. The students in line were stunned to see a classmate faint, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Due to academic pressures, instances of student fatalities were not uncommon, often reported by various media outlets. Some students even joked about succumbing to exhaustion while burning the midnight oil on assignments. Yet, while news is one thing and jokes another, witnessing a fellow student collapse before one's eyes leaves an indelible psychological impact. A bold student approached and checked the chubby boy's pulse, leaning down to listen to his heartbeat. Thankfully, he still exhibited vital signs. At that moment, the chubby boy seemed to sense the concern around him and slowly regained consciousness, his lips turning blue as he murmured, "I want fried rice. I need to eat fried rice." The expressions of the onlookers shifted from worry to disbelief. "Seriously? We feared you might be on the verge of death, and your first thought upon waking is to eat fried rice? Did your longing for fried rice cause you to faint? Go ahead and cut in line, just eat." At that moment, a gentle voice emerged. Liang appeared from the kitchen, holding a plate of fried rice, which he offered to the chubby boy. "Are you really going to give him fried rice?" Some students murmured. "Your fried rice is delicious, but it's not medicine. We don't know what is wrong with him. We shouldn't let him eat recklessly." "Yes, let us wait for the school doctor to assess him," echoed the others. While Liang's actions were heartwarming, some students felt he was being overly hasty. They were concerned that if the boy were to faint again while eating, it could lead to more serious issues. "It's all right," Liang replied with a smile, shaking his head. He could tell just by looking at the chubby boy that he was suffering from low blood sugar. Liang was not a medical expert, but he had experienced similar symptoms himself. After entering the workforce in his past life, his physique had ballooned, prompting him to diet, which ultimately resulted in a bout of low blood sugar identical to the chubby boy's experience. Many believe that only frail individuals or pregnant women suffer from low blood sugar, but the causes are complex and can affect even the strongest of individuals. In the absence of timely medical assistance, one of the best remedies is to consume easily digestible foods immediately. Fortunately, Li Ang's golden legendary supreme fried rice was designed precisely for such situations. Luck was on the chubby boy's side for collapsing in front of Liang's window. Will it be fine to let him eat? Some students wondered with trepidation. As doubts lingered, the chubby boy took the fried rice, trembling as he took a bite. Gradually, color returned to his cheeks, and his previously half-closed eyes widened. A warm sensation flowed from his throat into his stomach, spreading warmth throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a sensation of indescribable comfort. The golden grains coated an egg, the plump shrimp, and the diced vegetables swirled together in his stomach, dispelling his fatigue and flooding him with renewed energy. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The chubby boy devoured the fried rice with increasing speed, and by the time he finished the bowl, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. He exhaled deeply, wiped his brow with his sleeve, and then sprang to his feet. The transformation astounded all the students present. Could this supreme fried rice possess such miraculous effects? It felt almost like a magical elixir. Had it not been for some classmates in the crowd, others might have suspected he was a plant sent by Liang. In truth, while low blood sugar can strike swiftly, its symptoms can also dissipate rapidly with appropriate nourishment. Liang's supreme fried rice, enhanced with systematic boosts, was more than sufficient to restore the boy's vitality. I think I can have another plate of fried rice, the chubby boy exclaimed, licking his lips, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. With such delicious fried rice, who cares about losing weight? You should really refrain from eating more, Liang chuckled, shaking his head. First, you should visit the hospital for some glucose and a checkup. Low blood sugar is not to be taken lightly. Remember, weight loss should be gradual and ideally paired with exercise. An overly aggressive diet is detrimental to your health. Losing 10 pounds could leave you in a rather awkward situation. Indeed, while low blood sugar is not fatal, the safety hazards it presents are significant. What if it strikes while crossing the road or driving? What if it occurs while strolling by a lake or hiking? Such tragedies are not uncommon. The chubby boy wished to say more, but at that moment, 2 school doctors rushed in with a stretcher. Who fainted? Are you saying this lively boy, clamoring for fried rice, just collapsed? Upon understanding the situation, the doctors exchanged incredulous looks with the chubby boy. The stretcher was unnecessary. The doctors escorted the boy out of the canteen, 1 on each side. I'll be back tonight, echoed the chubby boy's voice, reverberating throughout the canteen. Chapter 40. A fiery spirit, a true man and Oppo's resolve. The cafeteria erupted with fervor following the departure of the chubby boy, who had been escorted away by the school doctor after fainting in line for food. Liang had managed to revive him with a bowl of supreme fried rice. Those in the know understood that the boy had succumbed to low blood sugar, and the timely replenishment of sustenance had alleviated his condition. However, to the uninitiated, this supreme fried rice was akin to a legendary blade, capable of resurrecting the fallen. This incident added an aura of legend to Li Ang's reputation as the god of war at Window 4, prompting students to line up frantically for their meals. It was not until 1:30, when the lunch hour concluded, that the throngs began to disperse, allowing Liang the long-awaited opportunity to indulge in a brief slumber. Meanwhile, the athletic competition between Mo City University and Qingbei University was about to commence. On the elevated platform, President Qingbei surveyed the athletes from Mo City University, warming up below, nodding in satisfaction. The students appeared to be in excellent condition, brimming with vitality, suggesting they would perform admirably that day. Given the nature of competitive sports, fairness was paramount. To triumph over a fully prepared Mo City team would be a true source of pride. On the other side, the athletes from Qingbei University were equally invigorated. Having consumed a hearty serving of Li Ang's supreme fried rice at noon, they felt no discomfort in their bellies. On the contrary, after a refreshing nap, they were filled with vigor and enthusiasm. Regardless of the opponent, their hearts were united by a singular belief: victory was within reach. The first match of the afternoon was a boxing bout, and the announcer called for the competitors to don their protective gear and prepare for the ring. As the competition commenced, The live commentary echoed with excitement. The atmosphere was charged. The athletes appeared in remarkable form. The previous day's losses were merely attributed to an ill-suited environment, and after a night of rest, they were poised to showcase their true strength. It was time for Qingbei University to witness their genuine prowess. The defeats of yesterday would be seen as mere offerings to Qingbei University. For today, they would emerge as an invincible force. Boxing was their forte, and the athletes were determined to awaken their opponents with their iron fists, revealing who the true champions were. The truth behind Mo City University and Appos, as previous losses, deemed too embarrassing to disclose, had been concealed by the university president, who only cited environmental factors. Thus, the students watching the match brimmed with confidence, a sense of a triumphant return swelling within them. Bong! The boxing match commenced with the ringing of the bell. Zhang Gulei, the boxer representing Qingbei University, closed in on his opponent. The Mo City athlete, known as Tujaniv, bore the moniker the Butcher and was renowned as a powerhouse. His punches were both fierce and rapid, leaving opponents defenseless. In the amateur league, the Butcher boasted an undefeated record of 23 fights, with 12 victories achieved by knockout. He was, without a doubt, a formidable adversary. Yet Zhang Lei, with unwavering determination and fervor, was not merely buoyed by the energy from the supreme fried rice. He embodied the very spirit of competition. Let an Appos do this. Zhang Lei initiated the attack with a jab. Cheers erupted, filling the winter air with boundless warmth. The first round, the second round, the fourth round. After a grueling 4 rounds of combat, Zhang Lei had endured 2 of the Butcher and Appos as signature punches. However, he remained steadfast, refusing to succumb. Can you go on? The coach anxiously inquired, applying ice to Zhang Lei's swollen cheek. The greatest folly in boxing was to stubbornly persist in the face of adversity. No problem. Zhang Lei tapped his gloves together, a fiery resolve igniting in his eyes. He was not merely enduring. He still possessed boundless energy and unyielding spirit. Bong! The final round commenced. Despite the experience and age gap between him and the Butcher, Zhang Lei had fought valiantly thus far. In the stands, the announcer and Appos' voice trembled with emotion, eyes brimming with tears. No one had anticipated that their young contender, Zhang Lei, could withstand the onslaught of the seasoned the Butcher, even holding his own in points. As the 5th round began, Zhang Lei chose to engage in close combat. He landed a jab to disrupt the Butcher and Appos' counterattack, scoring points. Alas, it was a trap. The Butcher unleashed a powerful hook that sent Zhang Lei crashing to the canvas. In an instant, Zhang Lei felt the world spin. The ground seemed to rise while the sky pressed down upon him, a typical reaction to a blow to the head. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Perhaps I should just surrender to sleep. I performed admirably. I doubt anyone would blame me for losing. I remain a source of pride for my coach and classmates. As these thoughts swirled, his eyelids grew heavy, and he began to drift away. Yet, in the fleeting moments of consciousness, a vivid scene flashed before his mind's eye. It was not the coach's past guidance, nor his girlfriend's pre-match encouragement, but rather a bowl of fried rice. Liang Supreme fried rice. If he were to lose this match, how could he relish it guilt-free later that evening? The taste of that fried rice, coupled with the joy of victory, would create the most exquisite memory. With a sudden jolt, Zhang Lei's eyes widened. In the next moment, he pushed himself up from the ground. Zhang Lei had risen. The announcer gasped in disbelief, and the once silent arena erupted with renewed fervor. The referee checked on Zhang Lei and, seeing he was fit to continue, signaled for the match to proceed. Zhang Lei launched a fresh offensive. The Butcher's face mirrored astonishment. Perhaps he had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. With a powerful rear punch, Zhang Lei struck the Butcher squarely on the jaw, sending him sprawling. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and Zhang Lei emerged victorious. Zhang Lei claimed the championship title. The astonishing turnaround left the announcer hoarse from excitement. Many students shed tears of joy. Even those unfamiliar with the sport could feel the passion and fervor of boxing. Well done. The president of the university triumphantly raised his fist, inadvertently knocking over a nearby water bottle. Yet he paid no mind. Zhang Lei's performance was a true reflection of the valiant spirit of Qingbei University. Chapter 41. The fourth window becomes a sponsor of the sports meet, engaging in frenzied advertising. Indeed, I have always perceived Qi Nation as a weak contender in boxing, and I presumed that the athletes from Qingbei University would not be of significant caliber. To my astonishment, they demonstrated remarkable resilience, evoking admiration. Clearly, we have been overly arrogant, believing Qingbei University would be easy to conquer. However, we have not even secured victory in the boxing match. Although we lost, the students from Maoxiong country in the live stream refrained from insults. Instead, they expressed profound respect for Zhang Lei. There was nothing to be done. The butcher performed admirably, and even in defeat, they felt a sense of acceptance. Before Zhang Lei could retreat to the locker room, Lu Yue hurriedly approached him with a microphone, eager for an exclusive interview. Zhang Lei, you have turned the tide and completed a remarkable comeback, thereby ending the undefeated saga of your opponent, Turgenev. Is there anyone you would like to express your gratitude to? Zhang Lei appeared somewhat bewildered in response to Lu Yue and Appo's inquiry. At that moment, he had reached the limits of his endurance and lacked the energy to articulate polished phrases. He simply spoke from the heart. I would like to thank my parents for their upbringing, the school for its cultivation, and my classmates for their support. Furthermore, I wish to express my gratitude to Master Liang from the fourth window. It was his supreme fried rice that inspired me, granting me an extraordinary vigor at a critical moment. Zhang Lei and Appo's response resonated through the stadium via Lu Yue and Appo's microphone, causing the cheers to diminish slightly. And even the principal's smile faltered momentarily. It was not that Zhang Lei's answer was inappropriate, but rather, it was rather eccentric. While expressing gratitude to his parents, school, and classmates was entirely understandable, what was the necessity of thanking the cafeteria chef? Were we to believe that a dish of supreme fried rice was the key to his victory? Absurd. Those at Qingbei University, who remained oblivious to the truth and had never tasted Liang's supreme fried rice, were still grappling with the overload of information, while those in the know were reveling in the humor. I would say that eating the supreme fried rice is akin to acquiring a resurrection armor. It not only alleviates low blood sugar, but can also bring you back from a knockout. It was a famed culinary delight indeed. Initially, I thought the revival of the chubby boy after consuming the supreme fried rice was mere coincidence. However, it now appears to be a profound phenomenon. I am even contemplating compressing the supreme fried rice into capsules for crucial moments of survival. Awakening from a near-death experience, one might jest. Where does this fried rice come from? Zhang Lei's response elicited a knowing smile from Lu Yue. She had become a devoted fan of Liang and naturally understood Zhang Lei's sentiments and thoughts. Zhang Lei, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the stir his words had caused, scratched his head and said, I was merely speaking the truth. Alas, I yearn for another plate of supreme fried rice. With the boxing match concluded, the next event, a football match, commenced. Football could be described as Qingbei University's most vulnerable sport against Mo City University. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the students of Qingbei University played with fervor, running tirelessly and executing a tenacious defense. In the final minute, Qingbei forward received a long pass and, with a decisive strike, scored the winning goal. Qingbei University triumphed over Mo City University with a score of 1-0, marking a historic achievement for their football program and maintaining an undefeated record in the sports meet. During the post-match interview, when the football team from Qingbei University was asked how they wished to celebrate that evening, almost in unison, the team members exclaimed, "We want to go to the fourth window in the South Cafeteria for supreme fried rice." Fried rice once again. What began as a spirited and exhilarating sports meet now resembled a promotional campaign for the fourth window. One might think that the sports meat and culinary delights were entirely unrelated. Yet this afternoon, the so-called supreme fried rice was omnipresent. Were one unaware, they might assume that the fourth window was a sponsor of the event. Finally, evening arrived, and the triumphant athletes from Qingbei University surged into the cafeteria, forming a long queue at the fourth window. Why did ancient times favor victory banquets? Because the joy of triumph and exquisite cuisine are a perfect match. There is scientific merit to this notion, as achieving victory elevates dopamine and endorphin levels, making one's taste buds more sensitive and appetite more robust. Plates of supreme fried rice flowed forth, and the faces of Qingbei University's athletes radiated with joy. Is that young friend from Qi Nation here? We have come for fried rice. However, the elation of Qingbei's athletes was short-lived, as an uninvited group arrived. Led by their instructor Kozlov, the athletes from Mo City University made their way to the South Cafeteria. I can smell the aroma of fried rice. That young friend from Qi Nation must be here. Look, that young friend is at the fourth window. Let us hurry and queue up. Upon spotting Liang, the eyes of Mo City University's staff and students sparkled, and they rushed over. Wait, this is our cafeteria for Qingbei University athletes. What are you doing here? Indeed, the school has provided you with a cafeteria. Why come here to steal our food? Go back, quickly. Seeing their rivals attempting to seize their meal, the Qingbei athletes swiftly positioned themselves before the athletes from Mo City University. It was your principal who protested, causing Xiao Hage to be reassigned to the South Cafeteria. Now you have the audacity to come here and mooch food? The athletes from Mo City University exchanged glances, and the once proud representatives of the combatant nation now appeared somewhat sheepish, smiling awkwardly without a response. There was no denying their fault. Kozlov, our school has already prepared a dedicated cafeteria and meals for you. Surely, you need not come here? The head coach of Qingbei University and AMP, Oppos, athletes, Shi Quan, seized the moment and stood up, wiping his mouth. Moreover, if I recall correctly, your principal ordered you not to indulge. Don and AMP, Oppos, forget, we have another competition tomorrow. What competition is left? Kozlov chuckled bitterly. At this juncture in the sports meet, only table tennis and diving remain. Do you think it necessary to proceed? He continued, our divers and table tennis players have both sustained injuries and are unable to compete. We have already conceded. Injured and conceding matches? Shi Quan inquired, puzzled. Although the upcoming two events lacked any suspense, they were still required to take place. And it seemed rather suspicious that all of Mo City University and AMP, Oppos, athletes had suddenly become injured. You see, our diving and table tennis athletes, craving your Qi Nation and AMP, Oppos, fried rice, attempted to sneak out in the middle of the night to visit the snack street. But unfortunately, they encountered an accident while climbing the wall and fell from the building. Shi Quan was taken aback. He recalled that the dormitory building for Mo City University athletes was 3 stories high. A fall from such height could be quite severe. This was a significant matter. No worries, they only suffered minor injuries. A brief period of recuperation back in Mo City will suffice, Kozlov remarked nonchalantly. Observing Kozlov's calm demeanor, Shi Quan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Truly, they were resilient people. Chapter 42. Vodka from the bear. This certainly doubled Leon's workload. Well, since we have withdrawn, the sports meet has also concluded ahead of schedule. So may we share this delectable fried rice with you? The team leader, Kozlov, rubbed his hands together cautiously. Head coach Shi Quan hesitated for a moment before turning to the athletes from Qingbei. What are your thoughts? The athletes exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Let them eat. After all, we can't let you go hungry in our Qi country, can we? Look at the poor students from Mo Chung University. It would be impossible to refuse them. Although Qingbei University and Mo Chung University are rivals in the sport competition, they are not enemies. Friendship comes first, and competition second. This is not merely a slogan, as many friendships are forged through competition and struggle. Seeing the athletes from Qingbei University relent, the team from Mo Chung University sighed in relief. With the psychological burden lifted, the faculty and students from Mo Chung University resumed their true selves, eagerly flocking to window number 4. You all seem to be having a grand old time. Have you considered my opinion? Leon stood in the kitchen, stirring with a spoon, his eyelids growing heavy. The supreme fried rice he had prepared in the afternoon was already sufficient for the athletes from Qingbei University. And now an additional group from Mo Chung University had joined. This truly increased his workload exponentially. System, check the task progress. Leon lamented inwardly. Widely acclaimed, the host has received 788-1000 positive reviews. The task is more than half complete. Please continue your efforts. All right, let us treat this as a task to be accomplished with these two groups together. The system task is highly likely to be completed today. While the fried rice contained no alcohol, the athletes from Mo Chung University and Shui Mu University soon became exuberantly animated, indulging in their meal. The competition had determined a victor, yet among the spirited youth, none could truly claim absolute superiority over the others. As they savored their fried rice, laughter and playful banter ensued, and before long, an informal competition commenced between Mo Chung University and Shui Mu University once again. They competed to see who could consume the most fried rice, engaged in arm wrestling, attempted somersaults, and absurdly, even drinking contests. The combination of fried rice and vodka seemed to heighten the merriment, and with no upcoming competitions the next day, the students from Mo Chung University produced a local specialty, vodka. This caught the students from Shui Mu University off guard, and several from the East and Mountain River provinces had to step in to regain control of the situation. Observers from Shui Mu University found the scene quite amusing. Some remarked that these bizarre competitions were even more entertaining than the sports meet itself. Laughter and cheers resounded, with playful jeers and applause filling the air, making the Southern Dining Hall particularly lively that night. The revelry continued until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Leon was preparing to clean up the kitchenware, Zhao Zhanhai and Lu Yiwei entered. Leon, Mr. Li Xiangdong. Zhao Zhanhai presented the contract he had signed with Leon, smiling as he explained, "Due to the withdrawal of Mo Chung University, you may conclude your work early." Leon had initially signed a contract to provide meals for the faculty and students of Mo Chung University during the sports meet, although the 3-day period was not yet complete. The event had ended, prompting Zhao Zhanhai to settle with Leon in advance. Zhao Zhanhai was cautious when dealing with Leon. He understood that Leon's culinary skills were not to be underestimated. He sensed that there would be numerous opportunities for collaboration with Leon in the future. Leon took the contract and read it carefully. Upon seeing the settlement amount, he was momentarily taken aback. 200,000? Such a substantial sum, considering the unpleasant incident at the Eastern Dining Hall. Our logistics department at Shui Mu has decided to provide a compensation, Zhao Zhanhai said with a grin. Initially, Zhao Zhanhai had offered a deposit of 100,000 to recruit Leon, which was already a generous offer, as it was based on the price of hiring a renowned chef. Logically, even if Leon fulfilled his duties, the subsequent payment would only have been 100,000, and now it had doubled. However, from the perspective of Shui Mu's logistics, Leon had effectively upheld the Eastern Dining Hall single-handedly, even stepping in as the head chef at the Southern Dining Hall. The labor costs saved were immeasurable, and thus, doubling Leon's remuneration was only fair. All right then, Leon accepted the 200,000 with a smile. Collaborating with Shui Mu University was indeed beneficial. They had the funds. Additionally, I have a proposal. Zhao Zhanhai cleared his throat and continued. I understand that you are still a student and cannot commit to full-time work. However, I have a special position I hope you will consider. We wish to hire a kitchen consultant who would only need to come to the dining hall on Sundays to teach our chefs culinary techniques. As for the remuneration, we can negotiate to ensure your satisfaction. Though labeled as a special position, it was essentially a tailored role for Leon, with the contract established as a labor agreement, akin to those of child stars or young athletes, safeguarding Leon's legal rights while also increasing his earning potential. Li Xiangdong wiped his brow, his expression peculiar. If someone had told him that his son would one day be associated with Shui Mu University, he would have laughed in disbelief. Yet, he never imagined that Leon could indeed be at Shui Mu University, albeit not as a student, but as an employee. What a twist of fate. In principle, as Leon's guardian, Li Xiangdong could sign this contract on his behalf. However, he chose to remain silent, believing that such matters should ultimately reflect Leon's own wishes. After all, he could not compel Leon to attend tutoring sessions, let alone force him into a job. Leon hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I currently do not have the intention of taking on a regular job. My primary focus remains on the snack street. If I develop an interest in the future, I will reach out to you. While the idea of working only on weekends at Qingbei was indeed tempting, Leon understood that his foundation lay in the Divine Chef cookbook. In the long run, the potential rewards from diligently completing system tasks would yield the highest returns. Moreover, since his previous life had exposed him to the harsh realities of corporate life, Leon had developed a reluctance towards traditional employment. Running a snack stall was arduous, yet at least he was his own master. Whenever he felt exhausted or irritable, he could simply close shop, take a spontaneous trip, or indulge in gaming at home. Anything he pleased. This sense of self-determination was something that those in the workforce could hardly comprehend. Zhao Zhenhai nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Though Qingbei could not entirely retain Leon's talent, the door was still open for future opportunities. Chapter 43. A heated exchange among the talented students. Innocent Liang stunned. I look forward to seeing you again, Liang. Zhao Zhenhai shook hands with Liang before turning to leave. As the logistics director of Qingbei University, Zhao Zhenhai, despite his admiration for Liang, maintained a certain grace by not lingering unnecessarily. With a wave of his sleeve, he departed without taking a single cloud with him. However, the students of Qingbei University were not as composed. Zhao Zhenhai had left, yet Lu Yue remained, smiling silently at Liang. As Liang tidied up the kitchen, she observed him with a grin. When Liang and Li Xiangdong returned to their dormitory to pack their belongings, Lu Yue awaited them at the dorm entrance with an amused expression. After they exited the school gates, Lu Yue followed them, still smiling. Even Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of unease. Hey, you can see Lu Yue too, right? It's not just me, is it? Goodness. Li Xiangdong seemed to regard Lu Yue as a ghost. Lu Yue, what exactly do you intend to do? Liang could no longer hold back and turned to ask. Lu Yue blinked her eyes and replied, I want to follow you. I'm curious to see where you set up your stall so that I can come by for food and drinks in the future. I want fried rice and jujube cake. Having missed out on Liang and Appo's supreme fried rice that evening due to her paperwork, she was determined not to let him go easily. We and Appo's LLB at Dushing Snack Street. We usually set up stalls around noon and evening. You can come by any time if you wish, Liang shrugged, revealing no intent to hide this information. Lu Yue had indeed become a loyal fan of his. Are you setting up a stall later? Lu Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Madam, it's already past 10. Liang replied helplessly. I'm hungry. Lu Yue pouted, looking quite aggrieved. Just come to Snack Street early tomorrow, and if you arrive by 10:30, I guarantee you'll get a hot roasted goose leg. Li Xiangdong interjected with a grin, noticing Liang was becoming overwhelmed. Just as Lu Yue tilted her head to respond, a woman's voice rang out from a distance, filled with disbelief and profound sorrow. Liang, you really are doing business at Qingbei University. Liang turned to see Lu Tao standing across the street, her figure appearing so fragile against the cold wind. She bit her lip, her eyes red-rimmed with evident pain. When Liang had mentioned working at Qingbei restaurant, Lu Tao had harbored doubts. She had checked the map, and the nearest Qingbei restaurant was a 15-kilometer distance from Dushing Snack Street. If Liang truly worked at any Qingbei restaurant, there was no way he could have returned that day when Wang Meng and others sought trouble. However, despite her suspicions, Lu Tao had not pursued the matter further. Today, while jogging at night, she happened to come near Qingbei University and inadvertently uncovered the truth. Faced with Lu Tao's furious demeanor, Liang felt a wave of apprehension. Sister, your agitation is unwarranted. You're acting as if I've been unfaithful. This could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'm only 18. Moreover, although Liang harbored a greater fondness for the students of Kyoto University, he was not bound to them. He was merely a vendor, and he had conveyed this clearly to the students from Kyoto University. What exactly was Lu Tao trying to achieve? Hey Liang, who is she? Lu Yue, popping a piece of bubblegum in her mouth, casually placed a hand on Liang's shoulder. Lu Yue's bold demeanor, coupled with Liang's youth, meant there was no hint of hesitation in her actions. Qingbei University students, remove your filthy hands. Lu Tao, witnessing the intimate moment between Liang and Lu Yue, exploded with rage and rushed across the street. What's wrong? Aren't you a student of Qingbei University? Lu Yue's expression shifted when she noticed the Kyoto University badge Lu Tao wore, her face darkening. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a madwoman from Kyoto University. Calling Lu Tao a madwoman? Lu Tao was now in a state of fury, typically graceful. Her brows furrowed and her eyes widened in indignation, ready to devour Lu Yue alive. Let me tell you, Li Ong is an irreplaceable talent for us at Kyoto University. He cannot be at a place like Shuemu. Lu Yue scoffed, retorting sarcastically, if Kyoto University is so exceptional, why is Li Ong working as a chef at our cafeteria? Clearly, he sees through your institution's inadequacies. Shuemu is the true pinnacle of academia. Though furious, Lu Tao retained her composure and sharp wit. If I'm not mistaken, Li Ong is leaving Shuemu right now. It's evident he believes you are unworthy of enjoying the food he prepares. Lu Tao and Appo's statement struck a nerve with Lu Yue, who had been somewhat calm until that moment. She immediately began to tremble with rage. Say that again. Lu Yue glared at Lu Tao. Li Ong will return to Shuemu and cook delicious food for me. Only in your dreams. Lu Tao stepped forward defiantly. The two quickly escalated from a verbal sparring match about their schools to personal attacks. Your name is Lu Tao? Why are you pretending to be an honors student with those glasses? If your academic performance were truly commendable, you would be studying at Shuemu University. And you are Lu Yue? I'm the provincial champion. May I ask what you are? Lu Yue, so you're a journalism major. Have you ever reported any real news apart from the trivialities at your school? No one cares about your petty affairs. What about you, Lu Tao? You're in game development. Will you even find a job after graduation? I doubt anyone would play the games you create. Lu Yue, you don't look like a good person. And with those chicken leg earrings, you're simply a laughingstock. No wonder Li Ong doesn't fancy you. Lu Tao, how dare you speak when you're a mere A student? You're shameless. The argument spiraled from academic achievements to personal appearance. Li Ong, come here quickly. You've seen the quality of Shuemu University students. I fear she might bite you. As their quarrel intensified, Lu Tao seized Liang's arm, pulling him toward her side. You shameless woman, why are you dragging Liang? He doesn't want to deal with you. Lu Yue retorted defiantly, immediately grabbing Liang's other arm. With both pulling in opposite directions, Liang found himself stretched like a starfish. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of passers-by, and soon a crowd gathered outside Shuemu University. Chapter 44. The Internet Erupts, the Legend of the Young Sea King. It must be said, these two female students are quite stunning, resembling celebrities. Could it be that they are competing for the title of campus beauty? Upon closer inspection, it appears they are vying for the attention of that young boy. What a situation. Two girls fighting over a boy. Here I am, having been single for 30 years, and apart from handing out flyers, no girl has ever approached me. Yet these two beautiful women are quarreling fervently over a boy. What is it about his looks? Just look at that boy in Appo's charm. Today's young women are indeed astute enough to discern potential. I understand now. This is what they call a nurturing phase. No wonder all the handsome boys around me are already taken. It seems the competition among women begins at such a young age. The bystanders, unaware of the full story, quickly began to imagine a grand drama featuring the young Sea King. The crowd was left in awe. After all, beauties like Lu Tao and Lu Yue are quite rare. It's even more uncommon to witness such a fierce confrontation over a boy. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained, while Liang felt utterly helpless. What's going on here? These two are top students, Kin and Appo's. They show a bit of restraint and maintain their dignity. Lu Tao, really? While I can understand if you're in a bad mood, must you act as if you're catching someone in the act? Did I, Li Ji barbecue stall, marry you or something? And Lu Yue, why are you fanning the flames and causing a ruckus? How is it that I, Liang, am suddenly yours? I'm just a snack vendor, currently enrolled in elementary school. Dad, save me. Exhausted, Liang raised his head and sent a distress signal to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong felt equally helpless. How could he intervene while these two young ladies were at odds? Yet, one cannot deny that Liang has quite the charm with women. He certainly won't have trouble finding a partner in the future. Speaking of which, in his youth, Li Xiangdong was also quite the handsome lad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won over Liang's mother, Zhang Yan. Li Xiangdong's memories drifted to the distant past, reminiscing about his youthful glory. Meanwhile, Lu Tao and Lu Yue and Amp, oppose, as conflict escalated into a full-blown melee. Fortunately, security arrived just in time to defuse the situation. As Lu Tao left, she vehemently condemned Lu Yue, suggesting that their rivalry might continue in the future. What are we still watching for? Disperse. The troublesome affair had finally passed, and Liang hurriedly dismissed the onlookers. What a ridiculous situation. Glancing at his smartwatch, he saw that it was already past 11. Ugh, I had hoped to get to bed early tonight, but these two clowns, Lu Yue and Lu Tao, have ruined that. After finally returning home, Li Xiangdong first reported to Zhang Yan about Li Ang's astonishing income of 200,000 a day, and the family celebrated with a large bottle of cola. Then, Li Xiangdong exaggeratedly recounted the antics of Lu Tao and Lu Yue. The couple exchanged playful banter, making jokes at Liang's expense, causing him to grimace before retreating to his bedroom to wash up. After washing up and settling into bed, the system and oppose, as notification chimed, ding. Well-established reputation. The host has accumulated 1032,000 positive reviews. Task completed. Reward distribution. The system's voice echoed once more, and the ethereal image of the god of food's recipe scroll began to unfurl before Liang. Unlocked dish. 5 blessings dumplings. Difficulty level. Moderately difficult. Dish annotation. 5 blessings dumplings. Do you eat dumplings during the new year? Unlocked dish. White jade crucian carp soup. Difficulty level. Difficult. Dish annotation. The soup's versatility is remarkable. Please, host, demonstrate your exploratory spirit to help the crucian carp leap over the dragon gate. The system rewards were plentiful. 2 new dishes had been unlocked. The colorful ink illustrations of 5 blessings dumplings and white jade crucian carp soup sprang to life on the page. The specific methods and details for preparing these 2 dishes surged into Liang's mind, followed by another system prompt. Ding. New task. Golden prosperity. Please create 5 blessings dumplings and white jade crucian carp soup of legendary golden quality. Task progress. 02. Liang rubbed his throbbing temples, letting out a wry smile. This system truly knows how to challenge me. The difficulty of preparing the 5 blessings dumplings and white jade crucian carp soup is no small feat, and achieving legendary quality is far more demanding than roasting goose legs. And yet, the system insists I must attain this quality? What a grind. The frustrating part is that the system doesn't allow for any shortcuts. It's all about hard work. After a moment of internal grumbling, Liang collected himself. Regardless, today's achievements were substantial. 200,000 in hand, and 2 new dishes added to his repertoire. The only downside was the commotion caused by Lu Yue and Lu Tao. Now, the memory of their incessant bickering was making his head ache. Never mind, I'll just go to sleep. Before long, Liang drifted into a blissful slumber, unaware that a tremendous wave was rippling across the internet due to his exploits. Upon returning to school, Lu Tao promptly informed her peers at Kyoto University of the news regarding the abduction of Li Ang by students from Qingbei University, igniting a firestorm of controversy. A multitude of Kyoto University students flocked to the official accounts of Qingbei University on Weibo and other platforms to condemn and protest. Initially caught off guard, Qingbei University quickly realized that the popular roasted goose legs from their food street were indeed crafted by Liang. Upon clarifying this point, Qingbei University refused to back down, asserting that Liang would forever be their window for war god. The students from both schools engaged in a vigorous war of words, drawing in the attention of netizens. Typically, the public harbored admiration and respect for both Kyoto University and Qingbei University, and no one expected that these elite students would bicker so fiercely over a mere chef. More astonishingly, it seemed the chef had just turned 8 years old. The absurdity of the situation was such that even a television drama would hesitate to depict it. Even the arrival of a prodigy would feel inadequate in the face of such absurdity. Thankfully, the officials from Qingbei University and Kyoto University intervened promptly, temporarily shutting down the comment sections across various platforms, allowing the situation to simmer down. However, just as one wave receded, another surged forth. A mere 2 hours after the war of words between the students concluded, a sensational news story topped the trending charts. Shocking. The young Sea King. Two beautiful university students engage in a fierce brawl over him. Chapter 45. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. When did his son become a mogul in the market? A teenage Poseidon, a beautiful university student? The trending topic on Weibo was undeniably captivating, drawing a flurry of onlookers to the platform. The source of this sensation was a video posted by a netizen from Kyoto City. In the footage, two stunningly attractive girls, one on each side, were tugging at the arm of an 8-year-old boy, engaged in a relentless tug of war. The audio was somewhat unclear, yet fragments of the girls' voices could be discerned, claiming, "This little brother belongs to me." And how shameless. "This little brother is already ours," among other remarks. Moreover, it was evident that these two female students were not just ordinary beauties. One exuded an air of scholarly elegance, while the other radiated vibrant energy, clearly representing two distinct types of top-tier goddesses. In the realm of romance, one could only imagine the number of admirers vying for their affection. Yet, in their competition for the boy, it seemed they were also comparing physiques and intellect. It was utterly shocking, a complete upheaval of the netizens' worldview. Within merely 2 hours, the trending video garnered over 30,000 comments, igniting a fervor among viewers. Wait a moment, this video contains an overwhelming amount of information. These two girls must be campus beauties. Are they really so desperate as to not even spare a little boy? Of course. Have you seen how handsome that boy is? I can't imagine how many girls he will captivate when he grows up. While the little lad was indeed charming, he appeared far too young to be older than 10. Wasn't it a bit premature for these two girls to be competing over him? Society has truly deteriorated. It is utterly insane. Don't you get it? Haven't you heard that saying, "Wait until my hair reaches my waist, and then you can marry me"? It's all about the anticipation. Isn't it about that peach blossom? I cannot coexist with you. What peach blossom? Did you not notice the expression on that little boy's face? He looks utterly uninterested. As the video's popularity surged, more and more viewers scrutinized it with a magnifying glass. To their astonishment, amidst the affection and adoration lavished by the two university beauties, the child's expression was one of utter exasperation, even tinged with disdain. A Sigma boy. This revelation shattered the hearts of many admirers. Even a little boy has admirers, yet he is so dismissive. As an adult, can't two beauties at least take a look at me? Setting aside the jokes, I suspect there is more to this situation. These two university students do not seem to be as superficial as they appear. Surely, this little boy possesses some extraordinary talent. Indeed, perhaps he is the son of a billionaire? Let us not be so mundane. Look at that little boy's worn-out cotton jacket. I suspect he is a prodigy, excelling academically, perhaps even entering university at 10 and graduating with a doctorate at 20. That does provide some explanation. It is entirely possible that this little boy is a reincarnated romantic sage, naturally skilled in charm. Such possibilities cannot be dismissed. The entire internet is offering a bounty on this little brother. Please teach me your ways. As the netizens let their imaginations run wild, they concocted an elaborate persona for Liang, envisioning him as a superhuman, a wealthy heir, and a reincarnated romantic sage. This misunderstanding had escalated tremendously. What jealousy! What pursuit by university students! The origin of this incident can be simplistically traced back to a roasted goose leg and an extravagant fried rice dish. However, the truth behind this saga sounds even more fantastical. How could two campus beauties cause such an uproar over food? Netizens were more inclined to believe that these two girls were fighting over the chance to arrange a marriage with Liang. Nonetheless, most netizens were merely seeking entertainment, expressing envy and jealousy in jest, but none were genuinely troubled by the matter. After all, he is just a child and should remain innocent. Yet, the problem was that some took it seriously. In the male dormitory of Qingbei University, a senior, having finished an entire pack of cigarettes, silently wept before the screen, feeling utterly defeated at this moment. In a standalone villa within the urban area of Kyoto City, a young girl, perfectly sculpted and seated in a grand, luxurious executive chair, scoffed at the video featuring Lu Yue and Lu Tao, her expression one of disdain. Huh, Just two old women. Liang is ultimately mine. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning. You little rascal, wake up. Hey, rise and shine. While Liang was still lost in slumber, Li Xiangdong rushed to his bedside, persistently tapping his arm. Father, it's barely dawn. What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep in a bit longer today? Woken up so early by his father, Liang was filled with grievances. Over the past few days, he had been utterly exhausted and had planned to sleep until 8, only to be roused by his father's antics. What sleep? Come with me to the market to buy goose legs. Li Xiangdong huffed, shoving a breakfast bun into Liang's mouth. Liang took a bite of the bun, his expression one of confusion. While Li Xiangdong was indeed diligent, this enthusiasm seemed a bit excessive. Was there something more to it? Feigning a cough, Li Xiangdong diverted his gaze. I just thought you've been so busy these past couple of days. I figure I'd learn your goose leg cooking skills to help lighten your load. Wow. Growing up, Liang almost blurted out a meme from his previous life, but managed to swallow it back in time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to sit comfortably for the rest of the day. As the saying goes, a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Most fathers are not fond of expressing their care openly. Even when they feel concern for their sons, they often adopt a stern demeanor to convey it indirectly. Understandably, men tend to shy away from appearing overly sentimental. Father, in a sense, I have become your teacher, Liang remarked teasingly as he quickly finished the bun and prepared to wash up. Unable to resist, he made a cheeky comment. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! After freshening up and stepping out of the house, Liang and Li Xiangdong hopped onto their electric tricycle and headed to the market. Brother Gong, who sold goose legs at the market, was already up bright and early, waiting for customers with his chair outside. Upon spotting Liang, Brother Gong was so excited he nearly leaped up. Kid, I was genuinely worried you wouldn't come. Brother Gong's voice trembled with emotion. Thanks to Liang being a major patron, Brother Gong had instructed his wife to procure more black-feathered geese from the farm. However, Liang had gone missing for a couple of days, which had left Brother Gong in a state of panic. Thankfully, Liang had finally arrived, driving over on his electric tricycle. As Liang popped a lollipop into his mouth, he struck a pose of a big shot, saying, Brother Gong, don't be so excited. I promised I would be a regular buyer, and I always keep my word in business. Integrity is paramount. Seeing the commanding aura of Liang juxtaposed with Brother Gong's tearful gratitude, Li Xiangdong was utterly dumbfounded. When did his son become such a prominent figure in the market? Chapter 46. The Reversal of Fate. The son becomes the master of his father. Take it slow on the road, my dear child, and take care of your health. Liang and Li Xiangdong vacated Uncle Gong's stock in one swift motion, departing the market amidst Uncle Gong's tearful farewell. As soon as the father and son entered the snack street, they were besieged by the vendors. Old Li, I have some freshly bought fruit here. Do take a taste. I have prepared a box of milk for our child. Take it for little Li to drink. He is at that crucial age of growth. Old Li, here are 2 bottles of wine for you to take home. We must celebrate together when you have the time. Li Xiangdong had decent rapport among the vendors. Yet this level of hospitality was unprecedented. The vendors warmly presented various gifts, some even wearing ingratiating smiles. This scene left Li Xiangdong utterly bewildered, while Liang seemed to ponder something, falling silent. Why are they being so courteous? I can oppose. To accept this, no. Li Xiangdong insisted on rejecting their offerings, prompting the vendors to finally drop their pretense and speak candidly. Old Li, thanks to you, we've managed to drive away Chen Chong and Wang Fong, along with that malignant tumor, Wang Ming. The snack street is now under new management, open and transparent. Indeed, Chen Chong and Wang Fong have been tyrannical for so long, leaving us unable to voice our grievances. With them gone, our snack street has finally found peace. Your influence is remarkable, Old Li. I heard the daughter of the president of Dushing Snack Street is a fan of your stall. You are now the leader of our snack street. We will need your guidance in our business. Yes, Old Li, please do us a favor and accept these gifts. If you refuse, it leaves us worried. As the vendors exchanged these sentiments, Li Xiangdong gradually grasped their intentions. Previously, Chen Chong and Wang Fong had wielded their power over the snack street, with no one daring to confront them. Now that they had been ousted, likely confined, due to Li Xiangdong's family, it was evident that his influence was far greater. prompting the vendors to ingratiate themselves. This was the plight of small business owners. It was not that they desired to curry favor, but rather that one must bow under the eaves. Spending money to avert disaster and seeking peace was their means of survival. As a member of the lower class, Li Xiangdong had never experienced such adulation. However, his brow furrowed increasingly, his expression growing more serious. "I cannot accept these gifts," Li Xiangdong reiterated firmly. "Old Li, do not speak further." Li Xiangdong waved his hand decisively, stating, "In business, mutual support is paramount. There is no need for such formalities. If anyone encounters unreasonable management fees in the future, I, Li Xiangdong, am willing to stand with you in protest. As for who can run a successful business and earn money, that depends on the patron's support, not my authority. I am merely a vendor, relying on my skills to earn an honest living. I am no significant figure and harbor no grand philosophies. However, I know that if I accept your gifts, I will feel discomfort in my heart. If anyone offers me again, I will be furious." Listening to his father's simple yet generous words, Liang felt a flicker of joy. Indeed, while Li Xiangdong might lack eloquence, he possessed a commendable character and admirable values. Why did Liang cherish the idea of running a stall? It was because he could conduct his business without the convolutions of the workplace, earning a sincere living and simplifying the burdens of life. Li Xiangdong's remarks instilled a sense of respect in Liang for his father. Having faced the harsh realities of society countless times, Liang understood that not all honest individuals retain their integrity when they rise to power. Upon hearing Li Xiangdong's words, the vendors had no choice but to relent. "My mind is dull. I still cannot comprehend this society." Li Xiangdong siga, shaking his head as he observed the vendors returning to their stalls. After this brief interlude, father and son returned to their stall, setting up a large vat for marinating goose legs. Today, Liang had a special task, to teach Li Xiangdong how to roast goose legs. While Liang could handle the workload alone, if his father could master the art of preparing high-quality roasted goose legs, Liang would have more free time to complete his system tasks. Thus, he genuinely wished to impart this skill to his father. With this mindset, Liang refrained from interfering in the roasting process, instead verbally guiding Li Xiangdong through the details while closely observing every nuance. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Liang was quite demanding of his father. "Father, your cleaning method for the goose legs is incorrect. Do you not see the residual feathers on them? Do not rinse with cold water yet. Use a knife to scrape. The pressure should be just right, not too light, nor too heavy, merely enough to remove the impurities without damaging the skin. Father, you need to add salt to the soaking water. Yes, half a bag should suffice. Why scrimp on that? If the salt concentration is insufficient, the blood will not be thoroughly purged, and no amount of blanching or marinating will eliminate the odor." At the Li and Appo's roasted goose leg stall on the snack street, a captivating role reversal was taking place. The son had become the master, while the father assumed the role of the apprentice, a rather convoluted situation. Liang spoke candidly, and if Li Xiangdong faltered in any step of the roasting process, Liang promptly instructed him to redo it. After all, this was the only way for Li Xiangdong to remember and learn quickly. However, in his fervor to teach, Liang overlooked his father and Appo's emotional state. Li Xiangdong grew increasingly frustrated with every lesson, his blood pressure rising. He had never been subjected to such rigorous instruction during his apprenticeship at a small restaurant in his youth. His son is far too critical. Yet, Li Xiangdong recognized that it was precisely Liang's scrutiny that enabled him to create such delectable roasted goose legs. Thus, despite his rising temper, he bore it silently without uttering a word of complaint. It must be said, as Liang's father, Li Xiangdong displayed considerable culinary talent. Under Liang's guidance, the first batch of roasted goose legs was successfully marinated and promptly placed in the electric roasting oven. Before long, the goose legs prepared entirely by Li Xiangdong emerged from the oven. Roasted goose leg, creator, Li Xiangdong, quality, blue excellent, comment. The marination of this roasted goose leg is insufficient. Please enhance the relevant techniques. Though Li Xiangdong had the benefit of Liang's meticulous guidance and the advantage of a high-quality electric oven, Achieving a blue-quality roasted goose leg on his first attempt was still commendable. This old father, with a promising apprentice, was indeed a gem. However, such praise was something Li Ong dared not voice aloud. Chapter 47. Li Xiangdong could hardly have anticipated the misfortune that awaited him. How about it, you little rascal? Your old man is quite talented, isn't he? Li Xiangdong took a bite of the roasted goose leg he had prepared, his eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Under Liang and Appo's guidance, the flavor of his roasted goose leg had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although it still paled in comparison to the ones crafted by Liang, it was nonetheless quite delectable. After all, a tiger begets no dogs. Li Xiangdong had grasped the essence of Liang's culinary skills with surprising proficiency. At this rate, there would be no need for Liang to roast goose legs anymore. Li Xiangdong could handle it himself. He could simply send that little rascal off to tutoring classes. What a joy! As Li Xiangdong reveled in his thoughts, a broad smile spread across his dark face. However, Liang furrowed his brows. The greatest folly in any endeavor is to be overly complacent. It was time for him to give his father a reality check. Your goose legs have improved, but they're still lacking, Liang remarked, shaking his head. Finish these roasted legs first, and then we shall prepare the next batch. What do you mean? Li Xiangdong and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had not filled the electric oven to capacity for practice, he had still roasted 4 substantial legs. Was Liang truly suggesting he consume them all? Even with his hearty appetite, this was pushing it. More importantly, what did eating roasted goose legs have to do with learning to prepare them? Was this mischievous child attempting to make a fool of him, his father? As Li Xiangdong began to stretch and prepare for the impending task, Liang remained unfazed, arms outstretched. If you wish to learn how to roast goose legs, you must follow my instructions. There is no learning without hardship. Li Xiangdong's expression fluctuated, and he ultimately sighed. Liang's words held a kernel of truth. In his early years as an apprentice in a restaurant, his own master had often chastised him. If he failed to chop vegetables correctly, he would be forced to practice with spoiled leaves all day until he mastered his knife skills. If he failed to stir-fry properly, there would be no meals until he achieved a satisfactory result. In his youthful arrogance, Li Xiangdong had often cursed his master in secret, only to realize later that without that rigorous training, he would not have acquired the skills necessary for his livelihood. The path of learning indeed requires enduring hardship, and Liang's methods, while peculiar, were not without merit. With determination, Li Xiangdong picked up a goose leg and took a hefty bite. Delicious. Exquisite. Soon, he had devoured the first leg and moved on to the second. The second leg, however, was not as delightful as the first. It felt somewhat greasy, yet he managed to consume it with relative ease. By the time he reached the third leg, discomfort began to set in, but he stubbornly forced another bite into his mouth. What was once a delectable dish now felt like dry bread, lodged in his throat. Gulping down tea, he finally managed to finish the third leg. The final roasted goose leg loomed before him, and Li Xiangdong grimaced. Had he known, he would have skipped breakfast, for he had already consumed 4 large buns earlier. With 2 goose legs added to the mix, he was nearing his limit. After all, these legs were pure meat, rich in fat and quite filling. Hurry up, Dad. We need to keep practicing, Liang said nonchalantly, crossing his arms, which nearly sent Li Xiangdong into a fit of rage. Muttering a few expletives about this troublesome child being his own flesh and blood, he steadied himself. As he took a bite of the 4th roasted goose leg, a wave of nausea washed over him. Just 5 minutes ago, he had found his own creation to be exceptionally delicious. Yet now, he genuinely believed it to be unpalatable. Not only was it somewhat tough, but a faint, fishy aftertaste lingered in his mouth. Ugh! Li Xiangdong clamped his hand over his mouth, nearly retching, while Liang raised an eyebrow. Dad, remember the taste of the roasted goose legs now. This is where you need to improve. Improve. Li Xiangdong had little time to consider such things. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes as he forced the roasted goose leg down his throat, letting out a series of contented belches afterward. He never could have imagined that consuming goose legs could be such a trial. Liang nodded. Well done, the goose legs are finished. Hopefully, this experience has taught you a lesson. It's time for the next batch. Before marinating the next batch of goose legs, Li Xiangdong hesitated and remarked, I think I understand your point now. One must not be overly confident, lest they overlook their own flaws. To truly evaluate whether something is delicious, one must be fully sated. If one can still eat more at that point, then it is genuinely good. Indeed, as expected of my father, you've gleaned insight from those 4 roasted goose legs. The fact that Li Xiangdong could articulate this meant he had recognized his own shortcomings, and his spirit had tempered, which boded well for the next batch of goose legs. Time passed. Ding. Roasted goose leg. Creator, Li Xiangdong. Quality, blue excellent. Evaluation. The marination of this roasted goose leg is insufficient. Please enhance the related techniques. As the system in oppose, as prompt echoed, Liang's expression contorted in disbelief. Was his father truly so obstinate? To fall into the same trap twice was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong stared at his newly roasted goose legs, swelling with pride. What do you think, you little rascal? This is the masterpiece crafted by your father after improvement. This batch surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Liang forced a smile. Enough of that, Dad, just eat. Huh? Ding. Roasted goose leg. Creator, Li Xiangdong. Quality, purple rare. Evaluation. This roasted goose leg is a rare delicacy, exquisite in color, aroma, and flavor. After 2 failed attempts, Li Xiangdong had finally produced a satisfactory roasted goose leg. However, he could hardly muster joy or pride at this moment. One hand braced against the wall, the other clutching his belly. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Liang was utterly insufferable. It felt as though he were plotting his father's demise. For the sake of roasting goose legs, Li Xiangdong had consumed an entire 2 batches, totaling 8 legs. 8. Now, the mere sight of roasted goose legs made him want to retch. Dad, remember every step you just took, Liang instructed, threading the purple quality roasted goose legs onto skewers and placing them in a tray for later use. Since Li Xiangdong had managed to create purple quality roasted goose legs, Liang could afford to ease his workload for the afternoon. It was the perfect opportunity to study the system and oppose, as recent offerings of 5 blessings dumplings and white jade carp soup. Hearing Liang and oppose, words, Li Xiangdong and oppose, hands trembled slightly. After consuming 8 roasted goose legs, how could he possibly forget? How did Liang manage to uncover so many intricacies of roasting goose legs? Chapter 48. The roasted goose leg stall has turned into a market. Crafting dumplings requires great precision. At the Dushing Snack Street, precisely at 11 o'clock, the sound of sizzling filled the air. Li Xiangdong leaned wearily against the high-powered electric roasting oven, his gaze somewhat vacant as he monitored the roasting of the goose legs within. Clearly, he had assumed the role of a competent father figure. Meanwhile, Liang busily organized the ingredients he had just ordered from the agricultural market. He-Tao white flour, quality, purple precious, exhibiting excellent extensibility and elasticity. It serves as an outstanding base for common staple foods. Farmhouse black pork filling, quality, purple precious, with a fat-to-lean ratio of 3:7. It is a superior filling for dumplings. Nanhai jade shrimp, quality, purple precious, fresh shrimp with a firm texture, well-preserved and delectably tender. Ming Province white wool lamb filling, quality, purple precious. This lamb possesses an appropriate fat content, rich and juicy, with an exquisite flavor. Liang unwrapped the ingredients, transforming the Li's roasted goose leg stall into a miniature marketplace. Beyond flour and meat filling, there were shiitake mushrooms, spinach, purple cabbage, red yeast rice powder, scallions, leeks, eggs, and more, totaling over 10 varieties, a veritable cornucopia of colors and types. It was evident that Liang was preparing to innovate with new dishes. The 5 blessings dumplings were less complex to create compared to the white jade cushion carp soup, and thus naturally became Liang's primary focus. However, crafting the 5 blessings dumplings was no simple feat. The fact that it required over 10 different ingredients attests to the complexity of its preparation. Taking a deep breath, Liang steeled himself and focused intently. The 5 blessings dumplings are commonly seen in 5 colors: white, yellow, green, red, and purple, symbolizing the gathering of 5 different dumplings to invite good fortune. Yet, Many restaurants simply use food coloring to dye their dumplings, rendering them little more than a gimmick, lacking distinction from ordinary dumplings. In truth, authentic Five Blessings dumplings are quite meticulous in their preparation. The colorful dumpling skins are crafted from spinach, purple cabbage, corn flour, and red yeast rice powder, either juiced or directly kneaded into the flour, which not only imparts vibrant hues, but also adds distinctive flavors. Once the dumpling skins are prepared, the selection of fillings becomes crucial. Randomly stuffing fillings into the skins is not acceptable. A harmonious combination of ingredients is essential to achieve a synergistic effect. Pairing ingredients is a laborious endeavor, and the culinary texts concerning Five Blessings dumplings primarily focus on the preparation process, offering little guidance on the intricate pairing of skins and fillings, clearly leaving it to Li Ong to explore and experiment diligently. Fortunately, endowed with a chef's discerning eye, he knew how to safeguard his culinary artistry. The green dumpling skin made from spinach, while slightly sweet, carries a hint of astringency. This green skin pairs exquisitely with pork and shiitake mushroom filling, as the mild astringency deftly balances the richness of the pork, enhancing its palatability, while the natural sweetness of the spinach elevates the savory notes of the pork and the umami of the mushrooms. Conversely, the purple cabbage dumpling skin, although vibrant, tends to impart a slight bitterness and even a hint of spiciness, which can detract from the overall flavor of the dumpling. The purple cabbage skins are somewhat inferior in quality, and lamb filling is relatively niche in the dumpling realm. The reason being, although lamb offers a unique flavor profile superior to that of pork, it invariably carries a distinct gamey aroma that many find unpalatable. This gamey flavor is attributed to the high concentration of fatty acids in lamb. Interestingly, the glucosinolates in purple cabbage can effectively neutralize these fatty acids, masking the gamey taste. Together, they form an unlikely yet harmonious pairing, creating a powerful and suitable combination. For the yellow cornflour dumpling skin, the filling selection becomes straightforward. Pork and shrimp are an ideal match. Corn and shrimp have always been a classic duo, capable of standing alone as a dish, providing complementary nutrition and flavors, especially when paired with pork for an aromatic delight. As for the red dumpling skin made from red yeast rice powder, its flavor is particularly unique, not only exhibiting a hint of sweetness, but also a delightful aroma reminiscent of glutinous rice. Typically, red yeast rice powder is used in desserts, making it less suitable for meat fillings. If one were to use pork or lamb filling, the resulting sweetness would be off-putting, likely causing diners to complain. Instead, a three-flavor filling combining eggs, leeks, and shrimp harmonizes beautifully with the sweetness and rice aroma of the red yeast dumpling skin, resulting in a refreshing and memorable experience. Lastly, the unremarkable white dumpling skin made simply from flour was paired with the classic pork and cabbage filling. This timeless flavor is universally acclaimed, ensuring that it would yield no missteps. With the diverse characteristics of the ingredients provided by culinary goddess I, Li Ong swiftly finalized his approach to crafting the Five Blessings dumplings. The next steps were straightforward. With the dumplings meticulously wrapped, it was time to boil water. Before adding the dumplings, he tossed in a section of scallion and several spoonfuls of salt. This was not merely to enhance flavor, but primarily to prevent the dumplings from sticking together. Although he was only cooking a small batch, for the sake of simulating a large pot dumpling cooking method, he added only a modest amount of water, barely enough to cover the dumplings, significantly increasing the likelihood of them sticking together. A careless moment could lead to a clump of dumplings fusing and breaking apart, resulting in a soupy disaster. The scallion contains a considerable amount of gelatinous fat, which has excellent solubility in water. As this gelatinous fat dissolves, it forms a thin coating on the dumplings, while the salt accelerates the rapid sedimentation of the starch on the dumpling skins. This dual approach effectively minimizes the risk of the dumpling skins clinging together during boiling. Once the water began to boil, Li Ong added a splash of cold water. The technique of adding cold water to boiling dumpling broth is known to many, but in practice, most fail to achieve the desired results, often producing dumplings with thick, tough skins. This misunderstanding stems from a lack of comprehension regarding the principle behind this technique. It is commonly said to add water every 5 minutes, a total of 3 times. But only the first and last additions are particularly crucial. The first addition, made when the dumplings first boil, rapidly lowers the water temperature, preventing the skins from breaking. The final addition, just before the dumplings are fully cooked, helps avoid the gelatinization of the dumpling skins, resulting in a firmer texture and a delightful chewiness. As one bites into the dumplings, the skin joyfully bursts, releasing the flavorful filling and broth, resulting in an overwhelming sense of happiness. As Liang busied himself with boiling the dumplings, students from Kyoto University were arriving, and with the clock nearing noon, it was time to prepare the roasted goose legs. Chapter 49. The Art of Cooking, Where Words Alone Bring Tears. Little brother, we have arrived. Little brother, I would like 3 roasted goose legs. I missed out on them last night, and I intend to compensate for the entire night of regret. Having not seen each other for a night, the longing is palpable. I can finally enjoy roasted goose legs again. Queue up. No pushing from behind. Before the Li and Appo's roasted goose leg stall, a long line of students from Kyoto University formed, creating a scene reminiscent of a dragon. One could argue that the students were orderly. Indeed, they were all in line, showing no signs of cutting. Yet, to say they were fervent is an understatement, as they clamored with the enthusiasm of the famished. Witnessing such excitement, Li Xiangdong felt invigorated and leapt up to greet everyone. Dear students, please remain calm. Today we have a substantial supply of roasted goose legs prepared by yours truly. Old Li, will personally take care of the grilling, ensuring everyone enjoys a hearty meal. With a grand gesture, he expressed the ambition to feed the entire student body of Kyoto University. In recent days, his son had basked in the limelight, while he, as a father, had become merely a worker and a backdrop, feeling utterly invisible. It was time for these students to realize that thanks to Liang, his skills had significantly improved. Li Xiangdong's sentiment is understandable. Just as a novice who has learned to make the basic dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes eagerly invites others to taste their creation, Li Xiangdong, now a skilled practitioner, had elevated the quality of his roasted goose legs to new heights. However, as soon as his words fell, the previously lively crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Li Xiangdong stood there, momentarily stunned and feeling awkward. He never anticipated that a mere announcement about roasted goose legs could lead to such a cold reception. Uncle Dong, did I hear you correctly? You just said, you're the one grilling the goose legs today? What about little brother? Is he not grilling today? Little brother, please. You should still be the one to grill for us. It and Appo's. It's not that we underestimate Uncle Dong, but we would prefer it if you handled it. Though the students from Kyoto University phrased their sentiments delicately, the skepticism in their eyes was unmistakable, mingled with the disappointment of not getting to taste Liang and Appo's roasted goose legs. Truth be told, Li Xiangdong and Appo's roasted goose legs had previously earned a certain reputation among the Kyoto University students. Yet, the fervor of the students was entirely directed towards Liang. The sudden change in chef, even if it was little brother and Appo's father, was too much for them to bear. After all, it was hard for them to believe that Li Xiangdong could replicate the standard of Liang and Appo's roasted goose legs. Li Xiangdong suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. He had intended to prove himself capable, but little did he know that his once esteemed reputation among the students had been utterly eclipsed by Liang's roasted goose legs. In that moment, the excitement of showcasing his culinary skills and the pride in his newfound expertise dissipated like smoke. The fragile yet stubborn pride of a father. Rest assured, everyone, these roasted goose legs are made with guidance from that little rascal. The experimental batch received his approval, and they retain the beloved flavor of Liang. If they do not meet your expectations, I will have that little rascal come back and prepare them for you. Li Xiangdong sighed, dejectedly. Meanwhile, Liang, diligently making dumplings, felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth does an Appo's? Liang flavor and Appo's even mean? Could his father be more mindful in his speech? Liang swallowed hard, then turned to the students, giving them a thumbs up to show his support for Li Xiangdong's claims. Seeing Liang's endorsement, the students finally relaxed their expressions. Uncle Dong, then please let me try one roasted goose leg first. I and Appo's LL have 2. I trust little brother and Amp, Oppo's, S guidance. Liang and Amp, Oppo's, S endorsement proved effective, and the students, feeling reassured, began to purchase Li Xiangdong and Amp, Oppo's, S roasted goose legs. As the goose legs were served, the last traces of doubt in their eyes vanished. Delicious. We love it. A renowned master indeed has an outstanding disciple. Uncle Dong and Amp, Oppo's, S goose legs truly have the charm of Liang. Very good. Uncle Dong is learning quickly. He has not disappointed little brother and Oppo's, S guidance. From my estimation, Uncle Dong and Oppo's, S roasted goose legs have captured 99 of little brother and Oppo's, S flavor. Quite impressive. Uncle Dong, make sure to learn how to prepare jujube rice cakes from little brother too. If he is ever unavailable, you can take over. I've been craving that taste. As the students munched on their goose legs, they offered feedback to Li Xiangdong. Though they spoke only kind words, for some reason, Li Xiangdong felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him. It is usually said that sons resemble their fathers, yet in this case, it seemed as though the roles were reversed. To say that he exhibited the flair of a father was an odd notion indeed. And what did it mean that he had replicated 99 of Liang and Oppo's S flavor? After enduring 8 grueling sessions of preparing goose legs, Li Xiangdong had perfected every technique, from cleaning and marinating to grilling, in complete alignment with Liang. So tell me, where did that one discrepancy lie? Li Xiangdong silently ranted within. Yet he accepted the students' praise. Regardless of the details, they recognized his newly acquired skills. He rubbed his face to steady his emotions and diligently resumed grilling goose legs for the students. With a clatter, Liang finished his first batch of 5 blessings dumplings. The 5-colored dumplings, when tossed onto the plate, bounced up an inch or 2, indicating their delightful texture. Ding! 5 blessings dumplings. Creator, Liang. Quality, rare purple. Dish review. The filling and dough are well matched, showcasing meticulous preparation. However, the filling lacks cohesion and juiciness, preventing it from being classified as golden legendary quality. Now it was Liang's turn to fall silent. The intricate process and multitude of details involved in making the 5 blessings dumplings far exceeded the effort required for grilling goose legs or stir-frying rice. Yet, despite his painstaking efforts, Liang still could not achieve the coveted golden legendary quality. The meat was not tightly packed together, likely due to inadequate handling of the filling. Perhaps he had been a tad too stingy with the oil while seasoning or had failed to mix it sufficiently. Such minute oversights were unacceptable. Insufficient moisture meant that he had added too little water to the filling during preparation, resulting in dumplings that lacked that delightful burst of juice when bitten into. In truth, the errors Liang committed were exceedingly minor. Among the batch, perhaps only 2 or 3 dumplings fell short of the system standards. Yet the system showed him no mercy. He had not expected that as the difficulty of the dish increased, the system and Oppo's as standards for quality would become so stringent. With a sigh, Liang picked up a dumpling and placed it in his mouth. There was no alternative. Li Xiangdong surely could not eat at this moment, and the dumplings could not go to waste. Moreover, as the mentor, he had just taught his father to consume subpar dishes. Now it was his turn. Had he known, he would have made fewer dumplings, for goodness and Oppo's sake. After devouring for nearly 10 minutes, Liang finally finished the plate of dumplings. Feeling a sense of fullness that pressed against his stomach, he let out a satisfied belch. Coincidentally, Li Xiangdong, having prepared 8 roasted goose legs, also released a hearty belch. The simultaneous sounds of their belches echoed, and father and son exchanged glances, speechless. The arduous journey of learning to cook, where words alone bring tears. Chapter 50. Where did this arrogant kid come from? Beat him up. After a solid hour of diligent effort, Liang's second batch of 5 fortune dumplings was finally nearing completion. This time, he had poured his heart and soul into the task, confident that every step and detail of the dumplings was beyond reproach, coupled with the perfect skin and filling he had crafted using his divine culinary vision. If these didn't yield a golden result, it would be a travesty. Ding! Dish, 5 fortune dumplings. Creator, Liang. Quality, golden legend. Triggering critical effect. Dish effect, The 5 fortune dumplings can significantly awaken a person's taste buds, allowing for a sublime experience of multiple flavors in a short time. At last, it was golden. Yet Liang and Appo's mood was not one of exuberance. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him. After all, if these dumplings didn't end Appo's tea turn golden, he would have been utterly unable to eat. Ding! Task: Abundant Wealth Progress Update. Abundant Wealth. Please create golden quality 5 fortune dumplings and jade carp soup. 1-2. Task completed 50. Please continue your efforts. As a system in Appo's voice faded, Liang shook his head. If crafting the 5 fortune dumplings was so arduous, how challenging could the jade carp soup possibly be? He pondered this while downing a gulp of plain water to suppress the impending burp. Meanwhile, on Li Xiangdong's side, he was selling roasted goose legs quite successfully. The stock he procured from Brother Gong, the vegetable vendor, had been devoured by the students of Kyoto University. Now, as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon and the peak purchasing time had passed, the students had returned to their classes, granting Li Xiangdong a rare moment of respite. Liang plated the freshly made 5 fortune dumplings and handed them to Li Xiangdong. "Dad, have some dumplings." Though Liang had good stamina, being a child, he still felt quite full from the large plate of purple-quality dumplings he had consumed at noon. To his surprise, Li Xiangdong shook his head at the translucent, steaming, and alluring dumplings. Despite their appealing appearance, after devouring 8 goose legs, he was resolute about avoiding meat for the day. Could it be that Liang would have to finish these dumplings himself? Liang glanced around and finally spotted a girl approaching in a ponytail, carrying a backpack, her height barely surpassing his own. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a university student. Quite petite indeed. "Hey there. We have a new product at Lee's Roasted Goose Legs. Would you like to give it a try?" Liang cheerfully called out. Since taking over the goose leg stall, this was the most proactive he had been in attracting customers. A child offering free samples to students from Kyoto University would surely elicit excitement. To his astonishment, the girl in the ponytail paused at his words, then hesitated. After a long moment, she shyly approached him, avoiding direct eye contact, and quietly asked, "Is it free?" "Free for tasting?" Seeing her stammer, Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Although she was small in stature, she seemed to be at least 18 and in college. Yet here she was so bashful around child. "It's free, no strings attached. Just try it, and if you like it, you can spread the word about my dumplings when you get back to school." Liang was quite generous, eager to avoid wasting the dumplings. Upon hearing his offer, the girl nodded slightly and murmured, "I can't eat that many. Just 5 dumplings will do." Respecting her limits, Liang scooped 5 colorful dumplings into a disposable plastic box and handed it to her. The girl accepted the dumplings with both hands, still not raising her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you. Thank you." This girl had an adorable charm. In Liang's previous life, he had always been fond of this type. Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly noticed a dialogue box appearing above the girl's head. Had the system's voice feature been activated? After activating the customer feedback feature only once on Li Xiangdong, this was the second occurrence. "What is this little kid saying? That I should promote his dumplings at school? I'm laughing so hard I might cry. Do you know where I study? I'm not a student at Kyoto University. My alma mater boasts the finest cafeteria in all of Qingbei, Kyoto Agricultural University. These little dumplings will be classified as low tier at our school. No one would buy them. At our school, a serving of 5 fortune dumplings costs just 5 yuan. Only a lunatic would come out to buy your dumplings. Oh well, I'll just try them and praise this little fellow. He is so young. I don't want to crush his confidence. Speaking of which, I have a bag of chocolate-covered beans to give him as a thank you gift." As Liang read the girl's thoughts, he felt a vain throb on his forehead, instinctively reaching for his non-existent 7 wolves. How embarrassing. He was too young for that. This was the infamous contrast of a seemingly shy girl appearing audacious at heart. However, he did recall the mention of Kyoto Agricultural University. Walking east from the snack street, it was roughly 5 kilometers away. While Kyoto Agricultural University might not match Kyoto University and Shuemu University in overall strength, it was unrivaled in agricultural studies. Not only did Kyoto Agricultural University excel in agriculture, but its cafeteria was also renowned. The cafeteria was lavishly decorated. akin to a fine restaurant, and, more importantly, the food was both delicious and affordable. Can you believe a squirrel fish could be purchased for just 8 yuan? The cafeteria's signature squirrel fish was indeed priced at that, due to its absurdly low pricing and exceptional taste. The squirrel fish had even topped online trending lists for a week. Food critics later remarked that its flavor surpassed that of some professional chefs. With just a serving of squirrel fish, Kyoto Agricultural University had witnessed a surge in enrollment, attracting countless top students and eliciting envy from other institutions. However, the legendary cafeteria at Kyoto Agricultural University was impossible to replicate. Its affordability and quality were not only due to the chef's skill, but also because the university cultivated its own top-tier agricultural products. They used ingredients developed in-house, making it impossible for other universities to replicate. Given this unique advantage in ingredients, Kyoto Agricultural University's cafeteria was indeed unparalleled, explaining the girl's confidence. Liang watched as the girl picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks, bringing it close to her eyes before a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. These dumplings are much smaller than the ones at our school. They won't satisfy me, will they? My appetite for delicious food is insatiable. Let me have a taste. Wow, the broth bursts in my mouth. I detest this feeling, yet why does it feel so enjoyable? And this dumpling is filled with pork and shrimp. I distinctly dislike shrimp. So incredibly delicious. My body feels feverish. I might melt. Oh no, I'm sinking into this flavor. Why are my taste buds so sensitive? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Impossible. There can't be anything tastier than our cafeteria food. Oh no, I'm sorry, alma mater. I can't stop. The girl devoured the dumplings with increasing speed. Her face flushed, nearly radiating heat. The broth splashed onto her face, yet the girl with twin ponytails remained unfazed. The dumplings were so delectable that she felt as though she might ascend to the heavens. It was inevitable. For Liang and Appo's S5 Blessings dumplings featured a delicate dough paired with 5 distinct fillings, offering a multitude of flavors and textures, coupled with a sensational activation of taste buds. It was akin to a grand banquet unfolding in the mouths of diners, leaving an indelible impression on their very souls. Oh, are you becoming addicted? Liang remarked with a smirk. Well, don't blame him if he becomes ruthless from this point onward. The torment will be relentless. Chapter 51. A peculiar side quest. Oh, how clever your system is. Alas, why did I only request 5 dumplings? The girl with twin ponytails swiftly finished her dumplings, her expression shifting dramatically. She craved more. The 5 dumplings, rather than satisfying her hunger, only intensified her appetite. She licked her lips, contemplating the 5 flavors of the dumplings, each possessing its own unique layers of taste. Though small, these dumplings were capable of eliciting waves of ecstasy, immersing one in an exquisite culinary experience. Excuse me, could I please have another serving of dumplings? The girl with twin ponytails rubbed her hands together, her voice tightening with anticipation. Simultaneously, a thought bubble reappeared above her head. How could I be reduced to a child begging for food? This is utterly humiliating. Yet I long to continue eating. Why do I feel a sense of betrayal? Yes, I am betraying the cafeteria of Kyoto Agricultural University. I am so desperately yearning for food from outside. Just today, I boasted to the chef that I could eat his meals for 4 years without growing tired of them, that I looked down upon outside food. So why today? It in Appo's, as fine, no one will notice. Just this once, let me indulge. Though the girl appeared socially anxious, her inner turmoil was palpable. Such individuals exist in life, where their outward demeanor starkly contrasts their inner thoughts. For instance, a fearsome brute may possess a heart as tender as a maideness, or a seemingly aloof academic could harbor an obsession with culinary delights. Fortunately, the system's thought bubble feature does not indiscriminately activate above everyone's heads. Otherwise, Liang would be overwhelmed by a barrage of thoughts that might shatter his worldview. Want more? Liang recalled his thoughts, casting a sidelong glance at the ponytailed girl while shaking his plate of dumplings. The girl nodded vigorously, her ponytails bobbing up and down like a chick pecking grain. Liang grinned, revealing the payment code. The tasting is over. A portion is 88. What? The girl was astounded. What dumplings could possibly cost 88 yuan? In all of Kyoto, only a few upscale establishments would dare charge such a price for dumplings. Yet, those venues cater to a clientele with deep pockets. To charge such a price at a street stall is nothing short of extortion. Even Li Xiangdong shot Liang a dubious glance. Is this lad truly losing his mind? Indeed, it has been far too easy for him to earn money lately. The roasted goose legs were a hit, and he had amassed 300,000 at Qingbei University. It seems Liang has let his newfound wealth inflate his ego, leading him to set exorbitant prices. Li Xiangdong pondered for a moment, deciding not to interfere. Since these dumplings were crafted by Liang himself, he was free to set any price he deemed fit. If his steep pricing resulted in unsold dumplings, it would serve as a lesson, enlightening him about market dynamics. Of course, if this experience compelled Liang to attend remedial classes, that would be even better. 88 for a plate of dumplings. Is that rather expensive? The ponytailed girl clenched her fists, timidly inquiring. Yet, simultaneously, her thought bubble erupted with disdain. So the tasting was a trap. I've fallen into it. Don't buy, don't buy. 88 yuan is enough for a week of feasting at the cafeteria. No, I can't hold back. I must have them. After a fierce internal struggle, the girl finally resolved to go for it. Ready to pull out her phone when Liang and Appo's voice interjected. Let me clarify. It's not 88 for a plate, but 88 yuan for 5 dumplings. 5 blessings. After all, puffed. Li Xiangdong, seated nearby, couldn't contain himself, spitting out the tea he had just sipped. How much? 88 for 5 dumplings? That's nearly 18 yuan each. Are these dumplings filled with gold or silver? Upon hearing the price, the ponytailed girl froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had been prepared to compromise, only to find Liang had escalated the situation. How utterly unfair. I'm sorry, but that's the price for the dumplings. After all, 88 is a rather auspicious number. Liang casually set the plate aside, unwrapping a lollipop at a leisurely pace. He wasn't forcing anyone to buy. He made it clear what the price was. Buy it or don't. Liang aimed to shatter the girl into Appo's haughty demeanor. If she looked down upon his dumplings, she could return to the cafeteria. Moreover, this price of 88, in some respects, was not unreasonable. If a national banquet chef were to prepare these 5 blessed dumplings, the cost would undoubtedly exceed what Liang was asking. Considering this, his price of 88 could be deemed quite reasonable. The girl's expression transformed from humiliation to confusion, finally settling into a dazed acceptance as she nodded and transferred 88 yuan to Liang. This scene left Li Xiangdong utterly flabbergasted. He had anticipated the girl would storm off upon hearing the price, or perhaps berate Liang as a petty merchant. He never expected her to actually pay. What a foolish heiress. Surely, she can't be among the intellectually challenged. That seems unlikely. I simply cannot comprehend. Meanwhile, upon receiving the dumplings, the ponytailed girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized her chopsticks and devoured the food with fervor. However, Liang's dumplings were rather small, and she had only been given 5. Within 2 minutes, the plate was completely cleared. Want more? Liang grinned, once again raising the payment code. I want them all. The ponytail girl's composure finally shattered as she hurriedly scanned the payment code, clutching the dumplings and dashing away in tears. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Liang's mind, signaling the activation of a quest. Ding! Side quest. Strength overcomes strength. Please proceed to set up a stall near Kyoto Agricultural University and sell 888 5 blessings dumplings within 100 hours. Quest requirements. The price for 5 blessings dumplings is set at 88 yuan per serving, with a maximum of 5 dumplings per serving. Quest notes. The 5 blessings dumplings have a high cost of ingredients. With your superb culinary skills, 88 yuan is a reasonable price. You are not permitted to lower the price. Dumplings sold at a reduced price will not count towards quest progress. Quest rewards. A lucky abacus. Upon acquiring this abacus, your net income from selling dishes will double, and the doubled amount can be directly deposited into your designated account or stored within the system for later use. There are no penalties for failing this quest. May I ask if you accept the task? Liang narrowed his eyes, carefully reading the newly activated side quest. This information is simply overwhelming. Your system truly knows how to play the game. Chapter 52. That silly old man, he's shattered. The technological hegemony. The cafeteria at Kyoto Agricultural University is renowned for its exceptional value. The squirrel fish, priced at a mere 8 yuan, outshines all competitors, including street vendors and other cafeterias. The system has assigned a task to Liang, instructing him to sell 88 five-fortune dumplings at the entrance of Kyoto Agricultural University. This is clearly a challenge designed to disrupt operations, with an audacious attitude to match. However, despite the high difficulty of the system and Oppo's task, the potential rewards are significant. The concept of doubling net income through the system and Oppo's reward mechanism is simply extraordinary. Had Liang possessed such a remarkable item a few days earlier, a trip to Shui Mu could have yielded him substantial earnings. With a faint smile, Liang accepted the side quest without hesitation. After all, there are no penalties for failure. He might as well give a try. Although he was tasked with selling overpriced meals, Liang felt no moral burden. As the system suggested, selling food should not solely consider costs. The effort, thought, and culinary skill of the chef must also be taken into account. Moreover, in a free market, if one has the means, they may purchase. If not, they need not buy. Charging a premium is not necessarily exploitative. Just as Liang accepted the side quest, a familiar voice broke through. Did I arrive too late? Are there any roasted goose legs left? Liang and Li Xiangdong looked up simultaneously to see Professor Wang Ziliang approaching with a cheerful demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Liang recognized the professor from the previous evening when he offered samples at the entrance of Kyoto University. It was Professor Wang who first tasted Liang's culinary skills and managed to turn the tables on Professor Wu. Unfortunately, he had been swept away by the crowd of students and had not been seen since. Professor Wang, I'm afraid the roasted goose legs are no more. Liang shook his head. But I have made dumplings. Would you like to try them? Dumplings? Wonderful. Professor Wang's eyes sparkled with delight. With the temperature dropping a bit over the past couple of days, a plate of dumplings would indeed be a delightful treat. He never turns down Liang's culinary offerings. Liang, having charged a premium to the girl with the twin ponytails, was more than happy to offer a plate of leftover dumplings to Professor Wang, a loyal customer. Professor Wang settled onto a small stool beside the stall, placing the plate on his lap. He removed his woolen gloves, breathed onto his hands to warm them, and then requested a small dish of vinegar from Liang to drizzle over the dumplings before deftly breaking apart the disposable chopsticks to grab his first dumpling. The moment he bit into the dumpling skin, it burst open like a soup dumpling, releasing a rich and savory broth that tantalized Professor Wang's palate. As the broth coated his mouth, he savored the flavor of the meat filling. The first dumpling he tasted was filled with lamb. Despite Liang and Oppo's dumpling being packed to the brim, it lacked the gamey taste often associated with lamb. Instead, the unique freshness of the meat was showcased beautifully. Paired with the purple cabbage dumpling skin and the tangy kick of aged vinegar, it was as if he had consumed multiple dishes in one bite. A feast for the senses. Your lamb dumplings. No chef in Kyoto could replicate them. Professor Wang exclaimed, giving Liang a thumbs up as he munched away. Given Professor Wang and Oppo's stature, he had sampled dumplings crafted by master chefs before, yet none could rival the flavor of Liang and Oppo's lamb dumplings. The competition was simply incomparable. I offer more than just lamb dumplings. Each dumpling possesses its own distinct color and flavor, Liang remarked with a grin. Professor Wang looked astonished, realizing that Liang's 5 fortune dumplings held secrets beyond his expectations. A single dumpling with such variety would have been a dish reserved for nobility in ancient times. As Professor Wang savored each unique flavor, he expressed his admiration with every bite, ultimately finding himself in a state of sheer bliss. Humming a little tune, he began to clap his hands against his knees in rhythm. However, Professor Wang was not your typical elderly gentleman. Rather than humming traditional opera or modern pop tunes, he broke into a rap. I am MC Water Guanyin, he crooned with a sultry voice, leaving Liang utterly flabbergasted. What other peculiarities could this old gentleman possibly indulge in online? At that moment, sunlight cascaded down, and anyone observing Professor Wang would see merely a satisfied old man reveling in his meal, hardly correlating him with his esteemed status in the medical field. Professor Wang seems to be in high spirits. Li Xiangdong chuckled, engaging the professor in light-hearted conversation. How could I not be in a good mood? Professor Wang replied, shaking his head. When one eats such delectable food, how could one not be joyful? Moreover, my research on the fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart is about to be unveiled. Though I am but a humble servant, I have certainly contributed to breaking the foreign monopoly in the field of artificial hearts, allowing our nation to take its place at the forefront of this technology. The connection between enjoying a plate of dumplings and developing cutting-edge technology is one that few would draw. The disparity is immense. Yet, for Professor Wang, the joy derived from savoring 5 fortune dumplings and the satisfaction of achieving scientific breakthroughs brought him equal delight. Perhaps it is this transparent and sincere heart that has led to his remarkable accomplishments in the medical field. However, Professor Wang's casual remarks left Li Xiangdong in a state of shock. After a moment of disbelief, he finally managed to articulate, I thought the fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart was merely a rumor. Could it be that it is indeed real and developed by you? Oh, Professor Wang, who had been basking in the lingering taste of dumplings and the warmth of the sun, opened his eyes in surprise at Li Xiangdong's inquiry. You keep track of developments in the field of artificial hearts? Li Xiangdong and Apos, as heart raced, pounding in his chest. How could he not stay informed about artificial hearts? His wife, Zhang Yan, was afflicted with heart failure, and there were only 2 potential remedies. One was to await a heart transplant, and the other was to undergo treatment with an artificial heart. Finding a compatible heart was as challenging as scaling a mountain, and despite Li Xiangdong and Apos has countless attempts to apply for one in secret, he received no responses. As for artificial hearts, the current market offered 2 types. One involved surgically removing the heart and replacing it with a mechanical one, while the other involved installing a support system on the heart, akin to donning armor. Both options were exorbitantly expensive, and the procedures carried a risk of complications, complicating life significantly, even if one could accept the psychological burden. For an ordinary person like Li Xiangdong, finding an expert to perform such intricate surgery was nearly impossible. Li Xiangdong had heard whispers about the development of a 5th-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart, which allegedly had minimal post-operative complications and did not require cumbersome charging devices. He had always thought this was a mere fabrication to comfort patients with heart failure. To his astonishment, the 5th-generation magnetic levitation heart was indeed real, and its inventor and developer sat right before him. Chapter 53. I exchanged a VIP card for roasted goose legs for an artificial heart. Is that unreasonable? The notion of an artificial heart. Upon overhearing the conversation between Li Xiangdong and Professor Wang, Liang hurriedly approached them. Although Liang was acquainted with Professor Wang, he was unaware of the professor and Apos' research endeavors. Noticing the expressions on Liang and Li Xiangdong and Apos' faces, Professor Wang and Apos' demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He set aside the plate of dumplings and straightened up. Is it possible that someone in your family has a heart condition? Li Xiangdong hesitated for a moment before responding, It and Apos. My wife, Zhang Yan. She suffers from heart failure. He trailed off, momentarily swallowing his words. As a devoted husband, Li Xiangdong yearned for Professor Wang to investigate Zhang Yan's condition. If the latest model of artificial heart could be utilized, there would be no need to wait for a heart transplant. However, Professor Wang was, after all, just a casual diner, a figure of great renown in the medical field. He had a queue of ordinary patients seeking his expertise. Why should he assist Li Xiangdong? Yet, reason prevailed, and after a mental struggle, Li Xiangdong resolved to muster the courage to ask for help. After all, this was his beloved wife. If there existed even the slightest chance of securing her recovery, he would do anything. To his surprise, before he could speak, Professor Wang extended his hand toward Li Xiangdong. Do you have her medical records and images? Let me take a look. Taken aback, Li Xiangdong quickly retrieved his phone, displaying Zhang Yan's medical information for the professor. Professor Wang donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the details for quite some time, finally laying the phone down with a slight smile. Our fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart has undergone clinical trials. Based on the data I currently possess, your wife's condition is perfectly suited for the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart. In fact, this heart is applicable to most patients with cardiac issues. Post-surgery, there is no need for long-term medication or auxiliary devices. A period of maintenance and regular checkups will suffice. Our nation and Oppo's fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart is a groundbreaking product, poised to benefit countless individuals. Professor Wang's words echoed in Li Xiangdong's ears, igniting a surge of warmth that flooded his chest and limbs, leaving them somewhat numb. Although Zhang Yan was not in immediate peril, her heart failure was akin to a ticking time bomb. Moreover, she was required to take a substantial amount of medication daily, severely restricting her mobility and deteriorating her health. The artificial heart represented a chance for Zhang Yan to be reborn. Taking deep breaths to steady his emotions, Li Xiangdong endeavored to keep his voice steady. Professor Wang, may I inquire about the success rate of this surgery? If I perform the surgery, the success rate is over 90%, Professor Wang replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, even if the new artificial heart surgery were to fail, the patient would not face any predictable life-threatening risks. Overall, it is relatively safe. If such words were spoken by an ordinary person, they would seem boastful. After all, even cosmetic surgeries carry a risk of failure. How could heart surgery possibly be so straightforward? Yet, the truth of the matter was that Professor Wang and Oppo's assertions were indeed factual. What others regarded as an exceedingly intricate heart surgery was, in Professor Wang and Oppo's eyes, a small procedure he had mastered over a lifetime of study. He was intimately familiar with every surgical operation and all potential contingencies. Professor Wang's confidence in his understanding of the procedure and his own skills led him to make these statements. When he claimed a 90% success rate, it was a conservative estimate. When he asserted there was no life danger, he meant it sincerely. As a medical luminary, who and T had their fair share of encounters with the Grim Reaper, Liang and Li Xiangdong exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Hope for Zhang Yan's recovery was within reach. Professor Wang, how can we schedule this surgery? Is it possible for an ordinary person to make an appointment? Li Xiangdong could not restrain himself from grasping Professor Wang and Oppo's arm, urgently asking, regardless of the cost of the artificial heart. I would sell everything I have to restore my wife's health. Scheduling. Professor Wang tilted his head thoughtfully. Appointments will open in 3 years. The internal bookings for the artificial heart are already full, and it hasn't even gone into mass production yet. 3 years. Li Xiangdong felt as though cold water had been poured over him. His fervor dampened considerably. 3 years might be acceptable. Given Zhang Yan's current condition, with proper care, she should remain stable during that time. However, if you wish to proceed with the surgery, it could potentially be arranged within a week, Professor Wang added casually. Is that surprising? Professor Wang shrugged. As the developer, I have the privilege of certain quotas and indicators that allow me to expedite your procedure. By the way, I can offer the surgery and artificial heart free of charge, but you will need to cover the surgical supplies, which will cost approximately 30 to 50,000 yuan. That is unacceptable. Li Xiangdong was taken aback, instinctively rejecting the offer. Did Professor Wang mean to not only provide Zhang Yan with a spot, but also waive the surgery and artificial heart costs? That would be an extraordinary favor, leaving anyone stunned. What's unreasonable about it? Professor Wang frowned. Since you've allowed me to sample your new dish, it seems only fair that I can have my new achievement performed for me in return. Isn't that a normal exchange? Normal? Quite the contrary. Liang thought it absurd. He had merely given Professor Wang a plate of dumplings, and now the professor was offering a complimentary package for an artificial heart? To put it in perspective, the market price for just the fifth-generation artificial heart would far exceed the value of a mere plate of dumplings, by hundreds of thousands or even millions. Yet, it was clear that Professor Wang was unconcerned about the monetary aspect. Should Zhang Yan undergo surgery using the quota held by Professor Wang, she would become the first patient in the world to officially receive the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart in a clinical setting, with immense promotional significance and milestone value far surpassing the costs of the artificial heart and surgery. Let us not be so mundane. There is no need to keep discussing money, Professor Wang chuckled, patting Li Xiangdong on the shoulder and turning to Liang with a grin. Of course, if I'm providing you with this artificial heart quota, shouldn't I expect some form of reward in return? Young man, how about that VIP card for Li and Damp? Oppos, as roasted goose legs. Professor Wang gazed at Liang, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had heard of others, like CFA, receiving lifetime VIP card for their contributions, and he was envious. Today, he was bold enough to request a VIP card in exchange for his generosity. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 54. Some matters may seem childish to college students, yet perfectly suitable for esteemed professors. Without your prompting, I have already prepared. Liang smiled gently, retrieving a Li Ji roast goose leg VIP card 2-0 for his pocket. Why refer to it as 2-0? The first card Liang distributed was a mere piece of cardstock bearing his signature, quite rudimentary. Now, the Li Ji roast goose VIP card has undergone a transformation, now printed and encapsulated in plastic, representing a significant upgrade. Ah, how I have progressed. Bringing this back to the expert panel will surely provoke envy among those old-timers. Professor Wang and Oppos. eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted the VIP card, cherishing it in his hands for a considerable time. After a moment, he flicked the card with his finger. Bang! The encapsulated card emitted a crisp sound. How delightful this trinket is. In Professor Wang's circle, while one might announce a groundbreaking research achievement and receive polite congratulations, genuine admiration or envy is rarely forthcoming. After all, they are all distinguished scholars. Who among them lacks several impactful accomplishments? However, the VIP card from Li Ji Roast Goose is an entirely different matter. To Professor Wang's knowledge, apart from Xie Fei, Zhang Shan, and Li Si, he is the sole cardholder from Kyoto University and the very first professor to hold such a card. Now, that is a position of prestige. In the evenings, Professor Wang could intentionally invite his colleagues to indulge in roast goose legs, and once they patiently queued, he could effortlessly wield his VIP privileges to claim reserved delicacies, all the while savoring his meal in front of Professor Wu and the others, watching them drool. The mere thought nearly brought a smile to Professor Wang and Oppos' face. Well then, my young friend, I must take my leave. After discussing the preoperative procedures and agreements regarding artificial heart surgery with Liang and Li Xiangdong, Professor Wang departed for Kyoto University. At that moment, Li Xiangdong lacked the enthusiasm to continue his stall activities, hastily tidying up before heading home with Liang. This splendid news must be shared with Zhang Yan at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Yan had been reluctant to undergo artificial heart surgery or a heart transplant for two primary reasons. Firstly, the cost of the procedure was exorbitant, although Li Xiangdong had amassed some savings from selling roast goose legs over the years. The thought of liquidating all their assets for a single surgery left them questioning how they would sustain their household thereafter. What about Liang's education? Secondly, the risks and potential post-operative complications were daunting. Should paralysis ensue, death might seem preferable. Even with a successful operation, Zhang Yan would face a lifetime of care and rehabilitation. Such a prospect was unacceptable in her worldview, as their family simply lacked the financial means. However, now, Zhang Yan and Oppos' concerns have been largely alleviated. High surgical costs? Professor Wang had graciously waived both the surgery and artificial heart expenses. As for post-operative care, although Zhang Yan would indeed require careful recuperation, as long as her follow-up results were favorable, she could lead a life akin to that of a typical individual. With such fortuitous circumstances, what reason could Zhang Yan possibly have to decline? After verifying with Li Xiangdong and Liang multiple times, tears of joy welled in Zhang Yan's eyes as she embraced her husband and child tightly. In life, one frequently witnesses parents exhausting their own health for the sake of family and children, delaying medical treatment as if indifferent to their own well-being. Yet, if given a choice, who would not yearn for the vitality of health without burdening their family? In pursuit of heart surgery, I cannot fathom the lengths I went to through connections and gifts. Even relatives from my hometown, whom I hadn't seen in a decade, were summoned as favors. At this moment, Li Xiangdong was equally moved grasping Zhang Yan's hand and reflecting. Who would have imagined that through our son selling a roast goose leg, we would discover such a pathway? Ah, the twist of fate. Zhang Yan, smiling through her tears, gently stroked Liang and Appo's head. How fortunate we are to share in our son and Appo's blessings so early. Mother, Liang chuckled. I merely sold a roast goose leg. We must express our gratitude to Professor Wang. I shall prepare him some delicious dishes in return. My dear child, such a significant favor cannot simply be repaid with food. Zhang Yan chuckled softly, playfully tapping her son's forehead. Li Xiangdong, in a contemplative mood, remarked, You know, if Professor Wang were to hear our son's words, he might be utterly delighted. Huh? Zhang Yan appeared puzzled. Professor Wang truly enjoys the meals prepared by Liang? What she did not realize was that, at that very moment, chaos reigned within the Kyoto University Medical Expert Group and Appo's office. Professor Wang was brandishing the Li Ji roast goose leg VIP card, reveling in his triumph. Do you see the number on this VIP card? 004. I am the esteemed fourth member of the Li Ji roast goose. What delightful dishes await. Roast goose legs, 5 fortune dumplings, so long as I make prior arrangements. That young friend will prepare them for me in advance. When the time comes, I simply collect my meal, no need to queue. Thanks to Professor Wu's live broadcast the previous night, many elderly professors within the Kyoto University Medical Expert Group had fallen into the allure of Li Ji roast goose. Earlier that day, several had enlisted students to procure roast goose legs for lunch. While they were all savoring the remnants of their delightful meals, Professor Wang emerged to stir the pot. The expressions of the gathering experts turned solemn, their eyes twitching. But they could only pretend not to hear Professor Wang and Appo's boastful words, burying themselves in documents or research. After all, they lacked VIP cards. Noticing their indifference, Professor Wang deliberately smacked his lips. You all still do not comprehend the splendor of 5 fortune dumplings, do you? They are the young friend's new creation, dumplings of 5 colors, each with distinct flavors, and within each flavor lies a multitude of variations. Ah, merely reminiscing brings a delightful shiver to my old bones. Professor Wang continued his exuberant monologue until his friend, Professor Wu, could no longer contain himself. Old Wang, do not go too far. Everyone is attempting to seize your VIP card. Professor Wu raised his arm, and several elderly professors sprang to their feet. They rushed toward Professor Wang, intent on reclaiming the VIP card. Stunned, Professor Wang had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from his colleagues. I came to share in your joy. What are you all doing? Professor Wang shouted, turning to flee. Outside the closed office door, 2 medical students delivering reports exchanged bewildered glances. Did I hear correctly? The elderly professors are playfully tussling within the office? Both students wore expressions of incredulity. Even college students generally do not frolic within laboratories. After all, they are adults. Yet, these venerable professors appear to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Could it be that certain matters perceived as childish by college students are just right in the eyes of the esteemed professors? Such thoughts elude comprehension. An hour later, Liang and Li Xiangdong emerged from their home. Zhang Yan had consented to the artificial heart surgery, and the next steps involved consulting Professor Wang for a health check, completing several examinations, signing an agreement, and awaiting approximately 5 days before the operation could commence. Li Xiangdong, riding his electric tricycle against the wind, unexpectedly burst into song. I know my future is not a dream. I live each minute with sincerity. My future is not a dream. My heart dances with hope. As the lyrics suggest, Li Xiangdong was filled with anticipation and hope for the life that lay ahead. Catching a glimpse of the opportune moment, Liang cautiously ventured to speak. Father, I wish to discuss something with you. This evening, I would like to set up a stall at Kyoto Agricultural University to sell dumplings. Chapter 55. The establishment of the street stall team. It's time to set rules. As the exuberance surged within him, Li Xiangdong paid little heed to Liang's words, dismissing them with a casual remark before losing himself in song once more. It was only after the melody had concluded that he grasped the essence of what was said. The agricultural university in Kyoto was quite a distance away, 5 or 6 kilometers. In fact, how could an 8-year-old like Liang possibly set up a stall on his own? Absurd. What do you think you're doing? Stay put. If you really have nothing to do, I can enroll you in a supplementary class. Li Xiangdong turned to Liang, his expression stern. While Liang exhibited remarkable independence compared to his peers, Li Xiangdong was not overly concerned when it came to simple errands like buying groceries or wandering about. However, the nature of setting up a stall was entirely different. What if he offended the local food vendors? What if the city management showed up to shut him down? After all, a child is still a child, unable to navigate many of life's complexities. Dad Liang sighed. Just moments ago, Li Xiangdong seemed to agree. Yet his attitude had shifted drastically. Although my mother's heart surgery won't cost much, the post-operative expenses will add up. We need to buy her health supplements, right? Plus, we can't continue living in this dilapidated rental. Our home becomes as damp as a cave whenever it rains. My mother's health is fragile after the operation. She can't endure that. Liang counted the expenses on his fingers, gradually clouding Li Xiangdong's previously cheerful demeanor. Indeed, Zhang Yan would require significant funds for her post-operative care. Therefore, Liang observed his father and aunt. Appo's expression, knowing he had struck a chord. He quickly donned a worried expression. We should earn as much money as possible during this time. The more, the better. Instead of you selling goose legs alone, why not join forces? You make a fair point. Li Xiangdong nodded slowly. But still, it's not feasible. Liang was momentarily taken aback. Was Li Xiangdong truly that obstinate? It was a tea that Li Xiangdong was at odds with Liang, although he had never overtly shown affection. His love for Liang was no less than that for Zhang Yan. If finances were tight, then Li Xiangdong would simply work harder. He could extend his hours until 3 in the morning and rise at 6 to head to the food street. If exhaustion became unbearable, he could take a quick rest at the stall. Enduring hardship himself was acceptable. He simply could not bear to witness any misfortune befall his family. As for the 300,000 yuan Liang earned from his job, Li Xiangdong had no intention of touching it. That money was meant for Liang's future, his marriage, his home, his car. It was best left untouched. The burden of Zhang Yan's post-operative care would rest solely on Li Xiangdong's shoulders. Get out of the car, kid. He gently tapped Liang on the head as they arrived at the food street. As Liang pondered how to continue persuading his father, a cheerful voice rang out. Little brother, you weren't lying. You really are here setting up a stall. It was Lu Yue, waving excitedly at Liang, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Recently, with few classes to attend, she had grown restless at Shumu, missing Liang's culinary skills. Thus, she took the bus to Dishing Food Street, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. And here he was. Li Xiangdong shot Liang a surprised look, then chuckled. Lu Yue, who had been rumored to be involved with his 8-year-old son, was a curious sight indeed. What would you like to eat, young lady? Li Xiangdong asked as he parked the tricycle. Might you like to try the roasted goose leg? Lu Yue replied, eyeing the sign for Li Ji roasted goose legs. To her, a signature dish might even surpass the famed supreme fried rice in taste. Just wait. I'll prepare it for you. I can even cook it myself. My roasting skills are nearly as good as that little brat's. Li Xiangdong laughed, quickly placing a batch of goose legs into the electric grill. Meanwhile, Liang rested his chin in his hands, watching Lu Yue intently. Lu Yue, known for her carefree nature, began to feel uneasy under Liang's gaze. Little brother, what are you staring at? She asked, swallowing hard. Without a word, Liang suddenly smiled and turned to Li Xiangdong. Dad, can I ask her to join me in setting up the stall? Her? Li Xiangdong was puzzled. Lu Yue was equally confused. Aren't you worried I might get hurt while setting up a stall? Liang chuckled. But Lu Yue is already an adult. Her accompanying me is quite fitting plus. She is a student at Shuemu. You should feel more at ease. Well, that is not entirely unreasonable. Li Xiangdong's resolve began to waver. After all, Lu Yue was a top student, and having Liang spend time with her could yield benefits. Once Lu Yue comprehended the situation regarding Liang's street stall venture, her eyes sparkled with excitement. What could be better than delicious food delivered right to me? Joining little brother is a guaranteed delight. I'm 100% on board. All right, as long as Lu Yue is willing, I have no objections, Li Xiangdong finally conceded. It would be ideal if you could find another person to accompany you. That would be safer. Before he could finish his sentence, a furious voice echoed from a distance. Lu Yue, how dare you come to this food street? It was Lu Tao, storming towards them. Evidently, she had intended to buy a goose leg, but instead encountered Lu Yue. Upon seeing one another, the two rivals immediately clashed, fists flying. Just the two of them will accompany me to set up the stall, Li Ong said, patting Li Xiangdong's arm. 20 minutes later, Liang, Lu Yue, and Lu Tao formed a small team ready to conquer the agricultural university in Kyoto. Lu Tao's presence was understandable. Seeing Lu Yue with Liang meant she had to join as well, lest Liang be swayed by Lu Yue again. Lu Yue was particularly invested in Liang's stall business, having driven over an especially modified satellite van for the occasion. The van, typically a large bread truck, was spacious enough to accommodate ingredients and a small cart for their stall. Isn't this an abuse of campus resources? Lu Tao frowned at Lu Yue's gleaming satellite van. This vehicle isn't our department as public transport. It's something my family bought for me. What is the problem? Lu Yue retorted defiantly. Lu Tao scoffed. Although top students from Kyoto University and Qingbei University often came from affluent backgrounds, Lu Tao, despite her modest upbringing, was not intimidated by Lu Yue's private satellite van, which could be acquired for a mere 2 to 300,000 yuan. With all preparations in place, the trio set off. As they left the food street, Lu Yue and Lu Tao began squabbling over trivial matters, their chatter causing Liang to feel a slight headache. It's time to establish some rules, Liang mused, pulling out a lollipop to suck on as he squinted his eyes. Chapter 56. The Spirit of Entrepreneurship in Street Vending. What's the deal with selling dumplings in a cheap how? Silence, Liang shouted, causing Lu Yue to almost slam on the brakes in fright. Pulling over to the side of the road, Lu Yue turned her head, exasperated. Xiao I'm driving. Are you trying to scare me to death? Liang scoffed. You still realize you're behind the wheel? How can you drive properly while bickering? Hearing his words, Lu Yue shot a glance at Lu Tao. It was precisely because of this overbearing attitude that she felt compelled to retaliate. If she let Lu Tao think she was superior, it would only embolden her. Just because I didn't hold you accountable for taking Xiao away a couple of days ago, you dare to provoke us at our snack street at Kyoto University? Lu Tao retorted angrily. When did the Dushing Snack Street become your Kyoto University's territory? Are all the students there so domineering? Lu Yue laughed sarcastically in response. Seeing the two of them poised to argue once more, Liang furrowed his brows and stated coldly, I don't care who is right or wrong. I'm here to sell snacks and have no time for your nonsense. If anyone has grievances, kindly leave at once. Even if I'm not in my satellite vehicle, I can still set up my stall on a tricycle. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue and Lu Tao finally fell silent. As top university students, joining Liang in street vending was not for monetary gain. What they truly desired was to indulge in the culinary delights he prepared. Despite Lu Tao's outward insistence on guarding Lu Yue against stealing Liang, she was secretly looking forward to savoring the meals he would make for them. Thus, even though Liang was younger, his words held considerable sway over them. As Lu Yue and Lu Tao quieted down, Liang cast a serious glance at both of them, seizing the moment to reiterate, let me make it clear once more, I need money. And I'm here to make a living, not to entertain your meaningless quarrels. If any more disputes arise that disrupt my business, I will ask you to leave immediately. However, if you perform well, I shall treat you to my newly developed dish tonight, the 5 blessings dumplings. Liang understood the principle of carrot and stick. After all, what were Lu Yue and Lu Tao accompanying him for? It was all about the food. He would give them a taste of the dumplings first. Dumplings? Oh, how I adore dumplings. Lu Yue's eyes sparkled at the mention. In truth, there was hardly anything she disliked. Being from the north, she held a special affection for dumplings, especially in the cold winter. As for Lu Tao, a native of Blue Sea Province, although she had little experience with dumplings, she had no aversion to them. The name 5 Blessings Dumplings sounded intriguing. She simply had to try them, with Liang's words ringing in their ears. Lu Yue and Lu Tao exchanged glances, each reflecting resignation and compromise. Let us give Xiao some face and call a temporary truce. After all, they had plenty of time to compete later. That is more like it, Liang nodded. By the way, I just came up with a slogan for our street vending team. Unity and friendship, creating brilliance together. Please chant it together on the way. It's essential for our team's spirit. Liang smiled, casually biting into his lollipop and switching to a new one. Lu Yue and Lu Tao were taken aback. This slogan was painfully awkward and rather cliché. Yet, under Liang's icy gaze, they could only weakly echo the team's spirit. Lu Yue and Lu Tao never anticipated that before being subjected to workplace manipulation, they would first be schooled by Liang. Liang crossed his arms, satisfied. As long as Lu Yue and Lu Tao behaved outwardly, he had no concern for the antics they plotted privately. Gazing out the window, he noticed a clothing store displaying a clearance sale banner. With the change of seasons approaching, many brick-and-mortar shops were holding discount promotions. This could be quite interesting. Lu Yue stopped the car. Liang contemplated before speaking. I believe our street vending team should acquire uniforms of our own. The side quest of selling dumplings at Kyoto Agricultural University had granted Liang a mere 3 days to complete. With time pressing and tasks heavy, he needed to think outside the box. Like many restaurants that hire hostesses in striking uniforms to attract customers, taking advantage of the clothing store sale to procure some new outfits wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, he had been wearing the same rabbit-embroidered cotton jacket for days and was eager for a change. Buying clothes? Sounds fantastic, Lu Yue exclaimed, slamming on the brakes, her eyes shining brightly. 30 minutes later, outside Kyoto Agricultural University. Are you two certain you want to wear that to set up the stall? Liang sat in the back seat, looking at Lu Tao and Lu Yue with a bemused expression. Recently, he had bought himself and Li Xiangdong 2 military overcoats during the clothing store sale. His intention was for Lu Yue and Lu Tao to simply get a bright red cotton jacket, which would not only keep them warm, but also draw attention while they sold snacks. However, the moment Lu Yue entered the store, she had her heart set on a vibrant red qipao, insisting it be their vending uniform. This was clearly a provocation towards Lu Tao, as the qipao favored certain body shapes, and Lu Yue had teased Lu Tao about her figure in the past. Nevertheless, since Lu Yue dared to wear it, Lu Tao couldn't back down either. In a moment of impulsiveness, she chose a deep red qipao, which was comparatively conservative for her. While they were caught in this competition, Liang felt it was a rather peculiar situation. Selling dumplings in qipaos was likely an unprecedented occurrence nationwide. Bordering on the eccentric, qipaos are festive. What is wrong with them? Lu Yue declared confidently, her fashion sense being bold and avant-garde, making her perfectly capable of donning a qipao. Then let us wear them, Lu Tao responded, her face slightly flushed, gritting her teeth. It was somewhat embarrassing. She typically wore hoodies, jeans, and puffer jackets. This was her first time in a qipao. Liang stepped out of the car, awaiting the two adversaries to change into their qipaos. 10 minutes later, the car door opened slowly, as Lu Yue and Lu Tao emerged. Even Liang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yue wore a thigh-length, plush-lined short qipao, with a white cotton lining peeking out at the hem. She paired it with skin-tone tights and white soft leather knee-high boots that accentuated her long, graceful legs. To complete her look, she donned a white cashmere beret. This ensemble was both lively and fiery. In contrast, Lu Tao wore a long qipao, lined with cotton, yet it still couldn't conceal her exquisite curves. While certain areas might not be as pronounced, she excelled in other aspects. As Lu Yue and Lu Tao showcased their individual styles, competing for attention, Liang decided to don his military overcoat as well. The child in a green military coat, accompanied by 2 elegant qipao-clad ladies, immediately captured the attention of countless passersby. After all, the combination of red and green was undeniably striking. Chapter 57. This is how we do things. Whoever buys is a fool. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Which one are you referring to? My eyes are struggling to take it all in. Why can't I look at 2 people simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right? I've somehow managed to train my eyes to gaze left and right. But wait, how do I get them back? By the way, that young boy is quite dashing as well. He'll undoubtedly become a heartthrob as he matures. I can even see the youthful charm of photographer Chun in his face. Don't you find the composition of these 3 individuals rather peculiar? Their attire is so unique. What would they be planning? Surely, they are intending to engage in performance art? It's certainly possible they are artists. After all, the bold combination of red and green in vogue this year? I've even seen streamers wearing large, brightly colored coats from the East, leaving the foreigners utterly mesmerized. Now, they're in kipeos paired with green cotton jackets. This is what one might call a trend so grounded that it becomes stylish. The onlookers, observing from a distance, began to gossip in excitement. Lu Tao, Lu Yue, and Li Ong form a strikingly attractive trio, pleasing to the eye and utterly charming. However, when the crowd noticed Lu Tao and Lu Yue assisting Li Ong in unloading a large iron pot from the satellite vehicle and placing foam boxes filled with ingredients at the entrance of the agricultural university, every face fell into a moment of stunned silence. Wait a minute. Are they actually here to set up a food stall? Selling snacks while dressed in kipeos. That's like sipping iced tea from a highball glass. Elegant indeed. I surmise that these two sisters are accompanying their younger brother for some hands-on experience. I've heard that many middle and primary schools encourage students to set up stalls during the winter break to gain some social experience. That sounds about right. Very reasonable. Well then, shall we support them? Not to mention, just for the sake of this visually appealing trio, I must show my support. Amid the crowd's chatter, an enthusiastic office worker approached Li Ong's snack stall. The first order came in so swiftly. As someone drew near, Lu Yue flashed a standardized smile. Sir, would you like an order of 5 blessings dumplings? 5 blessings dumplings. What an intriguing name. I'll have a portion, please. The office worker fished out his wallet, glancing down to check his change. How much for a portion? 5 or 10 yuan? 88, Liang replied nonchalantly, fiddling with various bottles of condiments without raising his head. All right, the office worker continued counting his money, only to pause in disbelief, looking at Liang. Young man, did you say how much? 88 yuan. In Qingbei currency, Liang shrugged. The office worker gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Having also set up stalls during his university days, he initially intended to lend support to Liang and share some entrepreneurial advice, all while gracefully exiting the scene. However, he never anticipated that his first step would falter. 88 yuan for a portion of dumplings? How could one possibly buy that? If he did, he would be the ultimate fool. I need to head home. My dog is having some trouble. The office worker awkwardly fabricated an excuse and quickly retreated. 88 for one. Is he out his mind? This lad must be a rich kid, completely oblivious to the value of money. How nice it must be to be a rich second generation. Perhaps those two beauties are hired help, accompanying the young master on a life experience. Let us leave, if he dares to set that price. I'm afraid just looking at him might cost me. As the onlookers grasped Liang's pricing strategy for the dumplings, they all shook their heads in disbelief. Before long, the crowd dispersed. Lu Tao and Lu Yue exchanged glances. Despite their rivalry, they shared the same sentiment. This boy is truly a bit too impulsive. 88 for a portion of dumplings is outrageous. Little brother, I understand you may be in need of funds, but this isn't how business is done. If you continue this way, we will have no customers. Lu Tao sighed, offering a resigned suggestion to Liang. Perhaps we should establish a more reasonable price. Oh no, let us say a fraction of that. I conduct my business with integrity. I believe the quality of my dumplings justifies the price I set. What others think is inconsequential. Liang smiled gently, waving for Lu Yue to retrieve a delivery box from the satellite vehicle. He then tore off a large piece of sturdy cardboard. With a snap, he removed the cap from a watercolor pen and proceeded to scrawl a few crooked letters on the cardboard. 5 blessings dumplings. 88 yuan for 5. Thus, Liang's rudimentary yet baffling price sign was born. Goodness, by this operation, not only does he refuse to lower the price, but he also proclaims the absurdity of the 5 blessings dumplings to the world, as though he were ensuring that no passerby remained unaware. The cardboard, serving as a price sign, appeared rather forlorn, yet Liang insisted that Lu Yue raise it high with a wooden stick in front of their stall. What a tragedy. As the sun set, the price sign swayed precariously in the evening breeze, and Lu Tao and Lu Yue could hardly bear to look. With Liang's ostentatious behavior, coupled with the end of class at the agricultural university, More and more students began to take notice of this peculiar stall at the school's entrance. Unlike the onlookers, the students of the agricultural university did not pay much heed to Li Ong and his companions' unique attire and striking looks. Their first thought upon seeing them setting up shop was, "How dare you?" Within a mile of the agricultural university, there wasn't even a single food stall, let alone a restaurant. The reason is simple. The university's cafeteria is renowned for its delicious and affordable meals, and nearly no students venture off campus for meals. It is rumored that the agricultural university is informally regarded as a food desert for vendors. Anyone daring to set up shop nearby is bound to lose everything. After all, food stalls and restaurants near the school typically rely on student patronage. If the students don't buy, how could they possibly survive? Yet, Liang and his companions not only dared to set up their stall at the university gate, but also set an outrageous price of 88 yuan for 5 dumplings. Did they truly think the students of the agricultural university were fools? Who on earth would purchase this? They are simply courting disaster. In ancient times, there was the saying of showing off one's skills before an expert, and in this case, Liang is akin to selling food at the gates of a farming institution. He has essentially liquidated his assets to buy oil and then ventured to sell it in a desert nation. It's a surefire path to ruin. Or perhaps one could say that setting up this stall is akin to attempting to swim across the Pacific Ocean after just 2 days of practice, employing nothing but a dog paddle. It's a recipe for disaster. Chapter 58. The agricultural university students covered their wallets and fled. Did this dumpling come to life? Wait, why do these 2 beautiful ladies seem familiar? Oh my, weren't these 3 trending last night, with that child being dubbed the young Poseidon? As more and more agricultural university students noticed the dumpling stall, they gradually uncovered new details. Perhaps Liang's stall crew was not merely a group of novices. I recognize these 2 women. One is Lu Tao, our province's top scholar, and the other is Lu Yuwei, one from Kyoto University and the other from Qingbei University. What are they doing selling dumplings at our agricultural university? Seeking fame, of course. Upon realizing Lu Tao and Lu Yuwei's identities, the students from Kyoto Agricultural University developed a sense of hostility towards this dumpling stall. What does it mean for Qingbei, Mu, and Kyoto students to sell dumplings outside our agricultural university? Do they look down upon our cafeteria? Or are they trying to leverage the reputation of our cafeteria to elevate themselves? In an instant, the students from Kyoto Agricultural University sensed the provocation. Regarding both value for money and their feelings towards Liang's group, their attitude was, no one would buy. Some students even lingered to take photos and videos of the dumpling stall, posting them on the school forum, eagerly awaiting Liang and his crew to retreat in embarrassment. Brother, it seems we've attracted quite a bit of animosity. Lu Tao felt the piercing gazes from the Kyoto Agricultural University students, as if pricked by needles. At that moment, her embarrassment was palpable. Coming to help at the stall felt like an insurmountable challenge. Lu Yuwei, however, was unfazed by the agricultural university student stares. Yet, with no customers, she grew bored and settled onto a small stool beside the stall, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lu Yuwei's pupils widened. Brother, I understand what you're scheming. You intend to adopt a dark horse strategy. Oh, how so? Liang chuckled in disbelief. He was somewhat averse to exposing himself online, let alone becoming an internet celebrity. Lu Yuwei stood up, exuding confidence, and waved her finger. From our purchase of uniforms to your outrageous dumpling pricing. And even the display of this humble price list, everything is conspiring to create a buzz. This is a common tactic among media professionals. This first day of vending indeed requires us to make a name for ourselves. Since conventional promotional methods are yielding little, why not subvert expectations by selling at a premium? Once the attention peaks, we can lower the price, and undoubtedly, curiosity will draw many to these dumplings. Brilliant, brother. Lu Yuwei, a journalism major, articulated the media marketing techniques with finesse. Even Lu Tao, grounded in the sciences, was taken aback, incredulous that Liang possessed such insight. This child truly understood so much. Was everything part of his grand design? A prodigy indeed. His intellect overshadowed hers. Liang chuckled softly at the compliment. He had encountered similar marketing strategies in his previous life, understanding the underlying principles. Many popular snack stalls operated using such tactics. However, he personally preferred not to engage in these marketing maneuvers. In his view, a quality product was the true path to longevity. While the uniform change was indeed a promotional tactic, as for the pricing, I have made it abundantly clear. My dumplings are worth the price, Liang reassured Lu Yue. Before Lu Yue could respond, he pivoted the conversation. It's nearly mealtime. Since we have no customers at the moment, let us have our dinner. Dumplings? Is Liang about to prepare the legendary Five Fortunes dumplings? Both Lu Yue and Lu Tao displayed a mix of anticipation and curiosity. They were eager to discover what made these Five Fortunes dumplings so special that it inspired such confidence in Liang. Just like Liang's earlier roasted goose legs and supreme fried rice, while delicious enough to defy expectations, they were not overpriced. What could possibly set these Five Fortunes dumplings apart? With a flourish, the pot was set and water boiled. Liang had prepared some Five Fortunes dumplings earlier that morning, so now all that remained was to drop them in. Bubbling, the water danced with bubbles, and as the dumplings were added, wisps of fragrant steam entwined with the aroma of the dumplings, wafting in all directions. Such a unique fragrance. Lu Yue's nose twitched. She possessed an exceptional talent for discerning aromas of delicious food. Coming from a well-off family, she had tasted numerous delicacies. Yet the scent of these Five Fortunes dumplings was unlike anything she had ever encountered. The aroma was simply too distinctive, despite being dumplings. It was as if she could detect a symphony of flavors from over a dozen ingredients. It felt as though Liang was not merely boiling dumplings, but preparing a grand feast. Yet, the scent of these Five Fortunes dumplings was not as greasy as that of hot pot. The fragrances of certain vegetables imparted a refreshing quality. Lu Tao may not have been as discerning as Lu Yue, but she too was drawn in, inhaling deeply. Recently, due to a throat infection outbreak at Kyoto University, she had unfortunately caught it, and post-recovery, she had developed a bit of rhinitis. In the biting cold, the steam from the dumpling broth was refreshing against her nose, offering some relief. However, the allure of this pot of Five Fortunes dumplings was not only affecting Lu Tao and Lu Yue. Gradually, the expressions of passing agricultural university students began to shift. Many could not help but let their gazes drift toward the pot of dumplings. And some even took a few steps closer, only to hastily retreat upon glimpsing Liang's inflated price list. I must say, this child's dumplings certainly smell enticing. I can smell it from so far away. Closing my eyes to savor the aroma, it feels as though he is not merely boiling dumplings, but orchestrating a grand banquet. I'm quite curious, what exactly are these so-called Five Fortunes dumplings, that their fragrance is so rich? Don't be fooled. I suspect these dumplings are so fragrant because they must have some sort of flavor enhancer. Stop talking nonsense. That is not the source of this aroma. Is it? Regardless, as students of Kyoto Agricultural University, we would never purchase these dubious dumplings. Let us go have the cafeteria chef prepare some for us. Right? The dumplings made by our cafeteria chef are surely far superior to those made by this child. Some onlookers among the Agricultural University students began to waver. They had initially come to witness Liang's group falter, but if they lingered, they might find themselves the ones to be embarrassed. After all, the aroma of the Five Fortunes dumplings was simply too tempting, making it difficult to resist the urge to buy. Seizing the moment before their wallets emptied, many quickened their pace toward the school gate, with several glancing back multiple times. The dumplings were ready. After the final touch, Liang saw that the timing was perfect. He scooped them out with a slotted spoon, each Five Fortunes dumpling appearing as lively as freshly caught goldfish, gracefully swimming on the stainless steel spoon. This was not merely a result of Liang's culinary prowess. The dumpling skins had not undergone starch gelatinization, demonstrating a flawless non-stick texture. Each dumpling twirled and glided on the spoon, and with their bouncy and resilient nature, they would even leap slightly upon contact with the spoon, creating the illusion that the dumplings had come to life. Even Lu Tao, who had rarely eaten dumplings, was captivated by the sight of these vibrant dumplings. Her mind racing with only one thought. Dumplings prepared in this manner are undoubtedly delectable. Chapter 59. The Business Launch. How did the twin-tail girl become mute? Give it a try. Would you like some vinegar? Leon cheerfully inquired as he ladled dumplings into 3 large bowls. No need, I can't wait, Louis Wei exclaimed, resembling a famished tiger as she disregarded the vinegar and lifted a dumpling directly to her mouth. The clamor of her eating was quite pronounced. Within moments, her mouth was stuffed to capacity. Could you not be so careless with your eating? Lu Tao remarked with a look of disdain directed at Louis Wei. The dumplings are simply delicious. I can hardly speak. Louis Wei managed to choke out, her words a jumble that no one could comprehend. Sigh. The quality of students at Qingbei University. Lu Tao shook her head, inwardly lamenting. She then picked up a yellow wufu dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and elegantly placed it in her mouth. Wait, this dumpling tastes a bit peculiar. Lu Tao felt as if her mind had momentarily gone blank, forgetting her surroundings as her entire focus was consumed by the feast on her tongue. Before long, the demure Lu Tao also found herself cradling a bowl, voraciously consuming dumplings. As she devoured them, she did not forget to sip the dumpling broth, and soon, half the bowl was gone. Once the dumplings cooled slightly, Leon joined in, and the only sound at the stall were those of slurping and the clatter of bowls and chopsticks. On this early spring night, the chilly breeze mingled with the steam rising from the pot of dumpling soup, while the incessant flow of cars and the throng of students around created a vivid tableau of urban life. This group is truly relishing their meal. They must not have officially opened for business yet. Yet here, they're feasting on dumplings. Wow, if these 3 were to become food streamers, they would surely profit. I just left the cafeteria feeling full, yet watching them eat makes me crave more. The aroma of the dumplings lingered in the air, enticing those from Kyoto Agricultural University, who passed by in waves, familiar with the dumpling stall from posts on campus forums and social media. However, seeing Leon and his friends enjoying the dumplings so heartily piqued the curiosity of many students, even if they were reluctant to purchase due to the high price. Yet, exceptions always exist. Outside Kyoto Agricultural University, a girl with twin tails approached, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Beneath her eyes lay faint dark circles, betraying a hint of fatigue. Those wretched dumplings. They ruined my afternoon nap, she thought, wishing she wouldn't dream of them that night. I bought them from Dushing Snack Street. Surely no one knows I foolishly paid 88 for 5 dumplings, right? Well, it's fine. I simply want to go back to Dushing Snack Street. That dumpling vendor is nothing short of a demon, intent on emptying my wallet. With her head bowed, the twin-tailed girl appeared to be a shy student. Yet her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. It was clear that Leon's wufu dumplings would haunt her for quite some time. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Could it be? The twin-tailed girl looked up just in time to spot Leon's dumpling stall. At that moment, Leon had finished his dumplings and was tidying up, their eyes locking in an unexpected connection. Wow! In that instant, the twin-tailed girl felt her legs weaken. What is happening? This child. Is he pursuing me? He is undoubtedly out to get me. Stay calm. I absolutely cannot buy these dumplings. Right outside my school. She urged herself, yet her feet moved towards Leon's stall against her will. For the other students at the Agricultural University, the dumplings, though enticing, were far too costly to consider purchasing. Leon and Appo's presence at their school seemed a direct challenge to their cafeteria and Appo's reputation. However, the twin-tailed girl was different. She had savored the dumplings' taste. Only those who had experienced the wufu dumplings could appreciate the exquisite culinary delight they offered. She could not resist. It was simply impossible. Well, I still have over 700 left in my spending money this month. I'll just buy a few more dumplings, she rationalized. I'm not succumbing. I'm merely supporting this child's business. As her thoughts raced, she approached the stall and, raising 2 fingers to signal her desire for 2 servings. A well-meaning fellow student from the Agricultural University tapped her shoulder. Hey, classmate, just so you know, these dumplings are 88 each. Our cafeteria has dumplings tonight, too. For only $8 a serving. You could eat there instead. Stunned by the earnest warning, the twin-tailed girl was momentarily speechless. Though she was reluctant to admit it, deep down, she understood that Leon's dumplings were incomparable to those made by the cafeteria staff. Yet, With all those passing students watching, it felt inappropriate to purchase Leon and Appo's dumplings outright. Wouldn't he that make her a foolish traitor to the cafeteria? Caught between culinary temptation and her reputation, the twin-tailed girl suddenly had a light bulb moment. She pointed her mouth and then to her ears, shaking her head at the advising student. Quickly, she gestured to Leon, signaling for 2 servings. Lu Tao paused, quickly grasping the situation, and stood up to pack 2 servings for the twin-tailed girl. The twin-tailed girl nodded contentedly at Leon and his companions, then dashed back into campus with her dumplings, leaving the other students bewildered in the wind. Hey, even a mute girl came to support our business. Louis Wei finally swallowed her dumpling and remarked with a soft burp of satisfaction. Mute? Leon squinted. Had he known the twin-tailed girl was mute at noon, he would have refrained from teasing her. But wait, how could she have been mute? I distinctly remember her speaking when she bought dumplings earlier. What on earth was going on? Regardless, he was relieved that his first sale at the dumpling stall had finally been made. Chapter 60. You must be exposed. The fury of an older sister. Little brother. I must admit, the price of 88 for this plate of dumplings might not be entirely outrageous, Lu Yue remarked, gazing at the retreating figure of the girl with twin ponytails. Lu Tao beside her nodded earnestly. The taste experience offered by Liang and Appo's dumplings could indeed be described as luxurious. Sampling them at 88 is certainly worthwhile. There exists a dish known as fire sprout silver threads, which is sold in a prestigious restaurant in Kyoto. The ingredients are deceptively simple, comprising only 2 main components, bean sprouts and lean pork. Yet this seemingly uncomplicated dish can command prices soaring into the hundreds, if not thousands. Why, you may ask? It is due to the meticulous craftsmanship involved. The term fire sprout silver threads refers to the painstaking process of threading the bean sprouts with a needle, subsequently stuffing them with meat and cooking them to perfection. It's a matter of technique, offering an unparalleled gustatory experience. In Lu Tao and Appo's Liang's 5 blessings dumplings follow a similar principle. While they are indeed dumplings, the myriad combinations and variations of the dough and fillings are nothing short of exquisite. One taste, and even a novice can discern the chef's dedication and the intricate procedures that went into crafting this dish. To be frank, before tasting the dumplings, Lu Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment over Liang's exorbitant pricing, attempting to evade the questioning gazes of students from Kyoto Agricultural University passing by. But now, Lu Tao stood tall, confidently hawking 5 blessings dumplings 88 for 5. You'll regret not trying them. Lu Yue was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined Lu Tao in their spirited sales pitch. The hardest part is always the beginning. Once they've made this first sale, the second one surely cannot be far behind. At Kyoto Agricultural University, in the dormitory for doctoral students. Xiaolin, wake up. A short-haired girl was gently shaken awake by her roommate. Let me sleep a little longer. Wait, why is it so dark outside? Xiaolin exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and gazing blankly at the evening sky outside the dormitory window. You've overslept your nap. It's already night. Your advisor has been looking for you all afternoon. I can't believe you were sleeping in here. Her roommate sighed. Never mind. I'll find that old hag later. Oh, I mean my advisor. A few flattering words, and her anger will dissipate. Xiaolin ruffled her somewhat tousled hair, threw on a denim jacket, and leapt out of bed. It's already dark. I need to grab dinner. As a seasoned doctoral student, Xiaolin had become quite adept at navigating her advisor's whims. Having spent a decade at Kyoto Agricultural University, she was no stranger to the art of survival in academia. As an older sister, Xiaolin also ran a social media account called Sister Lin Has Something to Say, where she humorously critiqued campus life from the perspective of a longtime student, even sharing tips with younger students on how to skip classes and scrape through exams. Due to her social media presence, Xiaolin had faced her fair share of reprimands from professors. I brought back a serving of potato beef rice from the cafeteria. Do you want some? Her roommate inquired while touching up her makeup at the vanity. No thanks. Oh, it seems to have gotten a bit chilly. I'll go get some dumplings. Xiaolin waved her hand dismissively. Don't pile on more makeup. Did you think Nuwa created you with foundation? With that, Xiaolin pushed open the dormitory door and headed straight for the cafeteria. 10 minutes later, upon reaching the student cafeteria, Xiaolin was taken aback by the long line at the dumpling counter. What's going on? Why are the dumplings so popular today? She wondered. Even on the winter solstice, she hadn't seen such a crowd. After all, many students from the south were not accustomed to eating dumplings. Why the sudden collective craving? Shaking her head, Xiaolin decided to leave the cafeteria. Having navigated the ins and outs of Kyoto Agricultural University for 10 years, she knew that if the student cafeteria was full, she could always find a meal at the staff cafeteria. However, today luck was not on her side. Upon arriving at the teacher's cafeteria, she discovered that the dumpling counter was already closed. Sold out. This is ridiculous. Is the universe conspiring against me? She lamented. Am I really not going to get any dumplings today? Fine. I'll just go a bit further and eat outside. Xiaolin recalled that a dumpling shop was located 2 kilometers west of the school. Shrugging, she strolled towards the school gate, her hands in her pockets. For some reason, as she neared the entrance, she sensed a peculiar aroma of dumplings wafting toward her. What is this? Am I imagining things because I want dumplings so badly? Finally stepping outside the school gate, her eyes widened in realization. A dumpling stall had appeared right at the entrance of the Agricultural University. How fortuitous! Having spent a decade at Kyoto Agricultural University, Xiaolin knew better than anyone how challenging it was for food stalls to survive in the vicinity. But that didn't matter. As long as it satisfied her craving for dumplings, she was content. Xiaolin smacked her lips and ambled over to the dumpling stall. Oh, it's a kid selling dumplings, and he asked with 2 stunning girls. She glanced at Liang and his companions, but was not particularly surprised. As an older sister, she had seen it all. She had even encountered 10-year-old agricultural prodigies at the university. Liang selling dumplings at 8 years old wasn't anything extraordinary. 1 serving of dumplings for me, please, Xiaolin said, casually glancing up at the price sign hanging high above. 88 yuan for a serving. 5 pieces. Wait a moment. Xiaolin felt a jolt of shock. She had never seen such an outrageous price for dumplings. Your dumplings are ready. Yet, the trio worked with remarkable speed. Liang had already started another pot of dumplings, and just as they were ready, he swiftly plated them into a disposable bowl. Lu Yue placed a pair of chopsticks atop the bowl, and Lu Tao presented it to Xiaolin. The entire process was seamless, leaving Xiaolin no time to contemplate or refuse. All right, this is how you want to play it? Xiaolin chuckled with mock annoyance. You could have chosen anyone else to con, but you picked me, Xiaolin. Then I shall take it upon myself, as the older sister, to expose this dumpling stall, ensuring that this little rascal, Liang, never dares to set up shop at the school gate again. Squatting at the roadside, holding her dumplings, Xiaolin opened her live stream on the curb. Sister Lin has something to say. Today, I'll give you a taste of the dumplings at the school gate. As a prominent figure within Kyoto Agricultural University, nearly half of the students followed Xiaolin's social media account. The moment the live stream title was announced, countless students flocked in, instantly boosting the view count to over 3,000. After all, Liang's dumpling stall was situated right at the entrance of the university, and students passing in and out couldn't help but notice it. Many had already formed a plethora of complaints about this peculiar dumpling stall, eager to see how Xiaolin, the voice of the students, would critique these dumplings. Chapter 61. The Mentor's Generosity. Time to pack up and go home. Under the watchful eyes of the students at Kyoto Agricultural University, Xiaolin delicately lifted a dumpling with her chopsticks, bringing it to her lips. Truth be told, the quick-witted Xiaolin had already devised her critique of the dumpling even before it touched her tongue. Should the dumpling and Oppo's flavor prove mediocre, she would mock her own folly and advise her junior peers against wasting their money on such fare. Conversely, if the dumpling tasted abysmal, she would confront Liang. For such blatantly subpar dumplings had no right to be displayed so brazenly at the entrance of their agricultural university. If necessary, she would involve the market supervision authorities to expel this little swindler, safeguarding her juniors from disappointment. After all, as a 10-year senior, she bore a sense of responsibility. However, just as the dumpling was about to enter her mouth, a figure crossed the pedestrian path and collided with Xiaolin. Ouch! Xiaolin fell forward, and naturally, the dumpling slipped from her grasp, landing on the pavement. Watching the steaming dumpling on the ground, her heart sank. Regardless of whether these 5 blessings dumplings were indeed a scam, they were still made from grain. As a student of an agricultural university, she felt a deep-seated connection to food. Why aren't an oppos? To you watching were you and oppos? Re-going. Xiao Lin sprang up, indignantly scolding the person who had knocked her over. Sorry, I didn't see you squatting by the curb. The individual who had bumped into her was a middle-aged woman, nearly 50. Upon recognizing Xiao Lin's face, the woman's expression abruptly turned cold, as if shrouded in frost. Xiao Lin, I haven't seen you this afternoon. So you were hiding here? What a coincidence. This woman was none other than Xiao Lin's mentor. Ah, good afternoon, Professor. Xiao Lin hurriedly entered her live stream, forcing a smile. Students often jokingly referred to their mentors as bosses, given that mentors frequently assigned internships to graduate and doctoral students, providing them with stipends. Yet, to Xiao Lin and Amp, oppos, as surprise. Her mentor furrowed her brow even more tightly. How many times must I say it? I do not like that title. Just call me Professor Zhang. With a huff, Professor Zhang glanced at the empty bowl in Xiao Lin and oppos' hands. Where did you buy those dumplings? I'll compensate you for 2 portions. At your age, how can you be satisfied with just this little serving? Under Xiao Lin's guidance, Professor Zhang arrived at Li Ang's dumpling stall. With a grand wave of her hand, she ordered 4 portions, 2 for herself and 2 for Xiao Lin, just right. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Professor Zhang was taken aback. What on earth? Why are these dumplings so expensive? Is Xiao Lin trying to swindle me? Yet, as a mentor, she was of course financially secure. After paying and receiving the dumplings, Professor Zhang eagerly picked one up and took a bite. She was curious to know what justified such a price. Oh, Professor Zhang and oppos' face momentarily went blank, then flushed red as she turned to Xiao Lin, tapping her chopsticks against her plastic bowl. Xiao Lin, you must try this. These dumplings are truly delightful. It appeared that Professor Zhang had not indulged in fine cuisine before. But Xiao Lin had no time to critique her mentor before her own thoughts were swept away by the tidal wave of flavor. Xiao Lin's face, too, turned crimson as she excitedly tapped her chopsticks against her bowl filled with dumplings. Professor Zhang nodded in agreement, although they communicated solely through murmurs. Both understood what the other was expressing. Soon enough, the 4 portions of dumplings were devoured, yet Professor Zhang still felt unsatisfied. Returning to Liang and Amp, oppos' stall, she gestured for 20 more portions. 20 portions amounted to a mere couple of thousand yuan, a trifling sum for Professor Zhang. Just enough to take back for her teaching assistants and colleagues to savor. Here are 2 more portions for you. Remember not to disappear again. Once the dumplings were ready, Professor Zhang handed Xiao Lin 2 additional portions, seemingly willing to overlook Xiao Lin's earlier oversleeping due to the enjoyment brought by the food. Xiao Lin chuckled, watching her mentor depart, when she instinctively checked her phone to find an overwhelming number of unread messages. Over 99. How are you, Lin Jia? I saw you caught by your mentor, haha. By the way, did you try the 5 blessings dumpling sold by that kid? We're all waiting for your critique. Indeed, many students have begun to voice their complaints about the exorbitant dumplings on forums and social media. Yet their critique seemed somewhat off to her. It was clear that only Lin Jia could provide the proper commentary. Calling Lin Jia as spokesperson. What if Lin Jia has been taken away by her mentor? Is she trapped in the lab now? Xiao Lin's smile faltered momentarily. How was she to respond to those comments? While Xiao Lin pondered her predicament, at Liang's dumpling stall, Lu Yue and Lu Tao were overjoyed. In no time, over 20 portions of dumplings have been sold, even after deducting costs. This substantial order would surely net Liang at least 1,000 yuan. Traditionally, Lu Yue and Lu Tao had merely been customers indulging in snacks, but now, acting as Liang's assistants, they relished the experience of running a stall. What a thrill! It seemed that Professor Zhang's generous purchase had opened the floodgates. As several affluent students approached, eager to sample the dumplings out of curiosity. Before long, Liang sold another 10 portions. Looking at the foam container, only about 10 dumplings remain. Forget it. I'll take the rest home for my parents as a late-night snack, Liang announced, signaling the end of the stall. Lu Yue and Lu Tao assisted in tidying up, loading the items onto the satellite vehicle. Perhaps the spirit of Liang and oppos' A small group had influenced them, or perhaps their relationship had warmed during their time together. But along the way, Lu Yue and Lu Tao exchanged light-hearted banter, their spirits evidently lifted. To them, this night had been fulfilling, having set up a stall at the entrance of the agricultural university and left unscathed. More importantly, witnessing the delight on the customers' faces instilled a sense of accomplishment in Lu Yue and Lu Tao. Though they had not crafted the dumplings, they had at least served the bowls and chopsticks. System, check task progress. Liang ignored Lu Yue and Lu Tao, leaning against the window, silently contemplating. Side quest, overcome the strong with strength. Cell 185-28885 5 blessings dumplings. Task progress, 6 for remaining task time, 90 hours the task in AMP. Oppos. As progress was somewhat sluggish. Liang needed to push forward. Though he had prepared less today, nearly selling out the dumplings, the task data was rather disheartening. No matter, tomorrow would bring new efforts. He wondered how many dumplings he could produce in a single day. Chapter 62. A Surge of Criticism. The Plan for the Agricultural University Canteen. Ladies and gentlemen, now that Liang has returned home, we shall take our leave. Outside the affordable housing, Lu Yue and Lu Tao escorted Liang to the door, waving goodbye to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan observed Liang with a peculiar expression. In most households, it is the boys who escort the girls home. Yet here, it was 2 girls accompanying Liang to his doorstep. Were these the same 2 girls who had been tugging at him yesterday? Could it be that Liang was involved at such a young age? Zhang Yan was certainly not a proponent of early romance. Moreover, the age difference was quite absurd. After Li Xiangdong's explanation, Zhang Yan finally smiled in relief. Little Long, don't always trouble those student sisters to help you with your stall. They might have their studies to attend to. Indeed, Li Xiangdong gave Liang a light tap on the head. And why on earth are you making those girls wear kipayos in this frigid weather? Even if you wish to sell dumplings, you cannot resort to such dubious methods. Liang covered his head, rendered speechless. Was it really him who had insisted those 2 wear such outfits? They had eagerly chosen to do so themselves. Nevertheless, who would believe him if he spoke of it? Liang was too lazy to provide an explanation. The family of 3 bantered for a while before Liang proceeded to the kitchen to boil the remaining 5 blessings dumplings. The exquisite dumplings were served at the table, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. It appeared that Liang and Appo's culinary skills had significantly improved. If this boy continued to develop in this manner, he might soon master an entire banquet. Suppressing his impulse, Li Xiangdong left the last dumpling for Zhang Yan and wiped his mouth, saying, "By the way, Little Long, Professor Wang is coming to buy goose legs again tonight. He mentioned that your mother can go for her preoperative examination tomorrow. At this rate, the surgery might commence next week." This was indeed encouraging news. Liang felt a surge of energy, his day's fatigue dissipating by half. His side quest of selling 5 blessings dumplings was driven by the hope that Zhang Yan would have better recuperation conditions post-surgery. Let us hope the artificial heart surgery proceeds smoothly without any unforeseen complications. By the way, I plan to stew some pear soup tomorrow to accompany the goose legs. I noticed many students who came today to buy goose legs had sore throats, and Professor Wang mentioned his throat was also uncomfortable. He only took 1 goose leg and left. Little rascal, do you know how to make pear soup? Teach me a thing or 2. In Li Xiangdong's eyes, Liang had become quite the treasure, a walking recipe book. However, Liang truly did not know how to make it. After finishing the dumplings, the family tidied up the tableware and swiftly slipped into slumber. There was much to do tomorrow. Kyoto Agricultural University, inside the doctoral female dormitory. Snoring. Xiao Lin glanced at her roommate, who had been busy with makeup and acting cute during the day, now sprawled out and snoring loudly, 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Alas, she couldn't sleep. Yet, it wasn't her roommate's snoring that kept Xiao Lin awake, but rather the thought of Liang's 5 blessings dumplings. She had announced during her live stream that she would evaluate the dumplings, but was interrupted by her advisor, and now everyone was waiting for her feedback. But how should she write the evaluation for these dumplings? Should she speak the truth or align with her junior classmates and criticize the 5 blessings dumplings together? Xiao Lin sat before her computer for quite some time, before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. Lin Jie has something to say. Evaluation of the 5 Blessings Dumplings. The 5 Blessings Dumplings at the school gate have a recommendation rating of 5 stars. These dumplings are exceptionally delicious, offering a rare taste experience. Students with a generous budget are advised to indulge. For those on a tighter budget, it is recommended to buy just 1 portion to sample. However, if one lacks self-control, it is not advisable to purchase, as the first serving will undoubtedly entice a second. The evaluation by the senior sister was published. Xiao Lin pressed the release button and let out a sigh of relief, leaning back against her chair. She knew that this evaluation would undoubtedly spark significant controversy. After all, there were countless posts online where students complained about the exorbitant prices of the 5 Blessings dumplings, expressing considerable disdain. However, Xiao Lin did not establish this Douyin account for fame or traffic. Her intention was to restore a genuine portrayal of campus life at the agricultural university amidst laughter and scorn. Xiao Lin was not a journalism major. If she could not even speak the truth, what was the point of her account? Moreover, with such unique 5 Blessings dumplings, how could she, as a senior, not recommend them to her fellow students? Such exceptional culinary skills might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for many. If her budget allowed, Xiao Lin did not wish for her juniors to miss out on this opportunity. As expected, 10 minutes after Xiao Lin and Oppo's evaluation was posted, she received over 100 likes. But the comments soared to 500. Without a doubt, she was being criticized. Lin Jie, I initially wanted you to act as a mouthpiece, not to engage in false advertising. 88 for a portion of dumplings, and you say they're good? Don't joke with us. As a student of the agricultural university, I genuinely don't understand what Lin Jie means by praising off-campus dumpling stalls. Isn't our canteen delicious? Everyone can check out my latest analysis video. I believe senior Xiao Lin might know people from Qingbei University and Kyoto University, and she might be friends with those two in Qingbei's. Hence, she is undermining our own canteen. A deluge of negative comments poured in, as elevating the canteen to a certain extent was regarded as a consensus among the students of Agricultural University. Xiao Lin's dissent could not escape scrutiny. Some fellow Agricultural University students, who also had Douyin accounts, seized the opportunity to attack Xiao Lin in hopes of gaining a wave of traffic. Nevertheless, as a senior, Xiao Lin withstood the barrage and began to counterattack. I stand by every word I have said. Tomorrow, you could try the 5 Blessings dumplings. If they are not delicious, come find me. As long as there is still a balance in my bank account, I will reimburse you. Xiao Lin and Oppo's response was akin to pouring oil on a hot pan, igniting a frenzy on Douyin under the Kyoto Agricultural University topic. Meanwhile, in the canteen of Kyoto Agricultural University, in the conference hall. Indeed, the Agricultural University canteen boasted its own conference hall. The canteen's decor was rather luxurious, rivaling that of high-end office dining establishments, so having a conference hall was hardly surprising. At this moment, under the dim lighting, the kitchen staff, donned in neat chef uniforms, sat upright at a round table, shadows cast across their faces, while the canteen supervisor stood solemnly on a raised platform. They were not engaged in any mysterious rituals. This was merely the daily summary meeting of the canteen kitchen staff. In terms of overall strength and academic level, Kyoto Agricultural University might lag slightly behind Qingbei University and Kyoto University. However, when it comes to the prestige of the canteen, Kyoto Agricultural University was undoubtedly in a league of its own. As a premier recruitment tool, the canteen had always been a focal point of concern for successive university presidents, with management practices so meticulous and rigorous that they could rival those of medium-sized enterprises. Let us review today Oppo's canteen data report. The canteen supervisor lightly tapped on his tablet, projecting the PowerPoint presentation onto the large screen, revealing the sales data for various dishes in clear detail. We observe that the sales of the signature squirrel fish have declined by 3 percentage points today, which is somewhat acceptable, as students inevitably experience fatigue from their meals. However, what truly warrants attention is the remarkable increase of 65 in the sales of dumplings in the cafeteria, to the extent that the faculty dining hall has encountered shortage. This indicates that our recent enhancements in the flavor of the dumplings have sparked a purchasing frenzy, which is certainly commendable. I plan to allocate an additional 500 servings of dumplings tomorrow to meet the students' demands. Does anyone have any objections? The voice of the cafeteria supervisor resonated in the conference hall. The kitchen staff remained silent until suddenly a newly arrived intern chef swallowed hard and hesitantly raised his hand. Supervisor, the surge in dumpling sales might not be attributed to our culinary skills, but rather to a dumpling stall that has opened off campus. Yes, the one run by a young boy accompanied by 2 female students selling 5 blessings dumplings. Chapter 63. What power do interns hold? Dumplings made in frenzy. The intern chef was convinced that the peculiar dumpling stall outside the school gates was the reason for the soaring sales of dumplings in the cafeteria. As he passed by, he too was captivated by the dumplings crafted by the child vendor. The aroma of those dumplings seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, igniting an unquenchable craving within him. No amount of ordinary dumplings could satiate his appetite. It seemed that only by tasting the dumplings made by that child could his restless taste buds find peace. Consequently, even the intern chef himself had consumed 3 large plates of dumplings that night. The cafeteria's supervisor believed that the cafeteria's dumplings had garnered popularity due to their superior taste that day, while in reality, students had inadvertently begun to regard the cafeteria dumplings as mere substitutes for the enchanting 5 blessings dumplings. This makeshift alternative could not even begin to rival the formidable allure of the latter. The cafeteria urgently needed to devise a strategy. However, after the intern chef and Appo's lengthy recounting, laughter erupted in the meeting hall following a brief moment of silence. To the gathered crowd, the intern's words seemed utterly absurd. How could a child's colorful dumplings pose a threat to their cafeteria? While his enthusiasm for speaking was commendable, his remarks were deemed thoughtless. Even the cafeteria's supervisor shook his head, clearly skeptical of the intern and Appo's claims. With no recourse, the intern chef resigned to silence, aware that an intern possessed little authority. As night passed, the alarm rang. Liang awoke naturally, only to find it was already past 8. Brat, I've taken your mother to the Kyoto University affiliated hospital for a checkup. She'll return after that. Breakfast is up to you. Read the note left by Li Xiangdong. After rubbing his face, Liang ordered groceries from the market via his phone and quickly stir-fried some rice with leftovers from the previous night. After tidying up post-breakfast, the delivery from the market arrived at his doorstep. The quantity of ingredients Liang had ordered was remarkable, requiring the delivery person to make 5 trips up and down the stairs. After a brief organization, Liang began to roll out dumpling wrappers and fill them. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, he worked more efficiently and managed to make around 100 dumplings in an hour. Although this pace was still relatively slow, it was a significant improvement compared to some adept homemakers. With the foundational culinary skills granted by the system, Liang's dumpling-making abilities could rival those of seasoned chefs. Yet, the system's stringent standards for the 5 blessings dumplings compelled him to prioritize stability over speed. By midday, he had successfully crafted over 500 dumplings, which he deemed satisfactory. Just as he wiped the sweat from his brow and reached for a drink, a knock echoed at the door. It was not Zhang Yan, but rather Lu Tao and Lu Yue. With Li Xiangdong absent, Liang had initially planned to venture out and set up a stall in the evening, only to find these two waiting at his doorstep. Well, since you and Amp, Appo's, here you and Amp, Appo's, 2 more helping hands. Although they couldn't and Amp, Appo's, directly participate in the dumpling-making process, they could certainly assist in various tasks. Watching them work diligently, seemingly lost in enjoyment, Liang couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you two supposed to be in class? Writing papers? Papers?" Lu Yue replied, while washing vegetables. "My new paper examines how your dumpling stall has gained traction at the Agricultural University from a communication perspective. As for me, I don't need to write a paper, but I want to create a restaurant-themed game. Helping you with your stall will help me gather inspiration and experience." Liang was momentarily taken aback. Such high-achieving students were certainly no fools. While assisting others, they made sure not to neglect their own endeavors. Regardless of any ulterior motives Lu Tao and Lu Yue might harbor, their help significantly boosted Liang and Appo's dumpling-making speed. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Zhang Yan returned from her medical examination, reporting that all tests were satisfactory and she was fit for surgery. In high spirits, she insisted on helping Liang with the dumplings. With little choice, he acquiesced, knowing that even if he forbade her from making dumplings, she would find some handiwork to occupy herself. With Zhang Yan's assistance, even the simplest tasks could be delegated to her, further accelerating Liang's dumpling production. After more than an hour, he had utilized all the ingredients he purchased that morning and had to place an urgent reorder. They toiled until 5 in the evening when the sun began to set, at which point Liang paused. It was time to set up the stall. Any further delay would mean missing the students' mealtime. We certainly made a substantial amount of dumplings today, he mused, gazing at the foam cooler brimming with dumplings. Surprisingly, the day's efficiency was remarkable. He had lost track of the count, but estimated he had made over 1,000 dumplings, perhaps even close to 2,000. Could they possibly sell all these dumplings? At that moment, Zhang Yan seemed to realize they might have overdone it, her heart sinking at the thought. If they couldn't sell them all, they would be left with a considerable surplus. If they don't sell, we can always sell them at our Waterwood University. Lu Yue exclaimed, her eyes glinting. I guarantee that within 2 hours, the students at Waterwood will devour every last dumpling. Such bravado. Lu Tao scoffed. Don't believe her. Lian, our Kyoto University is your strongest ally. As the two began to bicker again, Liang quickly intervened. It was ill-fated to speculate about unsold dumplings before they had even set up shop. First, they needed to sell them. The three of them began transporting dumplings to the satellite vehicle outside, and under the setting sun, they drove toward the agricultural university. Liang sensed that they would be busy that evening. Ah, how wonderful! Zhang Yan stood by the window, watching the satellite vehicle depart, a smile gradually forming on her face. Since being diagnosed with heart failure, she had always worn a smile, yet deep within her, a lingering regret remained. She understood that she could not spend much time with her son and husband, nor witness her husband's hair turn gray, nor await her son's coming of age. However, with Professor Wang's proposed magnetic levitation artificial heart plan and all preoperative tests returning positive, her hopes swelled. For the first time, she genuinely believed she would witness her grandson's arrival into the world. What joy that would bring her heart! Chapter 64. The Goblet of Aged Vinegar. A testament to elegance. He has arrived. That man, no, that boy, has once again graced the entrance of Kyoto Agricultural University, accompanied by 2 enchanting ladies clad in kippeos. However, this time, Liang's stall failed to attract the attention of the crowd. After all, his exorbitantly priced dumplings had not only elicited disdain from the university students, but had also caused passers-by to steer clear. Liang, of course, remained indifferent to the opinions of onlookers. The system tasked him with selling dumplings to the university students, not to random strangers. Setting up his stall and placing a pot over a flame, he was surprised to find delicate snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky. Yet, the snowfall did not deter his business. Using 2 wooden sticks and a piece of plastic sheeting, he fashioned a makeshift shelter for the pot, and soon began boiling water for the dumplings. Lu Tao and Lu Yue had been assisting him for most of the day without a proper meal, so preparing a pot of dumplings would also serve to attract customers. As the rich aroma of the dumplings wafted through the air, both Lu Tao and Lu Yue could hardly contain their anticipation. They cast aside their reservations about appearances and stood by the pot with small bowls, eagerly awaiting Liang's dumplings. Unbeknownst to them, a large group was approaching from behind. Boss, we'll have 20 servings of dumplings. The familiar voice and the familiar order belonged to Zhang, Summer Lin and Appo's mentor, accompanied by a cadre of teaching assistants and professors. After Zhang had brought the dumplings back to the lab and office the previous day, they had garnered immense praise, leaving everyone craving more. Thus, upon hearing that the young dumpling vendor was back, they had all rushed over. Lu Tao and Lu Yue hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. Little brother, you go ahead and serve them first. As helpers, they felt it inappropriate to compete with customers for the dumplings. Watching wistfully as Liang packaged the freshly made dumplings for Zhang and his entourage, their longing turning into silent lament. Don't worry, I'll cook another batch for you. Liang chuckled softly at their forlorn expressions. However, little did he know that his free time this evening would be scarce. Oh, that boy is selling again? Let's go buy some dumplings and catch Summer Lin in the act. One of Zhang's companions exclaimed. I'm curious to see if Summer Lin will honor her promise to reimburse us for the dumpling expenses. As soon as Zhang's group departed, a swarm of agricultural university students formed a line. From the previous night until now, Liang's dumplings had become the talk of the university's forum and social media. Initially, the students had merely mocked his stall, but following the release of Summer Lin's review, discussions had turned sharp and intense. Many students felt that Summer Lin and Oppo's previously unassailable reputation had crumbled overnight. Such is the nature of the internet. No matter how high one is exalted, a single misstep can lead to fierce backlash. Coupled with Summer Lin's resolute stance regarding her commitment to pay if the dumplings were unsatisfactory, many students now approached the stall with the intent of overwhelming her with orders, some even live streaming their experiences to mock her. Yet, Liang remained blissfully unaware of the underlying drama. With customers arriving, he cheerfully set to work preparing dumplings. Young lad, I would like 3 servings of boiled dumplings. I want 2 servings. I'll take 10 servings. After all, Summer Lin is footing the bill. As the dumplings emerged from the pot, they were swiftly served in small plastic bowls. The first student to receive his dumplings gleefully directed the camera towards himself, eager to share his tasting experience live. Look everyone, how about the dumplings from the stall chosen by Senior Summer Lin? Now, let us witness her pay for this. As the comments began to flood in, the student grinned and took a bite of the dumpling. Yet, as he chewed, his actions gradually slowed, and he eventually closed his eyes. What is happening? Did he choke? How does it taste? The viewers, puzzled, awaited his verdict. Finally, he opened his eyes, his voice trembling. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Confusion reigned in the comment section, filled with question marks. Coincidentally, as Liang's dumplings continued to be served, numerous students from the university began live streaming their own experiences, calling for Summer Lin to pay up. However, the outcome was often silence or evasive remarks, though some candidly declared the dumplings to be exceptional, asserting that the 88 was worth every penny. If Summer Lin alone had claimed these overpriced dumplings were worthy of a try, many would have dismissed it as mere marketing ploy. Yet, with so many students echoing the sentiment, it became evident that these dumplings truly held merit. Surely, not every student at the agricultural university could be an undercover agent for the boy. As more students began recommending the dumplings online, several who had purchased them the previous day stepped forward to voice their approval. Honestly, I also believe that 88 for a taste is an absolute steal. But after seeing Senior Lin's harsh criticism, I hesitated to speak up. Indeed, trust me, if you have the chance, you must try these dumplings. In my opinion, spending 88 on a meal is far superior to wasting it on those ridiculous blind box draws in games. Gradually, positive comments about the 5 Blessings dumplings began to overshadow the negative ones. More and more agricultural university students flocked to the stall, forming a long queue. The flavor of these dumplings, oh my goodness. To savor such a luxurious taste should not be limited to the roadside. Wait, I'll fetch a table, one exclaimed. I'll grab a few chairs from my dorm. Another chimed in. But why not just take the dumplings back to the dorm? Someone suggested. Those who want to take them back are missing the point. You must relish this delicacy while it's still steaming hot. Some inventive students procured tables and chairs from somewhere nearby, allowing everyone to sit and enjoy their dumplings right there. What began as a simple meal turned into a festive gathering. As the snow fell heavier, more tables and chairs appeared, and someone even brought out goblets. Sipping aged vinegar from goblets while indulging in 5 Blessings dumplings amidst the swirling snowflakes. Truly an experience steeped in elegance. Chapter 65. This Midnight Snack. I await your return in 10 years. Your 5 Blessings dumplings. You must savor them. You ordered 4 servings of 5 Blessings dumplings. Can you finish them all? Or will you spare me a portion? Liang and Oppo's business is thriving, while Lu Yue and Lu Tao assist in serving, their expressions gradually contorting in agony. No one knows the psychological torment they are currently enduring. Initially, Liang had intended to prepare dumplings for the staff meal, and Lu Yue and Lu Tao, standing nearby, found their appetites awaken. However, the seamless influx of customers seeking dumplings forced them to watch as the coveted dumplings passed through their hands and into others in Oppo's grasp. One can only imagine the torment of such a scenario. It is truly heart-wrenching. In fact, even Liang himself is not faring much better. After all, he scarcely ate during lunch, and now his stomach is growling with hunger. Yet, there is no alternative in the realm of culinary arts when customers are not satiated. The chef naturally has no time to fill their own belly. This is the reason why those in the food industry often have meal times that differ from the norm. Either they dine exceptionally early or wait until the late hours to enjoy their evening meals as late-night snacks. Oh dear, why are there ice lumps mixed in with this snow? They are falling upon my head. Hurry and eat. Once satisfied, the pain will be forgotten. Isn't that a bit foolish? Brothers, I raise a cup of aged vinegar. Who is joining me? I'll accompany it with a bowl of dumplings. Let us toast together. In stark contrast to the helplessness of Liang and his companions, the students from the Agricultural University are filled with laughter and joy. On this snowy night, a vibrant group of youth has created their own little haven amidst the flakes, frolicking, laughing, and relishing both their youth and the culinary delights. Lu Yue gazes at this scene and cannot help but feel a stirring within her heart. Lu, doesn't this resemble the students of the Agricultural University constructing a canteen for the young brother? Lu Tao blinks in surprise. Indeed, while Lu Yue may not be remarkable in other respects, her analogy strikes a chord. The students have arranged rows of tables and benches, effectively resembling a canteen, albeit an unconventional one without a ceiling, yet infused with a unique flavor. How delightful! In that moment, as Liang's kitchen assistants, Lu Yue and Lu Tao are enveloped in a sense of comfort, as if their hunger has diminished somewhat. Simultaneously, on the internet, the public perception of Liang's dumpling stall begins to shift subtly. Some agricultural university students have even taken to calling him young brother. It seems that becoming the young brother of every university is an inescapable destiny for Liang. Alas, how can I express this? Perhaps it is because our canteen is simply too exceptional that I overlooked the enchanting delicacies beyond the campus. Here, I wish to extend my apologies to the young brother who sets up shop at the school gate. Indeed, initially, many believed that the young brother was merely mocking us agricultural university students for publicity, but in retrospect, he is genuinely spreading warmth. He possesses true culinary skills, and his pricing is entirely justifiable. I can discern that the preparation of these dumplings is extraordinarily intricate. Attention everyone, I am the president of the student council, and our council members have collectively pooled resources to donate 50 dumplings to economically disadvantaged students. Interested students may register with us to receive them. Do not hesitate, my friends. Financial difficulties are but a temporary setback. As members of the Agricultural University, I believe your futures will be prosperous. Thus, I encourage economically challenged students to accept this valuable yet worthwhile gift of dumplings. I await your return in 10 years. The students of the Agricultural University possess a sincere heart. Indeed, they initially harbored prejudice against Liang's dumpling stall, even exhibiting a degree of hostility. However, upon realizing that Liang was genuinely dedicated to the craft of gastronomy and that these dumplings could provide an unexpectedly luxurious experience, they bravely acknowledged their previous misjudgments, casting aside their biases and offering generous praise. In a certain sense, Liang's dumpling stall has become an opportunity for growth among the students. Consuming dumplings from outside the campus has not only failed to undermine their collective pride and dignity as agricultural university students, but has instead fostered greater unity among them. Yet, while the students enjoy an unforgettable and delightful evening, the scene at the canteen tells a different story. In the office on the 4th floor of the canteen, the supervisor gazes out at the scattered groups of students, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite it being mealtime, why are there so few students dining in the canteen? Having held this position for 5 years, he has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Supervisor We've discovered. At that moment, the office door swings open, and a chef rushes in, breathless. The students, they have all gone outside to buy snacks, specifically to get 5 blessings dumplings. Outside, the canteen supervisor's expression is one of disbelief. Isn't it snowing heavily outside? Yes. Everyone is braving the snow to queue for snacks at the southern entrance of the campus. It's quite lively, with a crowd so dense that it's impenetrable. I estimate there are thousands of students gathered there. Security has already begun to maintain order, yet those kids remain fervent. They would rather brave the heavy snow for 5 blessings dumplings than dine in the canteen. This is a serious issue, an enormous problem. Sweat beads form on the supervisor's forehead as he hastily waves his hand, issuing commands. Quickly, contact the logistics director to come here. Also, summon the admissions office director, security chief, and academic affairs personnel to rush over. The supervisor's reaction is not exaggerated in the least. What does it mean to pull one thread and affect the whole fabric? The canteen holds a uniquely significant position at Kyoto Agricultural University. For the university, the canteen is not merely a place to satiate hunger. It is intricately tied to the institution's finances and revenue. Most critically, it impacts the university's enrollment efforts. In this day and age, fewer and fewer students are willing to pursue agricultural-related majors. And other agricultural colleges have experienced varying degrees of decline or even degradation. Yet Kyoto Agricultural University has thrived year after year, thanks to the canteen's stellar reputation and social influence. To many university leaders, the canteen is pivotal to the future of Kyoto Agricultural University and even to the agricultural research standards of the nation. How can it not be taken seriously? Within just 10 minutes, a multitude of leaders has gathered in the canteen conference hall. Their expressions are grave, and the atmosphere in the meeting room is tense. A storm is brewing. No, the storm has already arrived. Chapter 66. Supporting the livelihoods of the people and cultivating talents across the seas. Such is the current situation. According to incomplete statistics, the sales volume in our cafeteria has plummeted by 36 this evening. The large quantity of dumplings we hastily prepared has been left unsold, with no one showing any interest in purchasing them. The cafeteria supervisor stood at the center of the conference hall, surveying the various school leaders, and spoke with a grave tone. All of this is merely due to a small stall at the entrance. Students would rather endure hunger and queue in the biting wind and snow to indulge in the 88 yuan wufu dumplings. Listening to the cafeteria supervisor recount the situation, many leaders' expressions shifted slightly. It is well understood by all that the cafeteria holds immense significance for Kyoto Agricultural University. Admittedly, a small dumpling stall currently does not pose a threat to the cafeteria's fundamental operations, but the fact that this stall has generated such a buying frenzy among students within just a few days of opening raises concerns. What if the stall owner later establishes a restaurant or a large eatery at the school gate? The consequences are simply unimaginable. At that point, the once vibrant and bustling cafeteria would become desolate and dilapidated, leading to an imbalance in the cafeteria's finances, a reduction in scale, and ultimately impacting the school's funding, which would be reflected in a decline in enrollment numbers. To put in a somewhat inappropriate analogy, if Kyoto Agricultural University were akin to a tourist city, the cafeteria would represent the scenic spots within that city. If no visitors are willing to patronize the scenic spots, how can revenue be generated and development be sustained? Therefore, Leon could hardly have anticipated that his simple act of selling dumplings at the entrance of Kyoto Agricultural University would trigger such a significant upheaval among the university and oppos, as higher-ups, even prompting an emergency meeting to devise a solution. The cafeteria supervisor was right. We must formulate a countermeasure. The logistics director of the Agricultural University stated solemnly, I propose that all items in the cafeteria be discounted by 50% tonight. Oh no, let's make it a 50% discount, and we in the logistics department will find a way to cover the losses. Yes, I will ensure that the news of the cafeteria's discounts is communicated to the students at the school gate, striving to lure them back to the cafeteria. The admissions office director nodded in agreement. Your proposals merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. The security office director slammed the table and exclaimed, In my opinion, I will lead a few security personnel to dismantle that snack stall directly. And we can collaborate with the urban management enforcement to ensure that the dumpling vendor never reappears at our school gate. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? The security office director was a robust man in his 40s, sporting a thick beard, and his voice boomed. His words echoed through the conference hall, and all the leaders fell silent. Indeed, the security office director's solution seemed the most effective. It not only ensured that all students would return to the cafeteria, but also guaranteed that the cafeteria would no longer be disturbed by outside vendors. Collaborating with urban management enforcement would also make it difficult for anyone to contest the decision, effectively driving them away. However, this approach felt somewhat inhumane. What university lacks snack stalls at its entrance? Snack stalls not only stimulate the local economy, but also enrich the students' lives. Most universities turn a blind eye to the nearby snack stalls and do not interfere. Previously, Kyoto Agricultural University had no snack stalls simply because those stalls could not compete with the cafeteria. Now, with a capable vendor establishing a foothold at the university gate, the university seeks to forcibly expel them. Let's not hesitate any longer. Let's vote to decide. The security office director turned to the cafeteria supervisor. The students are currently thronging at the school gate, and if a stampede occurs, we in the security office cannot bear the responsibility. The cafeteria supervisor hesitated momentarily, then gritted his teeth and said, "Those in favor of the security director's proposal, please raise your hands." Among the dozen or so leaders present, some raised both hands high, some remained silent, while others pondered for a moment before slowly raising their hands. The cafeteria supervisor squinted as he counted the votes, 10 in favor, 7 against. This meant that the meeting had approved the security director's proposal. Excellent. The security director clapped his hands. I will immediately organize the security personnel to disperse the students and guide them safely back to their dormitories. I will also call for assistance from urban management. The security director, brimming with enthusiasm, was preparing to take action, but at that moment, a firm and authoritative voice resonated. "This is outrageous. You are simply being absurd." At the entrance of the conference hall, an elderly man, supported by an assistant, made his way in. The elder appeared to be in his 70s, his mobility somewhat impaired, yet all the leaders turned pale and stood up in unison. "President Wang, Elder Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Xiefeng, the vice president of Kyoto Agricultural University. Though he holds the title of vice president, Wang Xiefeng's status at the university is exceptionally prominent. For decades ago, he actively participated in the development of Kyoto Agricultural University, taking the lead in advancing agricultural sciences, establishing research institutes, and practical training facilities. It can be said that the reason Kyoto Agricultural University was designated as a 985 university in the last century is in no small part due to Wang Xiefeng's contributions. Following the turn of the 21st century, as agricultural studies began to decline, it was Wang Xiefeng who spearheaded the construction of the cafeteria. Unlike other university leaders who spent lavishly on publicity, he focused on the students' daily needs, vigorously developing the cafeteria and accommodation to create a conducive learning environment, ultimately sparking a surge in enrollment and nurturing a generation of agricultural talents. In many respects, Wang Xiefeng could be deemed the father of the agricultural university cafeteria. Without him, the renowned cafeteria we know today would not exist. Elder Wang, you are unaware of the current situation, our cafeteria's sales volume. Observing the seriousness and slight anger etched on Wang Xiefeng and Appo's brow, the cafeteria supervisor hurriedly attempted to explain. Yet, Elder Wang waved his hand, signaling the supervisor to cease speaking. He then gestured for his assistant to hand him his cane, and with it, he strode confidently to the center of the hall. I am fully aware of the situation. It is merely a matter of someone selling dumplings at the school gate. You, as the pillars of our university, are so eager to expel a humble vendor struggling to make a living because of a small snack stall. It is nothing short of absurd. To alleviate the difficulties of the people is the essence of our mission, and to promote agriculture for the benefit of all is our responsibility. Have you all forgotten our school motto? Wang Xiefeng struck his cane against the ground with a resounding thud. All the leaders fell silent. Even the security director closed his mouth tightly. The Grand Kyoto Agricultural University was founded to ensure that the working class could lead better lives, utilizing agricultural technology to help everyone enjoy sufficient food and live happily. Driven by this noble and profound ideal, successive generations of agricultural university members have tirelessly labored. Yet now, a group of leaders seeks to mobilize the entire university to undermine a small vendor who is equally a member of the working class. Is this not absurd? A farce of immense proportions. President Wang's Xiefeng Chapter 67. Mobilizing the troops, let us provide an umbrella for the children. Old Wang, regardless of the circumstances, the cafeteria remains the prestigious emblem of our school. Even if we disregard the dumpling vendor, we must take action to address the current predicament facing our cafeteria. The cafeteria supervisor hesitated for a moment, ultimately voicing his concerns amidst the almost palpable tension in the air. Having dedicated several years to his position, witnessing the sparse attendance of students in the cafeteria today struck a painful chord in his heart. You are mistaken. Principal Wang slowly shook his head. The true pride of our school does not lie in the cafeteria, but in our sincere hearts for the students. Though the children are young, they are not naive. They recognize who genuinely cares for them and acts in their best interest. As he surveyed the assembled leaders, his tone softened. When I initially advocated for the robust development of the cafeteria, it was not to confine the children within the campus, but to provide them with a dependable foundation for their lives, to assure them that, no matter how challenging life may become, our agricultural university will not let them go hungry, and that, despite the distant future, they have a safe haven. Thus, if the children prefer the more expensive delicacies from outside, what reason have we to impede them? We merely need to patiently await their return to the cafeteria, for they know the cafeteria will consistently offer them affordable and delectable meals. Old Wang's words reverberated in the ears of each leader. There was no applause. They simply gazed at Old Wang, some with reddened eyes. Indeed, it is such an agricultural university that inspires dedication from all. All right. Principal Wang chuckled as he glanced out the window. The snow is getting heavier. Let us provide an umbrella for the children. With his speech concluded, the logistics minister quickly arranged for waterproof cloths and wooden supports. Thus, the leaders, both large and small, braved the wind and snow, carrying these items, leaving deep and shallow footprints in the snow. Hey, cafeteria supervisor, did you grasp Old Wang's meaning just now? The head of security, bearing a hefty bundle of wooden poles, gestured toward the cafeteria supervisor. What, do you have any insights? The cafeteria supervisor frowned, sensing a hint of smugness in the head of security's seemingly dim-witted expression. Actually, Old Wang's message can be distilled to, the flowers at home cannot compare to the wildflowers. The head of security chuckled. Those students will exhaust their wallets on dumplings and will surely return to appreciate the cafeteria. Ugh, the cafeteria supervisor's eye twitched. To reduce such heartfelt and poignant word from Old Wang to such a shallow interpretation was indeed a talent possessed by the head of security. Shut your mouth. The cafeteria supervisor turned away, unwilling to engage further. The head of security huffed in response, thinking, isn't this cafeteria supervisor just someone who has read a bit more than me? What is so impressive about that? Just putting on airs. As he mused, the head of security tightened the straps of the wooden poles on his back. However, the icy path betrayed him, and he slipped, tumbling clumsily as the wood scattered everywhere. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from injury. At the entrance of the Kyoto Agricultural University. Hey, brothers, I brought a bottle of liquor. Come on, let us drink to our heart's content. We're brothers for life. Cheers. Amidst the festive atmosphere, the university students relished their dumplings, naturally accompanied by a few drinks. Dumplings and liquor pair splendidly. Even some female classmates joined in, bringing along lighter, sparkling wines and cocktails to this grand gathering. In the midst of the wind and snow, everyone feasted, drank, laughed, and made promises while dreaming. To be honest, only during student days can one experience such moments. After all, only in student life can you find a group of friends willing to sit in the snow and drink until their eyelashes freeze. And only during this phase can one be free from concerns about careers or marriage, fully immersing in the present. Of course, Only during student days can one's physical resilience withstand such indulgence. After years of work, drinking in the snow would likely lead to a cold the following day. Wait, have I had too much to drink? Why do I see a group of leaders carrying various items coming this way? Oh no, I see the academic director. Even Principal Wong is here. What is happening? Have we done something wrong? Or is it already time to return to the dorms? As the students had a few rounds, someone suddenly rubbed their eyes and looked toward the entrance with a bewildered expression, just as they were enjoying themselves. How could the school leaders arrive? The previous cacophony gradually subsided, with some students hastily hiding their bottles beneath the table. Children, continue your festivities. We are here to bring umbrellas. Principal Wong smiled and waved at the students. With the concerted effort of the leaders, wooden poles were firmly anchored in the ground, and waterproof cloths were stretched above the students' heads, shielding them from the swirling snow. Having an umbrella on such a snowy day was a significant improvement. The large waterproof cloth allowed for an unobstructed view of the snow scene while preventing the snow from directly falling, thus avoiding the discomfort of wet clothes. Children, let the festivities resume. Principal Wong cheerfully urged, and gradually, the students loosened up. Some audacious students began to call out to the leaders. Principal Wong, would you like to try these dumplings? They are truly delicious. Principal Wong, why not come sit at our table? Leaders, care to join us for a drink? The head of security scoffed, drinking with a bunch of kids one tea satisfy me. Are you not able to handle it? At such a youthful age. Hearing the head of security's words sparked defiance among the students. Hey, are you challenging me? No one leaves until we finish drinking. The head of security strode confidently into the midst of the students, prompting the other leaders to shake their heads in exasperation. Principal Wong, meanwhile, responded playfully to the students before approaching Li Ong's dumpling stall. He is the legendary dumpling vendor? Seeing that the fabled vendor was merely a child, Principal Wong couldn't help but feel astonished, while the other leaders initially froze in shock, followed by a wave of shame. They had nearly resorted to forceful measures to drive this child away. He couldn't even be 10 years old. In truth, this child was quite remarkable. It was hard to fathom that he had, almost single-handedly, drawn countless students out of the campus to brave the snow for a taste of his dumplings. Leon glanced at the gathered leaders, set down his cloth, and smiled. Would you like to try some dumplings? Chapter 68. The old leader is indeed an old leader. It's a win-win situation. Old Wong gazed at Liang with profound meaning for a while before suddenly breaking into a smile. Little friend, let us each have a serving of dumplings, shall we? With that, Old Wong pulled out his wallet from his pocket and counted out several crumpled 100-yuan bills. Old Wong, you mustn't pay for this. The leaders, both senior and junior, exclaimed in surprise, rushing forward to take the bill. However, Old Wong had already pressed the money into Liang's hands. Before long, steaming dumplings were delivered by Lu Yue and Lu Tao to each leader present. The cafeteria supervisor squinted at the dumplings in his plastic bowl, contemplating. These dumplings have bewitched the students into a frenzy of purchasing. They certainly look exquisite, but how could they be worth 88? Sighing, he concluded that the students were merely indulging in novelty. As he thought this, he picked up the dumpling with his disposable chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, the cafeteria's supervisor felt as if he had been cleansed, immersed in a river of flavors. However, after a brief moment of enjoyment, a profound sense of defeat welled up from within him. Truthfully, in his efforts to entice students to dine at the cafeteria, he had meticulously studied every dish under the guidance of the head chef. The dumplings they made were not inferior to those from some renowned dumpling houses. Yet, these Wu-Fu dumplings were simply outrageous. The cafeteria supervisor could not comprehend how Li Ong had crafted such dumplings. But he distinctly sensed that these dumplings belonged to an entirely different echelon compared to those made in their cafeteria. This single serving of dumplings had undoubtedly reached the standard required for a culinary competition, and it could easily win the championship. Selling such dumplings as street food was absurd. No wonder the cafeteria couldn't compete with this boy. The question was, how had this young lad managed to master such skills? Could it be that his father or mentor was a culinary master from Kyoto? Delicious. While the cafeteria's supervisor continued to ponder, Old Wong, having tasted a dumpling, cheerfully gave Liang a thumbs up. The effort you put into these dumplings is commendable. Crafting them so exquisitely demonstrates a respect for the ingredients. With a chuckle, Old Wang shifted the conversation. Little friend, you might consider using South China prawns for your dumpling filling. And this green dumpling skin, made from spinach juice and flour, I presume? This spinach should ideally be round leaf spinach, which is better suited for stir-frying. When juiced and mixed with flour, the fiber content becomes somewhat high, potentially affecting the texture. However, these are merely my humble suggestions. I can scarcely imagine what could surpass the taste of these dumplings. Listening to Old Wang's critique, Liang was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he encountered such a knowledgeable gourmet since arriving in this world. In truth, with his chef's eye, Liang could discern that the jade prawns and round leaf spinach sourced from the farmer's market were slightly mismatched for the Wufu dumplings. This wasn't a matter of poor quality. Rather, it was about compatibility. Just as the purple quality pork belly is suitable for braised dishes, it would be less appropriate for certain other preparations. However, given the vast variety of ingredients available, even with the chef's eye, it was impossible for Liang to scour all of Kyoto in search of the perfect ingredients. Unexpectedly, Old Wang had detected this subtle discrepancy. Are you a gourmet? Liang inquired curiously. No. Old Wang chuckled, shaking his head. I have conducted extensive research on agricultural products, including those used in the culinary industry, but my studies are purely academic. To call myself a gourmet would be an overstatement. Liang nodded, a sudden spark of realization illuminating his eyes. Indeed, in a certain sense, Kyoto Agricultural University resembled a unique marketplace. Various agricultural and sideline products were cultivated and raised in experimental bases throughout the university. Furthermore, since these products were research-oriented, each type was meticulously categorized. If he could procure ingredients from Kyoto Agricultural University, it would significantly enhance his efficiency in selecting materials for new recipes, freeing him from the exorbitant prices of the farmer's market. Whether it was due to sensing Liang's thoughts or being thoroughly impressed by his dumplings, Old Wang smiled after tasting a yellow dumpling filled with pork and corn. Little friend, I have a request. Many of the agricultural products we research will be commercialized for the culinary industry. Before they are officially launched, we require diverse market sales data. Thus, I would like to invite you to become a trial participant at our university, selecting dishes to sell while simply recording the sales data. If it's convenient, I hope you can frequently set up your stall or school, which would be a stroke of luck for the students. Old Wang was acutely aware that, despite Liang and Appo's youth, a chef of his caliber could fully unleash the potential of ingredients, and the resultant sales data would be of immense value. In fact, Kyoto Agricultural University had established similar experimental agreements with others before. However, those who piqued the university's interest were typically renowned chefs known throughout Kyoto, often working in private kitchens or upscale restaurants. A street vendor like Liang was truly one of a kind. As they listened to Old Wang's proposal, the cafeteria's supervisor and others exchanged glances, astonished. What does it mean to be an old leader? What does it mean to have expertise? While they were still contemplating whether this young boy might pose a threat to the cafeteria, Old Wang had already recognized him as a valuable talent. Collaboration would clearly be mutually beneficial. If this boy cooked with ingredients from Kyoto Agricultural University, it would serve as a form of promotion for the university, alleviating any concerns about him being a threat to the cafeteria. Simultaneously, offering free ingredients would spare the young lad from the burdens of cost and ingredient selection. What a splendid arrangement! After a moment of contemplation, Liang finally nodded and shook hands with Old Wang. For him, this transaction bore no loss. The sales data from a small food stall hardly constituted a trade secret. Many thriving food stalls even advertise their sales figures to attract customers. Old Principal Wang, I must remind you that it is quite rare to keep this young lad at the school gate for his stall. Lu Yue sighed from side. Our Qingbei University initially intended to invite him as a consultant, requiring only that he visits us on weekends. And even that, he declined. Bah, this young lad is ours at Kyoto University. Lu Tao immediately feigned a punch at Lu Yue, even though their relationship had softened. The topic of Qingbei University and Appo's attempt to lure Liang was still a sensitive one. Chapter 69. The prosperous abacus in hand. Is it not time to soar? Qingbei. Had this young boy already been invited? Even Kyoto University seemed to be paying particular attention to him. The verbal sparring between Lu Yue and Lu Tao caused the leaders to exchange glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. Initially, everyone believed that Principal Wang had an eye for talent, having discovered an individual akin to a hidden treasure. If a good relationship with Liang could be cultivated, it would not only greatly benefit their research endeavors, but could also enhance the enrollment influence of Kyoto Agricultural University. Who would want to visit a campus with such delectable food stalls at its gates? However, unbeknownst to them, Liang had already caught the attention of other top-tier institutions, Shuimu and Kyoto, creating a palpable sense of urgency among the leaders. Yet, old Wang remained unperturbed, engaging in light conversation with Liang before ordering another serving of dumplings, cheerfully announcing his intention to take some home for his spouse to taste. As the snow continued to fall heavily, the students' enthusiasm surged. Upon hearing that the school leaders had set up waterproof coverings at the entrance, an increasing number of students flocked to join the grand temporary dining hall. By 10 o'clock that evening, Liang's dumpling supply was nearly exhausted, with a long queue still waiting. Lu Yue, braving the snow, drove back to Liang's home to fetch more ingredients, as everyone prepared dumplings on the spot. At 2:30 in the morning, the students had finally reveled enough. They began to disperse, not forgetting to take away tables and chairs and tidy up the area. The thick layer of snow blanketing the ground concealed any traces of their merriment. Yet the varied footprints leading back to the campus attested to the unforgettable gathering that had just taken place. With the crowd gone, Liang stretched, finally able to rest. At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails peeked around before stealthily slipping out from the school gate. "Little brother, please give me 2 servings of dumplings," she said, rubbing her hands together against the cold. Clearly, she had been wholly captivated by Liang, addressing him affectionately. It was amusing how her character was so contradictory. Despite her soaring inner excitement, she was too timid to queue up for dumplings, only daring to show herself once the crowd had thinned. Seeing the dwindling dumpling supply, Liang decided to cook the remaining ones. As the dumpling broth bubbled, it wasn't long before the last pot of dumplings was ready. After serving 2 portions to the girl with ponytails, he boxed up the rest, dividing them into 3 containers, 2 of which he handed to Lu Yue and Lu Tao. After all the commotion, Liang's stall team hadn't even had a chance to eat. They needed nourishment before closing up. Lu Yue and Lu Tao were nearly moved to tears. Little brother had not forgotten them. At last, they had waited for this taste of dumpling goodness. Liang was also famished. He quickly broke apart a pair of disposable chopsticks and sent a dumpling into his mouth. Delightful. The hunger heightened his taste buds. And combined with the unique qualities of the Wufu dumplings, this meal was a true indulgence for Liang. After finishing the dumplings and downing a glass of water, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Side quest, Overcoming Strength with Strength, has reached 100 completion. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward issued. Prosperous abacus. In an instant, countless golden specks of light surged from all directions, coalescing above Liang's head to form a golden abacus illusion. As the golden light gradually faded, a luxurious and ancient-looking jade and sandalwood abacus appeared before him. The abacus began to compute on its own, and a notification box appeared before Liang. The host in Appos, net income today is 24,588 yuan. Profit doubling triggered. An additional 24,588 yuan deposited into the host in Appos' system account, which can be accessed in any manner. Upon seeing this sum, Liang's breath quickened slightly. With the system support, he had effectively earned over 50,000 yuan that day. The most crucial aspect was that with the abacus in Appos' enhancement, he could now profit as if a single dish were worth 2. It was time to soar. It hadn't been in vain these past few days. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Liang glanced over to see Lu Tao and Lu Yue still engrossed in their meal, entirely oblivious to his presence. After tidying up the stall, Liang climbed into his satellite car for the journey home. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Yan mending clothes in the living room, causing a wave of concern to wash over him. "Mom, you have surgery in a few days. Why are you still doing this?" Liang stepped forward and snatched the blouse she was working on, adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, this is just a sewing job I took on a few days ago. I must finish it, Zhang Yan replied, reclaiming the blouse from Liang with a smile. This is Aunt Zhang and Appo's blouse. She needs it for tomorrow. It's the last one, and after I finish, I won't do any more. I'll focus on resting for the surgery. Liang shook his head. His mother really needed to change this habit. Feeling uneasy when not working was a flaw that needed correction. Is Dad not back yet? Liang asked, sitting beside Zhang Yan and peeling an orange for her. If Li Xiangdong were home, he would never let his wife work so late. I just called him. He is almost home, Zhang Yan replied, frowning as she chided. You two are really working so late in this heavy snow. Earning a little less isn't the end of the world. Your health is what matters. Liang widened his eyes. His mother seemed to understand everything but failed to notice her own contradictions. Just as he was preparing to tease her, the front door swung open. Oh, you're both here. Li Xiangdong entered, his face flushed, striding into the living room to sit beside Zhang Yan. She handed half of the orange Liang had peeled to him, the other half returning to Liang. Why is your face so red? Have you been drinking? I haven't tea. Li Xiangdong grublia. Stuffing a piece of orange into Zhang Yan's mouth. One orange managed to keep the entire family engaged in a delightful exchange. I'm just so happy. Dear, do you know how much I earned today? A whopping 5,120 yuan. Li Xiangdong beamed, glancing at Liang. It seems my skills are as good as yours. The students are buying in droves, even in this snow. Indeed, Liang nodded with satisfaction. Dad, you haven't disappointed my teaching. Of course not. Li Xiangdong chuckled, then pondered over Liang's words, sensing something was amiss. You little rascal, come here. Amidst the falling snow, within their modest rental home, the warm orange glow illuminated a harmonious family of three. Chapter 70. It seems this goose has caught a cold. Perhaps we should, Mom and Dad. I'm heading to Kyoto Agricultural University. It's not for selling goods. I intend to investigate their agricultural products' quality. In the future, we could source supplies directly from Kyoto Agricultural University. Early the next morning, Liang rose with the dawn, hastily finished his breakfast, and dashed out. Having completed his side quest, he felt no need to continue selling goods at the market and could venture out independently. In his spare time, he was determined to witness the prowess of the Agricultural University and gauge its capabilities. If Kyoto Agricultural University proved to be robust, he would no longer have to fret over sourcing ingredients. Could we really procure supplies from the university? This little rascal has set up shop at the entrance of the Agricultural University for a couple of days and has infiltrated their inner circles? Zhang Yan and Li Xiangdong exchanged wide-eyed glances, bewildered. Ever since they entrusted this boy with the goose leg stall, it seemed he had thrived, effortlessly navigating every opportunity that came his way. Is this what it means to be a natural chef? Before they could process their thoughts, Liang had already vanished. After a brief subway ride of 3 stops, he arrived at Kyoto Agricultural University within 15 minutes. Young lad, where are you off to? Kyoto Agricultural University is not open to just anyone. Prior appointments are required. The newly assigned security guard, noticing Liang with a lollipop in his mouth, attempting to enter, quickly blocked his path. As a security officer at a prestigious institution, he had encountered many children before, invariably accompanied by parents who brought them for tours to inspire their ambitions. Some children, mischievous by nature, would run amok in experimental fields and animal husbandry areas, necessitating the guards to scour the campus for them. Thus, when the guard saw a child arriving alone, he pondered whether the boy had lost his parents. Should he call the authorities? As he mulled over this, a delighted voice rang out from behind him. Liang, oh no, young sir, you finally arrived. On behalf of Kyoto Agricultural University, I warmly welcome you to our institution. It was Zhang Rong, the mentor, who approached with a bright smile, bending down to shake Liang and Appo's hand. After establishing a collaborative relationship with Liang, the devoted fan of Wufu dumplings, Mentor Zhang had eagerly volunteered to oversee his visit. Following closely was a familiar face, Senior Xiaolin. This young lad certainly exudes confidence. Xiaolin observed Liang, lollipop in hand, nonchalantly shaking hands with Mentor Zhang. And couldn't he help but marvel. What does it mean to have flair? This is what flair looks like. Yet, The boy truly had the credentials, considering his culinary skills had even impressed the esteemed Wang Lao. Minter Zhang guided Li Ong onto the sightseeing vehicle while the perplexed security guard remained at the entrance. Puzzled for quite some time, he had been off duty for a few days and was unaware of who Li Ong was. He merely thought Minter Zhang had lost her mind. Why would a Minter refer to a child as young sir? And what could a child possibly assess? Could he evaluate the quality of an anthill? Wait, the guard suddenly realized something, breaking out in a cold sweat. What if this child is the offspring of a significant figure? It must be the case. Otherwise, why would Minter Zhang be so welcoming? Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from obstructing him. Oh dear, this could jeopardize his career. Meanwhile, Minter Zhang was leading Li Ong on a tour of the school's layout. Kyoto Agricultural University sprawls across nearly 5,000 acres, ranking third among the 211 higher education institutions in the entire Qi nation. The fourth-ranking entity is the university and APO's West Campus, covering over 4,800 acres, resulting in a staggering total area of nearly 10,000 acres for Kyoto Agricultural University. The reason for such a vast expanse in the land-scarce city of Kyoto is that, unlike other universities, Kyoto Agricultural University requires extensive land for experimental agricultural products. Viewed from above, the teaching and dormitory buildings cluster near the entrance, while the remaining area is meticulously organized into diverse experimental fields and breeding bases. Golden fields of wheat, clear ponds with flowing water. As one traverses this landscape, the sounds of frogs croaking, birds chirping, and livestock calling create an illusion of being immersed in a picturesque countryside. Seated on the sightseeing vehicle, Liang's gaze was met with a flurry of notification boxes popping up. Guofeng 188 corn, quality, rare purple. This corn has a crisp texture, is juicy, and is considered an exceptional ingredient. 3 generations of jujubes, variety, rare purple. These large, sweet jujubes can enhance the flavor of dishes. Guoyu 266 rice, variety, rare purple, richly aromatic, slightly sweet rice, perfect for making rice bowl dishes. Li Ong, gazing at the abundance of precious ingredients, felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis filled with fresh springs and fruits in a desert. His eyes widened in astonishment. Certainly, while Kyoto Agricultural University's agricultural products are generally oriented toward yield and pest resistance, their flavors are also top-notch. No longer would he need to forage for treasures at the market or pay exorbitant prices at agricultural warehouses. A plethora of high-quality, purple ingredients awaited his selection. Liang leaned out of the vehicle, surveying his surroundings with an increasingly jubilant smile, oblivious to the wind tousling his hair. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a breeding area in the distance. Premium lionhead black Maine goose, variety, rare purple. This breed is a new variety developed in our country, yielding high meat production, exceptionally tender, and low in gamey flavor, making it perfect for barbecue dishes, perfect ingredients for barbecuing. Could it be that Liang's roasted goose legs could reach new heights? Seemingly aware of Liang's interest, Minter Zhang remarked, "This lionhead goose is a newly bred variety we developed earlier this year, intended for commercial use in the culinary sector, though we still require more data." "Stop the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Liang quickly exclaimed. The driver promptly hit the brakes, and Minter Zhang curiously inquired, "What is it, young sir?" After glancing at the lively geese in the breeding area, Liang cleared his throat and said, "I noticed that one of the geese over there seems to have caught a cold, lying motionless on the ground. Perhaps we should." Minter Zhang paused, immediately understanding, and smiled while making a gesture across her throat. 10 minutes later, a bewildered goose basking in the sun at the corner of the breeding area was lifted by Liang, who carried it toward the kitchen. Minter Zhang felt a sense of anticipation. What kind of dish would this young lad create with the goose? Steaming, boiling, braising, frying, or perhaps roasting? Well, I hope his culinary skills with the goose are as high as his dumpling-making talents. Chapter 71. You should come to the Agricultural University to sell these goose legs. The cafeteria one and APO's tea lasts a day before making you work to exhaustion. Honk honk. As the sightseeing cart arrived at the back kitchen, the large goose and Liang and APO's hands suddenly struggled fiercely. Feathers flew everywhere as the goose slipped from his grasp. What a powerful creature! Liang was momentarily taken aback, observing that the goose, instead of fleeing, turned around and charged straight back toward the cart. Clearly, this goose intended to exact a bloody toll on anyone who dared disturb its rest. It seemed that the lionhead geese cultivated at Kyoto Agricultural University not only boasted impressive size, but also an equally formidable temperament. 20 minutes later, in the back kitchen. Kid, I never expected you could kill a goose. Both Minter Zhang and Xia Lin gazed in astonishment at Li Ong's deftness in plucking the goose's feathers, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Hee, I grew up in a village as a child. My technique may be a bit rough, but it suffices. Liang replied with a smile. He spoke the truth. In his previous life, Liang was indeed a child from a village, a quintessential country bumpkin. Although not as skilled as a professional butcher, he was certainly capable when it came to tasks like slaughtering geese or pigs. After plucking the feathers and singeing the goose, Liang began to prepare for marinating the meat. The dish of roasted goose legs was familiar territory for him, a traditional craft, each step and detail etched into his memory. Soon, 2 large goose legs were suspended in the roasting oven, and the other parts of the goose were cut into pieces and skewered with fruit wood, all to be roasted together. Sizzle. The sound of fat popping in the high heat filled the air, and the rich aroma left both Xia Lin and Minter Zhang entranced. For a moment, the very air seemed to transform into something delectable, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their breathing. Liang, however, wore a calm expression. Such trivialities. What truly mattered to him was whether this superior lionhead goose could yield an even higher quality roasted goose leg. The system had indicated that this premium lionhead goose was the perfect ingredient for roasting goose legs. Liang had long understood that even dishes of golden legendary quality still had room for improvement. For example, when Elder Wang tasted Liang and Appo's 5 blessings dumplings, he could discern that the filling and Appo's compatibility was not 100% perfect. Yet he wondered what the quality above golden legendary could be. Red mythic quality? What kind of effects would dishes of that caliber produce? With such speculations and expectations, the roasting of the goose reached its peak. Out came a dish. Ding! Roasted goose skewers, quality, purple precious. First to emerge was the skewer made from the other parts of the lionhead goose, rated merely as purple. However, Liang was unconcerned. After all, using the method for roasting goose legs to marinate skewers inherently had its flaws. As long as it was edible, it sufficed. He would not waste food. Now came the main event. Roasted goose leg, quality, golden legendary. The host's roasted goose leg has achieved perfection, with an impeccable flavor. Triggered attribute critical hit. This perfect roasted goose leg can significantly enhance the consumer's sense of happiness and greatly increase satiety. Congratulations to the host for crafting a dish that is visually appealing, fragrant, and delectable, achieving the accomplishment of King of Goose Legs. An additional bonus of 666 yuan has been deposited into the host and Appo's system account. Is that it? A flicker of disappointment crossed Liang and Appo's eyes. Indeed, while the attribute effects of this perfect roasted goose leg were superior to those of an ordinary golden legendary dish, it still fell short of breaking through the quality barrier. Moreover, receiving the King of Goose Legs achievement felt a bit stingy with a bonus of over 60,000 yuan. Taking several deep breaths, Liang steadied his mindset. The quality of dishes Wazn and Appo's easily transcended. A mere change of ingredients wouldn't suffice to impress the system. While the system offered a modest bonus, it was still a significant improvement compared to past experiences where it had been utterly stingy. In Liang's memory, aside from the doubled rewards from his clever calculations, this was the first time the system had voluntarily dispensed funds. Not too shabby. One must learn to console oneself. Otherwise, they would be left perpetually dejected. Kid, can we taste this roasted goose meat? During Liang and Appo's moment of contemplation, Minter Zhang and Xia Lin had long been salivating over the golden brown, sizzling roasted goose meat. After receiving Liang's nod, the two immediately grabbed a skewer each and stuffed it into their mouths. Oh my heavens! Minter Zhang exclaimed involuntarily. She typically disliked barbecued food, always complaining that roasted meat was too greasy and prone to causing weight gain. However, as soon as the roasted goose skewer entered her mouth, all thoughts of dieting vanished into thin air. Xiaolin was equally speechless, shoving the tender, juicy pieces of goose meat in her mouth, her cheeks stuffed like a hamster, rendering her unable to speak. Don't forget to eat the goose leg, too. Lian chuckled softly. After a moment in damp, oppose, as hesitation, Minter Zhang was the first to take a bite of the goose leg. Teacher, what does this goose leg taste like? Xiaolin asked eagerly, eyeing the leg in Minter Zhang and amp, oppose, as hand. However, Minter Zhang remained silent, taking another bite. Another bite. Teacher, that's excessive. Xiaolin exclaimed, exasperated. With only 2 roasted goose legs, one should reasonably be reserved for Liang. After all, the leg was meant to be shared between her and her teacher. Yet, Minter Zhang was devouring it with reckless abandon. What was the meaning of this? It was just a goose leg. Did she really have to refuse to share even a bite? Seizing the opportunity while Minter Zhang was distracted, Xiaolin snatched the goose leg and took a bite. In the next moment. Xiaolin understood why Minter Zhang had been reluctant to share. Delicious, isn't it? Minter Zhang wiped her mouth, staring at the goose leg in Xiaolin's hand. It's my turn. Let me have another bite. Hey, Xiaolin, where are you running off to? Come back. Stupid girl. Do you really want me to keep you from graduating? After taking 2 bites, Xiaolin suddenly bolted away with the goose leg in her arms, prompting Minter Zhang to chase after her, arms flailing. Liang, meanwhile, calmly picked up the remaining roasted goose leg and took a bite. Wait, is it really possible that such a delicious dish was crafted by me? Though it shared the same golden legendary quality, Liang felt that this perfect roasted goose leg surpassed the flavor of those he had previously obtained by half. He paused for a moment, savoring the taste, and then tucked the remaining leg into his embrace. Watching the 2 teachers squabbling over the goose leg, Liang pondered quietly. Surely, they wouldn't stoop so low as to fight over a child's goose leg, would they? More than half an hour later, the entire goose had been devoured by the 3 of them, leaving no room for afternoon snacks. Minter Zhang slumped in her chair, belching repeatedly, while Xiaolin patted Liang's shoulder, exclaiming, Kid, if you set up a stall selling these roasted goose legs at our school gate, I bet the cafeteria would have you working to the bone on your very first day. Chapter 72. What is the situation with this child? Is this not a slap in my face? Young lad, regarding the procurement of the lion-headed goose, let us keep it at that. I have some other matters to attend to. You may let Xiaolin accompany you for a leisurely stroll around the campus, selecting ingredients. If you wish to procure any additional produce, simply have Xiaolin take note of it. After resting for about 10 minutes. Professor Zhang struggled to rise from the recliner, letting out a hearty belch as he departed. Just moments ago, Liang had discussed the procurement of a lion-headed goose with Professor Zhang. In roughly a week, Kyoto Agricultural University would be able to coordinate with the slaughterhouse, establishing a supply route uniquely for Liang conveniently. As reported by Li Xiangdong, there was little stock left of the lion-headed goose at Brother Gong and Oppo's market, making the supply of goose legs a timely boon for Li Ji's roasted goose legs. Liang stretched languidly, having explored the campus. He had also prepared the roasted goose legs. It was time to focus on the task at hand. System, remind me of the unfinished tasks. Abundant wealth host. Please create Golden Legend Quality 5 Blessings Dumplings and White Jade Crucian Carp Soup. 1-2. White Jade Crucian Carp Soup. This was the first dish Liang unlocked with a difficulty rating of difficult. Previously, preparing the moderately difficult 5 Blessings Dumplings had proven quite the challenge for him. And logically, crafting the White Jade Crucian Carp Soup would require several days of effort. However, now, Liang felt confident in mastering the White Jade Crucian Carp Soup. The reason was simple. He had a cheat. This sprawling Kyoto Agricultural University was Liang's latest boon. The complexity of preparing White Jade Crucian Carp Soup lay in the fact that fish soup is remarkably forgiving, allowing for a myriad of ingredients to be added. Across the nation, one could find no less than 5 authentic methods for preparing White Jade Crucian Carp Soup. Thus, the system refrained from providing Liang with a complete list of ingredients, instead allowing him to explore and discover his own version of the soup. This was inherently a monumental task. Even with the assistance of a chef and appos, sourcing ingredients would take at least 3 to 5 days. Nevertheless, within the agricultural university, Li Ong could find any ingredient he desired, all neatly categorized. By nightfall, he might very well enjoy a golden legend quality white jade Crucian carp soup. Xiaolin, let's first explore the vegetable garden. Once Xiaolin tidied the kitchen, Liang instructed her to drive him out. All right, Xiaolin was more than happy to spend time with Liang. It was not due to any inappropriate feelings, but rather because being with him allowed her to indulge in some leisurely distraction. Virum, the sightseeing vehicle set off, carrying Liang deeper into the campus. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kyoto Agricultural University, Mr. Qian, you've arrived. Ha! The director of the university's Industry-University Cooperation Office greeted a middle-aged man descending from a Bentley with a warm smile, and the two strolled into the campus, chatting amiably. What is the situation at our university today? Quite a few important figures have arrived. First, a child who closely resembled a second-generation heir, and now, a chairman. The security guard in the booth watched as the director and Mr. Qian walked away, internally musing. Director Yuan, I want an amp. Oppos, T beat around the bush. I am here to discuss the procurement of Phoenix #1 breeding chickens from your esteemed institution. Meanwhile, Director Yuan ambled through the campus with Mr. Qian, who got straight to the point. Director Yuan paused, casting a resigned glance toward Mr. Qian. Qian Hongfei, chairman of Dushing Catering Group, had no prior association with Kyoto Agricultural University. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had recently set his sights on the newly cultivated Phoenix #1 breeding chickens, seeking to purchase them in bulk from the university. Establishing a procurement collaboration with Kyoto Agricultural University was no simple matter. Even a single chick held significant research value, and it cannot simply be sold at will. After the Agricultural University rejected Qian Hongfei and Oppos' request for collaboration, he persisted, returning repeatedly to negotiate, to the point that Director Yuan grew somewhat impatient. Mr. Qian, I have mentioned this numerous times. We currently have no intention of collaborating with enterprises. Your Dushing Group has ample procurement channels. Why fixate on our Phoenix #1? Upon hearing Director Yuan's consistent refusal, Qian Hongfei, with a bold demeanor, replied, Director Yuan, you must consider that Kyoto's cultural tourism is vigorously promoting the industry, attracting many visitors. All the restaurants in Kyoto are developing their signature dishes, and our Dushing restaurant is preparing to showcase our signature 8 treasure chicken. If we could utilize your newly cultivated experimental chicken, Dushing restaurant would undoubtedly surpass the competition and gain national acclaim. Thus, we are willing to offer a procurement price 10 times the market rate. What do you think? Qian Hongfei indeed faced challenges. The catering industry was currently rife with competition. Either one had unique skill or outstanding ingredients to sustain the business, or even the largest enterprises would falter and collapse due to cash flow issues within a few years. While Dushing restaurant employed top chefs, so too did its competitors. Culinary skills alone could not determine superiority, necessitating a focus on ingredients as the key to success. This was precisely why Qian Hongfei placed such importance on the Phoenix #1 breeding chickens. Mr. Qian, I must reiterate, we are an educational institution, not a business. Director Yuan halted, his expression serious. In this school, whether it is a large goose, a small chick, or even a grain of wheat, they're all treasures, not something you can simply take. A gentle breeze rustled through the surrounding fields. Qian Hongfei sighed inwardly. Given Director Yuan's firm stance, it seemed the procurement of the fragrant pig would be a distant dream. Just as Qian Hongfei was about to say something to ease the tension, a horn blared from behind, and a sightseeing vehicle sped past. Stop. I want to see how this radish looks. The sightseeing vehicle suddenly halted about 10 meters past the two men, as a child leapt from the vehicle, dug into the soil, and pulled out a small radish. The child first wiped the radish with their sleeve, examined it for a moment, and then took a bite. This radish is decent for stir-frying, but it lacks flavor for soup. The child stuffed the small radish into their pocket, quickly jumped back onto the vehicle, and waved to the driver. The sightseeing vehicle jolted and sped off. Clearly, this child intended to raid other gardens. Director Yuan. This. Qian Hongfei swallowed hard, pointing in disbelief at the direction the sightseeing vehicle had gone. Was it not said that every agricultural product in this school is a treasure? Were they not adamant that they would not sell them for any price? What on earth was happening? Chapter 73. The Dark Ingredient. Houtuinia cordata, an unparalleled and marvelous flavor. Very well, is this how we play? Qian Hongfei could hardly contain his laughter in frustration. The Kyoto Agricultural University was resolutely unwilling to collaborate with Duxing Catering, and deep down, Qian Hongfei had anticipated this. After all, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of such partnerships coming to fruition was exceedingly low. If fortune favored him, success would be delightful. If not, he would have to explore alternative avenues. However, the emergence of a child altered his mindset entirely. You, Kyoto Agricultural University, look down upon our Duxing group, hoarding your agricultural products as if they were treasures. This was, at first, no issue. But why could this child roam freely on campus? That enormous radish could be uprooted and eaten raw. Was this merely a spectacle orchestrated by Kyoto Agricultural University to humiliate him? At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Qian Hongfei's mind, akin to a stampede of wild alpacas. Ahem. Director Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Do not misunderstand. That young lad is an invaluable talent recognized by Elder Wang himself. Hence our school's agricultural products are provided to him free of charge for his use." Upon hearing Elder Wang's name, Qian Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by a sense of relief. If this child had garnered the personal attention of Elder Wang for collaboration, Qian Hongfei had no ground for protest and would concede gracefully. After all, he lacked the capability to invoke Elder Wang and Appo's interest. Even with his own status and power, merely meeting Elder Wang was a daunting task. After all, Elder Wang was not only a significant contributor to Kyoto Agricultural University, but also a towering figure in the agricultural community of the entire Qi nation. Nevertheless, Qian Hongfei felt a twinge of curiosity. What exceptional qualities did this child possess to earn such esteem from Elder Wang? Just days prior, Qian Hongfei had heard from his daughter about a young boy at the entrance of Kyoto University, whose roasted goose legs had become a sensation, igniting a verbal feud between Shuemu University and Kyoto University. Truly, heroes emerge in youth these days. Enough, Mr. Qian, do not overthink it. Director Yuan remarked with a knowing glance at Qian Hongfei. Chuckling, I advise you not to set your sights on this young lad, attempting to poach him from Kyoto Agricultural University. Ha! Qian Hongfei laughed lightly, brushing aside the topic. Houtuinia cordata, quality, rare purple, raw consumption is toxic. It has a bitter taste with a sweet aftertaste and can be used as a seasoning in stews or stir-fries. Goodness, I didn't expect your school to cultivate medicinal herbs. In the experimental field, Li Ong and Xia Lin traversed the paths, astonished by the notifications popping up from the system. Hey, do you know about traditional Chinese medicinal herbs? Xia Lin asked in surprise, quickly clarifying, actually, the cultivation of herbs is not within our school's purview. It's just professorly from the academy indulging in a hobby. Li Ong chuckled, nodding in understanding. His gaze soon fell upon a patch of wetland beside a small stream. Thriving Houtuinia cordata, quality, rare purple. Houtuinia cordata has a spicy aroma with a slight fishy scent. Suitable for raw consumption, it is a unique ingredient for stir-frying, soups, and salads, offering diners an unexpected taste experience. Note, the flavor of Houtuinia cordata is challenging to master. Proceed with caution. A peculiar ingredient, capable of delivering an unexpected taste experience? The system's vague evaluation piqued Li Ang's curiosity. Who cultivated this? Liang inquired, eyeing the Houtuinia cordata that sprawled like fine roots in the soil. I'm not sure. Xiaolin squinted as she observed for a while before shaking her head. With the plethora of diverse fruits, vegetables, and herbs at the Agricultural University, even after 10 years, it was impossible for Xiaolin to recognize every single herb. It was I who planted it. A voice emerged from behind the two, startling Xiaolin, who nearly stepped into the mud. The cafeteria supervisor approached with a smile. Supervisor, could you walk more quietly? You've got my leg all muddy. Xia Lin complained with a furrowed brow. How does this guy manage to appear everywhere? I was merely squatting in the nearby field. It's you didn't notice me. The supervisor adjusted his shirt collar and continued, by the way, in a few days. I plan to uproot this Houtuinia chordata to plant something else. Oh, Li Ong asked with curiosity, given that the Houtuinia chordata is thriving. Wouldn't it be a pity to uproot it? The supervisor sighed, smiling wryly. We initially planted this Houtuinia chordata to cater to the tastes of students from the provinces of Yunnan and Guizhou, but the head chef simply cannot prepare it well. Consequently, it hasn't sold at all in the cafeteria. We had to close that section, and there's no need to continue planting it. Li An nodded thoughtfully. Supervisor, why not let me have some of this Houtuinia chordata? Of course. The cafeteria supervisor readily agreed, rather than letting it rot. It was better to put it to good use. However, but young lad, don't say I didn't warn you about the taste of this Houtuinia chordata. As he spoke, the supervisor recalled something, shivering slightly. Liang scratched his head. Was it really that bad? While he had heard of Houtuinia chordata, he had never tasted it himself. Since the system declared it safe for raw consumption, why not? With that thought, Liang pulled out a small knife, cut off a piece of Houtuinia chordata from the ground, rinsed it in the stream, dried it with a paper towel, and then placed it in his mouth. Oh my! In an instant, Liang felt as though he had shoved a clump of mud from a pond into his mouth. The overwhelming fishy taste mixed with a peculiar odor exploded in his mouth, spreading throughout his palate. Ugh! Liang gagged. Yet the intense physiological impulse compelled him to continue chewing. After all, some ingredients may be initially unpalatable but possess a delightful aftertaste. However, Houtuinia chordata left him disappointed. Apart from the foul fishiness, there was nothing else. It was said that in some regions, people eat Houtuinia chordata raw in salads. Could taste vary so drastically among individuals? Gulp. Finally, Liang swallowed the piece of Houtuinia chordata, shivering in a manner reminiscent of the cafeteria supervisor. The supervisor looked at Liang with a sympathetic expression, as if to say, I understand your plight. Young lad, do you still want this Houtuinia chordata? Yes, undoubtedly. Liang gulped down a mouthful of mineral water in an attempt to wash away the aftertaste of the Houtuinia chordata, gritting his teeth as he declared, I refuse to believe that I cannot master Houtuinia chordata. Impressive. The supervisor, well aware of the daunting nature of Houtuinia chordata, could not help but express admiration from the bottom of his heart. However, while ambition is commendable, the supervisor believed that turning this Houtuinia chordata into a delectable dish was an endeavor even the most skilled chefs would struggle to achieve. The psychological trauma this ingredient had inflicted upon the cafeteria supervisor was simply too profound. Chapter 74. Has the heart of the young lad already turned as cold as a fish-slicing knife? Are we cooking again, little brother? Summer asked, her eyes wide as she watched Leon hoist a large sack of fish mint onto the sightseeing cart, despite the roasted goose leg from lunch still lingering in her stomach. Hunger gnawed at her anew. This was not contradictory. One could feel both hunger and craving, dividing them into 4 distinct scenarios. After transporting the fish mint to the kitchen, Leon selected several ingredients: crucian carp, ginger, scallions, and goji berries. With everything in place, Leon was ready to embark on crafting the exquisite white jade crucian carp soup. Little brother, the chef isn't here. Who will we find to kill the fish? Summer inquired, frowning as she pulled a freshly caught crucian carp from a red plastic bucket. In an instant, the fish leapt from her grasp, arching gracefully through the air before landing on the cutting board. Seizing the moment, Leon swiftly brought down the knife. Summer instinctively shut her eyes at the scene unfolding before her. Her agricultural upbringing had mostly involved soil and tea trees, leaving her with little experience in the grim art of fish slaughter. With a swift motion, the blade struck the crucian and Appo's head, rendering it unconscious on the board. Summer silently gasped, instinctively feeling her stomach churn. The sight of the still fish stirred her appetite. It was unpleasant, yet she craved sustenance. Noticing the fish and Appo's stillness, Leon deftly removed its tail, dorsal, and ventral fins. The fins carried a trace of toxin, harmful to humans, and their removal not only enhanced the fish's appearance, but also its safety. Next, Leon performed a crude dental procedure, extracting all the fish's teeth. According to the recipe, the teeth carried a strong fishy odor, and their removal would ensure the soup's exquisite flavor. After completing these tasks, he skillfully opened the fish's belly, tearing away the dark membrane and extracting the entrails. As he approached the head, his movements became cautious, carefully probing to avoid damaging the gallbladder. For a ruptured gallbladder would ruin the entire fish. Watching Leon's adeptness, a chill crept into Summer's heart. There was a saying that echoed in her mind. After 10 years of killing fish, my heart has turned as cold as the blade. This did not imply a lack of empathy, but rather a hardened spirit shaped by life's trials. This young lad, not yet 10, wielded a knife with such finesse. What would he become as he matured? Of course, this was merely a jest to ease her embarrassment. After all, Leon had single-handedly handled the goose and now the fish, while she, a scholar, could offer no assistance, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. Once the fish was adequately prepared, Leon washed it again, made a few incisions, and stuffed its belly with ginger slices and scallions, marinating it with cooking wine. This marination differed from that of the goose leg. To preserve the fish's freshness, minimal seasoning was necessary, primarily to eliminate the fishy scent. With the crucian ready, Leon stretched his arms, preparing for the next challenge, processing the fish mint. In the northern regions, finding a chef skilled in preparing fish mint was no small feat. Fortunately, Leon had a system to assist him, preventing him from groping in the dark. Ingredients: fish mint. Note: the root of the fish mint contains fine hairs. Please break them off before handling. Fish mint should be torn into small segments, and the dirt on the stems must be cleaned. Utilizing the chef's eye, Leon meticulously processed the fish mint. The pungent scent wafting from the large handful caused him to scrunch his brow. The fishy aroma was quite overpowering. If he were to close his eyes, he might have mistaken the herb for a live fish. How could a plant possess such a scent? Nature truly is wondrous. With a sigh of relief, Leon completed the fish mint preparation, ready to move on to the joyful task of soup making. He heated oil in a wok, sauteed ginger and scallions until fragrant, and promptly added the marinated crucian. Cooking it gently, he removed the fish once the skin had taken on a golden hue. This step was crucial for achieving the desired creamy color in the soup. The secret to a milky broth lay in the fish and opo's natural fats. Overcooking would cause these precious oils to escape, leaving the soup akin to plain water. With a clatter, he placed a clay pot on the stove, filled it with water, and once it boiled, added the crucian. After a gentle simmer of 20 minutes, Leon lifted the lid. "Wow, how fragrant!" Summer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the crucian soup. After 20 minutes of simmering, the broth had transformed into a milky white, its aroma filling the kitchen, uplifting their spirits. The soup was indeed promising. Leon hesitated as he grasped a handful of fish mint. Should he really add this? Would it ruin the pot of soup or the exquisite crucian? After all, he had painstakingly selected this fish, perfectly suited for the white jade soup. Wasting it would be a travesty. But if the result was less than delectable, he would simply have to finish it himself. Leon gritted his teeth and added a small handful of fish mint to the pot. Whether it was an illusion or not, the soup seemed even whiter upon the addition of the herb, resembling a pot of milk. Just as he was about to cover the pot, an alert from the system chimed in. Ding! The system detects insufficient addition of fish mint. If you insist on proceeding, the quality of the soup will be affected. What nonsense is this? The system is picky about the fish mint? Leon grumbled internally, yet he added a few more pieces of the herb, prompting the system to retract its warning. Now, all that remained was to wait for the soup to finish cooking. Leon stretched lazily, curiosity bubbling within him. The system had claimed that the fish mint would impart a marvelous transformation to the soup, offering a unique taste experience. What could it possibly taste like? He had gone through so many steps to remove the fishy scent from the crucian, only to add such a pungent herb. Was that not contradictory? Nevertheless, he shrugged off the thought, eager to see what quality this first pot of white jade crucian soup would yield. He hoped it would at least be of purple quality. If it turned out to be white or gray, his mood would surely plummet. In the kitchen, Leon and Summer sat on small stools, awaiting the completion of the soup. The only sounds in the bustling kitchen were the bubbling from the clay pot and the sound of Summer swallowing her saliva in anticipation. Feeling a bit bored, Leon glanced at the remaining fish mint. Having washed it, he thought it would be a waste to let it go unused. The system had mentioned that this herb could be delicious when prepared as a cold dish. Perhaps he should give it a try? Chapter 75. Soup's ready. Hold tight to the kid's leg. With a gentle splash, Leon grasped the freshly cleaned fish mint, draining it of excess water before generously sprinkling 2 spoonfuls of salt. He then proceeded to chop garlic, ginger, and small chili peppers in preparation. To be honest, Leon had no recipe for this cold dish of fish mint. However, the general approach to cold dishes followed a familiar pattern, and he relied on his instincts to create it. After allowing the salt to marinate for 10 minutes, Leon mixed in the minced ginger, garlic, and small chili peppers directly into the fish mint, adding vinegar, soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and sesame oil, all the while stirring vigorously with chopsticks. As he mixed, a unique, appetizing aroma characteristic of cold dishes began to waft through the air. Gazing at the stainless steel bowl adorned with small chili peppers and scallion pieces, Shaylin felt an overwhelming urge to scoop out a handful and indulge. Although she had yet to experience the flavor of fish mint, with Leon's choice of ingredients, even a shoe sole would taste delightful. After a moment's hesitation, Leon added some dried chili flakes, and thus, the cold fish mint dish was complete. Cold fish mint. Creator, Leon. Quality, blue excellent. Comment. This dish is crafted from fresh fish mint, seasoned to perfection, making it an appetizing snack for spring and summer. Suitable as a cold appetizer or a side dish with drinks. Surprisingly, Leon and Appos, as casual creation yielded a blue quality rating. This was beyond his expectations, given that he had no structured recipe and was merely feeling his way through the process. Was the system's high evaluation a reflection of his culinary skills, evolving through the influence of the divine recipes he had encountered? Or did it simply have a fondness for fish mint as an ingredient? Leon picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, immediately revealing an unusual expression. The flavor. How to describe it? Although the fish mint was raw, the accompanying seasonings made its fishy taste surprisingly palatable, even evoking a sensation reminiscent of eating spicy, sour fish. Moreover, the marinated fish mint seemed to have become even crisper, akin to enjoying tender bamboo shoots. Not bad, Leon nodded, marveling at the wonders of fish mint. It was astonishing how something so difficult to consume raw could transform into a refreshing dish when prepared cold. Oh, Shaylin also took a bite, and her face flushed instantly. After a moment, she finally managed to swallow the cold fish mint, shivering slightly. This dish was too overwhelming for her. She couldn't handle it. Tossing her chopsticks aside, she waved her hand at the fish mint. Leon noticed that Shaylin's tolerance for fish mint was even lower than his own. Despite it being the same dish, it seemed to evoke a different flavor experience for her. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Just as Leon was about to inquire further about Shaylin's taste experience, a youthful voice piped up. He turned to see a man in a chef and Appos uniform holding hands with a small boy approaching. The boy appeared to be of a similar age to Leon, though he was noticeably shorter. Don't worry, Dad will make you something to eat right away, the chef reassured his son, looking up to spot Leon. Little brother is here. In that case, I'll head to the back kitchen to prepare the meal. The chef paused for a moment. Then, realizing Leon's identity, he felt the pressure of sharing a kitchen with such a culinary prodigy. No, please stay. Leon waved his hand to stop the chef, bringing the fish mint closer. Little one, would you like to try the fish mint I made? He asked with a smile. The boy appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon catching the fragrant aroma of the cold fish mint, he instinctively looked up at his father for approval. Since little brother is offering, you should definitely try it. It's a blessing to taste his culinary skills, the chef chuckled, giving the boy a gentle pat on the head. Please, you flatter me, Leon responded humbly, clasping his hands together in a gesture of modesty. Watching the scene unfold, Shaylin had something to say. Did the chef not realize that Leon was practically the same age as his child? Was it really appropriate to refer to Leon as little brother in front of the boy? Furthermore, while the chef's son may be shorter than Leon, His facial features suggested he could very well be 2 years older than Leon. Shaylin had always found her interactions with Leon a bit peculiar, an indescribable sense of discomfort. Now, she finally understood. Leon's demeanor and conduct were hardly that of a child. If she were to describe him as her senior or an older brother, she could easily be convinced. Standing beside a child of similar age, the contrast became starkly evident. The chef and amp, Appo's son radiated innocence while Leon's gaze seemed to carry the weight of a seasoned strategist. One could believe that Leon had been through trials and tribulations for over a decade. Could it be that he was truly a genius? This striking contrast reminded Shaylin of the prodigious youths in accelerated programs, often displaying a maturity beyond their years. Perhaps this little brother's future accomplishments would far exceed her imagination. It was worth noting that he had already caught the attention of Master Wang at such a young age. What would he achieve as he matured? I must seize the opportunity to align myself with him. Oh, right. It seems I've already been eagerly following behind him like a devoted disciple. So there is no need to worry. Lost in her thoughts, Shaylin watched as the chef's son picked up the cold fish mint, using his chopsticks to take a generous bite. Stop. That could be overwhelming, Shaylin exclaimed, but it was too late. The boy chewed on the fish mint, and then a spark of delight lit up his eyes. Dad, this is delicious. The joy of discovering such a delightful dish was unmistakable in the boy's voice. The chef smiled gently, ruffling his son's hair. Shaylin let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the child had a robust palate. After securing Leon's permission, the boy gobbled up the remaining fish mint with gusto, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied burp. The boy's gaze wandered toward the large pot simmering on the stove. The soup will be ready soon. You all should wait a bit before leaving, Leon remarked with a knowing smile directed at the chef. He couldn't help but wonder if the Crucian carp soup would be a hit. If it turned out to be of purple or golden quality, that would certainly be splendid. But if it resulted in white or gray quality, he would have to share the pot with the boy and his father. There was no way he could consume such a large pot of fish mint soup alone without risking his own demise. At last, the timing was just right. Leon lifted the lid of the pot. With a rush, the accumulated steam and fragrant vapors enveloped the back kitchen, lingering in the air long after. Chapter 76. The fortuitous encounter of tantalizing flavors with a decisive flick. Leon tossed a handful of goji berries into the cauldron. Ding! The system notification chimed, signaling that the exquisite Bayou Crucian carp soup was complete. Bayou Crucian carp soup. Ingredients: Crucian carp, fish mint, scallions, ginger, goji berries. Creator: Leon. Quality: Golden Legend. Special effect triggered. Critical hit. Dish benefits enhanced. Bayou Crucian carp soup is rich in nutrients, with a delightful flavor that slightly boosts the body's immunity. The inclusion of fish mint provides anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. Leon was momentarily stunned. Had he truly accomplished this? The Bayou Crucian carp soup, deemed difficult, had been perfected by Leon in one go, achieving the prestigious Golden Legend quality. Of course, this stroke of fortune was not solely attributed to Liang's luck. The diverse ingredients sourced from the Kyoto Agricultural University were undeniably superior. With such robust support, meticulous cooking made striking gold a feasible endeavor. Dad, look! The milk! A little boy exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the pot of carp soup as the steam gradually dissipated. After prolonged simmering, the high-quality fats from the carp had melded seamlessly into the broth, presenting a lustrous, jade-like hue reminiscent of mutton fat. A gentle stir intensified the fragrant aroma, filling the air with an irresistible allure. Come, everyone, let us each have a bowl and savor my soup. Leon beamed as he ladled the soup into bowls, handing them to Xia Lin and the others. Drink up, it's good for your health. Leon's assertion was far from mere conjecture. Fish mint, known in the medical community as a natural anti-inflammatory, was a valuable addition. Furthermore, the system had explicitly indicated that it could enhance immunity, a delightful boost to one's health with every sip. The little boy eagerly took the bowl, blowing on the hot soup before taking a generous gulp. Wow, he exclaimed, nearly teetering on the brink of tears. The freshly made soup, even after cooling slightly, was still scalding hot. Why are you in such a rush? The chef admonished, casting a stern gaze at his son. However, before he could finish, Xiaolin let out a sputter as she accidentally spat out the scalding soup she had rushed to drink. Can't you, a doctoral student, control your impulses when a child does? The chef shook his head, preparing to demonstrate the proper way to sip hot soup. When drinking hot soup, one must sip from the edge, like this. He positioned his lips on the bowl's rim, gently rotating it while softly slurping. This technique not only allowed the scalding soup to be more palatable, but also enhanced the tasting experience. As the chef took a small sip, his movements froze in astonishment. What was this? The flavor of the soup was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Raised in a small fishing village where the saying, "Better to eat without meat than without soup," was a cherished adage, he had savored countless fish soups throughout his life. Yet, nothing could compare to this extraordinary concoction. Instead of the anticipated fresh and savory taste, a surprising spiciness enveloped his senses, reminiscent of a spicy soup from Shanna province. While that soup was not unpleasant, the audacity of fish soup tasting thus was simply outrageous. Just as his bewilderment peaked, the spiciness dissipated, giving way to an overwhelming wave of umami that sent shivers down his spine. Closing his eyes, he envisioned himself standing by the sea, facing towering waves. Upon closer inspection, it was not water crashing upon the shore, but a rich, flavorful broth brimming with the essence of fish and fat. What an unimaginable scene, confined to the realms of his imagination. Yet he had always believed such exquisite fish soup could not exist in reality. After the initial spiciness, the broth, now fully infused with the essence of the fish, became unparalleled in richness. Each layer was distinct, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Slurping. Ouch, that's hot. The chef suddenly extended his tongue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. So engrossed was he in savoring the soup's delightful flavor that he had forgotten he was demonstrating how to drink hot soup to Xiaolin and his son. Fortunately, both were too absorbed in the deliciousness of the soup to notice, sparing him from embarrassment. Delicious. Liang savored a sip of the soup, feeling an urge to give himself a thumbs up. The initial spiciness, likely contributed by the fish mint, melded harmoniously with the soup's rich flavor. The seemingly incompatible spiciness and the soup and appo's smoothness coalesced beautifully, perhaps embodying the marvelous taste the system had alluded to. In the kitchen, the four of them were immersed in the soup's delightful essence. By the time Liang finished his bowl, beads of sweat had formed at his temples. Even in the depths of winter, the warmth felt invigorating, as if illuminating his surroundings. What a wonderful feeling. "Brother, can I have another bowl?" Xiaolin eagerly asked, having finished her soup. After receiving Liang and appo's nod, she hurriedly refilled her bowl, this time adding more fish and even a few extra pieces of fish mint. The fish melted in her mouth, tender and succulent. As for the fish mint, its initial wild taste had morphed into a gentle sweetness, akin to a tame white colt, easily embraced and even enjoyable. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolin decided to add a few more pieces of fish mint to her bowl. Ding! Golden abundance. Task completion progress has reached 100. Congratulations, host. Task rewards have been issued. As Liang was savoring the soup, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. The golden dots coalesced into the divine culinary menu before him. What new dish would be unlocked this time? Having perused the divine menu numerous times, Liang felt a sense of calm anticipation. He slurped up another piece of fish mint, chewing thoughtfully as he pondered. Finally, the menu halted, revealing an ink-wash painting of 3 green pastries. Liang furrowed his brow, feeling a slight urge to curse. Chapter 77. The Betrayal of the Artificial Heart. For the sake of profit, those individuals will stop at nothing. As Liang gazed at the prompt flashing on the system, a twitch of annoyance flickered across his eyelids. Did the system truly comprehend the trials he endured to create the 5 blessings dumplings and the white jade carp soup? Over the past couple of days, he had been working tirelessly, with little more than sleep, to break the relentless cycle of cooking. And now, the system rewards him by unlocking a mere snack? What a disappointment. The system, sensing his frustration, offered a feeble reassurance. The rewards may fluctuate. Please adjust your mindset, as the next reward might be more bountiful. Shortly thereafter, the system presented the next task. Under the stars and moon, mint cake possesses invigorating properties. It can be enjoyed as a dessert or serve as an excellent remedy to enhance work and study efficiency. Please sell a total of 3,000 mint cakes. Current task progress 3,000. Enhancing work efficiency? Leon Kuden and Amp. Oppos. Tea help, but chuckle incredulously. If it were merely delectable, that would be one thing. However, if it truly could boost productivity, it might not be well received at all. In his previous life, as a standard corporate drone in a tech firm, Leon was well acquainted with the psyche of workers. There was always more work than time, and rather than enhancing efficiency, it was far preferable to procrastinate or find excuses to delay tasks. Mastering the art of leisurely idleness was the true survival strategy for the multitude of workers. Otherwise, one would merely become a cog in the corporate machine, earning just enough to cover their medical expenses. Nevertheless, the mint cake was not without its market. Beyond the exploited workers, there were ambitious students striving for their dreams, firefighters dedicated to protecting the populace, and police officers who might greatly benefit from such a treat. Among these groups, the mint cake should find a decent market. As Leon contemplated this, he quietly formulated a sales strategy for the mint cake. Having completed his observations, he decided it was time to return home for some rest. After finishing a pot of fish soup, he bid farewell to the reluctant Summer Lin and the others. In the setting sun, Summer Lin, the chef, the little boy, and the security guard at the school gate waved goodbye to Li Onghe. Little brother, remember to visit our agricultural university often. Liang squinted in response. Summer Lin would soon become his contact at Kyoto Agricultural University, and the chef and the little boy, having tasted his experimental fish soup, had established some connection with him. However, the security guard, who was he? Did Liang know him? The situation felt rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to Liang, news of his status as a hidden second-generation talent had already spread within the security team at Kyoto Agricultural University. In the future, his visits would undoubtedly be met with open arms. As Liang boarded the subway for his return journey at Kyoto University's first affiliated hospital, Professor Wang was hastily preparing for the first clinical surgery involving the artificial heart. Dean Wei Haiyang sat in his office, perusing the surgery application submitted by Professor Wang, feeling a twinge of surprise. The fifth-generation artificial magnetic levitation heart in China had successfully passed clinical trials, representing a revolutionary breakthrough on the global medical stage. The entire medical community, both nationally and internationally, had eagerly awaited the success of the first official surgery. This would herald a new dawn for heart disease patients worldwide and signify that Qi country had emerged as a leader in the realm of artificial hearts. Wei had always assumed that Professor Wang would choose an auspicious date for such a momentous event, inviting media from both home and abroad for a grand announcement. To his astonishment, Professor Wang approached it as if it were an ordinary procedure, planning to commence surgery in just a week's time. The patient's name, Zhang Yan. Upon reviewing her background, she appeared to be an ordinary individual. Ah, Professor Wang, you remain true to your character, and that is what I admire about you. Countless individuals across the nation yearn to undergo the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart surgery, including wealthy merchants willing to pay exorbitant sums for an artificial heart. Yet, Professor Wang turned them all away. He had stated that while these affluent individuals may have heart issues, they often possess superior medical resources or had already received foreign artificial heart technologies. In contrast, those who truly required an artificial heart were ordinary people suffering from cardiac problems without the means for treatment. It was evident that Professor Wang had chosen to perform the first surgery on an ordinary woman, a migrant worker no less. As the lead developer of the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart, Professor Wang wielded considerable influence. Dean Wei held no objections. After reviewing the surgery application once more, he signed his name and affixed the official seal. A historic moment for the field of artificial hearts in China was imminent. Wei carefully organized the surgery application and took a deep breath. The light of China and Amp, Oppo's, artificial heart innovation would soon illuminate the world. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. The bespectacled secretary, bearing a grave expression, entered the room. "What is it, Xiao Chun? You look as if you and Oppo's V seen a ghost." Dean Wei, in high spirits, smiled at his secretary. Given his demeanor, it was likely that there had been a minor dispute between patients and doctors today, a trifling matter compared to the upcoming surgery. Dean, I just received a notice of patent revocation. The secretary sighed, placing a document on the Dean and Oppo's desk. As Dean Wei opened the document, his smile gradually faded. I have already communicated with the medical department and our external partners. They have verified the information, and it seems the media will catch wind of this soon. The secretary shook his head, his voice somber. Those wretched American scoundrels are truly despicable. Dean Wei slammed his fist on the table, causing his thermos to topple over, spilling tea all over his pristine white sleeve, yet he paid it no mind. Shock and fury filled his eyes. China's fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart was an independent innovation, yet it incorporated certain American technologies, most notably the wireless charging technology for the artificial heart. To ensure optimal patient outcomes and minimize surgical trauma, the design inherently relied on this wireless charging feature. Utilizing foreign patented technology in medical devices and other fields was not uncommon. Not only did China employ American technologies, but Americans also frequently sought our patented innovations. This was a collaborative effort aimed at benefiting patients. However, unexpectedly, the Americans had chosen to strike a treacherous blow, retracting the wireless charging technology for the artificial heart. Their motives were glaringly evident. Should China and Oppo's fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart succeed in the market, it would undoubtedly overshadow American artificial hearts. For the sake of wealth and profit, the Americans would stop at nothing. Chapter 78. Professor Wang does not require comfort. Our research is a race against death. The office of Dean Wei was enveloped in silence, broken only by his labored breaths. The recent actions of the American counterparts had nearly induced a heart attack. To speak frankly, wireless charging technology is not a formidable technical challenge. If our nation were to devote its full efforts, it could be developed within a year or two. The Americans' behavior is nothing short of malicious, motivated not only by profit, but also an insatiable thirst for financial gain. Short-sighted, superficial, and driven by greed. This is the true portrayal of those holding the patents for wireless charging technology in the United States. Having finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, Dean Wei set his thermos upright. If memory serves me correctly, the holders of the wireless charging technology should belong to Anasun Medical Equipment Company. Their shameless act of unilaterally tearing apart the cooperation contract and breaching agreements will undoubtedly be addressed by the legal department. Dean Wei rubbed his face, striving to stabilize his feelings. However, correspondingly, all we can do now is accept this harsh reality. The retraction of wireless charging technology means that the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart will be unable to enter use in the short term, forcing a halt on all related industries and research progress. This loss is monumental, both economically and technologically. It must be handled with utmost care. Furthermore, please inform Professor Wang of this news. Let him know that the first fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart surgery in our country must be reluctantly terminated. Dean Wei paused, extending his hand to stop the secretary who was about to leave. No, I shall personally deliver the news to Professor Wang. Rising, Dean Wei drove away from the hospital with a heavy heart. Aside from surgical procedures or consultations, Professor Wang typically resides in the medical laboratory at Kyoto University. The university is merely a 10-minute drive from the affiliated hospital. Yet for the first time, Dean Wei felt as though that distance stretched interminably, fraught with obstacles. Upon finally arriving at the laboratory, he heard laughter and chatter from within. Professor Wang and other experts were engaged in conversation. "Oh, Wang, I'm sorry. I must deliver some unfortunate news, and I hope you won't blame me." After retreating to the restroom for a smoke, Dean Wei hesitantly pushed open the office door. "Oh, old Wei, what brings you here?" Professor Wang's voice was hoarse, and he appeared somewhat haggard, though his spirits seemed intact. "No doubt. You've come to visit our star, Professor Wang." Professor Wu chimed in, playfully slinging an arm around Wang's shoulders. Dean Wei clenched his fists, unable to meet Professor Wang's gaze directly. Turning his head aside, he slowly conveyed the unfortunate news. "Old Wang, please process this information at your own pace." Dean Wei hesitated, grasping Professor Wang's hand. "If there's anything you need, we at Kyoto University Hospital will fully support you." With that, he patted Wang's hand reassuringly before turning to leave. Inside the office, the expressions of the experts were a tapestry of complex emotions. Many of these experts shared a close rapport with Professor Wang. Just days prior, they had celebrated the impending launch of the fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart with a banquet. Some had even participated in its development. Little did they expect that their collaborative efforts and aspirations would be obliterated overnight due to American greed, a reality difficult for anyone to accept. "Old Wang, let me buy you a drink tonight." Professor Wu finally broke the silence after a long pause. Everyone understood that Professor Wang was deeply affected by this setback. The sensation of having a significant achievement slip away was universally disheartening. "Drink?" Professor Wang replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What is the point of drinking? Why should we celebrate? Come now, old Wang, let us drown our sorrows together. We can set aside the unpleasantness for now. We're not getting any younger. Health is paramount," another professor urged, trying to console him. "You underestimate me," Professor Wang said, uncharacteristically serious. "Experiencing failure, having our research appropriated, or even being thwarted is an inherent risk in the academic journey. It is not insurmountable. I am neither saddened nor disheartened. Rather, what troubles me is the fate of the patients in need of artificial hearts. What will become of them? Over 300 million individuals in our country suffer from varying degrees of cardiovascular diseases among them. There are 5 million with dilated cardiomyopathy, 5 million with myocardial infarction, and 1 million with heart issues. A life is lost every 5 minutes due to heart complications." Professor Wang surveyed the assembled experts, his nails digging into his flesh. "Our research is a race against death. The earlier the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart is available, the more lives we can save. This includes the mother of that child." But now Professor Wang removed his glasses, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief. "I do not seek comfort. It is the patients who require solace. But can consolation restore their lives?" Taking a deep breath, he donned his glasses, preparing to leave. "Old Wang, where are you going?" Professor Wu hurriedly followed, anxious for Wang's well-being. "I'm going to find that child and apologize in person." Professor Wang's footsteps faltered momentarily before he strode purposefully away. He had once given hope to that family, and now that the surgery faced complications, he felt it was his duty to bear that responsibility personally. If the child's family were to scold or strike him, he could accept it. Perhaps that would ease his own heartache. "Oh, that stubborn old man." Professor Wu felt a pang of sadness, wiping his nose as a newfound resolve ignited in his eyes. "Director, please relay a message to New City University." Professor Wu dialed the number for the director of the Kyoto University External Cooperation Office, his voice resolute. "I am withdrawing from the stem cell cultivation project in collaboration with New City Biotech. I refuse to continue." "Old Wu, what is going on?" The director was taken aback, quickly attempting to dissuade him. "Old Wu, while New City Biotech hasn't provided substantial technical support, they have at least funded the research. You can't be so impulsive as to breach the agreement." Chapter 79. A bowl of white jade Crucian carp soup. Professor Wang returns to his pinnacle. "Capricious?" Professor Wu scoffed. "I have dedicated my life to research. Shouldn't I indulge in a moment of whimsy?" Upon understanding the rationale behind Professor Wu's actions, the director of the External Affairs Office felt a twinge of helplessness. Old Wu, I truly empathize with your feelings. Witnessing a dear friend and oppose's research efforts obliterated is no light burden. However, we must adhere to reason, mustn't oppose. Tiwi, the patent withdrawal was executed by Anison Medical Devices, while your collaboration was with New City Biotechnology. These two entities are entirely unconnected. Why direct your ire towards the wrong party? In scientific endeavors, cooperation is essential. Director, there is no need for further discourse. I am indeed a narrow-minded individual lacking in broad understanding. Professor Wu inhaled deeply, his voice steady. Hearing this, the director could only sigh in resignation, nodding before ending the call. In truth, Professor Wu comprehended the logic entirely. Yet, being human means one can never be utterly rational. Emotions inevitably arise, and there are times when one may act out of impulse. If Eagle Sauce Company can casually retract their patent, then Professor Wu too may withdraw from his collaboration. Let the mutual harm commence. Surely, the individuals at Eagle Sauce do not still believe that the technology of Qi Nation lags behind theirs, do they? If they do not retaliate, they might genuinely think that the researchers of Qi Nation are easy prey. News of Professor Wang Ziliang's artificial heart project being thwarted by the betrayal of Eagle Sauce Company spread like wildfire throughout Kyoto University. Astonishingly, many individuals made decisions akin to Professor Wu's. PhD student in mechanical engineering, CFA, announced the cessation of his collaboration with Eagle Sauce Pioneer Engineering on a robotics project, reclaiming all of his patented technologies. Distinguished young scholar in computer science, Zhang Shan, declared the withdrawal of his Internet of Things patent from Eagle Sauce. Li Si, winner of the Yulon Scholarship in the Materials Institute, also announced the retraction of his nanomaterials patent. All these individuals, young talents, are among the most coveted figures in the global scientific community. Abstaining from collaboration with Eagle Sauce does not hinder them. Many others are eager to partner with them. Beyond these youthful innovators, several senior professors began to take action as well. Some sent emails across the ocean, effortlessly terminating their collaborations with Eagle Sauce Enterprises. Others issued condemnations and protests, exerting pressure on their partner companies. Everyone employed their unique means to voice their discontent on behalf of Professor Wang, and likewise for the younger generation. Perhaps even the companies of Eagle Sauce could not fathom the magnitude of turmoil that could arise from the retraction of a single patent. In Kyoto, outside a low-rent apartment, knock, knock, knock. After much hesitation, Professor Wang finally rapped on the door of Liang's home. Who is it? Oh, it's Professor Wang. Please, come in. Li Xiangdong cheerfully opened the door. Upon seeing Professor Wang's haggard face, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly ushering him inside. Professor Wang glanced at Zhang Yan, seated on the sofa, feeling a lump form in his throat as he struggled to speak. Ein Oppos. LL gets straight to the point, regarding the artificial heart. Professor Wang, let's discuss this after dinner. Zhang Yan rose, smiling as she beckoned him. The fish soup is ready. At that moment, Liang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of fish soup, creamy and steaming, placing on the round table in the living room. Upon returning home, Liang naturally wished to showcase his newfound culinary skills to Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan. The aroma wafting from the bowl of white jade crucian carp soup was intoxicating. I won't be having any. Professor Wang stammered, hastily waving his hand. Setting aside his current emotional turmoil, he was plagued by severe pharyngitis, making swallowing feel akin to ingesting shards of glass, leaving him with little appetite. Amidst his busy schedule, he had neglected this minor ailment, allowing it to escalate. Professor Wang, I am aware that you have not been well lately. Li Xiangdong draped an arm around Professor Wang's shoulder, guiding him to sit at the table. That little rascal mentioned that this fish soup is good for health, alleviating inflammation and pain. Actually, you must listen to me first. Oh, Professor Wang squinted, noticing the pale yellow fish mint within the white jade soup. This herb, it seemed to be called fish mint, also known as Hediotis diffusa, a medicinal plant indeed effective for reducing inflammation and pain. Professor Wang mused, adding fish mint to fish soup surely falls under the category of medicinal cuisine, does it not? I have heard that people along the southwestern coastal provinces enjoy this, but I have yet to try it. As Professor Wang's thoughts wandered, Li Xiangdong had already ladled a bowl of fish soup before him. Professor Wang, let us talk after dinner. Liang glanced at him, smiling. You don't look well and seem rather fatigued. This fish soup will surely revitalize you. Professor Wang hesitated, then after a few seconds, a smile broke through, his eyes glistening as he nodded earnestly. All right, I shall sample this fish soup. Hiss! The silky, aromatic fish soup flowed down his throat, and Professor Wang felt an immediate wave of clarity wash over him. Consuming this fish soup did not evoke the sensation of swallowing shards. Instead, he felt a delightful tingling in his throat, a sensation unlike any other. From sipping with a small spoon to cradling the bowl, ultimately, Professor Wang tilted his head back and drank the entire bowl of soup in one go. Refreshing. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and warmth enveloped his body as if he were basking in the sun. Professor Wang, I also made supreme fried rice. You haven't tried it, have you? Li Ong beamed. I'll serve you some. It pairs wonderfully with the fish soup. The clattering of chopsticks against bowls and the scraping of spoons against porcelain resounded throughout the room. Liang and Appo's family and Professor Wang enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Professor Wang would likely never forget this extraordinary meal, not solely for the exquisite taste of the fish soup, but because in this dark hour of his academic journey, this dinner shone like a beacon of light. The white jade crucian carp soup possesses innate properties that enhance immunity and relieve inflammation. The supreme fried rice adds an energy-boosting element. Together, they alleviated 80% of Professor Wang's throat pain, flooding him with an indescribable vigor. In that moment, Professor Wang felt as though he had returned to his youth, once again the ambitious and sincere young man he once was. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Professor Wang clasped his hands together, rising to bow deeply to Li Ong and his family. Professor Wang, what are you doing? Li Xiangdong and Zhang Yan exclaimed in shock, rushing to support him, setting aside the fact that Professor Wang was old enough to be Li Ong and Appo's grandfather, given the gratitude owed for the artificial heart project. It should have been a bowing to him instead. How had the roles reversed? Chapter 80. The ace assistant Li Xiangdong delivered meals to the research team. I owe my gratitude to the fish soup prepared by Xiao Hage, which has greatly revived my spirits. Professor Wang wore a smile, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. In his youth, Professor Wang was brimming with ambition. He entered Kyoto Medical University as the top student and later went abroad to exchange and learn medical philosophies, astonishing countless foreign scholars with his brilliance. Eventually, he became a professor at Kyoto University's medical school, consistently at the forefront of research, saving innumerable patients and rescuing countless families from despair. Such a remarkable figure. How could he ever concede defeat? If your company revokes patents and blocks technologies, we shall conduct our own research and develop our own solutions. The previous generation overcame numerous obstacles, elevating our nation's technology to a world-class status. Now it is time for Professor Wang to achieve his own breakthroughs and contributions. Furthermore, I am here to inform you that Anasun Corporation has withdrawn the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. This means our 5th-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart cannot be launched immediately. However, rest assured, I have resolved to accelerate our research efforts, collaborating with various departments at Kyoto University to break through these barriers. Give us 6 months, no 3 months, and I will ensure the successful implementation of artificial heart surgeries. Professor Wang, filled with determination, clenched his fists. Though the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts is intricate, it is certainly not an insurmountable obstacle. The older generation managed to develop the atomic bomb in just over 2 years despite technological blockades. Today, Professor Wang is confident that he can produce a charger within 3 months. After providing a few more details to Li Xiangdong and others, Professor Wang donned his coat. I want to linger. I must promptly return to rally the research team. Professor Wang nodded slightly at Liang before striding out, observing his proud demeanor. It is hard to believe he is nearing 70. At that moment, he seemed to have reverted to his youthful vigor. Thank you, Professor Wang. Zhang Yan sighed, shaking her head. She couldn't comprehend the intricacies of technological blockades and patent withdrawals, but she knew that Professor Wang had invested considerable effort for her surgery. Dad, I have an idea. Liang, watching Professor Wang depart from the window, suddenly suggested, let us deliver meals to Professor Wang's research team tomorrow. Li Xiangdong was taken aback, then enthusiastically slapped his thigh. Yes. Now, that Professor Wang is focused on researching the artificial heart for your mother. We should also contribute our part. You little rascal, pay extra attention to this matter. Although Li Xiangdong often boasted that his roasted goose legs rivaled Liang's, at this critical juncture, the task of delivering meals would undoubtedly fall to Liang. After all, Li Xiangdong could only prepare roasted goose legs. No matter how delicious it is, constantly providing the same dish would eventually bore them. Let us get started. Liang rubbed his hands together and directly called Xiaolin. The ingredients for mint cake are relatively simple, requiring only glutinous rice, japonica rice, cornstarch, and mint leaves. To ensure a rich flavor, Liang also ordered some red beans and green beans. Today, he had already prepared a golden-quality white jade crucian carp soup and had intended to rest. However, with this recent development, Liang realized he could not afford to slack off. He must wholeheartedly support Professor Wang's research. Dad, get ready to assist me. After arranging everything, Liang gestured to Li Xiangdong to tidy up the kitchen. You little brat. Li Xiangdong grumbled, yet a smile spread across his face. It had been a few days since he last collaborated with Liang, and he had grown somewhat unaccustomed to it. Deep down, Li Xiangdong seemed to relish being his son's supporting player, acting as a tool. Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation's new city, what is happening? Professor Wu from Kyoto University actually withdrew the patent technology for stem cell cultivation. In the upper echelons of New City Medical Company, Chairman Rivers stared in bewilderment at the facts from his secretary. Although New City Medical had not provided any technical support to Kyoto University, they at least offered financial backing. Why would they casually withdraw a patent? Could it be that Switzerland is trying to poach? It must be so. Recently, he noticed that leading medical device companies from Switzerland were attempting to enter the stem cell cultivation market, seeking their share of the pie. Help me re-establish contact with Kyoto University. We are willing to increase our technical funding support by an additional 20 to preserve our cooperative relationship. Chairman Rivers gritted his teeth, instructing his secretary. Chairman, I have information from Qi country. The withdrawal of the patent might not solely be due to profit concerns. The secretary frowned, organizing the documents before handing them to Rivers. This seems to be related to Anasun Medical's retraction of a wireless charging technology granted to Kyoto University. What does Anasun's withdrawal of the patent have to do with us? Chairman Rivers paused, carefully examining the recent intelligence compiled by his secretary regarding Kyoto University. After correlating it with the news of Anasun Medical's patent withdrawal, he began to grasp the situation. Anasun Medical unilaterally breached the contract, abruptly retracting the wireless charging patent authorization for artificial hearts, just as Kyoto University's fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart was about to launch, causing this groundbreaking product to come to an immediate halt. Correspondingly, the withdrawal of the stem cell collaboration from Kyoto University is clearly an act of vengeance. This is a warning from Kyoto University. Since your Eagle Nation enterprises can revoke patent technologies, we can do the same from Qi country. Those fools at Anasun. Chairman Rivers felt a throbbing pain at his temples. As a businessman, Rivers understood the implications behind Anasun Medical's withdrawal of the patent. Their primary profit market lies in artificial hearts, and once Kyoto University's fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart hits the market, Anasun's artificial hearts will likely be rapidly pushed out. Therefore, Anasun's withdrawal of the patent aims to delay the launch of the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart and capitalize on this gap to sell their own artificial hearts for profit. In the short term, this strategy may yield profits, but in the long run, it is undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. More critically, due to Anasun Medical's patent withdrawal, New City Medical has also been dragged into this predicament, facing repercussions from Kyoto University. Chairman, what shall we do now? The secretary asked anxiously. What can we do? Currently, Qi country's stem cell cultivation technology is at the forefront of the world. We must do everything possible to salvage our cooperative relationship. Chairman Rivers lit a cigar, taking a deep puff before snipping off the end. Notify the Public Relations Department to issue a statement condemning Anasun Medical. Furthermore, draft an apology statement for Kyoto University. An apology statement? The secretary looked puzzled. Apologize for what? Why should New City Medical apologize for Anasun Medical's mistakes? Chapter 81. The luxurious late-night snack package. The reporters are going crazy. Oh, you poor soul, utterly devoid of emotional intelligence. Chairman Rivers glared at his secretary. The withdrawal of patents by Professor Wu from Kyoto University is both an act of vengeance and a warning. When a professor is enraged, one must appease his temperament and express their allegiance. Enough of the chatter. Hasten to issue a statement. Chairman Rivers rubbed his temples and waved dismissively at his secretary. Of course, many executives shared Rivers' sentiments. Within the span of merely an hour, several companies from the Eagle Nation issued condemnatory statements against Anasun Medical Corporation. Concurrently, the withdrawal of the patent from Kyoto University caused a slight tremor in the Eagle Nation and AMP's stock market. The Economic Journal and the Business Report rushed to print, and numerous online media outlets hastened to cover the unfolding events. The animosity between Kyoto University and Anasun Medical Corporation was disseminated through the media like a flurry of snowflakes, leaving the citizens of the Eagle Nation astounded. In the entrenched perceptions of the Eagle citizens, Kyoto seemed perpetually a nation lacking in technical prowess. Despite its advancements in manufacturing and agriculture, when it comes to high-end technology, they believe themselves to be far ahead. Yet, unbeknownst to the information-deprived populace, with the passage of time, Kyoto had ascended to the forefront of the world in fields such as communication engineering, materials science, and clinical medicine. Anasun Medical Corporation. These wretched individuals. Are they truly so intimidated by a mere Kyoto University? Jeff Welch, the chairman of Anasun Medical Corporation, furiously shredded a fax. In just over an hour, he had received 7 condemnatory statements, some from medical companies, others from various sectors, including materials, engineering, and computing. Jeff Welch could hardly fathom that his company, which specialized in artificial hearts, would find itself embroiled in disputes with such firms. Of course, Jeff Welch understood that the root of this tempest lay in his decision to rescind the patent authorization for artificial hearts from Kyoto University. What he did not anticipate was the magnitude of Kyoto University's reaction and the ferocity of their counterattack. Truth be told, this was not the first time companies from the Eagle Nation had engaged in such maneuvers. No matter, Jeff Welch inhaled deeply, rubbing his eyes. For a corporation, being subjected to moral condemnation or bearing a tarnished reputation is inconsequential. What truly matters is profit and the future of the enterprise. The 5th-generation magnetic levitation heart had been stifled in its infancy, while the vast population of heart disease patients in Kyoto represented an inexhaustible sea of wealth awaiting his exploitation. Ding! Mint cake. Creator, Li Ong. Quality, golden legend. Trigger attribute, critical hit. The mint cake created by the host significantly alleviates the consumer's fatigue and slightly enhances cognitive vivacity. Detected that the mint cake crafted by the host is flawless in both ingredients and technique. Achievement unlocked. Achievement, pastry prodigy, reward, 18,888 yuan, now deposited into the system account. At last it is complete. Liang shook his slightly dazed head. Initially, he had intended to rest today, but unexpectedly, he had been busy all day. Fortunately, although the mint cake was classified as a challenging dish by the system, the difficulty lay primarily in its intricate procedures. As long as one cooks with diligence, crafting a mint cake of golden legend quality is hardly a daunting task. The rectangular mint cakes were placed onto a plate, showcasing 3 colors: white, green, and red. The white represented the original flavor. The green contained mung bean filling, and the red was filled with red bean paste. The neatly defined edges of the mint cakes appeared particularly enticing against the pristine white plate, and Liang found it difficult to resist such a geometrically pleasing dessert. After washing his hands, Liang picked up a piece of the tender green, mung bean-filled mint cake and took a bite. Thanks to the ample addition of glutinous rice, the mint cake did not possess a powdery texture. Instead, it was slightly soft and chewy, reminiscent of date cake. With a few chews, a refreshing burst of coolness surged through Liang's mind, making him shiver involuntarily. Goodness, in this early spring season, this mint cake made Liang feel as if he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold soda in the height of summer. It was exhilarating, stirring the blood, yet it brought no physiological discomfort. Rather, it invigorated the spirit. Simultaneously, the sweet yet not cloying aftertaste of the mung bean filling followed, smooth and delightful. Hiss! Liang took a deep breath, feeling a refreshing sensation on his palate, dispelling the weariness he had accumulated throughout the day. Dad, would you like to try? Liang offered a piece of mint cake to Li Xiangdong. I want an amp. Oppos, T eat that. I can an amp. Oppos, T handle this stuff? Li Xiangdong waved his hands vehemently. As a rugged man, Li Xiangdong was typically unpicky with food. He could chew on cilantro, bitter melon, and even fish mint with relish. Yet, mint was something he simply could not get accustomed to. In his own words, it was just too stimulating. This was merely one of Li Xiangdong's minor culinary quirks. Seeing Li Xiangdong decline, Liang did not press the matter further. After more than 2 hours of labor in the kitchen, the late-night meal prepared for Professor Wang's research team was finally complete. Roasted goose legs, white jade Crucian carp soup, and mint cake formed a dreamy late-night feast. Li Xiangdong thoughtfully added some crispy sesame cakes, which paired exquisitely with the roasted goose legs and would also help fill the researchers' stomachs. After wrapping the food in aluminum foil and cling film, they packed it into an insulated foam box. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yan, the father and son loaded the boxes of late-night snacks onto their electric tricycle and set off towards Kyoto University. With a burst of speed, they soon arrived at the gates of Kyoto University. It was now past midnight, and typically, this time of night saw little activity at the entrance. However, a throng of people had gathered, blocking the entrance entirely. Armed with cameras, lighting, and microphones, they were a sea of reporters from various media outlets. President Hao, may I ask about the far-reaching implications of Kyoto University's withdrawal of multiple patent authorizations in the Eagle Nation? Does this signify Kyoto University's intention to spearhead a technological war against the Eagle Nation? Is this directive from higher authorities or merely an individual action from Kyoto University? The security personnel and some volunteer students formed a human barricade, preventing the reporters from entering the campus. Vice President Hao Jianhai of Kyoto University looked at the horde of journalists with a sense of helplessness, his voice nearly giving out from the effort of explanation. These reporters seemed intent on stirring chaos, inflating every question into a sensational issue. A technological war between Kyoto and the Eagle Nation? If such a conflict were to erupt, it would not merely be a matter of rescinding a few patents. However, the reporters were uninterested in the truth. The conflict between Kyoto University and the Eagle companies was simply too explosive a topic, worthy of front-page headlines. Hence, a multitude of media outlets flocked to Kyoto University's gates in hopes of securing exclusive insights. Chapter 82. Ignited, the research team enjoys such perks? Little brother, what brings you here? Coming quickly. The volunteers from Kyoto University, who were striving to maintain order, suddenly fixed their gaze on Liang and promptly raised their hands in greeting. Make way, make way. Several student volunteers cleared a path, eagerly pulling Liang toward the interior of the school gate. Excuse me. Fortunately, with Li Xiangdong and Oppo's robust build, Liang and he finally extricated themselves from the throng of reporters after 2 minutes, escorted by the volunteers into the campus. This minor incident did not capture the attention of most reporters, as Liang, being a child, was likely the offspring of school staff, and there was nothing extraordinary about his entrance or exit. However, some astute reporters noticed Li Xiangdong carrying a stack of foam boxes, their expressions turning inquisitive. These two must be delivering something to the school, right? What could they possibly be delivering at this juncture? The reporter's instincts urged him to investigate further. Perhaps he could unearth some significant scoop. Meanwhile, having successfully gained entry through the school gates, Liang explained the purpose of his visit to the volunteers. Initially taken aback, the volunteers' faces soon brightened with joy. Little brother, with your support, Professor Wang and the team will surely have a smoother research process. After a brief pause, the volunteer seemed to recollect something, clearing his throat and whispering, Little brother, due to such an incident, Aunt Gooseleg is unable to undergo her surgery as planned, and we are all quite sorry. I volunteered to contribute my share. Lian chuckled softly. Sorry? He believed that Kyoto University owed him nothing, and there was no need for apologies. You volunteers have it tough as well. I have some goose legs here. Please distribute them among everyone later. Liang patted the foam box, smiling. Absolutely not. The volunteer swallowed hard, but resolutely declined. He understood that these late-night snacks were intended for the research team, and they could not indulge themselves. Just take them. There are more in the car, and I will make another trip. Li Xiangdong, grinning, handed a large bag of foil-wrapped goose legs to the volunteer, who nodded vigorously, inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting from the plastic bag. Meanwhile, within the medical laboratory of Kyoto University, is everyone here? Professor Wang stood at the entrance of a laboratory, surveying the room. Inside, 52 individuals wore serious expressions, poised for action. Due to the pressing timeline, Professor Wang had no time to introduce a new project or establish new topics. Everyone present had voluntarily gathered to contribute their efforts, driven by passion, to collaboratively develop wireless charging technology for the fifth-generation magnetic levitation artificial heart. Among them were some familiar faces: Professors Wu, Xie, Zhang, Li Si. Even Lu Tao was present. Naturally, there were also several unfamiliar faces that Professor Wang had yet to encounter. However, regardless of their academic status, all present shared a singular bond. They had all savored the goose legs prepared by little brother Li, being loyal fans of Li and Appo's roasted goose legs. Sighing with relief, Professor Wang exhaled deeply, his hands trembling, not from fear, but rather from exhilaration. Throughout his lengthy academic career, he had not experienced such fervent excitement in quite some time. Students and faculty from various departments and disciplines had united, striving towards a common goal, igniting their passions. I will first explain the basic principles of wireless charging for the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart, and thereafter, we can begin delineating our roles. 3 months. Professor Wang raised 3 fingers. I promised little brother that within 3 months, we will firmly grasp the technology for wireless charging of artificial hearts right here at Kyoto University. No, within our own nation. Understood. A resounding chorus of affirmation echoed throughout the laboratory. 3 months to conquer the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. While not entirely implausible, the challenge was undoubtedly formidable. If the technology were indeed so easily attainable, there would have been no need to procure patents from Anasun Medical Corporation for the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart. Nevertheless, those present exhibited no hesitation, not even a whisper of doubt. At this moment, the fervent blood of their ancestors surged within them. Let us act decisively, without a moment and oppose. As pause, the 50-odd individuals swiftly established the fundamental framework and division of labor. Professor Wang and Professor Wu would oversee the overall direction, providing theoretical support and medical knowledge. The mechanical structure for wireless charging would be spearheaded by CFA. Professor Jia from the Medical Materials Department would lead the materials aspect, with the outstanding young scholar Zhang Shan assisting. The intelligent algorithms would be directed by Li Si, with several students, including Lu Tao, contributing. The bioinformatics segment would be led by Professor Chen from the Life Sciences Department. To be frank, the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts is indeed a monumental project, typically requiring hundreds of participants for development. The ad hoc research team assembled here could, in a sense, be considered a makeshift group. However, this makeshift team possessed its own uniqueness. In today's competitive and profit-driven research landscape, none had witnessed a team so imbued with fervor. Without a second's hesitation or pause, the 50-odd individuals worked as if they were comrades who had honed their skills over many years, swiftly engaging in research activities. We in Oppos, LL head back to the mechanical laboratory. Please clear some space for us to relocate our experimental equipment. Given the limited resources in the medical laboratory, CFA also prepared to return to his lab to gather his equipment. As soon as CFA opened the door, he collided directly with Liang. Who? Oh, little brother, you and Amp? Oppos V arrived? This aroma. Is it beautiful legs? Oh no, and Amp, Oppos is goose legs? CFA gazed in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Liang and Li Xiangdong. I'll come to bring everyone some late-night snacks. Liang popped a lollipop into his mouth, smiling as he continued. I made white jade crucian carp soup and mint cake. These are all new dishes that everyone has and Oppos. Tea tried yet, so you can sample them to see if they suit your taste. Of course, there are also goose legs. A glimmer of excitement flickered in CFA's eyes. Initially, he had joined Professor Wang's research team solely for the noble cause. Fueled by passion, little did he expect such delightful perks. Chapter 83. Lu Xueme, please Don and Oppos. Team misunderstand. I am watching a movie. Roasted goose legs. White jade crucian carp soup. Mint cakes. As each exquisite dish was presented, the enticing aromas quickly filled the laboratory. The crowd, initially brimming with enthusiasm for the impending scientific endeavor, became even more animated at the sight of the delectable food. The reason everyone willingly participated in the wireless charging research for artificial hearts was undoubtedly driven by their passion for science and lofty aspirations. But there was also an undeniable factor. They were all utterly captivated by the culinary creations of Xiaohai brother. Though I may not grasp the intricacies of research, I certainly understand that a hearty meal fuels productivity. Should we not dine first? Li Xiangdong chuckled warmly, rubbing his hands together. Well, Professor Wang's stern demeanor softened slightly. He scratched his head, adjusted his reading glasses, and suddenly broke into a smile. Then let us feast. Indeed, no matter how grand the ambitions, one must first satisfy their hunger. How can one achieve great things on an empty stomach? It seems that this roasted goose leg was personally prepared by Xiaohai brother. The flavor is unmistakable. And this white jade crucian carp soup. Remarkable. I and Oppose. He'd been suffering from a respiratory infection and a sore throat these past few days, but this has alleviated my discomfort. Could it be my imagination? This roasted goose leg paired with flatbread is simply divine. Professor Wu, do take care not to choke on it. Slurp, slurp. Old Wang, do not cast stones when you dwell in a glass house. Typically, late-night snacking in a laboratory is frowned upon. However, with Xiaohai brother delivering these delightful dishes, there is no rationale for refusal. From the venerable professors in their 70s to the eager university students, everyone found satisfaction and joy in the feast. I shall take my food outside, as I am not accustomed to eating in the lab. CFA swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to immediately devour the roasted goose leg, and dashed into the hallway with 2 legs in hand. He was acutely aware that indulging in gourmet food might lead to an embarrassing display, as he typically sought a secluded spot to enjoy his roasted goose legs whenever he visited the snack street. If he were to reveal his true nature in front of so many professors and students, how could he ever maintain his reputation? Upon reaching the hallway, CFA unwrapped the foil encasing the roasted goose leg. We meet again, my dear goose leg. He licked his lips, his eyes seemingly aglow with a crimson light. With a mischievous smile, CFA took a bite of the goose leg. Wow, this leg is as plump and juicy as ever, firm and springy. Let us dive in. CFA took a hearty bite, nearly swallowing the bone whole. As he savored the taste, he contentedly hummed a tune. CFA, is that you? At the hallway entrance, Lu Tao, holding a bowl of crucian carp soup, stared wide-eyed at the enraptured CFA. CFA jolted, hastily concealing the goose leg behind him. However, the sauce smeared around his mouth rendered his attempt futile, akin to a thief caught red-handed. I came to deliver the crucian carp soup. Lu Tao quietly bent down to place the bowl beside CFA, then cautiously retreated. CFA, please continue eating. I shall not disturb you. Lu Tao moved with such delicate steps, as if afraid to disturb some slumbering beast. CFA observed her silence for a long moment before speaking up. Lu Xuemei, please do not misunderstand. I was merely watching a movie. In CFA's view, he preferred to let others think he was sneaking a peek at a film rather than being perceived as a food-obsessed glutton. I understand. Lu Tao nodded stiffly. I shall not interrupt. Please continue watching. Thank you. CFA chuckled awkwardly. After all, Lu Tao was a top student. He realized that his excuse might not fool her. With a sigh, he continued, Lu Xuemei, could you keep what just happened to yourself? Lu Xuemei, don't run away. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, I have acquired access to the internal forum of Kyoto University. As I anticipated, there are indeed special reasons behind the university and Oppo's collective patent retraction. Look, the forum is buzzing with discussions about someone known as Xiaohai brother, lamenting that the Anasun Medical Company from Eagle Sauce has revoked the patent, preventing Xiaohai brother and Oppo's mother from undergoing surgery. The latest post indicates that Professor Wu has withdrawn the patent, and the students beneath are applauding. Could it be that the mass patent retraction incident at Kyoto University is related to this Xiaohai brother? Such a prestigious institution as Kyoto University is taking drastic measures for the sake of a child, clashing with a corporate giant? Based on a forum and AMP, Oppose, as content. It appears that Xiaohai brother holds no significant status. The respect from the faculty and students seems to stem solely from his culinary skills. This is utterly surreal, almost magical. Zhou Dongwei, a seasoned journalist from the Kyoto City Urban Daily, was currently hidden in a satellite van, poring over the internal forum of Kyoto University. However, the content he encountered left him increasingly astounded and exhilarated. His mouse-like features twitched with excitement. He could smell a headline brewing, while other reporters were relentlessly pursuing principal how for a snippet of insider information. Zhou Dongwei had stumbled upon his own gold mine. Quick, draft the article. We must release the news immediately. By the way, did you capture footage of the child delivering food to the school? I suspect he may very well be Xiaohai brother. Zhou Dongwei urged his cameraman to review the footage taken at the school entrance. Although the cameraman managed to capture Liang and Li Xiangdong delivering food, the angle only revealed Li Ang's back. Brother Zhou, should we wait a while longer to capture the child's face before publishing the article? The cameraman inquired as he adjusted the camera. There is no need. Zhou Dongwei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Capturing only Xiaohai brother's silhouette may actually enhance the allure and mystery of the news topic. Soon enough, the article was drafted, and Zhou Dongwei conducted a cursory review before utilizing his privileges to publish it directly on the official website of the Daily Life News. Front page headline. Chapter 84. Behind the scenes unveiled. The young chef aims for the sky. Kyoto University has rescinded multiple patents held by American companies. Yet the institution has refrained from making an official statement regarding this matter. The withdrawal of these patents represents a striking counterattack. Observing the broader implications of this patent revocation incident, it is evident that our nation and oppose, as technological prowess has already ascended, in the media and across various online platforms. The patent withdrawal incident has stirred significant discussions. Once the public grasped the underlying circumstances, a singular sentiment emerged, a sense of vindication. A few years prior, American companies had annulled patents related to mobile chip technology, effectively attempting to stifle our domestic manufacturers. Fortunately, this blockade inadvertently became a catalyst for the resurgence of our mobile industry, leading to a remarkable turnaround. Today, once again, an American company, Anasun, has resorted to similar tactics, obstructing our wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. However, this time, Kyoto University appears less inclined to acquiesce. Within a single day, the university rescinded multiple patents, delivering several warning strikes to various American enterprises. Consequently, rather than condemning Kyoto University and oppose actions, numerous American companies have joined forces with the university in denouncing the true culprit, Anasun. One cannot help but feel invigorated by Kyoto University's retaliatory measures. Indeed, if we do not teach those unscrupulous American firms a lesson, they might genuinely believe that our nation lacks fortitude. Personally, I find Kyoto University and oppose actions somewhat rash and impulsive. After all, it was Anasun Medical that revoked the wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. The principle of accountability should prevail. Why penalize other companies? Some commentators argue that engaging in rational discourse with such entities is futile, as they often resort to unscrupulous tactics. Kyoto University's assertive counteraction might instill a sense of caution in future American corporate misconduct. Observing the university's unexpected defiance against the usual conciliatory stance of academic institutions is indeed refreshing. Across major social media platforms, discussions regarding the patent withdrawal incident have flourished. The disputes between Kyoto University and American companies have surged to trending status, creating waves across the internet. Yet, while netizens fervently debate the university's resolute response and the current technological landscape, the Kyoto City Daily unexpectedly published a headline that read, revealing the truth behind Kyoto University's patent withdrawal. The anger of thousands of students is rooted in a young boy. In this headline report, chief journalist Zhou Dongwei asserted that a significant factor behind the university's sweeping response was its defense of a young boy, affectionately referred to as young chef by the students, who enjoys considerable esteem within the academic community. This reverence stems from the boy and Oppo's unparalleled culinary skills. Upon reading the news, many netizens scoffed as the patent withdrawal incident had already captured widespread attention, spawning a plethora of speculations. Tabloids suggested that the dispute stemmed from romantic rivalries, while sports news hinted at an incident during a basketball game between the university president and American entrepreneurs. Conspiracy theorists claimed extraterrestrial involvement, suggesting that Kyoto University was on the brink of a technological breakthrough, hence the vigorous counteraction. In the age of the internet, sensationalism knows no bounds. Every trending event seems to be accompanied by increasingly outrageous revelations as media outlets vie for attention. The fact that the Kyoto City Daily, a respectable publication, suggested that a mere child was the catalyst behind these events seemed rather excessive. However, Zhou Dongwei concluded his article with a blurred screenshot from an internal Kyoto University forum and a silhouette of a young boy, casting doubt among some readers. Could it be that this entire situation genuinely revolved around a young child? The implications of the patent withdrawal could potentially involve billions in funding. Are the faculty and students truly willing to risk everything for the sake of a young boy's culinary prowess? Speaking of the young chef, I have a faint recollection of him. Their SA stall near Kyoto University, famous for its roasted goose legs, where students often line up in droves. The aroma is indeed tantalizing. If not for the long queue, I would have relished a taste. Recently, I heard there's another young boy selling dumplings near Kyoto Agricultural University, drawing an equally enthusiastic crowd. Do you recall the recent buzz about the young Aquaman, where two brilliant female students vied for the attention of a little boy? It appears that children are indeed on the rise, leaving behind a trail of urban legends. Is it conceivable, hypothetically, that all these tales stem from the same child? If so, it would be understandable why Kyoto University would go to such lengths for him, considering his extraordinary talents. This speculation may seem absurd at first, yet upon closer examination, it's not entirely implausible. If the internal revelations from the City Life Daily hold any truth, then this young chef must possess remarkable abilities, capable of generating such a plethora of urban legends. The internal scoop from the City Life Daily quickly spread across the internet, attracting a multitude of netizens from all corners to join the discourse. Within an hour, the article had amassed over 100,000 shares. It's gone viral. In the City Life Daily's newsroom, Zhou Dongwei watched as the clicks on his report surged, unable to contain his glee. He had been the first to uncover the real story, generating substantial traffic for the publication. Thanks to his keen journalistic intuition, a promotion and raise seemed just around the corner. As Zhou Dongwei reveled in his delightful daydreams, an editor rushed toward him with a grim expression. "Old Zhou, the editor-in-chief wants to see you." Unbeknownst to him, the editor's demeanor signaled trouble. Yet Zhou Dongwei remained oblivious. Surely, he would be commended for his groundbreaking work, and a bonus was inevitable. Perhaps the editor-in-chief would even pat him on the back and say, "Old Zhou, keep it up. Your time will come." Lost in his euphoric imaginings, Zhou Dongwei floated toward the editor-in-chief and Oppo's office. However, upon opening the door, a stack of newspapers came crashing toward him. "Zhou Dongwei, what kind of nonsensical report have you written?" Chapter 85. "Father, this is your future son-in-law." "President, what are you doing?" Zhou Dongwei hurriedly dodged the newspaper hurled at him, feeling both astonished and enraged. At present, Zhou Dongwei was an invaluable asset to the Urban Life Daily. Even the president should not treat him in such a manner. Did he not believe Zhou could switch jobs? How dare you ask? The president's face flushed with rage. Our Urban Life Daily is a legitimate newspaper, and yet, what kind of nonsensical drivel are you reporting? Claiming that the withdrawal of the Kyoto University patent was due to a child. You appear more like a child yourself. The president was visibly agitated. How could Zhou Dongwei, an experienced journalist, produce such unreliable content? A front-page article filled with baseless gossip would surely turn their publication into a laughingstock within the industry. Zhou Dongwei suddenly realized that the president had misunderstood the situation. "President, please allow me to explain. I have evidence." He quickly retrieved his phone, displaying the internal forum of Kyoto University. This forum clearly states, "The students at Kyoto University are infatuated with a figure known as Kid Brother. Look here." Anison Medical Company has retracted their wireless charging technology for artificial hearts. Originally, this kid brother's mother was to undergo surgery for a fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart, but due to Anison's actions, the students were furious. Thus, the subsequent retaliation resulting in Kyoto University's retraction of the patent rights makes perfect sense. I believe this is the truth behind the incident. Zhou Dongwei and Amp. Oppo's explanation only caused the president to roll his eyes dramatically. Oh, so it's the internal forum of Kyoto University, is it? That certainly warrants belief. Zhou Dongwei, do you have any idea how much misinformation circulates in such forums? How many students merely boast and distort the truth? Do you realize how many wealthy individuals are queuing for the fifth-generation magnetic levitation heart surgery? Do you truly believe that Kyoto University would allocate a spot for the mother of a child selling snacks? Zhou Dongwei hesitated. According to the president's logic, it did indeed seem quite absurd. However, just as he was about to say something further, the president waved his hand, interrupting him. No need for further discussion. Before Kyoto University decides to sue our newspaper, swiftly retract that front-page article. Old Joe, you have been with Urban Life Daily for a long time, so I won't say anything harsh. But if this happens again, you needn't continue working here. With that stern warning, the president let out a heavy grunt and turned away, clearly indicating it was time for Zhou Dongwei to leave. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Dongwei exited the president's office, only to be met with snickers from passing reporters who found his coverage of Kid Brother to be a source of amusement. Had he truly misanalyzed the situation? Zhou Dongwei began to doubt himself. Initially, he had felt elated upon discovering the internal forum of Kyoto University, but had not thoroughly considered how ludicrous and exaggerated the claims might be. Nonetheless, deep down, Zhou Dongwei disagreed with the president's perspective. Internal forums hold significant news value. Surely, the students would not fabricate a character like Kid Brother out of sheer boredom. However, with events having unfolded in this manner, further contemplation was futile. He could only work overtime to retract the front-page news and issue a clarification statement. Fortunately, the discussions surrounding the withdrawal of the Kyoto University patent were abundant online, with numerous media outlets analyzing the underlying causes. So Urban Life Daily and Oppo's self-inflicted embarrassment did not stir too much controversy. However, the report from Urban Life Daily was still casually shared by several marketing accounts, circulating online as a source of entertainment. Look closely, this boy is known as Kid Brother. It is he who has driven the students of Kyoto University into a frenzy. Rumor has it that the patent war between Kyoto University and Eagle Enterprises was sparked by him. Upon the emergence of this news, widespread discussion ensued across various sectors of society. In this context, five-star General MacArthur remarked, "Compared to Kid Brother, I appear to be a mere child playing in the mud." What a nonsensical affair. At Shuya University, Lu Yiwei stared at the parody video recommended to him on a forum, his expression one of bewilderment. Wait a moment. This video features a back-profile photo? Is that not Liang? Soon, Lu Yiwei detected the anomaly. Following the digital trail, he effortlessly located the original article from Urban Life Daily that had already been deleted. It turned out that the commotion at the neighboring Kyoto University was related to Kid Brother, as his mother was set to undergo surgery. No wonder he had been so eager to earn money recently. Since I have learned of this matter, I must do my part, Lu Yiwei mused, as he began drafting an internal news report. Meanwhile, in an opulent mansion in Kyoto City, "Daddy, this is my future husband, your future son-in-law. My fiancé is in the news. I have great taste. He is extraordinary." A little girl with two high ponytails burst into the living room, her round eyes gleaming with excitement as she held a tablet. In the living room, a middle-aged man was conversing with an elderly gentleman. Observing his daughter's carefree and loud antics, the middle-aged man's eyelids twitched in response. Mr. Su, I will come again another day." The elderly man seemingly sensed the change in atmosphere, hastily stood up, slightly bowing to the middle-aged man, and promptly exited. Despite being the chairman of a publicly listed company, he understood that Mr. Su's family matters were not for him to meddle in. The middle-aged man, known as Su Yuanpeng, pinched the bridge of his nose and forced a smile towards the little girl. "Ching, dear, children should not speak so recklessly. How can you be looking for a husband at your age?" Mr. Su, whose full name was Su Yuanpeng, was the chairman of the Su Group, an absolute leader in the business realm. However, no matter how elevated his status in the corporate world, at home, he remained subject to the whims of his daughter. Su Qingqing had always been a handful. Despite being a girl, she was far more mischievous than any boy. He had gone to great lengths to obtain a breeding permit for peacocks, only to have his daughter wreak havoc on them, often leaving their tails in tatters. Not to mention the dogs in the estate, which were frequently chased around by Su Qingqing, trampling over flower beds. After entering elementary school, Su Qingqing had settled down somewhat. Yet, during a knowledge competition at school, she developed an infatuation with a boy named Liang. This obsession led her to insist on transferring schools for an entire semester. Su Qingqing had initially attended an elite primary school, but ultimately, she was transferred to a key primary school in Kyoto City to be in the same class as Liang. Although the key primary school was still a good institution, its facilities were incomparable to those of the elite school. Su Yuanpeng had thought that, after a few days of hardship, his daughter would cry and beg to return to the elite school. However, as she progressed into the third grade, Su Qingqing only became more enthusiastic, her fascination with the boy named Liang growing deeper. Alas, the tears of this father, Su Yuanpeng, could only flow inward. What situation this was? Chapter 86. Have the midnight snacks been devoured? Lu Tao felt a twinge of rebelliousness against her mentors. Dad, I understand that every father tends to view his daughter as an eternally youthful girl, sighed Su Qingqing, patting Su Yuanpeng's shoulder with mock seriousness. However, daughters inevitably grow up. Rest assured, I believe Liang will take good care of me in your stead. Indeed, to a certain extent, Su Qingqing's words held merit. Or perhaps not. You are merely 8 years old, young lady. Even at 18, such sentiments would seem rather premature. Su Yuanpeng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet he found himself unable to muster any frustration towards his cherished daughter. When it came to moral character, the way Su Yuanpeng raised his daughter could only be described in 2 words: spoiled to the heavens. Well, Qingqing, once you grow up, you will encounter many wonderful young men. Su Yuanpeng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to counsel his daughter. If his subordinates and business partners were to witness the typically stern Su Yuanpeng exhibiting such a demeanor, they would likely be left in astonishment. No, I firmly believe Liang is the most perfect man in the world. Su Qingqing shook her head, handing her tablet to Su Yuanpeng. Dad, look. Even Kyoto University is in a frenzy over Liang and Eagle Sauce's enterprise. Su Yuanpeng glanced at the news on his daughter's tablet, raising an eyebrow. He was aware of the Kyoto University patent retraction incident, but for someone of his stature, it was merely a trivial matter that did not warrant much attention. However, to suggest that the young boy Liang had any connection to the patent retraction seemed rather far-fetched. Qingqing, this news must be false, right? Su Yuanpeng chakilraidi. In these times, the internet is rife with misinformation. Absolutely not. Dad, take a closer look. The article even includes a photo of Liang's silhouette. I would never mistake him. As she spoke, Su Qingqing rummaged through her phone, revealing a background photo of Liang. Su Yuanpeng was taken aback, his expression swiftly turning serious. Qingqing, what have I told you? You must not take pictures of others without their consent. Do you understand? Su Qingqing did. Exasperative. Dad, look closely. This is a photo I inadvertently took during our spring outing. If you zoom in, you can see other classmates beside him. All right then. Su Yuanpeng cast a wary glance at his daughter. Even if it was an accidental photo, secretly treasuring it raises some concerns. Nevertheless, upon scrutinizing the image Su Qingqing had captured, he noticed a striking resemblance to the figure in the news. Perhaps it's just a case of marketing accounts appropriating images. What a coincidence! Should I investigate further? Su Yuanpeng pondered, knowing several individuals at Kyoto University and that he could easily inquire about the matter. After placating Su Qingqing and sending her off to bed, he finally found some peace and dialed a number. Hello, is this Principal Hao? This is Su Yuanpeng. I would like to inquire if you know a boy named Liang. On the other end, Principal Hao of Kyoto University seemed preoccupied, taking a while before responding. Mr. Su, my apologies. I was just dealing with some reporters. Liang, I've not heard that name. Of course. Su Yuanpeng chuckled softly, inwardly mocking himself for nearly being ensnared by his daughter's claims. However, He was taken aback when Principal Hao continued, "Recently, there has been a boy gaining quite the popularity at our school. Everyone calls him Little Child Bro. His roasted goose legs are truly exceptional. I've even secretly bought some from a snack street." "The snack street roasted goose legs?" Su Yuanpeng furrowed his brows. Thanks to Su Qingqing's admiration for Liang, he had inquired about Liang's background and learned that his father had made a living selling roasted goose legs. "Are you referring to the roasted goose legs from Di Shang Snack Street? Li Ji roasted goose legs?" Su Yuanpeng pressed further. "Mr. Su has tried them too?" Principal Hao chuckled. "Little Child Bro's roasted goose legs are truly remarkable then. Does this mean the reports online are indeed true? Are you referring to the reports suggesting our school retracted patents en masse due to Little Child Bro?" Principal Hao hesitated, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Although that article may have exaggerated a bit, it cannot be denied that many professors and students retracted their patents due to him, thankfully. The City Life newspaper retracted those articles on their own. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the media and would worry about affecting Little Child Bro's life. As Principal Hao spoke, his tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Mr. Su, I'm sharing this with you out of respect for our past relationship. I trust your integrity and hope you will not disclose this matter." "Of course not." Su Yuanpeng nodded. As the chairman of the Su Group, he would never gossip about internal matters at Kyoto University. After engaging in casual conversation with Principal Hao, Su Yuanpeng hung up the phone, swallowing hard. His eyes filled with astonishment. That utterly ridiculous report was indeed true. The boy named Liang had genuinely captivated all of Kyoto University. In Su Yuanpeng's eyes, this achievement was not particularly significant. However, Liang was merely an 8-year-old child, born into an ordinary family, yet he wielded such remarkable influence at such a tender age. It was hard to fathom what heights he might reach in the future. When I was 8, I could only amuse myself by burning matchsticks with a magnifying glass. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he drank it in one go, contemplating for a moment before dialing Principal Hao and Oppo's number again. At 2:30 in the morning, within the medical laboratory of Kyoto University, after delivering yet another round of midnight snacks, Liang and Li Xiangdong headed home. Meanwhile, Professor Wang and the others showed no intention of resting. The entire laboratory was brightly lit, with everyone diligently continuing their research. Lu Tao stared at the lines of code on the screen, her brow furrowed in frustration. Despite being a provincial champion, she was still merely an undergraduate, and participating in this level of development was proving to be quite challenging. After working tirelessly, Lu Tao felt as if her brain cells were nearly extinguished, her mind foggy, and her progress at a standstill. Gurgle at that moment, Lu Tao's stomach audibly protested. Beyond physical labor, mental exertion also demanded considerable energy, leaving one feeling famished. With a sigh, Lu Tao rose from her seat and made her way to the snack area where the midnight treats brought by Liang and Li Xiangdong were piled high for the researchers to enjoy. "Lu, don't just stare." However, just as Lu Tao approached the snack area, Professor Wu, toothpick in hand, ambled towards her. "The roasted goose legs and crucian carp soup are all gone. All that's left is mint cake," he said, punctuating his statement with a satisfied belch. Lu Tao's expression darkened as she gazed at the contented Professor Wu, feeling a surge of rebelliousness towards her mentors. Chapter 87. Could it be that Lu, the junior, is also a peculiar one? "Lu, did your professors in the department not teach you that one must first satisfy their hunger before exerting oneself?" Professor Wu remarked, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose and spread his hands. "These treats are not solely for my consumption. Old Wang is the one who devours the most. Why not try the mint cake?" Lu Tao glanced at the nearly untouched mint cake, her teeth itching with curiosity. Although the mint cake, crafted by a child, appeared exquisitely delicate, she doubted its taste would be particularly pleasing. Such traditional confections, especially with a mint flavor, seemed rather unappealing to the modern palate. Nevertheless, having something to eat was better than having nothing at all. Reluctantly, Lu Tao picked up a piece of the mint cake and popped it into her mouth, not expecting it to be delicious, but merely hoping to quell her hunger. However, as she bit into it, her eyes sparkled with surprise. This mint cake did not have the powdery texture that crumbles and clogs the throat. Instead, it was soft and slightly chewy. While it could not compare to the delightful springiness of glutinous rice cakes or the likes of donkey rolls, it was still satisfyingly resilient. Liang's mint cake was not overly sweet, yet with each bite, a refreshing sensation spread from her tongue, invigorating her senses. Ah! Achoo! Lu Tao instinctively covered her mouth as she sneezed. Upon reopening her eyes, she felt as if the laboratory lights had become significantly brighter. Had someone adjusted the brightness? Or was it merely her vision that had sharpened? This mint cake was truly remarkable. It tasted surprisingly good, although the mint's afterkick was somewhat overwhelming. Yet, as she regained her composure, there was an addictive quality to it. Why is my mind racing so quickly? Goodness, I feel a surge of excitement. Lu Tao was astonished to discover that after consuming a piece of mint cake, the potent mint flavor had revitalized her in the dead of night, even enlivening her previously sluggish thoughts. Fatigue vanished, and her spirits soared. The effects of this mint cake seemed far superior to that of a bitter cup of coffee. This mint cake is exceptional. Lu Tao glanced at Professor Wu, who had wandered off, and discreetly stashed 4 pieces of mint cake, wrapped in a napkin, into her pocket. She had a premonition that this mint cake would become an invaluable strategic resource in the laboratory. As the night wore on, even the most seasoned researchers burning the midnight oil began to feel drowsy. Yawns echoed throughout the lab, and Zhang Shan encountered a particularly challenging problem. Pulling at his hair in frustration, a glimmer of sweat forming on his forehead, just as he contemplated tearing out another handful of hair for a jolt of energy. His peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Tao. Wait, what? Zhang Shan was taken aback. There was Lu Tao, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed, a faint smile adorning her lips, exuding an air of effortless composure. Zhang Shan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and hesitantly approached her. Lu, do you often stay up late? It's nearly 4 in the morning, yet you appear so vibrant. Previously, Zhang Shan had endured sleepless nights for research, managing to go 2 or 3 days without rest. Yet regardless of how resilient one is, one's condition inevitably declines. He had never encountered anyone like Lu Tao, who seemed to thrive the longer she stayed awake. Instead of answering directly, Lu Tao scanned the room to ensure no one was watching her, then whispered, "Senior, you must try the mint cake brought by the child." Huh? Zhang Shan frowned. What does mint cake have to do with working efficiently during late hours? Lu Tao and Appo's words seemed disjointed. Nevertheless, captivated by the conviction in her eyes, he trudged over to the snack area and sampled a piece of red bean-filled mint cake. Wow! Zhang Shan inhaled sharply, feeling as if the air he had drawn in could freeze in his mouth. Half a minute later, he sprinted back to his workstation, invigorated and ready to tackle his tasks. Gradually, more researchers began to discover the miraculous benefits of the mint cake. Professor Wang, after indulging in the mint cake, felt as if he could conquer the world. As the mint cake rapidly disappeared, by 5:30 in the morning, it was finally all consumed. What now? Without the mint cake, I'm starting to feel drowsy. Let me stifle a yawn. Don't yawn. If you do, I want to yawn too. One colleague exclaimed. I just drank 2 cans of Red Bull, but it pales in comparison to the mint cake. Don't even get me started. I had a cup of espresso earlier, and compared to the mint cake, it felt like a sedative, nearly putting me to sleep. Who would have thought someone who doesn't tea even like mint, would become so addicted to the mint cake? What are we going to do now? The shortage of mint cake plunged the previously orderly and industrious laboratory into a minor crisis. After all, everyone had experienced the exhilarating boost in productivity that the mint cake provided, and reverting to a mundane state was psychologically challenging. Fortunately, Professor Wang made a swift decision, instructing someone to procure a large quantity of mint-flavored gum from a vending machine, which helped stabilize the morale. Did I just doze off? How did everyone consume so much mint cake while I was gone? Lu Tao chuckled awkwardly as she slipped out of the laboratory. She quickly darted into the stairwell. Fortunately, I saved half a piece of mint cake. Lu Tao retrieved the mint cake, wrapped in a napkin from her pocket, and gently unwrapped it. She could almost savor the refreshing scent of mint. She popped the mint cake in her mouth and gave herself a motivational pat on the chest. Let us go. Taozi, you can do this. Speak through your progress and surpass those graduate students and PhD candidates. Lu Tao, filled with determination, strode out of the stairwell. Little did she realize that in the corner, CFA was huddled against the wall, clutching a treasured half-leg of goose, shivering in silence. Arriving in the stairwell earlier than Lu Tao, CFA was there to sneak a bite of the mint cake, but rather to indulge in the half-leg of goose he had hidden in his bag. Seeing Lu Tao enter, he, who had already been misjudged as eccentric by her, dared not make a sound, holding his breath as he concealed himself in the corner. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently witnessed Lu Tao and Appo's enthusiastic self-motivation after consuming the mint cake. Could it be that Lu, the junior, is also a peculiar one? Why do I say also? Chapter 88. The mint cake craving has struck. Hurry, someone, bring the mint cake to my lips. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, and Liang, still in a daze, opened his eyes. It was 6:30 in the morning. He yawned, realizing he had overslept and it was time to get to work. In the coming days, he not only had to deliver meals to the laboratory at Kyoto University, but also had to continue with his system tasks, resulting in an extraordinarily heavy workload. After splashing some water on his face to invigorate himself, Li On dashed to his parents' bedroom. Li Xiangdong was still sleeping soundly, snoring thunderously. Seizing the opportunity while Li Xiangdong's mouth was wide open, Liang stuffed a piece of mint cake into his father's mouth. Ugh! What is this? Li Xiangdong jolted awake, springing up from the bed. You little rascal, are you trying to kill me? The combination of waking up and the minty flavor instantly ignited Li Xiangdong's fury. In a flash, a dark shadow whipped towards Liang like a lash. Quick to react, Liang ducked and pointed at Zhang Yan, who was still fast asleep beside them. Li Xiangdong paused, then understood Li Ang's intention. Liang had chosen this method to wake him up without disturbing Zhang Yan. Little rascal, I'll spare you this time. But if you dare shove mint cake into my mouth again, I'll add mustard to your toothpaste. Li Xiangdong, Isa, baring his teeth and gesturing for Liang to leave the room. After brushing his teeth, Li Xiangdong still felt the lingering mint flavor in his mouth. He truly disliked mint and could hardly tolerate its taste. However, he had to admit that Li Ang's mint cake was rather invigorating. Although it was icy on the tongue when eaten, it left a delightful sweetness upon swallowing. In fact, he felt a faint impulse to have another piece of mint cake. Once the father and son had washed up and had a simple breakfast, they set off on their tricycle towards the Dishing Snack Street. Orders needed to be placed, and cooking had to begin. The snack stall was the source of income for the Li family, and business had to be conducted. Yet today, Liang intended to take charge in the kitchen himself. After all, he had unlocked a new skill that could enhance his profit margins, prompting Li Xiangdong to once again become his assistant in roasting goose legs. While roasting the goose legs and preparing jujube cakes, Liang also continued making mint cakes. Task: toiling from dusk till dawn. Task progress: 0. The host has sold a total of 3,000 pieces of mint cake. As of now, there had been no progress in the system tasks. Delivering late-night snacks to Kyoto University was complimentary and did not count towards task completion, which left Liang feeling somewhat troubled. To expedite the task progress, he hoped to sell more mint cakes during the early rush hour at the snack stall. With nimble fingers, even while multitasking, Liang executed each cooking operation with precision and speed, leaving Li Xiangdong astonished at his son and Appo's apparent culinary improvement after just a few days. As the clock approached 7:10, the crowd at the snack street began to swell. Soon, a line began to form in front of Liang's stall. There were office workers and local residents alike. Although goose legs were somewhat greasy for breakfast, their deliciousness was undeniable. Additionally, Liang was selling jujube cakes, a beloved breakfast for the older generation in Kyoto, absolutely delightful. Before long, Liang had sold 20 portions of goose legs and over 30 pounds of jujube cakes, achieving a strong start. However, while the goose legs and jujube cakes sold like hotcakes, the mint cakes languished in dismal sales. Eating mint cake for breakfast felt rather out of place, and one curious old man who bought a piece was nearly driven to dance in the street from the experience. Hey there, starting early today? Just as Liang fretted over the lack of sales for mint cakes, a familiar voice rang out. He looked up to see a tall male student standing at a stall. Wasn't this the center from the Kyoto University basketball team? Here to buy goose legs? How many would you like? Liang smiled, recognizing the acquaintance. The center shook his head, then unshouldered his backpack, retrieving a large cloth bag and stuffing it into Liang's hands. The bag felt heavy, weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Liang opened it to find it filled with bright red bills. He was momentarily taken aback. "Here, young man. This is a token of appreciation from the students at Kyoto University. I'm here as a representative," the center said earnestly. "We all know your mother has been struggling after her heart surgery, and we're quite concerned. So the student council organized a fundraiser overnight. The collection is ongoing, and you can keep this for now. I'll bring more donations later." "Stop right there." Liang raised a hand in a gesture for pause, his expression serious. Sighing internally, he replied slowly, "I appreciate everyone's kindness. This is not mere politeness. I will genuinely remember your goodness. However, Professor Wang did not charge us for the surgery. Please take this money back." Did Liang need money? To some extent, he certainly did. After all, he wished to provide a better home for his family, drive a better car, and live a better life. But he firmly believed he could achieve this goal through his own efforts. Moreover, his family was not destitute or in dire straits. The students meant well, but Liang was not one to unscrupulously amass wealth without boundaries or principles. If there were to be donations, they should go to Professor Wang's research team, not to him. "Child, we have the means. There is no need for this," Li Xiangdong interjected, taking the money bag and attempting to return it. The center opened his mouth to protest, but Liang lightly quipped, "If you insist on pushing this back, I might just set up a stall at the entrance of Qingbei University." The center jolted, hastily closing his mouth. Seeing his reaction, Liang nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, would you like a goose leg?" "My treat." "Absolutely." The center nodded vigorously. By 8:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, the morning rush for breakfast had subsided. Liang and Li Xiangdong quickly tidied up the stall and prepared to deliver the food supplies to Kyoto University. "Everyone has worked hard. This morning, I made jujube cakes, goose legs, and mint cakes for you all." As Liang pushed open the laboratory door, he found everyone immediately pausing their work, their eyes gleaming as they turned to him in unison. "Hey, do you have mint cakes?" "I want some mint cake." Professor Wu suddenly emerged, grasping Liang's hands tightly. "Mint cake. Oh no, little brother is here. Mint cake. My mint cake has finally arrived. I can't take it anymore. I'm craving mint cake. Hurry. Bring a piece to my lips, quickly." Professor Wu's fervent behavior instantly triggered a chain reaction, causing a large group of faculty and students to gather around, creating a rather bizarre scene. Liang feared they might just mistake him for a mint cake in the next moment. Speaking of which, why was the mint cake struggling in sales at the stall, yet so popular in the laboratory? Liang scratched his head, unable to fathom the mystery. Chapter 89. Disappointing sales. Is mint cake really so hard to sell? Mint cake. As much as you want. Currently, Liang's stock is predominantly mint cake. In the morning, to meet the task deadline, he prepared a substantial amount. He even asked Li Xiangdong to help him move it several times, creating a mountain of mint cake before everyone. Their eyes widened in astonishment. To them, this was not merely a delectable dessert. It represented work efficiency, a source of motivation, and a pillar of support. "I'll take 10 pieces. No one dare snatch them from me. I'll take 20 pieces. What the hell? Someone is using a backpack. Have some decency. Hey, you there. Why are you pulling out a urea bag? Don't tell me you plan to use that to carry mint cake. How disgraceful." The laboratory staff rushed in a frenzy, finally able to relax after a tense night. While the mint cake was delightful, it wasn't a miracle cure. Realizing the underlying obsession with the mint cake, Liang furrowed his brow and said, "Rest is essential. Relying solely on mint cake to sustain us will ultimately take a toll on our health." Although the research progress of the laboratory staff was directly linked to when Zhang Yan could undergo heart surgery, Liang did not want them to exhaust themselves or develop lasting health issues. "Don't worry, we're seasoned night owls. We have our tricks." Li Si from the materials department chimed in, stuffing a piece of mint cake into his mouth while pulling out a roasted goose leg from a disposable plastic container. "For instance, I take a 15-minute nap after every hour of work. It greatly conserves sleep time while ensuring I stay energized." Lian chuckled softly. After all, in his previous life, he was considered an academic elite, and he had heard of the peculiar habits of such individuals. However, he firmly believed that maintaining a regular sleep schedule was paramount. Rather than extending work hours, enhancing work efficiency was far more crucial. After reiterating his advice, Liang and Li Xiangdong finally called it a day and returned to the snack street. At noon, a long line had formed in front of Li Ji's roasted goose leg stall, as usual. Besides diligently grilling goose legs, Liang did not forget to make more mint cake. Although its sales were lackluster, the laboratory's demand was high. By 8 in the evening, after the dinner rush had subsided, Liang had delivered a whopping 8 large boxes of mint cake to the laboratory. However, the sales to passers-by were far from ideal. After working hard all day, he had only sold about 100 portions of mint cake. To be honest, while this volume would be acceptable for a regular pastry stall, such a pace would render the completion of the system task a distant dream. Let us pack it up. It an amp. Oppos. It's time to head home and rest. Li Xiangdong called out as the number of customers dwindled around 8 and Oppos clock. Traditionally, Li Xiangdong would keep his stall open until 1 or 2 in the morning. But seeing his son's exhaustion tugged at his heartstrings. After pondering for a moment, Liang could only nod in agreement. By night, the number of customers seeking mint cake had diminished even further. Since 6 and amp, Oppo's clock, not a single portion had been sold, and continuing to operate the stall seemed unnecessary. Today's net profit, 122 yuan. The system activated the profit calculation, doubling the earnings. The doubled earnings have been deposited into the host's system account. After closing up, Li Xiangdong and Li Ong were greeted with a system notification. Since the roasted goose legs were now part of an experimental project with Kyoto Agricultural University, Liang's procurement cost was 0, making the profits quite substantial. Not to mention, Liang had delivered meals to Kyoto University several times today, consuming a good amount of time. If Liang dedicated himself entirely to cooking and added high-profit dishes like wufu dumplings, earning 10 to 20,000 in a day would be a breeze. Alas, what to do with all this mint cake? Li Xiangdong packed the last foam box of mint cake, covered it with cloth, and sighed. Given the high demand from Kyoto University, Liang had made far too much mint cake. These treats could only last 2 to 3 days at most. If left longer, they would lose moisture and taste. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Li Xiangdong might have to help consume the leftovers. Thinking of the taste of mint cake, Li Xiangdong grimaced, yet his mouth watered slightly. It seemed his feelings towards mint cake were quite contradictory. On the tricycle ride home, Liang absent-mindedly popped a lollipop into his mouth. Ever since unlocking the system, he had been progressing rapidly, completing task after task. Little did he expect to hit a snag with something as trivial as mint cake. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't unlock new dishes until the start of the school term. Since the main quest cannot progress, he would have to rely on side quests for system rewards. However, side quests were random, and there was no telling when they would appear. Sometimes 3 would pop up within an hour, and other times a week would pass without a single one. In essence, the triggering of side quests relied solely on luck, which was infuriating. As Li Ong fretted over this, Li Xiangdong's tricycle stopped at a traffic light. Watching the lengthy countdown of 90 seconds, Li Ong's lips twitched. Was this what meant to be out of luck? Had his previous streak of good fortune led to this period of misfortune? As per the law of conservation of luck? Xiaomi, where are you? At that moment, a young girl was looking around, calling out, and walking toward them. Xiaomi? Did this girl lose her cat? Curiosity piqued, Liang glanced at her. The girl noticed his gaze and quickly approached. He observed that she wore a student badge from Kyoto Aviation University, Qingbei. She must have lost her pet cat after participating in an event, forgetting to remove her badge while searching. It was quite a distance from Kyoto Aviation University to here. Her search radius was extensive. Excuse me, have you seen? Qingbei began to ask Liang, but before she could finish, he shook his head. Sorry, I haven't seen your Xiaomi at all. Qingbei paused, then sighed gently, her expression tinged with melancholy. Liang remained silent. He could empathize with her feelings. In his previous life, he had owned a large wolf dog. Every weekend, he would leash the dog, put on a muzzle, and take it to the countryside to frolic while he chased after it in delight. Those were indeed joyful times. Oh, what am I to do about my Xiaomi? Am I going to have to buy another one? My scatterbrained tendency. Hearing Qingbei's lament, Liang was taken aback. From her words, It seemed she had lost more than one cat. As a pet owner, Chun Lingfei was rather irresponsible. Cats that escape into the streets struggle to survive and may even cause disturbances. If you're so prone to losing your cats, perhaps it's best you not keep them at all? Just as Liang was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed Chun Lingfei's nose twitching suddenly. Mint? Young man, do you sell mint cake here? Chun Lingfei's inquiry left Li Xiangdong astonished. This girl's sense of smell is quite extraordinary, isn't it? This mint cake has been carefully tucked away in the phone box. Can she truly detect it? Chapter 90. Oh no, I forgot to get this girl's contact information. Is it really mint cake? Chun Lingfei's eyes sparkled with excitement. I adored mint cake as a child. But as I grew up, I discovered that it was hard to find. There are still some vendors in East City Alley, but the taste is simply. With that, Chun Lingfei shook her head, wearing an expression of disdain. East City Alley is quite a renowned spot in Kyoto, yet as the number of tourists increased, the flavors there have become rather bland, losing their original charm, and the prices have risen considerably. Locals no longer frequent East City Alley for snacks. This phenomenon is quite common. Many traditional delicacies are gradually fading from public view. When one day, people suddenly crave a childhood favorite, they find that after scouring the city, the authentic taste has long vanished. Boss, please give me 2 pieces of mint cake to try. I can smell the authenticity of your flavor. Chun Lingfei exclaimed eagerly, momentarily forgetting about losing her little me hearing someone order mint cake. Li Xiangdong beamed with joy. If someone buys an extra piece of mint cake, it means less for him, which is certainly a cause for celebration. Before long, Li Xiangdong, wearing disposable gloves, picked out 2 pieces of original mint cake, placed them in an oil paper bag, and handed them to Chun Lingfei. She took a small bite, then proceeded to shove both pieces into her mouth at once. Watching her cheeks bulge like a chipmunk, Li Xiangdong shivered. How overpowering must that flavor be? If he were to eat like that, he would surely perish on the spot. Boss, this mint cake is divine. Quickly, give me 5 pounds. No, 10 pounds. I want to take some home for my parents to try. To be honest, the mint cake made by Li Ong differs from the one in Chun Lingfei's memories. After all, the traditional mint cake of Kyoto is not truly authentic. Strictly speaking, it is a Su-style pastry. Nevertheless, regardless of whether this mint cake resembles her cherished memories, its deliciousness is undeniable. Hence, Chun Lingfei immediately placed a substantial order. Though 10 pounds is a lot, she figured her family of 3 could finish it in one evening. Logically, having someone purchase 10 pounds of mint cake is certainly a reason to celebrate. However, Liang's expression remained indifferent. Honestly, he held no fondness for Chun Lingfei. Oblivious to Liang's demeanor, she rummaged through her belongings and finally pulled out her phone from her back pocket, scanning to make the payment. Boss, I've just transferred the money, Chun Lingfei cheerfully remarked after finally swallowing all the mint cake. However, at that very moment, her expression froze, and she stared incredulously at her phone. What's wrong, girl? Did the taste of the mint cake overwhelm your senses? Li Xiangdong said helplessly. No matter how much you love mint cake, you shouldn't consume it like that. Yet, Chun Lingfei dismissed his words. Her face gradually flushed, and she excitedly clutched her phone to her chest. Little me, I found you, little me. Why didn't you respond when I called? Don't you have a voice assistant feature? Huh? This sudden twist left Liang's brain overloaded. Wait a minute. You're calling little me? Not your pet cat, but your phone? Liang felt a wave of confusion. What on earth? No wonder Chun Lingfei mentioned she had lost several little mis. It turned out she was referring to her phone. Moreover, isn't your phone right there in your back pocket? How could you possibly lose it? It's like searching for a lantern while holding one. While Liang has occasionally experienced moments of folly, such as searching for his phone while holding it, Chun Lingfei's situation was simply absurd. Huh? Chun Lingfei paused at Liang's teasing. I never said little me was a cat. It and amp, Oppos, that's the name I gave to my phone and amp. Oppos, as voice assistant. I can't take care of a pet. With my memory, I'd probably forget to feed it and it would faint from hunger. Well, it seems Chun Lingfei has a sense of self-awareness. Liang was thoroughly charmed by this girl. In terms of being scatterbrained, Chun Lingfei stood as the foremost among those he knew. Hee little me. Chun Lingfei beamed as she called out to her phone. At that moment, the phone responded, Hey, I'm here. Chun Lingfei pouted in complaint. I called you so many times, and you didn't respond. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you? If I had to buy a new phone, I wouldn't have any pocket money left for food this month. Leon glanced at Chun Lingfei's figure. She is quite well developed. Perhaps that's why the soundproofing is so effective, causing the phone to be muffled in her back pocket. Of course, Leon would never voice this theory, lest he be labeled a pervert. Young lady, your mint cake, 10 pounds and a bit more, consider a gift. Li Xiangdong smiled as he packaged 2 large bags of mint cake and handed them to Chun Lingfei, who left joyfully with her treat. Oh no, I forgot to get this girl's contact information. Li Xiangdong suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Dad, could you please repeat what you just said? Liang squinted as he opened the voice recorder on his phone. Now he had gathered evidence to report back to Zhang Yan. You little rascal, where is your mind? Li Xiangdong shot Liang a glare. I simply noticed how much that girl loves mint cake and was thinking of cultivating a regular customer. Otherwise, who would buy all those mint cakes you make every day? As Li Xiangdong and Liang conversed, a truck horn blared behind them. Has the red light turned green? Just as Li Xiangdong was about to move the vehicle, a head peeked out from the truck driver's seat. Boss, what are you selling? The truck driver's eyes were fixated on Li Xiangdong's 3-wheeled cart. Is it mint cake? Give me a pound. I'll need it to keep me awake for my night shift. Both Li Xiangdong and Liang were taken aback. A customer has come knocking? It seems tonight is a fortuitous night for mint cake. After packaging a pound of mint cake for the truck driver, Li Xiangdong mounted his 3-wheeler but hesitated to drive off, as if pondering something. Dad, shall we take a little detour and see if there are more opportunities for selling mint cake? In business, one must learn to seize the moment. With fortune favoring us now, it's best to work overtime and earn a little extra. Tomorrow, the market might not be as favorable. However, according to Liang's analysis, sales prospects outside of Dishing Snack Street might actually be better for objective reasons. After all, Dishing Snack Street primarily features barbecue snacks, and most patrons enter with those cravings, likely overlooking the mint cake. On the main street, the diversity of customer demand is far greater, allowing for more encounters with those interested in mint cake. All right then, let us keep selling for another hour or two. Li Xiangdong nodded, wanting Liang to return home early to rest. After another hour or two of work, regardless of sales, they could head home. The father and son reached a consensus, and Liang even crafted a cardboard sign reading Li's mint cake to hang on the 3-wheeler. Thus, Li Xiangdong steered his cart towards the distant flickering of neon lights. Chapter 91. Is everyone nowadays insomnia? Mint cake for sale. Mint cake. Free of charge for those without a crown. Li Xiangdong pedaled his tricycle around the North Lake commercial district of Kyoto City. Surprisingly, there were quite a number of customers buying mint cakes. The buyers varied greatly, from those who had just finished entertaining their superiors and wished to sober up, to young people exiting bars, ready to continue their revelry, and even students rushing down from their apartments to purchase mint cakes before school resumed. At night, when one would typically indulge in a restful slumber, the number of customers seeking mint cakes surpassed that of the daytime. It seemed that modern individuals were burdened with immense pressure. After a day filled with studies and work, the night became their sole opportunity for personal enjoyment, prompting many to resist the allure of sleep. As each mint cake was sold, those burning the midnight oil for various reasons found themselves experiencing unexpected delights. Indeed, some even stumbled upon unforeseen surprises due to the mint cakes. Drunkenly, Luda, clutching a bag of mint cakes, stumbled to his doorstep, fumbling for his keys. He was startled when the door suddenly swung open. A young girl with dyed blonde hair greeted him with a beaming smile. Brother, you and Appos. Reback. That affectionate call of brother warmed Lu Da's heart. In his youth, he had been a dedicated worker, a diligent overtime employee, and, as a Beijing expatriate, the heavy work pressure had left him little time for romance. It wasn't until he turned 38 that he finally ascended to a managerial position and began contemplating marriage. Half a year ago, during a brief foray into matchmaking, he met this blonde-haired girl, Li Qian, despite being 15 years his junior. Her youthful beauty and charm melted Luda and Appos. As resolve. Recently, he had resolved to marry Li Qian and bring joy to his parents with grandchildren. Brother, take a seat. I'll prepare some foot-soak water for you, she said, helping him into the house and settling him on the sofa before sashaying away. With thoughts of their wedding night swirling in his mind, Luda felt himself getting carried away. Calm down, he admonished himself as he exhaled a cloud of alcohol-laden breath. I need a mint cake to cool my head. He tore open the plastic bag, pinched a mint cake, and popped it into his mouth. Huh, no flave? He wondered if the sellers had duped him. If he encountered them again, he would surely have words with them. Luda muttered as he shoved another cake into his mouth, and then another. Unbeknownst to him, the inebriation dulled his taste buds. Nevertheless, the mint cake's effect would not diminish due to his inability to perceive its flavor. The potency of 3 mint cakes surged forth, cutting through the drunken haze and enveloping Luda in an indescribable wave of clarity. He sat upright on the sofa, nearly losing his balance, as the room spun disorientingly. Yet, after a brief moment, he felt remarkably lucid. 3 mint cakes actually sobered me up. Luda was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a revelation. He resolved to recommend the mint cakes to his friends the following day. They were an indispensable tool for social gatherings. Just then, Li Qian reappeared, carrying a basin of foot soak water. Luda intended to sit up and converse with her, but she merely snorted, muttering under her breath, "What a useless old man," lying on the sofa like a dead pig. "My boyfriend can drink much more than you." Luda felt as if lightning had struck him. Li Qian had always been compliant, so he was bewildered by this sudden change in demeanor. Old man, at 38, he hardly considered himself ancient. But that was not the crux of the matter. Boyfriend? In shock, Luda promptly closed his eyes and feigned drunken slumber. Li Qian apruaka, glancing at Luda, who seemed to be snoring lightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he fell asleep. Otherwise, I would have to wash his feet for real. She casually pulled a chair closer, watching Luda for a moment before turning to the young man who had just emerged from the bedroom. Fei, Li Qian, how much longer will you be entangled with this old guy? The young man, sporting curly hair and thin-rimmed glasses, took a long drag from his e-cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at Luda. Not long. Once we're married, I'll divorce him and take his money. Isn't that the current trend? Li Qian Ruplia, rolling her eyes. Suddenly, she lowered her voice, saying, "By the way, let me show you the surprise I have for you." With that, she unfastened her belt, revealing a vibrant butterfly tattoo on her abdomen. This is good, quite thrilling. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged forward. Wait, he's still asleep. Li Qian playfully protested, yet her body responded eagerly. Luda could no longer contain himself and sprang up. The sight of him, thought to be in a deep slumber, startled both Li Qian and the young man. All right, let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding," the young man stammered, attempting to flee. However, he failed to notice the basin of foot-soaked water that Li Qian had filled, slipping and crashing to the ground. The hot water splashed all over Li Qian, causing her to shriek in surprise. Observing the chaos before him, Luda remained stoic. I have recorded everything. I will consult a lawyer to handle this. I expect all the jewelry and clothing I bought for you to be returned, or I will consider filing a lawsuit for fraud. 10 minutes later, the young man and Li Qian left Luda's home in disarray. Leaning against the sofa, Luda felt a whirlwind of emotions. Who would have thought that at his age, after becoming a leader, he would fall for such a lowly trick? Li Qian and Appo's sweet calls a brother had distracted him from her ulterior motives. If she found his age unappealing, she could have chosen not to pursue a relationship with him. Her intentions were nothing short of theft. It seemed that when it came to marriage, one should not solely focus on appearance and age. True fortune lies in finding someone who genuinely cares. Nevertheless, the revelation of Li Qian's true nature before marriage was a blessing in disguise for Luda, sparing him from financial loss after marriage. Perhaps he should thank the mint cakes for this twist of fate. With a wry smile, Luda reached for another mint cake. As he took a bite, an electrifying sensation coursed through him once again, causing him to convulse on the sofa. Chapter 92. Has this rascal become obsessed with selling goods? Achoo! On the tricycle, Li Ong sneezed, likely because someone was reminiscing about his mint cakes. That rascal! It's quite chilly tonight in early spring, and yet you refuse to wear your thick cotton coat. Li Xiangdong cast a glance at Li Ong, who was only clad in a sweatshirt, admonishing him. It wasn't that Liang was afraid of the cold. Rather, he simply loathed the idea of wearing a children and oppos, as coat adorned with little rabbits. After rummaging through the back seat of the tricycle, Liang wrapped himself in a military coat that he had used alongside Lu Tao and Lu Yue for their stall. Initially, Li Xiangdong and Liang had agreed to operate for just over an hour, yet as the sales of mint cakes surged, a long queue formed, effectively blocking the tricycle and preventing Li Xiangdong from leaving. Furthermore, Liang insisted on selling more before departing, and they found themselves lingering until nearly dawn. However, their efforts bore fruit. They had sold 90% of the mint cakes, leaving only half a box, which was well within the capacity for internal consumption between Liang and Li Xiangdong. As dawn approached, foot traffic on the streets diminished. The father and son duo unanimously decided to return home for some much-needed rest. Li Xiangdong twisted the handle of the electric bike, allowing the brisk night breeze, imbued with a hint of spring chill, to tousle Liang's hair. However, Liang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids heavy. He had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Just as Liang was on the verge of dozing off, Li Xiangdong finally brought the vehicle to a stop beneath their residential complex. Their building was an old, dilapidated structure, inhabited predominantly by elderly residents, with only a few striving young people from other provinces. At this late hour, every household had turned off their lights, casting the complex into a dim twilight. As the pair prepared to unload their goods, Liang noticed, to his surprise, a pancake stand set up at the entrance of the adjacent unit. To the average passerby, it might not raise any eyebrows. After all, there were countless vendors selling pancakes, and one could easily stumble upon a few just by stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes. However, as a seasoned vendor himself, Liang found this pancake stall particularly conspicuous. What a peculiar sight. Typically, food vendors set up in bustling areas. So what was the reasoning behind establishing a stall here? While it was true that some eateries operated within the complex, catering to the residents, they usually closed by nightfall, who would remain open to sell until the early hours. Wasn't that a bit eccentric? Li Xiangdong, too, shot a curious glance at the pancake stall, evidently having never seen this vendor in their neighborhood before. However, in these times, it was not unusual for individuals to seek supplementary income by selling pancakes, and so Li Xiangdong quickly turned his attention back to organizing the supplies on the tricycle. Yawning, Liang was about to avert his gaze when, unexpectedly, a thought bubble appeared above the pancake vendor's head. Ah, it's so cold at this hour. I've been standing here all day, and I can hardly keep my feet beneath me. So exhausting, everything seems to blur before my eyes. The coffee candies in my pocket are nearly gone, but they hardly help. I'm still drowsy. I could really use something to perk me up. At the same time, a side quest notification popped up. Side quest. Revitalize the spirit. Please sell a snack that can invigorate the weary pancake vendor. Quest duration. 1 hour. Quest reward. Golden quality sleep. Upon unlocking golden quality sleep, the host's sleep quality will significantly improve, with doubled recovery speed for stamina and energy during rest. May I ask the host if you wish to accept this quest? Upon seeing the quest reward, Liang felt inclined to voice his discontent. This system, can it truly assign quality to everything, even sleep? Yet, one could not deny that the reward was quite enticing. Being a child, if he allowed himself to sleep, he could easily slumber for 10 hours straight without waking. With golden quality sleep, he could likely feel refreshed after just 4 or 5 hours. Of course, the duration of sleep was not his primary concern. What mattered was the system's description of the doubled recovery speed for energy and stamina. If he were overly fatigued, a single night as sleep would not suffice to rejuvenate his body, leaving him sore and mentally sluggish upon waking. Golden quality sleep would remedy that ailment. Moreover, this was a permanent trait, alleviating any future concerns about insomnia as he matured. This quest was a must-accept. System, I confirm my acceptance of the task. As Liang focused his thoughts, the side quest was successfully claimed. Rascal, what are you staring at this hour? Li Xiangdong patted Liang on the shoulder, signaling him to help carry the remaining mint cakes upstairs. Liang shook his head in response. Dad, I'll complete this last sale before heading up. With that, he made his way toward the pancake stand, clutching the phone box. This boy, has he truly lost his mind over selling? The vendor was there to earn money, and here he was, attempting to sell his snacks in return. Wasn't he that asking for trouble? Li Xiangdong, anxious about the possibility of Liang getting into a scuffle, hurriedly followed. As Liang approached, a look of surprise and urgency flashed across the pancake vendor's face, but it quickly returned to normalcy. "Little friend, what's the matter?" he asked, forcing a smile. "Are you tired from selling pancakes at this late hour? How about a mint cake to perk you up?" Liang said straightforwardly, his innocent gaze fixed on the pancake vendor. The vendor was momentarily taken aback. "I can't accept your offer. You should hurry home and get some sleep. It's too late, and it's dangerous outside." He shook his head. Li Xiangdong stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Liang's shoulders, and smiled apologetically at the vendor. Sorry. My son has become a bit obsessed with selling snacks today. I can assure you, my mint cakes will definitely revive your spirits." Liang insisted, shaking his head, pushing further. There was no way around it. The allure of the system task was too strong, and Liang had no intention of walking away. The vendor was momentarily speechless. At that moment, his Bluetooth headset lit up, indicating an incoming voice call. Startled, the vendor pointed to his ear. "Excuse me, I need to respond to a WeChat message." Once connected, a weary voice came through the earpiece. "Zhenglei, what are you doing? I asked you to set up a pancake stall as a cover, not to actually start selling pancakes. You need to find a way to discreetly clear out the bystanders without revealing your identity." Zhenglei I twitched slightly as he typed a response. "Captain Gao, I'm not the one selling pancakes. It's this kid who insists on selling me a mint cake." "What?" The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. "Are children this bold these days? They're selling snacks, and he's trying to sell you his? That's outrageous." After a moment of silence, Gao finally replied, "If he is selling, then buy one. As long as he finishes selling his mint cakes and leaves, everything will be fine. Remember, even when dealing with the public, do not let down your guard and expose your identity. The suspect may be observing from the shadows." With that, Gao ended the call. Sigh. Zhenglei was utterly speechless. It seemed he had no choice but to purchase the mint cake. As stated in the voice message, Zhenglei's true identity was, in fact, that of a police officer. His presence in the community selling jianbing was merely a guise to surveil criminal suspects preparing for apprehension. Little did he expect to encounter a mischievous child like Liang. Chapter 93. Li Xiangdong's scalp tingled, gray-quality jianbing 3 days prior, a significant theft occurred in Kyoto City. A lone criminal infiltrated a jewelry store, absconding with over 2 million yuan worth of jewels. Throughout the heist, the perpetrator exhibited remarkable composure and efficiency, showing no signs of accomplices. Evidently, he was a seasoned offender, perhaps even a notorious bandit. Following an investigation, the Kyoto City Public Security Bureau preliminarily concluded that the criminal was hiding in this community, biding his time to dispose of the stolen goods. Consequently, over 50 police personnel were deployed within the vicinity, strategizing to apprehend the thief without alarming him, all while ensuring the safety of the residents. The entire neighborhood was effectively ensnared in a web of surveillance. However, an unexpected twist emerged when a mischievous child began conversing with an undercover officer in the area. The saying goes, one action can influence the entire outcome. The undercover officer, Zhenglei, had no choice but to acquiesce to the child's whims and purchase 2 pieces of mint cake. After all, these seemingly trivial morsels could determine the success of his mission. "I'll take 2 pieces of mint cake then," Zhenglei thought, feeling quite exasperated. The child, Liang, was determined to sell the cakes, and Zhenglei realized that refusing him would only prolong the encounter. With a beaming smile, Liang packaged the 2 pieces of mint cake into a plastic bag and handed it to Zhenglei. Zhenglei tied the bag to the cart's handle and waved Liang off. However, Li Xiangdong, perhaps recalling something, hesitated and said, "Young man, could I order a serving of jianbing?" Zhenglei was taken aback, never expecting the father to come into play after successfully dispatching the child. Why would one buy jianbing? After all, he was the one operating a snack stall. As a police officer accustomed to dealing with hardened criminals, Zhenglei momentarily failed to grasp the simple logic of a small business owner. To Li Xiangdong, it was only fair to support the stall. Given that his son was selling mint cake, it was a matter of mutual goodwill. I'm afraid we've run out of jianbing. Zheng Lei coughed lightly, attempting to decline politely. Out. Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow, gesturing toward the ingredients at Zheng Lei's stall. You have everything right here. I've sold Jinbing Guozi myself, I know the drill. No need to be polite, young man. Actually, what I meant is that we're out of lettuce. Oh, Li Xiangdong slapped his thigh and declared, I don't need lettuce for my Jinbing Guozi. Just go ahead and make it for me. As Zheng Lei racked his brain for excuses to refuse, his Bluetooth earpiece buzzed to life. Captain Gao was calling again. Zheng, what is going on over there? Why haven't the civilians left yet? Didn't I tell you that if the child is selling mint cake, you just need to buy it and be done with it? If you're reluctant to spend that money, the Bureau can reimburse you. It's part of the mission expenses. Zheng Lei gritted his teeth and typed a blind reply. Captain Gao, there's a misunderstanding. I've already bought the mint cake, but now they want Jinbing Guozi. Captain Gao responded, exasperated, if they want to buy it, then sell it. After all, you've been trained in making Jinbing Guozi. You can whip it up in 2 minutes. Although Zheng Lei was merely posing as a street vendor to maintain his cover, he knew he must be prepared for unsuspecting customers. The 3-minute Jinbing Guozi training he had received that morning was about to come in handy. He sighed inwardly. In these times, a police officer who cannot make Jinbing Guozi is not a good one. Ending the voice call, Zheng Lei nodded at Li Xiangdong and began preparing the Jinbing Guozi. However, the quality of his preparation was far from commendable. The pancake was misshapen. The eggshells were mixed in with the eggs, and the herbs were limp and lacked crunch. When it came time to apply the sauce, Zheng Lei clumsily slathered it on, nearly turning the whole thing black with sweet bean sauce. Jinbing Guozi, maker, Zheng Lei, quality, gray, poor, though the ingredients for the Jinbing Guozi were adequate. The technique was absurdly flawed, rendering the dish unappetizing even by novice standards. When Zheng Lei presented the Jinbing Guozi to Li Xiangdong, the latter felt a wave of dread wash over him. My goodness, can this even be called Jinbing Guozi? Before you started your business, couldn't you have at least learned the craft? A quick search online would suffice. At the same time, Zheng Lei was sweating profusely, hoping that the Jinbing Guozi was edible enough that he wouldn't have to make another batch. He truly was not skilled in the culinary arts. Both Li Xiangdong and Zheng Lei were internally lamenting, yet they forced smiles to maintain an amicable atmosphere. How much do I owe you? I'll pay using my phone. Li Xiangdong inquired. 20. Zheng Lei replied casually. Li Xiangdong's mouth twitched as he scanned the payment, taking a hearty bite of the Jinbing Guozi. Delicious. He trembled, giving Zheng Lei a thumbs up. Finally, after Li Xiangdong and Li Ong departed, Zheng Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him. With their departure, his eyelids began to droop. Although Li Xiangdong and Li Ong had only just left, he found himself missing the father-son duo. This sentiment was not due to any emotional attachment, but rather the tedium of his undercover mission. To be frank, despite all the officers being on high alert, no one could be certain that the criminal would even show up. Zheng Lei squinted slightly before abruptly widening his eyes. No, if he lost focus, he might just doze off. In the midst of his struggle, Zheng Lei's gaze fell upon the plastic bag of mint cake hanging from the cart. Perhaps a piece wouldn't hurt? After all, he had already bought it. He grabbed a bag and popped a piece of mint cake into his mouth. Suddenly, Zheng Lei and Appo's pupils dilated. The mint cake was incredibly potent. In an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into icy water, jolting his drowsy body awake. Although the mint cake provided a refreshing sensation, it was accompanied by a lingering sweetness of glutinous rice that left him wanting more. Zheng Lei rummaged through the plastic bag, devouring the remaining mint cake, regretting not purchasing more earlier. Just as he was savoring the taste, a figure emerged from the shadows. Fishnet stockings, a red cropped shirt. It appeared to be a boldly dressed young woman. Chapter 94. The mint cake's triumph. What on earth does this uncle do? Is he not cold, wearing so little at night? Zheng Lei cast several glances at the tall girl in revealing attire, shaking his head. In this day and age, those who dress provocatively are not necessarily engaged in dubious professions. They might very well be students. In their quest for individuality, student styles vary greatly, and the girl's outfit would hardly cause a stir even on a university campus. Zheng Lei stretched his limbs and shifted his gaze elsewhere, but in the next moment, he found himself drawn back to the girl. He felt as though he had seen her before. Was she a celebrity? Or perhaps a former classmate? No. While the girl had a sweet appearance, Zheng Lei was certain he did not know anyone resembling her. For some inexplicable reason, he could not shake off this peculiar intuition. His mind began to feverishly rummage through memories, and fortunately, the invigorating scent of mint cake helped him shake off the fatigue of the day. Gradually, a figure began to merge with that of the girl. It was the same figure he had pursued relentlessly in recent days, the jewel thief. Zheng Lei was startled. The thief had concealed their face, rendering identification impossible, yet their mannerisms were distinctly familiar to him. They walked with a slight forward lean, taking small, quick steps with their feet turned outward, their left arm hanging limply by their side. Such habitual postures vary from person to person. But this girl's gait was nearly identical to that of the jewel thief. However, the surveillance footage indicated that the thief was male and slightly shorter than the girl before him, which had prevented Zheng Lei from recognizing her immediately. Determined, Zheng Lei approached the girl, blocking her path. Just as he was about to question her, she suddenly flashed a fierce expression and kicked at him with remarkable speed. Her high heels sliced through the night air like a flash of cold light. Zheng Lei barely had time to react as the kick landed squarely on his chest. The force of the blow tore open the seam of his windbreaker, revealing the stab-proof vest underneath. Had it not been for the vest, her high heel would have surely pierced his chest. With such skill, she could not possibly be just a sweet girl. This girl was indeed the jewel thief. This was irrefutable evidence. Captain Gao, we've identified the suspect. Let's move in. Zheng Lei struggled to rise, relaying the information through his Bluetooth earpiece. The jewel thief's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the impending danger, she turned to flee. At that moment, a large group of police officers emerged from their hiding spots, blocking her escape route. The jewel thief's face went pale as despair washed over her. But then she spotted a man in his 30s wearing cotton slippers emerging from the corridor. Wasn't that the man from earlier? Zheng Lei was momentarily taken aback as Li Xiangdong stepped into view. Having forgotten to lock his electric tricycle, Li had returned. Quick, run over here, Zheng Lei shouted. But the jewel thief simultaneously realized that Li was not a police officer, but an ordinary civilian. A smirk crept onto her lips. If she could take a hostage, perhaps she still had a chance to escape. Without hesitation, the jewel thief discarded her high heels, leaping toward Li Xiangdong. She raised her elbow, aiming a powerful blow to his chest. As Zheng Lei had anticipated, the jewel thief was indeed skilled. She put considerable force into the strike, hoping to incapacitate Li and take him hostage. A loud thud echoed as her elbow struck Li Xiangdong's chest. Zheng Lei clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Despite all his calculations, he had not expected an innocent bystander to be caught in the crossfire. However, in the next moment, Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow and seized the jewel thief by her collar, lifting her off the ground. "Young lady, why resort to violence upon our first meeting? That hurts," he exclaimed, rubbing his chest while speaking sternly. Seeing Li up close, the jewel thief realized just how robust he was. Compared to him, she felt like a mere chick. Had she known, she would have unleashed her full strength from the start. With gritted teeth, she attempted to resist, but Li swiftly captured her arm, restraining her firmly. He had practiced martial arts in his youth, much to her surprise. The jewel thief never imagined that the one who apprehended her would not be a police officer, but an unassuming middle-aged man. This was utterly humiliating. When she ended up in prison and her cellmates asked how she had been captured, she would feel utterly embarrassed. "Hey, young man, you saw it. This girl attacked first. You must testify for me. We need to call the police." Li Xiangdong held the jewel thief firmly, reminding Zheng Lei to serve as a witness. Zheng Lei swallowed hard. "No need to call the police. We are the police. The one you apprehended is a criminal." "What?" Li Xiangdong instinctively looked up, only to realize that a number of plainclothes officers were nearby. He was taken aback. 5 minutes later, the jewel thief was handcuffed and morosely escorted away by 2 officers. As she walked, she glanced back at Li Xiangdong. "Are you a martial arts champion? Or perhaps an undercover officer?" She found it impossible to accept that she had been captured by an ordinary man. After all, she was a notorious criminal who required dozens of officers to apprehend. "Huh?" Li Xiangdong scratched his head. "I'm just a street vendor." His unintentional remark struck like a sharp blow, shattering the jewel thief's confidence completely. With a crash, her spirit crumbled. How could this uncle be merely a small-time merchant? Lowering her head, her wig fell to the ground. Mind your own business. Zheng Lei shouted angrily at the jewel thief. Just accept your fate in prison. Considering your crimes and past record, you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars. As the jewel thief was taken away, Li Xiangdong received reassurances from the officers, who tended to his injuries. Though they were comforting him, their gazes were filled with admiration. With such physical prowess, he could surely excel as a police officer. After confirming that Li had only a bruise on his chest and was otherwise unharmed, the officers prepared to leave. They exchanged contact information with Li and departed in their vehicles, escorting the jewel thief back to the police station. Well done, Xiao Zheng. Captain Gao beamed as he patted Zheng Lei on the shoulder in the police car. We just searched that young woman's belongings. She had a fake bust, a corset, and her face had been altered with professional beauty techniques, including colored contact lenses and prosthetics. To be honest, even sophisticated facial recognition systems would struggle to identify that jewel thief. Yet you spotted the clues. Very impressive. We must hold a commendation ceremony for you. It is essential to acknowledge that the art of makeup is constantly evolving. Some adept individuals can dramatically alter their appearance and physique through makeup techniques, and even employ stretching methods to achieve a temporary increase in height. However, regardless of the extent of disguise, one's gait is notoriously difficult to modify. Zheng Lei, exhibiting remarkable vigilance and acuity during an entire day of intense surveillance, meticulously observed the walking patterns of seemingly innocent passersby, ultimately leading to the apprehension of a jewel thief, making him the principal contributor to this successful operation. At this juncture, Zheng Lei shyly touched his nose and remarked, Captain Gao, I must express my gratitude to that little child's mint cake. Oh, Captain Gao paused momentarily. Mint cake? How does this relate to the apprehension? Chapter 95. Everyone's mental state is remarkably healthy. A notification popped up before Liang as he sat in the living room upstairs. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest, refreshing the mind. Reward, golden quality sleep. Liang nodded in satisfaction. This side quest had proven to be immensely worthwhile. Simply selling a piece of mint cake had granted him a reward that would be beneficial for a lifetime. Little did he know the series of events triggered by the sale of that mint cake. Xiaoang, have an apple, Zhang Yan said, slicing an apple and placing it in Liang's hand. The sound of a key turning echoed as Li Xiangdong entered the room. Father, why did it take you so long to come downstairs? Liang asked, munching on half an apple while observing Li Xiangdong change his slippers.